the seaside back to the reset as he resets the oddball. Goes down shortly after. A nice stretch of gameplay from Native Gaming. Have them back in it. They've cut this lead in half, but Foe are in the stretch run, only needing 10 seconds left to win round one.
This is an advantage of having a lead so early in the game, right? They don't have to speed up whatsoever. The ball time just comes naturally. Eventually, you're going to win a round of slays. Once you do, get the ball time, put this thing away, and while with 4 going down, Native Gaming don't even have a chance really to contest this. Maybe if they get this lucky spawn at PD, look how quick Native is to this fight.
Wow, look at this. They're getting back in the action quickly as the PD spawns work out. Fortunately for Native Gaming, they take 3 down for Foe. Mighty's the last player alive, and he goes down shortly after. A little bit staggered. Now McWin has the camo, but he goes down. A great grenade from Chick through the shroud screen. Neutralizes the camo as Native Gaming have 51 on the clock, but Foe still needing 10. And Garrett, that's why it's so important to reach that first 30-second threshold. The pace of play has been controlled by Foe, and so too has the lead. But Native Gaming have a little bit of life here. Can they break through on the A side and hold control? They're going to have to take down Woodle.
This certainly isn't over for Native Gaming. They're so close to this ball, but they need to win slays. Simple as make sure you get through and dominate the kill feed. With that ball being in the middle of the map, Jimbo's going to make some last-minute heroics to try to stop anyone from getting close by, and, well, he might have just bought enough time.
Collect, look to take that oddball back to the A side of the map after winning that one, but instead he goes down. And the oddball sits right there at bottom mid. These two teams are going to vie for it. Nobody going to be grabbing the ball. Instead, both teams going to be looking to grab some slays. As Foe gets the better of Native Gaming. Barcode, last player alive in the cuts. Can he stay alive and just try to dwindle this lead down a little bit? No, he goes down shortly after, but he allows enough time for his team to get back in the mix. As the oddball continues to sit out, now it's back at the reset.
3 down for Native Gaming, but the clock is really playing a factor at this point. The neutral time is 18 seconds and only 8 more seconds to get this one through. I don't think Native has any chance of getting to this ball in time, and Foe coming out extremely strong. We're seeing Mighty's drop 21 kills. And when you just take a look at that feed through and through, it tells a clear story. Foe just has a little bit more firepower.
See Mighty's on pace for a 60 bomb if this one were to go the distance into a round 3. Z Mighty's soaring above the rest, but it's Chick who's really not that far behind him with 19 slays. Foe really getting the early jump on in Native Gaming. They rode that early momentum and lead to a round 1 victory as they have control of this match for now, but the oddball still at the reset as Native Gaming, this is big for them. They didn't get time on the clock until I feel like Foe had already run away with a little bit, but now starting off with a little bit of time here, looking for the camo as well, but McWin goes down with it.
I think McWin was a little bit too fast to try to grab onto that camouflage. You knew those spawners were going to be over at bottom C, the timing a little bit off, and you see how detrimental that's been. 3 players from Native went down. The ball is going to move into the hands of Foe eventually, but most importantly, all these power weapons are moving into the hands of Foe.
Wooden with the stalker in his hand, but he goes down. An important power weapon at the back of A to potentially control, but Jimbo goes down as well on the cafe side. He's not going to be allowed to pick it up, and that stalker looked like it got reset. So 60 seconds until we see that up again as Native Gaming have 15 seconds to their name and having a much better start here in round 2.
We say that, but then 3 players going down. APG lasts alive, but he has the most important part of the map, right? That ball. He can move it towards his spawners and allow Native to have quicker access off their spawn.
PD spawn there for Barcode, but he gets cut down quickly by Z Mighty's as he's already hit 26 slays. 26, 8, and 12 for Z Mighty's. And Garrett, with a stat line like that, you'd assume he had no ball time. He's got the most in the, not in the lobby, but on the side of Foe with 41 seconds. It's Barcode instead with 53. But my goodness, that stat line, talk about Z Mighty, is really stuffing the stat sheet.
Foe's going to have a really next man up mentality when it comes to their game. What you should notice with them is they don't really have set objective players like some teams do. Notice how many people are getting involved in their objective play. It's really going to be about playing fast, playing efficient, and ensuring that you don't give up any unneeded space or unneeded time to the other team.
McWin occupying the perch at top C, looking to gain some high ground control and some more ball time, but 2 of his teammates go down. That's Barcode and Collect. 2 down on the side of Foe. It's a 2v2 for now as Z Mighty's looks to control the heaven side of the map. Oddball back down to the reset as Mighty's looks to control more of the map and accrue more slays. He's already at 28. Will he hit 40 before this round's over?
This is just going to be a race. I think it's going to be almost a certainty that he's going to be at least dropping 40 in this game. Action on both sides. This ball right beside that PD door. And Native able to get away with it.
Three go down for Native Gaming as Chick looks to grab that oddball in the back of PD, but he goes down shortly after. It's Mighty's with it instead, and Mighty's going to earn even more ball time. Might have a little bit of an audio issue right now.
Yeah, this audio issue coming from the observers over on the other side, so nothing we can really do about it. We'll turn down the game sound a little bit, try to make it, hear our velvety voices a little bit more, but when that gets fixed, we'll turn it back up once again, guys. But so far, Native Gaming, they've had this lead, but they really haven't been able to accrue a ton of time. That's because Foe has been really quick at putting Native Gaming 3 down.
Shroud screen goes down at the back of PD, and so too does Collect. As 3 go down for Native Gaming, APG, last player alive, looking to bait some players through for Foe with that shotgun, looking to utilize some close-range combat to maintain his life and earn another slay. Gets the reversal instead. Frequent PD spawns I'm noticing here for Native Gaming, and Foe do a great job to recognize it and start to rotate over to C, but they get cut down, and Native Gaming picks out the rotation. Will they pick out the oddball as well? APG in a fight for it.
So far, we've seen a lot of this ball just being out in mid-open positions. That makes it so you have to play these 4-on-4 slayers to even try to get towards this ball. The problem with this game plan for Native Gaming is that the second that a team gets away with that ball, they're going to be able to accumulate a ton of time, and you're going to burn a lot of neutral time playing this game, right? So by the time we get towards the end of this game, you're going to see someone have a massive lead, and that time going to dissipate just quickly, right? So I don't know if I really necessarily like this this slay battle that Native's been playing.
Yeah, you mentioned the clock. Look at that, less than 90 seconds already. And it's continuing to dwindle down. As 3 go down for Foe, a 40-37 rolling for Native Gaming. They're going to regain the lead here with Collect on the trash side, as Native Gaming have life here in round 2 and a good stretch of time.
Yeah, I believe this is the first time we've seen Native really have a lot of space between the ball and these spawners that are coming up. But Native, they have not been winning these entry engagements, and it's going to make it a lot harder for them to hold on to this ball.
Collect checking his 6. Oh, what a prediction or communication there from Native Gaming as Collect stays alive, but eventually goes down to the nice grenade there from Chick. 3 go down for Native Gaming, and despite that nice stretch of time, Foe have it right back, and they look to flip this lead once again.
They need to find the rogue player, and Mighty's does just that. Gets himself number 33 in the game, and well, you can also see how much pressure Foe is applying on the other half of the map away from the ball.
54-53. 1 second separates these two teams with 1 minute left and a camo up at top mid. Barcode wins that 1v1 and allows APG to get away with camo. No! Garrett, how many times have we seen Native Gaming collect the camo but not earn it and get a chance to use it?
I thought Barcode did enough right there. He got
Absolutely.
that massive kill. I was going to say that's a big camouflage for them to get back into this game. Instead, a great nade from the side of Foe takes him down. And once again, this is where the neutral time is going to play a problem for Native Gaming. Right now, the lead's in the side of Foe. They have a good, healthy chunk of it. And now 30 seconds? Yeah, you can play Slayer, especially when you've been winning these gunfights. You feel pretty confident playing Slayer in this position.
Foe have never been pressed to overextend for ball time. Instead, Native Gaming have been in that position, and they find themselves in almost a deja vu scenario. This is exactly where we were in round 1, where a little bit of a lead, a little bit bigger in round 1, but up by more than 10 with less than 10 to go. Native Gaming and only APG alive. That's going to make it much easier for Foe and Chick to put the finishing touches on a Game 1 victory as desperation reeks in the air. McWin goes down by the trash can, and that will do it. Foe take Game 1.
Yeah, 37, 30 Foe, 34 for 2 of the players over on Foe. What I want to point out for Wootem, 20+ assists in that game. That's not a 3-round game of oddball. That's 2 rounds. I really felt that the Bandits on that foe roster were very connected at all points in time. They did not let players get away. They were quick to each other's help. A fantastic effort from them.
Well, Garrett, this is HCS Season 3, but it's HCS Season 1 of the Bandit Evo. What did you see in that Game 1 that felt different than what we maybe we're used to with the battle rifle? What kind of differences and what kind of opportunities came up because of the switch from the BR to the DMR?
I think we're seeing a huge difference in entry fragging in this game, right? When you have an advantage, so often you're going to be able, if you're executing on your shots and hitting, you can finish players much quicker than you were with the BR, right? What does this do, right? It often makes it so that you can be a little bit more aggressive. You can try to get these players off of spawn, and that's what foe did. They were constantly pushing pressure towards the spawn of native. They were very comfortable of leaving a lot of space between them and the ball because they knew if they got that first pick, it slows the other team down enough where they're not really going to be able to put a lot of pressure or get that ball on the ground. In round 2, we saw native was winning the gunfights in the early rounds, but once they started to lose a little bit of that ground, it was really fast for foe to just pick up that ball, take a lot of space, hold it very far behind them, and say, hey, come win gunfights. Like, you just have to win the gunfights. And well, that just never came to fruition.
And I think there in that round 1 and round 2, the totality of Game 1 felt like in a CTF where you score first and you force the other team to chase, or even score the first hill or get the first maybe 100 seconds in a strongholds. That's what it felt like there for foe, is they were able to manipulate the map. And I think one instance in particular of manipulation, map manipulation, that I thought was impressive, Garrett, was when foe had control of the A tower, and they were almost forcing an odd PD spawn over and over again for Native Gaming. And Native Gaming, despite spawning close to that oddball, was never really able to take advantage of that spawn point. What do you think leads to that?
It was a lot of splitting, right? So it's all about opening up a spawn, but knowing when the spawners come. So that's having a great sense of timing, oftentimes just keeping that scoreboard up and counting the spawns and then pushing. When you see that first spawner come in, take that space off. Right, we saw that happen over and over again where they would spawn them over at PD, but then play quickly into that spawner. So then the other 2 spawners would go spawn over on the C side. Creates a lot of space and a lot of disjointed pushes from the side of native that they were just never quite able to recover from.
A lot of split spawns for Native Gaming, and a lot of moments where the last player alive for Native Gaming wasn't able to make that hero play, and foe instead, multiple heroes, multiple almost 30 plus that we saw. That's a lot of slays for just 2 what felt like quick rounds. Really did feel like could have potentially seen some 50 bombs there for foe as they slay out, frag out in Game 1 and take it. As we head to Aquarius TS for Game 2, it's going to be a G-slide wall of death for that overshield off the start. We saw a couple of changes occur in the offseason, Garrett. What should the fans look forward to most as it relates to those changes on Aqua?
Well, you're going to see a lot of people get melted on Aqua. That's the big difference you're going to see now, right? The team shot of the BR before was already sort of a big deal, but now with that Bandit having that quicker time to kill, when you get a team shot going and you get like an overshield to be able to push with, you'll see 3-4 down in just a snap, right? And that's where I think foe is going to have a huge advantage in this game. It's just how connected they felt throughout. You can tell that these guys have been getting comfortable with each other, which is surprising because they've had team changes not that long ago.
Yeah, this foe roster really got jumbled up a lot. I think Jimbo and Mighties as the staples, and then recently bringing on Woodham, the Finnish phenom, on mouse and keyboard. We got to see a little bit of his gameplay in Game 1, and wow, the support role that he seemed to fill in was quite impressive. And we talked about some of the changes on Aqua TS with that overshield taking the place of where the Heatwave used to spawn or so. Heatwave now bottom mid. You've got the Thrust top mid acting as almost like a power up. And it's the battle rifle at the back of each of the spawns where the Commando used to spawn. I think that's maybe more so in a CTF. I think absolutely so in Aqua CTF, but that Aqua TS is still going to provide opportunities for players with the battle rifle to hold lanes, to shoot cross-map, base to base, or even base to P2 or car 2 to help control that mid-map location. What are some of your thoughts on how to utilize what's now a utility weapon in the battle rifle on a short-range map like Aquarius?
Well, it feels like you can use that for the back player, right? So if you give the back player that BR, they have that little bit more of a comfortable range from base to base, from tower to tower. And you have to change your play style, right, when you pick it up, right? And that's what I think is going to make good players great, is understanding like, okay, I got this battle rifle now. I just need to be the best teammate in the game, right? That's all you have to do with the battle rifle. It's all about just damage down range. You have a little bit more of a comfortable reticle on those long range gunfights. Do not try to go and take a 1v1. You sit back, you are looking for your teammates where they're pushing. You're saying, hey, I can help you from this position, push here, push there, and get that team shot rolling.
A lot of teams have their designated snipers, maybe their designated player to go for overshield. I wonder if players and teams have developed a designated battle rifle player, that long range, almost AR role.
What do you call a battle rifle player? Like John Halo?
I think we call him Woodham, because I'm looking, if I'm foe and I'm going to pick one player to make that designated battle rifle, I want Woodham on it, on mouse and keyboard.
I'm hard disagreeing with you.
All right. Talk me through it.
You don't get any aim assist with the battle rifle. You're just going to lose that.
He doesn't need it. Have you seen him play?
I know he's got a great reticle. I know he's got a great shot. But that battle rifle, you abuse the auto aim. That's the whole point of it, right? You make sure that you have that extra auto aim. You're getting those 3 shots to land. When you are on that mouse and keyboard, right? So often, like your second shot's gonna miss, like within the burst. So you're gonna miss a shot within the burst.
That's the average. That's not
yeah.
brutal.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You know,
that's
at the top of
you're
it.
talking about your diamond 3 lobbies again, Garrett. Come on, man.
We'll have to pull it. We're gonna have to pull Wutem in and be like, do you think you're at a disadvantage when you have the BR? That's what we're gonna have to pull him in and see. No, I think eventually we're gonna talk to Wutem, right? That's the first thing we're gonna ask him.
I would love to hear what his thoughts are, because I think he'd tell you on the BR tools. I'm holding yellow or blue. I'm shutting down the push onto P, and then in a nanosecond, I'm swiping over to car side because they think they got the flank, but no, I got mouse and keyboard, and I can quickly switch it. And I know it's just nanoseconds, milliseconds that cross takes to go from left to right, from car side, top car to top pink, but as we saw at the Halo World Championship, it came down to nanoseconds. It came down to 0:00 on the clock, and so I absolutely think there's something to it, and poses a great question for when these players come in for interviews. Tools, you did an incredible job with those last year. Let's tee up that question for Woodham and see what his thoughts are on mouse and keyboard in the BR.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear it from their perspective. The other thing I'm interested in is, like, are we seeing Wutem find success because Wutem's amazing, or is it Wutem maybe having a little bit more success because of meta changes, right? Because he's always had that skill, right? But now with these meta changes, with having the Bandit rifle, I know he wasn't playing back in season 1, and for most of season 2 he wasn't playing. But I wonder if he got that big buff, and he's like, okay, with the Bandit, like, I'm just as good as everyone else.
I wonder that too. I have so many questions for Woodham now that you mention it, because it wasn't until the latter part of those global open competitions where we got to see Woodham compete, as we're excited to see his POV once again as we start off our game 2 here. And it's going to be a live fire TS instead, so scratch that on Aqua as we hop on board with Collect. He goes down, but not before earning 2 assists and a 4-1 start here for Native.
Actually, huge change. If this is on live fire instead of Aquarius, one of the best maps for foe. Live fire, one of the best maps for Native gaming.
Right.
I actually think this is going to be a huge difference in the best of 5 series if I were playing on live fire right now.
Yeah, and it's playing out here in the early goings. We saw foe take the early head start, make Native gaming chase a little bit, and now you could argue the flip has occurred as APG finally secures that camo. Again, we saw 3-4 grabs for Native gaming in game 1 on streets with the camo, never able to secure it. Here we see APG with a little run with it, but he's not able to find much value out of it because of that. Foe have dwindled this lead back down to 3, but Native Gaming do a good job to trade out and maintain that 1 team-wide lead, now back up to 5.
Okay, the mouse and keyboard player has the sniper, right? This is exactly what you want to see. The other thing,
and the Mando.
Drop the Bandit rifle for the Commando.
Wow.
Very, very interesting setup that Wutem had right there.
All right, maybe Woodham knows some things that we don't, as he eventually goes down, not before earning 2 slays. And the sniper rifle possession switches into the hands of the veteran, one of the top 25 Halo players of all time. That's McWen, as he takes to the skies at the top of snipes with 1 shot left to work with in that snipe. What can he do with it?
The thing is, right here, is he's so much further back than his teammates, but he has sniper. What is his teammates doing? they're pushing into the players of foe, right? And I don't necessarily agree with that. You want to maybe play a little bit slower when you get the sniper rifle, force the players to play into that lane. Now that the sniper ammo is out, I want to see them get a little bit more activated. If you're going to make these pushes, get the players off tower, start to play forward on the map.
Oh, good job by foe there to break through into the tower, take down McWin as 2 go down for Native Gaming, and this is now just a 2-kill game. As we hop on board here with Z-Mighty's use of the plasma pistol. I've been excited to see that on land again here. As we see the pew pew pew, many players vying for the semi-automatic use of the plasma pistol, but he's not able to find the finish. Instead, he goes down.
You see, the hard part with using that noob combo is you have to switch weapons, and keeping your reticle on head position, off weapon switch, off movement switch can be hard, right? So even though you break those shields, when you come back, that native player, the player on the other side, going to keep their reticle steady. They're already knowing where they're supposed to be. On the other side, it's a little bit harder.
It's a 1-kill game. And the first grab of the camo here for foe is Jimbo. Another veteran looks to put it to good use, finds a player weak on the wall. He takes down Barcode for the double kill. And we now have a tied game, 18-all, but not before Native Gaming regain it with 1.
Oh, this position from Native is dangerous. Look at them all the way at back tower. They're low on the ground. Foe can have a real opportunity to take some much-needed space at the middle of the map and start to apply pressure.
Mighty's with the mid-map control, but that goes down shortly after as McWin has another sniper to work with. Does a good job to take down the pushing player through mid, and I think that's the key in this situation, is to work players towards the middle of the map, work players into that reticle of McWin, but before he can even get settled at the back of top snipes, he's already got some pressure now with the chance to settle in and hit some shots.
McWin was playing a real dance right there at tower. Obviously, it's most important that he stays alive on the map, but even though foe sent a lot of their players to try to take care of him, he's able to dodge every little bit of damage, stays alive, and get some important damage downrange for his team.
Collect now with the snipe. Stanchion at that. Good-looking sniper rifle, and a good-looking sniper rifle user, as we've seen Collect pop off plenty of times with it. Native Gaming still clinging to that narrow lead. A no-scope there for Collect. Pugilistic with the fist. Takes down Mighty's. As 2 go down for foe, 2 go down for Native Gaming, and it's still just a 2-kill game.
The former player from that quadrant roster trying to take that mid position, but Native, smart, right? Don't take the one-on-one until your teammate's there. They go back around the corner, they wait for their teammate to be ready to push, and they both push at the same time. Chick didn't expect it. He instantly gets melted, right? He doesn't even have a chance to try to disengage from that fight.
McWin now with the waning moments, I should say, of that QT. He utilizes it perfectly to stay alive. And Garrett, that's got to be one of my favorite changes from the offseason heading into Season 3 is the QT now on live fire instead of some of the maps where it just didn't seem to work, like on Aqua.
No, I think it's been a much needed addition to this live fire. I think live fire just has so many different play styles now with the camouflage on one side, QT on the other, and then you're wrapping that sniper between both sides, especially in the objective game types. But this map has become, I think, a fan favorite.
Camo up, and the fight ensues as Chick goes down to 1 HP, but does a good job to reposition, recollect his shields as he finds one, eventually goes down later to Barcode. And Native Gaming have another camo to work with. Collect patiently, picking and choosing his spot, doesn't want to alert the enemy to his location. Now he's a chance to bait and switch here. Instead, trades out with Woodham, but you can afford to trade out now with a 5-kill lead heading into the 40s. Can Native Gaming tie this series up?
Foe needs to slow down just a little bit, make sure this camouflage dissipates before you really start to make your next big play. You can't be second-guessing what corner someone's going to be at. And now they got that information, it's gone. What, you're down 4? This is going to be basically the game right here. Whatever next big engagement happens is probably going to determine whether foe can come back or not.
Yeah, for foe, the key here is to keep it within 1 possession. Keep it within 1 team wipe heading into the 40s. That way you can have that one perfect fell swoop at the end to regain the lead, but it doesn't look like Native Gaming want to give it up. Do a good job to trade out. They do go 3 down, but they maintain that 4-kill lead. A good job, a good efficient use of their lives from Native Gaming. Have them in the lead heading into the mid-40s.
Foe still just down a possession, but just playing dangerous games, right? Like they were playing close together at that bottom half of the map. Luckily, they're able to get out those trades, and that's really what all they're looking for, right? As long as you trade out, you're fine. But when you play dangerous games, sometimes you're going to get burned, but I think they're going to be able to stave off any sort of push from foe right here. Jimbo just trapped in the tower. They all know where he's at. Oh, never mind. Oh my God, what a shot to hit, but still down 6. Gonna be tough to come back.
That's a flashy play, but how much substance lies in that no-scope as Jimbo eventually goes down shortly after, and now you give it to Barcode. That's not what you want to see if your foe is Barcode takes the face of Chick, looking for the double kill on the pillars, but instead will repulse away the grenade to stay alive. Barcode putting on a performance here as Native Gaming look to take game 2 and tie up this series. Foe, no lives left to work with. They have to play Elimination Halo, perfect Halo at that, if they want to come back and win it, but they're only down 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not out of question. Mighty's just somehow able to stay alive, and you're going to see this game slow down. That camo is pure bait at this point. You do not go for that. Look, Native had 2 players ready. They could have gotten it,
yeah,
but they knew that's how we lose the game, is one of us goes for camo and instantly dies.
You could almost read the body language of the players. As they start to filter through the garage door, 2 players go down to 1 HP for Native Gaming.
Oh, he's rotating into a player at bottom. Yeah, that's dangerous games being played from foe right there. Players just getting caught out, but Native, man, they slowed it down. They played their game. They're very confident that they're going to be able to find that pick, but a little nervous when you saw them on that camo. It's like, yeah, we could get it. Like, they had the position. Like, if they would have gone for it, they would have gotten away with it, but doesn't matter, they didn't go for it. I thought those players would have died at big door. I thought we were seeing the comeback happen.
Yeah, I love the discipline. I love the IGL, I would assume there. Maybe from McWin or APG, you got 2 legendary veterans on the squad saying, hey, step back a little bit, guys. We don't need camo. We need the win. And if we bait it and don't go for it, we can take the win, as they do just that. Got a little shaky at the end. Jimbo. And imagine if it wasn't a 6-kill game at that point. That no-scope really could have spurred a potential comeback. Instead, it was all for naught as Barcode picks it up instead and answers with a nice shot of his own.
Fantastic back and forth series so far. I feel like we've seen both teams show off their strong suits. We go back to the objective, and that's where I believe it's supposed to be a strongholds game. I think this is going to determine the series.
Recharge King of the Hill.
Ooh.
What do you think about that, Garrett?
Recharge King of the Hill. So it's on S7, right? So it's like, it's gonna be that shock rifle, and that's where like the shock rifle is so interesting to me, because if sometimes it feels like you don't really see it pop up at all, like during the game. Like sometimes you just get into a cycle where it's not putting a lot of work in, and sometimes it's like the most oppressive tool in the game, where it is you cannot move. McWin, especially with the shock rifle, I think has just great presence of mind to know where to look. He does a great job of using his teammates to pull players into his sight line. I am a very big fan of this next game type on King of the Hill. I think this is going to be one where both teams are going to have opportunities to feast.
Yeah, I think of Z Mighty's on the other side for foe with that shock rifle as a competitor for McWin, but I got to go back to collect tools. If you recall, against Sentinels in the offseason, Native Gaming were down in a TS on recharge, and collect just flew out to bottom mid towards that camo location, got 1 shot with the shock rifle, and then 180 turns on Sparty for the double kill, 50-49 win. So keep an eye on collect as much as McWin for that Native Gaming roster as it relates to the shock rifle. And what else is there? What else do we have to keep an eye on instead of the shock rifle? We know there's plenty of players that can pop off with it. I actually take it back to that conversation we had about mouse and keyboard earlier, wanting maybe Woodham with the battle rifle. But I'll say this is probably the one time you don't want Woodham with a power weapon or with an opportunity to have something like the shock rifle, because I do feel like the advantage is so much greater on controller.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? It's like, how much better is the shock rifle on controller versus
it's
mouse
sticky
and keyboard? It's very sticky on controller. I will say what I want to see from Wutem, because he has that just such he has this ability to quickly change where he's looking and be very accurate at doing it. I want to see him play a really strong middle position throughout these games, right? To him, it's not necessarily about getting kills. It's just about getting damage downrange. If you can be a high damage dealer, be in those middle positions like needles, and just keep helping teammates as quickly as possible, I think that's where you're going to see a lot of success for him.
I agree. And that seems to be the role that Woodham has taken on here on LAN, coming over across the pond. He's been earning more assists than I used to see him online. So maybe that's the role that he's finding here on LAN, being that glue player, that utility role on mouse and keyboard, able to play at any range or distance he wants, depending on your skill. I'd say obviously close range gets a little bit more difficult, especially in the melee encounters maybe. Something to keep an eye on here on Recharge. Map gets a little bit more truncated from what we saw on Livefire previously, but on another map, Streets, what we saw in game 1, probably one of the most close range maps in the HCS circuit. Foe took that pretty convincingly. Will that be the case here on Recharge? I don't think so. I think we're due for a much closer game here. That could go anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing about game 1 is it was very convincing. Like it felt like Native, they weren't necessarily not in the game. Like, you know, that round 2 was like somewhat back and forth, but it felt like it was 80% of the time. It was just like all Foe, all time.
So I think in that vein, I think the key here for Native Gaming, their key to victory, their win condition. We're not going to go too far into the broadcast before mentioning that. Native Gaming's victory variable is
we gotta call it the Mikowski win condition for the rest
I'm
of the time.
The only one that says win condition.
You know, you're not the only one. It's just I think you started a trend of saying win condition. I like it though. It's win condition. 77% of people cheering on the side of Native Gaming this time.
All right.
I'm a big, you know, I love the boys over at Native. I think they're great. They but interesting. So Native, the people really jumping back on a Native after that game too.
I think that's going to be the key, though. Back to the win condition for Native Gaming. They got to start. I want to see them score first, right? Especially in King of the Hill. You get that first capture. Now you can play the clock. You can play for slays. You can play to earn the next hill. There's just something that comes with going up early in a competitive Halo match that allows you to control the pace, to set the pace, to set the tone. And that's what I want to see from Native Gaming if they're to win this game 3, like 77% of the chat think, or won. I think that's going to be their key. Start early, start hot, and get that first cap. I think they're in it if that's the case. If not, I think we see a little bit more of the same in game 1 where Foe kind of ran away with it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the series. I'm like trying to determine. So, I think Native has to win this series, like this game.
I agree.
Because that game 5 being on Aquarius, so that's feasting for Foe. I think Foe is like one of the best Aquarius teams in the game. I think Native, this is almost like do or die for them. I think they have to get this done in 4. I feel like it's so heavily favored, the Aquarius game 5 for Foe at the moment. You know, obviously we're on LAN, anything can happen, but we're playing like a pure statistics game. Native needs to win this game 3.
Diet game 5. That's what we call a game 3 when the series is tied 1-1. And speaking of game 5, I agree. You don't want to get to a game 5 against Foe because we've seen way too much of them on Aqua TS where they just look so dominant. I think for Native Gaming, I think they need a little mini reversal here, and I think it starts in a sense with this match here on Recharge King of the Hill. Got to get off to a hot start, and you got to get the shock rifle into the hands of McWin or Collect. Any other keys or win conditions on your mind, Garrett?
I think it's going to come down to closing out hills. I don't think you want to I think if you're Native, you don't want to play this neutral game time. You know what I mean when I say neutral game time? So often when you play games, you'll come down, it'll be like third hill, it's 1-1 tied, and there's like 45 seconds left on the clock. You don't want to be in that position. You want this to be high scoring if you're Native. Be fast, be objective efficient. Like, go up early, try just to close this game out on hill captures. I think if you get stuck in that Slayer game, what we've seen is I think Foe just has a little bit more firepower on their side when you're playing these objective game types. We saw in game 1 where they were just winning in the mid gunfights.
All right, here we go. Game 3 is live and on your screen as Native Gaming win that opening break convincingly. taking down all of Foe. Foe do get a pinky toes worth of hill time, but that's fool's gold as Native Gaming earn the team wipe, earn map control, and earn that first bit of real time as they take the lead.
What's interesting is about how you set yourself up in this hill, right? You really want to try to get a player towards control when you have an opportunity to, and almost force the other team to spawn towards A and fight out of A. When you do so, it just feels like it's a little bit easier to just stay in the hill and accumulate time.
Jimbo at the back of gold, and Native Gaming already about to go up 1-0. They must have heard us in the during the bathroom break or something, because this is exactly the strategy that they needed to utilize to get the early jump on Foe. Take the first strike, the first swing, but wow, that's a big win there. I think that was Z-Mighty's, or no, that's Chick.
Wow,
in the hill. Oh my goodness, look at that. 99.9% or so on the clock for Native Gaming, but that last 0.1% is going to be the hardest to earn as Foe now have control.
Chick somehow was able to get behind everyone else. Once he was able to do so, he just caused absolute mayhem. And now look at the setup that Foe has, right? They have someone towards tower. Oh, no, okay, I was about to say they had someone towards tower. They had the setup. The problem arises when you let someone get a little bit too far up on the map. Native Gaming able to put someone in that hill, and then it simply just comes down to winning a one-on-one. All that early time comes in handy.
All right, Native Gaming able to survive the scare and score first and take the early lead in this one as Collect goes down, but not before already earning 6 slays. He's having a high actions per minute match here. That's exactly what Native Gaming need, but 4 go down, and Foe now will have good control of the White Hall.
Where's the pressure going to come from, right? This is Wutem's just looking at the center of the map. He's just waiting for information to come. If he doesn't get information from his perimeter players, then suddenly he knows, like, okay, they're going to just jump out in the middle. But they decided all to come from the long haul side. And while Wutem, he might be feasting with his first triple on the HCS stage. Killing spree for Wutem.
Look at that. On mouse and keyboard, you get the triple kill so quickly, the game can't even keep up with Wutem. Delayed triple kill medal, but fast action for the likes of Foe, and Wutem is they get right back in the mix at 75% on this hill and earning more.
And so far, Native just really hasn't had a great opportunity at stopping this hill, and well, it's the 2 young guys on the side of Foe that have just been causing complete mayhem. Wutem and Mighty's now have just been dominating on this hill in particular, and with shock rifle in the hands of Mighty's, you better not jump up. He's thinking about it. Oh no.
I like this though from Native Gaming. It looks like they agreed GG's go next and play for Needle Hill, but Foe says GG's go next on a respawn as 3 go down. Collect the last player alive. Mighty's checking his corners for a potential flank spawn, but instead it looks like Native are gonna have to restart from the long haul.
Well, the good thing for Native right here is they had a player in pipes, so they have that quick access towards hill. It's not what's going to break the hill, but what it does is it prevents Foe from accumulating too much time, right? You're just going to be able to pester them over and over again. So even though Foe's like technically winning on those battles, they weren't able to get any time, and Native easily breaks back through, and now they're going to set themselves up like they want. I think this is a great chance for Native just to get a massive chunk of time.
Big win. The veteran with the camo in his suit and spawns on the seaside of the map for Foe. McWin setting up a back smack, but it looks like Foe expects McWin's positioning here. Nades go out, but they don't find McWin. Instead, McWin finds the slay, albeit a little sketchy there on Mighty's. Takes him down, trades out though on the elevator as Chick now has the flank control in the backside, as he looks to retain the high ground instead. Not going to jump into the hill. I like this. This is a very patient play here from Chick, recognizing that the numbers are dwindling here. Just going to look to get some fortunate spawns, gets a potential remote detonation, but instead the flank comes through from the Mauler side, and it looks like Native Gaming have regained control of this hill, but it's so back and forth, so many lives depleted. Everybody goes down for Foe, and now Native Gaming should take control of this hill and the time.
Oh, this hill's soaking up a lot of that neutral time, right? There's a lot of jumping out of it and trying to make sure you maintain your spawns. And because of that, whoever wins this hill is just going to have such a huge advantage going into the next couple. It just makes it so that when you play your Slayer game, when you're up a hill, it just feels a little bit better. You're not going to be as as pressured because of it. And with 3 going down for Native once again, Foe has the setup, right? 1 player top gold, 1 player over at back A, 2 playing towards the middle of the map. You are going to have to fight through these players in order to get towards this hill.
And you're going to have to fight through off your back foot. C-spawns here for Native Gaming is they're not going to find a way out. Instead, they're going to find a way back to the respawn screen once again as Foe scored 2 in a row to take a 2-1 lead. And despite losing some numbers, look to have the early rotation. This is a great job here from Woodham, just simply staying alive on the long haul. He's going to earn some more spawns here, potentially. But it looks like Native Gaming have the hill. They drop on it instead, and I believe that camo will be burned.
So at the end of that hill, right, Barcode flipped into those A spawns. He was trying to find that break. The thing that worked against him, though, is all his teammates went down. So even though he like went and got a big kill over back of A, he gave his team the spawn that didn't necessarily want. And now it's just been chaos because ever since, right? Because now you're just always fighting for spawn control. Finally, Native Gaming has been the one that controls the spawns. You're going to see Foe spawn towards A. They have to fight through McWin, and he has a shock rifle primed to hit some heads.
This is one of those win conditions that we talked about at the start of this match as McWin starts off a potential killing spree here. Shock rifle double kill as he drops to the bottom mid location. Not before dropping 2, and that's going to give Native Gaming a good stretch of time as they look to get right back in this fight and tied at 2.
Well, I just love how dynamic McQuin's being in this situation, right? He had the A spawn that he wanted. He feasted, got that double kill. But what does he do next, right? He pushes back into A, says, okay, we're going to split them out towards glass this time, and they're just ready to adapt into those gunfights. Just one more round of slays for Native Gaming. They'll be able to secure it, but Chick, he's not letting them secure any kill on him.
Massive win there for Chick. That's a double kill that almost feels like it counts for 4 in the sense that, you're right, Garrett, had Chick not secured that double, Native Gaming likely secures their second hill, ties things up, but instead, Foe have control of the C side and this hill as we hop on board. The Finnish phenom, Woodham.
What I like from Woodham is he's not getting too caught up on having to get those kills, right? To him, it's just damage downrange. Make sure you just slow them down enough. That way, when they do try to make their push, you're ready to find that kill. 1 player from Native underneath, and they could be just causing mayhem on these next spawns. Foe needs to find a quick pick.
The pace was fast and frenetic to start. 3.5 minutes were on the clock when it became a 2-1 game, but we're about to see 2 minutes of regulation get eaten off the clock. This one on the C platform has been a little bit harder to secure for both squads as they both vibe for it. But Native Gaming go 4 down. Foe lose 2, but maintain control and the numbers advantage. And they're going to flip the map. That Chick double kill in the tower. Catalyst turns into 2. Turns into a 2-kill lead as now Foe are up 3-1.
Oh, Uto's feasting. Oh, he knows where they all are. Able to get the double kill. Wutem, this kid's phenomenal. He just really understands where he can and can't be. He's never overextending or over challenging into these gunfights. He's clean with how he's able to get kills and transition into the next thing. And you see it. You see it on the scoreboard, right? 23 kills for him in this game. The next closest is 6 kills under.
Wow. Gonna take almost a killing frenzy to get back to where Woodham is at as he soars above the rest of the lobby. And how incredible is this, Garrett? Woodham entered the HCS offseason with less than 1,000 hours in Halo Infinite. Granted, he was a Splitgate professional, so you know he's got the skills to hang. Splitgate, a very similar game to Halo.
The closest game.
Probably the closest
Halo.
game. Yeah, that's right. And that's interesting too because we've seen players come from Gears of War, we've seen players come from Call of Duty, but maybe the secret and the fix for all this was Splitgate all along as Jimbo finds the diamond in the rough. Woodham at 24, 9, and 16, having himself a hell of a series.
It's interesting because Splitgate's almost like the cracked version of Halo as well. It's like how cracked can you be on the game? So it's basically the best training weights possible. And we talk about the problem for Native right here. It's the neutral time, right?
Exactly.
The Hill 3 and Hill 4 just took way too much neutral time in the game. So when you lose those, it's almost backbreaking because now you have to play just about perfect on these hills. And when the other team knows that, they can play in a style that's just some would call cringe, but others just called defensive, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to play for the hill.
Absolutely.
It's necessarily Slayer for them, and well, Foe, with only 5 seconds left on the neutral time, they'll just let the clock dissipate.
This one is over, and we mentioned it when we saw 2 minutes get evaporated off that regulation clock, down from 3.5 minutes to 1.5 minutes. And when it becomes a 2-hill game there, Garrett, you got to ensure that you have at least 2 minutes left in regulation. 1 minute per hill, give or take, is about the time you need to secure a comeback, as Native Gaming are not going to get the chance to do that as Foe take a 2-1 series lead. And again, that Finnish phenom, that up-and-coming budding superstar Woodham, looking for his first victory on land.
It's tough, like, for Native, because they were very close to securing those hills. But sometimes it's almost like you prefer to go down 3-0 in a game and have 4 minutes left on the clock and be able to have a lot more time to work with, and to be down 2-1, fighting tooth and nail for that third hill, and have once you're in that final stage, you see there's a minute left on the clock, you're like, oh no, because then it's like, it's not even necessarily like you lost it because you played worse. It could just be someone got a better spawn, they get the kill, they do some big impactful play. Remember, like, what we saw from Chick in the tower, right? This double from Mikwin was great, but Chick getting into that back tower, right? That's just an impact play that he makes. You know, it's a great play by him. I don't necessarily think that's like Native's fault that they let that happen. But once they did, it's just like, okay, that neutral time's going to come back and just kill you in this game.
Hey, it's just, I don't think you blame Native for that. I think you just tip the cap to Chick, the new player for Foe. Let's talk about Chick a little bit. Coming over from Quadrant, experienced successful history last year, the first EU team to break into that big top four even.
I want to talk about this real one second. Look, so there's 2 minutes and 14 seconds when this hill starts.
Right.
They had everything. Look how dominant this position was. But it comes after this, right? So this is when he opens up, he went and blocked A after that. He opened up glass, and they eventually lost the hill there. But God, this is such a good setup. This is prime Halo right here, where he's just sitting tower. He knows exactly where these guys are going to come from. Shock rifle out, take them down on your way through. Just, I'm surprised. Did Collect die? No,
Yes,
he did. That's the big difference, right? What's interesting about this, right, is if Collect stays alive there, this is a huge setup for Native, because then you're forcing a back pipe spawn. Instead, when Chick dies and Collect opens up that spawn, when Chick gets the kill and Collect opens up that spawn, you see the spawners spawn closer towards Chick, towards that tower. It just gives them quicker access, and then they don't really feel that resistance right away coming off of spawn from Collect being in that position. It's not as oppressive as you think it would be having that setup. When you look top down, you're like, yeah, that's a pretty good setup for Native, but circumstances for Foe allowed them to be pretty quick on this crackback.
Kills aren't enough. It's what you do with it, and there we see Foe with the kill on Collect, regain control of the high ground on gold, and were able to break through because of it.
They were so fast to get toward long haul, and then they got that first pick, and from there they were just able to get Native out of that hill. So I think Native, they played the beginning of that really well. They were setting up to be like, okay, we're gonna have a perfect hill here, even though it's a very exposed hill, and then suddenly just one kill makes all the difference, right? And that's why it's so important when you're that perimeter player to understand that you can't just go take a one-on-one a lot of times, unless you are just aware that you're going to have you're going to cause mayhem for your team if you go down. And that's just what happens when Collect loses that one-on-one right there, because it opens up a lane for the other team to play through.
Native Gaming with a 2-1 lead in this series as we set our sights towards Argyle CTF for Game 4. And Tools, I think this sets up for the next conversation for this series as we watch Chick with the sniper in his hands. Chick, formerly of Quadrant. We saw both Quadrant and Foe lose about half of their rosters. The core remains and sustains, but a lot of team changes, a lot of chair shuffling in the EU region as Chick goes from Quadrant to Foe. Foe defeating Quadrant throughout the offseason and taking the #1 spot in EU. One of the best snipers in HCS, and I am excited to see him here on Argyle. I gotta imagine, Garrett, that's their sniper one. That's who you're gonna see with the sniper in your hand, in the hands of the Foe roster.
You think so?
I think so. I'm gonna take Foe. If I had to predict who goes sniper versus sniper, give me a Chick for Foe and McWin for Native Gaming. What about you?
See, that's what's interesting is mouse and keyboard player sniper, but I feel like it's mouse and keyboard has such an advantage on long-range gunfights in particular. I feel like you give Mighty's the sniper. You say, okay, all you really want from Mutem is damage. It doesn't matter about the kills. It's almost sometimes I feel like it's almost more valuable for these really great mouse and keyboard players that are able to put down a lot of damage just to go play mid-map and get slays. But we'll see in the kill feed. I'm very curious like who went and got the sniper for both sides. I think you give it to Mighty's, but Mick went on the side of Native getting his sniper.
All right, Mick win with it for Native Gaming, and still trying to see who's got the snipe for foe. I hear the shots ringing out, but I don't see the feed lighting up. Instead, it's McWin finding the finish on Mighty's. And I think it is Chick with the snipe for foe. Interesting start here as we have an early flag out for Native Gaming. Don't quite have the numbers advantage, especially on a map like Argyle, as Barcode goes down shortly after. McWin, though, gonna utilize that QT.
This is where McWin can be really dangerous, right? You get him in that mid-map with a sniper QT to get himself out of sticky situations quickly. You have to deal with McWin ASAP. You see that player on the top? I don't think he knows there's a player in that vent right there. Like, I don't think he knows he's crossed yet. Yeah,
he picks up on it, and he picks up the slay. Chick goes down, and foe, though, with a flag out. So that's 2 times we've seen a flag go out very early in the cycle, as there's not many down.
Look, players coming in from the backside. These players from foe staying alive for as long as they have has caused absolute mayhem. Wu-Tem gets up into the center. They're going down. All 4 go down for Native. Those 2 players cause absolute mayhem by staying alive. By the time for foe to get through to the mid-map, they get 4 down, and that secures a flag capture. That might be some of the best Halo we've seen yet.
Wuda with 2 triple kills already that we've seen in this series as he spurs foe to a 1-0 lead here on Argyle CTF, but 3 go down. A lot of resources are used for foe. Native Gaming look for a counter cap, but Collect goes down shortly after.
It just shows you the power that you can have if you stay alive in a place where you're not supposed to be, right? All those players from Native had to push backwards to try to deal with them, and just great heads up Halo makes the difference. Native, I think they need to get a little bit tighter in this game. So far, we're seeing them have a lot of space in between each other, and what's been happening is they've been going down a little bit too early. Tighten yourself up here. When you make this push together.
I agree, Garrett. The process seems to be just a step or 2 ahead for Native Gaming. They're playing the process a little too quickly, a little too soon, a little too ahead of themselves as APG goes down. Numbers advantage, though, for Native. Has them in the base of foe once again with another flag out. But I love this here, the process. They get the flag out, but they know they need more slays to advance it as they go for that, starting to play their process a little bit better. But on the other side, it's another flag out for foe as Mighty's has a run with it.
Yeah, I like that. Jimbo's the one with the sniper. I love this. Jimbo. For it. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, Jimbo.
You were saying?
That's my fault. I'll take the blame. Oh, no!
Oh, sticky from Mighty's as we're starting to see Native Gaming go down a little unfortunately there. And this is huge. I love this. I love this take to the top from Jimbo to utilize the grapple. Such a key equipment utility to utilize here on Argyle, especially when you're looking to make that quick flag run.
I think Jimbo almost got a collat right there on the other side, but you can feel that pressure coming in from the door right here for Jimbo. All it is about staying alive and keeping players accounted for. Unfortunately, APG, he is so good at finding the dead space on the map and getting through it. APG being able to find Jimbo unsuspecting is what activates his whole play and allows Collect to have a relatively easy flag run home.
Love that route there from Collect. Recognizing that 3 went down for foe, he takes the fast track and exposes himself through mid, but it was the right decision, the right process, most importantly, played there from Native Gaming as they utilize the positioning and the strategy to tie this game up at 1. Collect with another no-scope, long range there. Takes down 1, but goes down shortly after, and it feels like Native Gaming are starting to heat up.
They're playing a really clean game. Oftentimes, what happens is when you capture a flag, because you have to move yourself back towards your base, you give up a lot of space, and then the other team is able to find a counterattack because of it. But no, Native Gaming, they're very clear in how they play. They were expecting those pushes. They're able to find those early picks. And you would have expected some sort of counterattack to come through. Nothing happens. Instead, Native Gaming were able to play the neutral game once again.
After dueling caps for both sides, both teams now vying for that ever-important mid-map control as the battle ensues on the vents. But it's Jimbo instead who goes down. Barcode stays alive. No sniper left to work with. He's got to worry about that grenade ticking around the ventilation system. It's almost like a heat-seeking missile. You can hear it haunting him in his dreams, chasing him down, but Barcode stays alive for now, hearing more grenades explode around the ventilation system. Everyone, it seems like for Foe, knows about Barcode's location, but he just won't die. Now he's got the QT.
Oh, he has a player that was there. Jimbo took him down.
Oh!
Double kill.
So that's Jimbo saying, hey, you know what? You don't say it first, then I can get the shot down. And Jimbo, I love how everyone on Foe has had their chance with the sniper, right? We've seen Chick with it. We've seen Jimbo with it. It's just next man up at all points in time. They don't necessarily have to play the standard game.
I love that there. Body shot, headshot cleanup, headshot double kill on Collect as Jimbo looks to take ever important map presence, as it looks like with that 3 down for Native Gaming, Foe have won the mid map, and now they're looking to push through.
He's so good at predicting these next pushes from Native. It feels like every time we've seen Jimbo take a look at a specific sight line, that's when a player has been popping up, but this game has just slowed down immensely.
Jimbo looking to protect his teammate Mighties, but he's got a 1v1 he's got to worry about himself. As Woodham goes down on the other side, APG and Chick trade out. Nice no-scope again to the body from Jimbo. He's been consistent with that and consistent with the cleanup. Can he earn another one here? No, not for now, but the damage is enough to earn the time, to earn the positioning, to eventually take that player down. Flag gets reset, but this is looking good here for Foe as they have flipped this map on its head and regain numbers control and look to regain control of the map.
It's about playing the map in stages, right? That first flag, it's not necessarily about getting home. All it is about playing the long con, getting control of this map. And, well, it's been fantastic for Foe ever since. They've been just pressuring into this back base. Now, this flag that's been pulled out seems to have a much better chance of success.
Got to play this map in thirds, right? You get a flag out, it's not enough. Even with 4 down, you got to drop it around the initial point, 33% or so. And now it looks like Foe are going to run right through. They have enough slays. They have a 2-1 lead, and with just 4:45 left on the clock, this feels like a good one here for Foe. Now, again, this is what we're talking about all series. They have the lead, and even if it's just by 1, it feels like they're in full control of the pace of play, as we're going to start to see a little bit of desperation reek here for Native Gaming. Instead, on the other side, it's Mighties with another flag out. Foe looking to end it right here.
That flag just saved his life. Because that flag hit the top of that pole, he didn't go through to the elbow quick enough. And they weren't able to take him down. Collect goes down. He's still alive. Mighty's still alive. The flag's still out. It's only 2 players up, but no one can stop him in time. They're going down. It's only McQuinn. The flag's away. Mighty's is able to do this. They're just moments away. The first game for Foe can happen right here, right now. EU on top.
Foe, take it. And they take down Native Gaming quickly before they even get a chance to counter and potentially come back and tie it at 2. Foe say, no, 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 no. We are here across the pond. We have taken the travel. We're not affected by jet lag, as they look good here to start. And this is an important series again, Garrett, in that it's that 2-3 seed. And talking about the format, you get 4th place, you go home. You don't even get the chance to fight in lower bracket. And with the changes to the format, where 2 spots aren't guaranteed to MX and ANZ, it's going to be even more competitive there for that 4th and final spot. Foe giving themselves a little bit better chance to start off in the upper bracket side of things and avoid any chance of getting sent home before even starting off in champ bracket.
The kid's legit. The kid's legit. 17 years old, from Finland, mouse and keyboard. This is something that's just, like, has never happened in Halo before. Someone coming in on a different input, young player to
no
come
hours in
in
the game.
First
virtually.
LAN performance, he wins his first pool play match. Now, I think they were favored in this pool play match.
Sure.
Still, I was very impressed with how he played.
You can't take anything for granted, right? Just because Foe was the likely favorite going into this one. Native Gaming getting, in a sense, gifted their spot in pool play. But still, these are all professional Halo players. These are all the best Halo players in the world. And, well, let's just say it. Woodham, again, the newcomer from Splitgate, from Mouse and Keyboard, from Finland. Looks like he's meant to be. Looks like he's right at home.
I think that was fantastic through and through. Woodham has me excited. I can't wait to eventually talk to him and start to pick his brain a little bit about what his plans are and where he sees himself in the future. Foe look good. That's simple put, right? Like, you know, obviously Native, they're third in their pool right now. Like, they're the 3rd seed. They were supposed to be an open bracket. I think they're gonna have a lot of growing pains, and they'll eventually figure it out. But Foe is a team that's gonna be really dangerous. We're gonna have them on stream with Space Station eventually down the road. Very excited.
Who knows, man? I have SSG winning this weekend, but my prediction could get crumpled up and tossed into a trash can here because anything is possible this weekend. We just don't know heading into Season 3 with that new switch from the BR to the Bandit what's going to happen. It's all on the table, and it looks like Foe have found their 4th in Woodham, a potential superstar in the making. Can't wait to see where he lands in those statistical leaderboards. I have a feeling we're going to see him all across the top 10.
What's so interesting about this Foe roster is the success that they saw early on was with a different roster, right? Chick comes in, he's coming in, he's filling in that spot that was left from Snipe Drone leaving. Glory had left Foe, or I guess what was Navi before, when then they had to go find someone. That's where they found Wu-Tem. So this almost feels like they're getting picked apart left and right. But Jimbo's team still finds a way to play really well to get themselves, I think, a fantastic win. And the fact that, like, it wasn't necessarily that close. Like, they won each of those objective games by a pretty clear margin.
Well, what an incredible kickoff to our HCS Season 3 kickoff event live from Arlington. We got plenty more Halo for you guys on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We got more matches when we return.
The grapple with the plasma pistol. I'll tell you right now, walls can't allow you to do that. That was just a good play.
Aided with the double kill on the rockets off screen. Rob the Turtle still having plenty of snipe ammo to work with. That includes planting one onto the hip of Kratos, as a flag ends up being pulled here, but a no-scope out of Rob the Turtle. Oh my gosh. That must mean there's at least one rocket to continue to fight for. Now that Overshield is coming in, this doesn't seem like a very fair fight. And just send that rocket right back to sender, and Gunplexion not done. Still going to grind forward. 3 down. Go crowd pleasers. And although that's a favorable spot over toward the Mangler side, People's Champ are still pushing up. They're still putting down damage, and for going 3 down, luckily Hative wins a pivotal battle against Rob the Turtle. Gunplexion seemingly coming out of nowhere though with the Overshield and Bulldog combination. Now you overrun the Mangler side. Another 3 down. A triple kill out of Gunplexion. Almost gets the overkill. That player is hiding, but you can't hide for Gunplexion, at least not for long. Pseudo overkill for him. He's gonna keep it going here. That's 5 kills in a row on the way to moving this flag forward. Crowd pleasers, where are you at? Kratos, he can't even get off of his side.
His camo dissipates. It's a potential. They heard the audio cue. He looks for an opening, but not going to be able to find one. Has to back up. Has the repulsor to do so. Down the no shields. This is the opportunity for TSS to push it.
There's no shot. This man is still alive at the moment. Then puts the last shot with the Bulldog in. Then gets the perfect kill with the Stalker. This man should have been dead 12 seconds ago. But 3 down go TSS. A killing spree out of Persecute. He shouldn't even be alive right now.
His opponent at bay, and for now the Pride look to have their first score on the board. This would tie things up at 1.
Love to see the discipline that I'm seeing from Cardboard. This new meta where camo's on every map, you gotta know how to get the most value out of your camo, and he's done so with a triple kill to add to it. Can he make it an overkill? This man knows how to use a sniper as well.
This Cardboard looks to put it to good use. I believe this is a Solent sniper though. After that incredible triple, followed up by the double kill, no scope. Cardboard is popping off here early. Wow.
I told you this man is a problem. You do not want to play against him, and especially if he gets a sniper rifle. Putting that nice no scope to work early, and they've got a good setup for this hill as well, and he's not done yet.
Couple flags out on both sides though, as the red team seems to have the edge though. 3 go down for Pride, make it 4 as Morgan lines up the headshot. Got another one here. Great recognition of the spawns.
Besides, I think it's Native Red and Sentinels, the only non-OpTic SSG or phase teams to even place top 3 at one of these tournaments. So, I mean, look at this. Sparty has not missed a beat. This guy's absolutely insane. Almost gets the overkill. They lose a player in the process, but it's a 3-for-1 trade in Sentinel's favor. and they're going to continue to roll here. Looks like 2 body shots, but they both get the chain effect. That means it may be a triple kill for Valkated. We said we hadn't seen him much, but he is here, and he's popping off with the overkill extermination. Almost a kill tag, but barely misses. He's got to be upset about that one. Wow. To spawn trap a lot of teams. The problem is Sentinels is not making it easy.
Yeah, shout out to Valkated there on that overkill, and shout out to our observer, Nighty Night, as he seems to always have his eyes on the POV that's most likely for a multi-kill. And
into gold, we know the next hill moves back to batteries. Didn't even try to kill the hill player, instead favoring that transition play. Boobadooboo gonna launch himself in, make sure he does at least some damage before taken down, but Meanest with a mean double kill. Super clean, but Sparty's got one better. He said, oh, you can get a double kill? How about a triple kill and a little bit of hill time? How about that? Player to die on OpTic in quite a while. This strip cap's already looking powerful. You can already see OpTic spreading out, getting control of the map, and man, this guy just he just picks up a controller and he's right back to his old ways. Look at he might even make it. Oh, okay, I thought he was gonna hit the triple, but play any serious tournament match. They are talking to one another. They're having conversations. They're playing through every situation. Hey, okay, can we go for B here? All right, yeah, I'm pushing this way. I've got some damage here. This is a good time to go. You know, they're just telling you, they're just feeding each other.
2 players off in both directions to gain some space. This is a fragile position. Mental can take advantage of it, but Mental's out of ammo. He has nothing to work with here, Aliak, but the Ninja's gonna be able to refill the ammo count for now.
all right, Eli, here we go. OpTic Gaming versus the Stainers. Every time we thought a previous team was going to take on OpTic Gaming, they went down in the bracket, maybe looking a little too far ahead. Combat evolved off the ceiling as Formal catches it, has the shock in his hand, put it to good use off the rip. Headshot for one.
It does support the scene overall. I'd recommend to check it out. Lots of cool stuff in the shop right now. Look at the repulse, talking about cool stuff. The player basically killed his teammate with the rocket there. There's a map with a shock rifle on it. This man is probably going to grab it. He grabs the shock, tries to grab the ball, faces some pressure, decides to drop it, and it's suppressed with the overkill extermination. He's going to also throw his life away to get the ball into safety.
On the stats that don't show up for Boobadooboo is time after time he makes plays that don't show up in the stat sheets outside of the wins and losses more often than not wins. As Sparty shoots down the platform to get a little bit of that trickle damage onto Soul Snipe. Allow Rebellion a chance to regain the lead as they are in striking distance of the Sentinels, but Sentinels are in striking distance of winning round 2. Which way is this one gonna go? Suppress gonna have a lot to say about it as he's got the double, making it triple. Could be all 4, pushing through the Whitehall. Not to end up on Twitter? No! Oh my god, Suppress gets that player down to 1 HP. Almost his second overkill of the tournament from Suppressed. Not the overkill, but it's enough to regain the lead here for Rebellion as Suppressed is absolutely popping off with this shock rifle. Looking to end the round here as the last second push comes through from the A side. It's Suppressed. Keeps hitting shots! Doesn't even need a reticle or a HUD!
At this moment, you got to get the kills that matter. Like we talked about, we got to get a few kills in succession so we can start to progress across the map, get control of B and C once again. Right now, Space Station not going to make it easy. Eco with the flawless positioning
as it looks like Neptune is going to take down Eco. 3 go down for SSG once again, and this should start the time. No! Bound with such a clutch slay that Oddball was about to get grappled in for some scoring, but Bound takes him down. Isn't able to stop the scoring, though, as Native are able to recollect and regain.
Honestly, great awareness from APG. Grabs the grapple off of Neptune's body and does what Neptune tried to do just a moment prior. Does get the ball into safety, despite a great play from Bound. Bound, though, not done yet. Gets the ping on the camo player. I think might have also got a little bit of damage on him. Monster going to try to use the grapple with the plasma pistol. I'll tell you right now, walls can't allow you to do that. That was just a good play.
Aided with the double kill on the rockets off screen. Rob the Turtle still having plenty of snipe ammo to work with. That includes planting 1 onto the hip of Kratos as a flag ends up being pulled here, but a no-scope out of Rob the Turtle. Oh my gosh. That must mean there's at least 1 rocket to continue to fight for. And now that Overshield is coming in, this doesn't seem like a very fair fight. And just send that rocket right back to Ascender, and Gunplexion not done. Still going to grind forward. 3 down. Go crowd pleasers. And although that's a favorable spot over toward the Mangler side, People's Champ are still pushing up. They're still putting down damage. And for going 3 down, luckily Hative wins a pivotal battle against Rob the Turtle. Gunplexion seemingly coming out of nowhere though with the Overshield and Bulldog combination. Now you overrun the Mangler side. Another 3 down. A triple kill out of Gunplexion. Almost gets the overkill. That player is hiding, but you can't hide for Gunplexion, at least not for long. Pseudo overkill for him. He's gonna keep it going here. That's 5 kills in a row on the way to moving this flag forward. Crowd pleasers, where are you at, Kratos? He can't even get off of his side.
As his camo dissipates, it's a potential they heard the audio cue. He looks for an opening, but not going to be able to find one. Has to back up. Has the repulsor to do so. Down the no shields. This is the opportunity for TSS to push it.
There's no shot. This man is still alive at the moment. Then puts the last shot with the Bulldog in. Then gets the perfect kill with the Stalker. This man should have been dead 12 seconds ago. But 3 down go TSS. A killing spree on a Persecute. He shouldn't even be alive right now.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
His opponent at bay. And for now, the Pride look to have their first score on the board. This would tie things up at 1.
Love to see the discipline that I'm seeing from Cardboard. This new meta where camo's on every map, you gotta know how to get the most value out of your camo, and he's done so with a triple kill to add to it. Can he make it like overkill? This man knows how to use a sniper as well.
This Cardboard looks to put it to good use. I believe this is a Solent sniper, though, after that incredible triple, followed up by the double kill, no scope. Cardboard is popping off here early. Wow.
I told you this man is a problem. You do not want to play against him, and especially if he gets a sniper rifle, putting that nice no scope to work early. And they've got a good setup for this hill as well, and he's not done yet.
Couple flags out on both sides, though, as the red team seems to have the edge, though. 3 go down for Pride. Make it 4 as Morgan lines up the headshot. Got another one here. Great recognition of the...
Hello and welcome back to the LVT Halo stream. I got Jimbo with me. You guys just came off a 3-1 victory over Native. First of all, it was just first impressions. How you feeling first time on LAN with the new roster? How does it feel?
Feels great coming into this. Like, we've been scrimming a lot yesterday, and like we were kind of like hesitant on how Wutum's going to do because it's his first actual LAN event, but this guy's a natural, man. He's absolutely disgusting. It's wild.
So that's my key, is like first time on LAN playing with him, right? Just from not even gameplay wise, comms, it's being on that big moment. How did he keep up with the rest of y'all?
It's wild because we joke around. He seems the most mature out of all of us, which is weird. I'm 10 years older than the guy, but like he seems so mature. He's just absolutely like locked in all tournament long. He's just like, I just want to play. I just want to play. Like, he's ready. He's just absolutely like prepared beyond relief. It's great. Makes it a lot easier for me.
No, I think it's I think you guys looked phenomenal. Now the one thing that's been probably a little stress for you has been how often the team has changed. Just from the off season to now, we've seen probably 3 or 4 different iterations of the roster. Can you talk about this last change, how it's been feeling playing with Chick in for Snipe Drone, and how you guys got yourself prepared for coming into this tournament?
Yeah, it's weird playing with Chick because, and I've said it quite a few times, that he's been my rival for so many years, so it's kind of weird that now I'm getting to know him as a person, get to know him as a teammate, which he's an absolute great guy. I just want to say, like, to me, he seems like he's the French version of me, just the person he is in life. He's absolutely great, and his comms are perfect, right? You think of obviously being French and stuff like that. His comms are so perfect. It's actually like elevated us more because like just Nydrome wouldn't really call out as much. He's kind of like more of a just a run and gun guy, which is great. It worked for him, right? But Chick comes in and gives us that different level of comms, especially with the experience he's got, right? Obviously on the Quadrant roster, getting the top 3 that he did, like the guy is absolutely amazing for us. So it's been great. It's actually been, it was quite slow at first with the new roster. Obviously when we lost like the 3rd tournament, and it was like, oh my God, what the heck's happening now? But we just put our heads down, improved on what we needed to, and obviously we're in the situation we're in now, which is great.
Yeah, looking forward to future matches, right? Space Station, I believe, is going to be your next matchup. How are you guys preparing for that? Do you have anything special in mind?
Well, with Space Station, we feel like they're kind of similar play styles as like a business team. I feel like the older Quadrant roster, where like they're very, very aggressive, constant aggression. Obviously, their individual skill is immense on that roster, right? So we've kind of feel like we've got good preparation for that based on what we've played against. Like, we haven't really had the opportunity to scrim more kind of like structured teams, like you could say your OpTic and stuff like that. They're a bit more structured. So it's just kind of preparing for their aggressiveness and making sure we're like doubling up and everything. It's a shame we've got a 6-hour wait into our series, but that's just the way it happens, right? We literally play first match and then I think we're second last match of the day. So we've got a long wait. I think we're going to go scrim Proton in a couple hours, so we're going to make sure we're keeping our reps in between the tournament.
Then have you, when you first came in today, it's like, has it been a lot of have you felt like you had to be like a mentor for some of the players on your team right now? Obviously, Wutum's young. You guys say he's like the most mature. He's been coming in and playing. But has it been a lot of like just a little bit of advice here, a little bit of advice there? Has it been just like having a young first-time player on your roster?
I feel like I should be doing it, but I don't have to.
Which is great.
It's funny because way back when I used to play with the Buck twins, way back, like they used to be my mentors, right? And it's like, I never thought I'd be in the position that they were in for me. It's kind of weird how like time goes on because obviously that's like 8 years ago that I was teaming with the Bucks, but like they were the guys that would look after me at events, right? Like pay for the Ubers, all this kind of stuff as a kid. Whereas like now I'm the mature one. It's like
now it's your wallet.
I don't like this stuff, but obviously I'll do it because obviously it's a benefit of the team. So it's I feel like I do need to be the mature one and kind of help where I can, but like I said, I don't really have that issue with Wutum or Mighty's still young as well, right? But he's got good experience behind him now. So no, it's I don't have to do anything. I can just focus on me at this point, which is great. I need that.
Last year was a lot of heartbreak. I felt like when you guys got into those later tournaments, a lot of like heartbreaking Game 5 losses. What were the big takeaways from last year, and what did you work on to improve for this year so you don't have that same sort of result? Last
year we would play, especially in the Game 5 Slayers, we got to the understanding that we were never really the ones to make the move. Like, we were always frustrated that in Game 5s when it was close, like 50-49s, it was always the other team making the play and we were reacting to it. So and when we started to get better towards the final of last year, when we had Glory and Snowdrone on the roster, we started to be like, no, I'd rather us make the play. If the play goes bad, then that's just the way it is. Like, at least you tried to do something towards those later parts of the game, because it's better off doing that and then losing, especially like, say, for example, in Blackpool, when we made the plays, and obviously in the grand finals, like, we were annoyed that we lost that tournament, but we were the ones that made the play. So that's what we were happy about, and we've been doing that a lot on this team as well. And I think that's definitely been helping us. Like, we scrimmed 3 different teams yesterday, and it was like we were, pushing that a lot more, and that helped us. Like, we played Cole yesterday, we 5-0'd them. We had close to, I think it was like a 2-2 versus OpTic, and then I think it was like a 3-4 to SR. So it was a really good series for us when we're trying to keep on doing that. So like, we're confident beyond like absolutely right now. So it's great.
So when you make a change like that, right, when you're saying we're going to completely change our identity, like how we play these close situations, at what point does it become like natural, or are you guys still like having to be like that play call? It's like, hey, like we need to be aggressive here, like start going, or is it just kind of like a slow change over time where you guys were able to make that?
It's definitely slow over time. Like I say, still now there are points where I recognize it afterwards where I'm like, I should have made the call to do this, and obviously like. The more and more you get put into that situation, the more and more it will become natural, right? I think I'm personally not quite there yet. I feel like someone like Chick is there because he's been in that experience, that environment a lot more than me. So, which usually, at this point, it's me and Chick and Mighty kind of making the calls. So we still have those moments where it's like, okay, we need to do this instead of it being natural. But I feel like we're very close to that. The more and more we play, we're going to be at that point.
You guys are like truly, so obviously it's all EU, but your roster is 4 players from 4 different countries, right?
It's wild.
How does it feel? Like, obviously most of your practice happens online and stuff, but how does it feel kind of having a lot of diverse backgrounds when you guys are playing?
It's so different because I've come into the European scene and it's always been kind of mainly British players, so it's mainly English speaking and like organizing scrims on English time zone and stuff like that. Now, we have 2 mainland Europeans, and then we have Wutum, who's even further to the east.
Yeah, right.
We're no longer, like, I'm no longer on like the main time zone, so I've got to start like scheduling the scrims on their time zone just because out of respect. But it's very different. Obviously, I appreciate the fact all these guys speak English because I'd be screwed. Obviously, we got French, Dutch, and then a Finnish player on the team. I think if we couldn't speak English, it would be very hard.
I feel we gotta make a tournament happen where like every player has to speak their native language, and we make every team play with like all 4 different nationalities.
That would be a lot of fun
every time. But honestly, it's so cool to see like the evolution of the European Halo scene. Can you talk about that a little bit? Like how European Halo was when you first started, like, way back in those days when you were like teaming with the Bucks and stuff, compared to now with like the rise of the French players, the rise of like sort of these players coming out of mainland Europe.
Yeah, well, when I came into it, it was mainly UK dominant. I think the top 4, top 5 was mainly UK. And back when I first started on like Halo 4, it was like French wasn't really a thing there. Like there were some players. I mean, I suppose there was like Botanist and Hitterborg that would get top 4, but there was a lot of like Scandinavians when I started playing, and then the French kind of started to to creep up, especially on the start of Halo 5, and obviously that's when SLG and Fragger and those kind of players came into it. But it's like French, as we went on, a lot of the UK players kind of retired, and a lot more French younger talent came in. So the French has just been creeping us for a very long time. Obviously, finally, with the Quadrant roster being as dominant they have been, they kind of like took over the league, which is great, because I feel like with players like Legend and Shady and Seeker and SLG being as dominant, they kind of like guided a lot of the French players up. You got these young players like Sunrise at this event. Obviously, Chick kind of came into this game straight away, but he's not really a young gun anymore. Bastos and you. There's a lot of French players that are really, really good talent. They're like the kind of the top of the talent pool now, outside of the top 2 and top 3. So it's been a big transition between all the different like regions, which is great. So it kind of got a bit boring when it was like UK dominant. So it's great to see other European talent come up.
Right. So obviously you've been the one that's having to like scout talent and stuff. You guys found Wutem, but you want to give like a shout out to anyone else? Like, who else were you scouting in the European scene that you think is like next up to come? Like some of these younger players that you were like maybe thinking about giving a shot.
I'll be completely honest. A lot of them stopped playing.
Wow.
Because there was players like Lumiza. He changed his tactic like Sayer, and he stopped playing. Unfortunately, sadly, the European talent pool is kind of at low at this point. Admittedly, when Drone joined Quadrant, and like obviously we were looking at Chick, I looked at the other European options we had, and there's not really a lot of young talent that's going in there, which sucks because I feel like I've made a good, like, obviously all the different rosters we've made, I've stuck to that I'm going to go to new talent because I've kind of been in this rotation of older talent. Like, you know, I've been on all these players that are still about, but I know their limits and I know their weaknesses, so I've kind of got to the point where I'd rather take that risk on younger talent, and it's definitely paying off for me, which is great. But yeah, sadly, there's not a lot of European talent right now, which sucks.
Maybe HCS London kind of changes that, right?
I hope
for
so,
the first time having like Halo Infinite, it took this long for there to be a LAN. It almost feels like a little bit like H5 when we had that last London LAN. Just looking in the future, obviously your focus is here for playing them, but are you excited? Like not having to take a 14-hour flight?
I've literally got like a 30-minute train to the tournament. I could go home every night if I wanted to.
All you
train,
American
America, like trains is not a way to travel, but if you come to London, you're going to be using the train a lot. Like the underground is perfect for it, especially since the London event is actually 20 minutes away from the airport, which is absolutely amazing. Which to the UK, that sounds 20 minutes away from something sounds like pretty far still in the UK, whereas I've done it in the US, 20 minutes is like...
So it's like 20 minutes to get to Walmart.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's been different. Yeah, but I'm very excited for London. Obviously, it's great to have... I think my favorite thing about when we have events in London is there are so many US pros that a lot of Europeans have watched on streams for years, and it allows them to have the opportunity to meet their favorite pros. I remember in 2018 London, we had it. So many players were like, oh my God, that's sniped down. Oh my God, that's sniped by a Frosty. It was like they get to experience that. And I absolutely love that for the European European crowd. They get to experience that for the first time.
Yeah, I think we don't necessarily appreciate that. Like, you know, like being
to me, it's like, oh, that's Snipe Down. You know, I've played him a couple times.
Like, if you live in Texas, like, you see him every day. You know what I'm saying? But no, I'm really excited for it. Any like general piece of advice for someone going over to London? Like, what if you had to give one advice to someone that's coming from the United States to London for that event? What is it?
It's gonna be expensive.
Save up. Get a job. I see all y'all watching. Guys, it's a Friday. These are working hours. Go get yourself a job. Make sure you're making some cash. Save yourself up. Any shout outs you want to give? You know, you got that Women in Halo shirt on. You got the Europa Halo Blackpool. Rest in peace. You know, you're a mainstay member of like the grassroots Halo community, in my opinion. Like, you're always doing stuff for just like general Halo scene. Like any shout outs you want to give before we go?
Like I said, I got this shirt from my fiance getting second in that tournament, so shout out to her for getting second. She gave me this shirt. I do have a hat back home, so I got to represent the women of Halo. We absolutely love you guys, and obviously we love Europa Halo.
I'm so sad about Europa Halo, not gonna lie. But yeah, any last things you just want to get off your chest before we go?
Support Foe. Foe's stocks are up.
Foe. Okay.
Enjoy Foe.
You know, maybe Foe, that's a 3-letter word. You know,
Foe stocks are up.
Maybe Foe turns into LVT one day. You know what I'm saying?
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about you soon. We'll get them off sides. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you for coming on, Jimbo. Deeply appreciate you coming and giving an interview. Good luck with the rest of the day. Space Station up next for you guys, and some more action to be on stream. Complexity going up against Bittersweet. Stay tuned here to watch all the Bravo and open bracket action today.
Good pressure so far, Lynn Quadrant. Just about 90% done on this first hill, and they've kept Royal 2 silent here on the sandbags with the sniper rifle. However, though, finally 2 kills do go down. Oh, boy, what a way to to start the day.
Well, is it going to be good enough, though? 3 dead for Quadrant. FaZe Clan step into the hill pretty much for the first time.
Good pressure so far, Lynn. Quadrant just about 90% done on this first hill, and they've kept World 2 silent here on the sandbags of the sniper rifle. However, they'll finally 2 kills do go down. Oh boy, what a way to start the day.
Well, is it going to be good enough, though? 3 dead for Quadrant. FaZe Clan step into the hill pretty much for the first time.
Good pressure so far, Lynn. Quadrant just about 90% done on this first hill, and they've kept World 2 silent here on the sandbags of the sniper rifle. However, they'll finally 2 kills do go down. Oh boy, what a way to start the day.
Well, is it going to be good enough, though? 3 dead for Quadrant. FaZe Clan step into the hill pretty much for the first time.
Good pressure so far, Lynn. Quadrant just about 90% done on this first hill, and they've kept World 2 silent here on the sandbags of the sniper rifle. However, they'll finally 2 kills do go down. Oh boy, what a way to start the day.
Well, is it going to be good enough, though? 3 dead for Quadrant. FaZe Clan step into the hill pretty much for the first.
Really well for Rebellion. If you get cycle around the map, not so much overextending, but working his way through. And Snakebite works his way through the body shot on the aforementioned cycle. It's
good pressure so far, Lynn. Quadrant just about 90% done on this first hill, and they've kept World 2 silent here on the sandbags of the sniper rifle. However, they'll finally 2 kills do go down. Oh boy, what a way to start the day.
Well, is it going to be good enough, though? 3 dead for Quadrant. FaZe Clan step into the hill pretty much for the first time.
For Quadrant, this World 2 is going to be pushing back again. We're going to hold snipe here. 3 shots left in it, and you got to think, oh boy! The green box spawner did not have much of a chance. Take a seat, World 2, connecting on the shot. You got to think Quadrant, though, at this point. They're maybe thinking, goodness, if we just didn't let that first hill go, we'd be up 2-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the margins, though, right? And Quadrant have to step out. They have to play for these kills.
Here's the push, double push coming in. Snakebite also stays alive. They do not trade. It's a huge push to get 2 dead for Quadrant.
Snipe Drone gets 1, though. SLG ties it up. 2 for 2 on the map. Royal 2 gets 1, and now they're going to try and burst in. It's Snakebite who's trying to play for these kills. 2 seconds left on the game clock.
Glory.
And it is going to be Glory who steps in at just the last second. Quadrant cannot leave this hill, or it will be a FaZe Clan game.
All 8 players up. How does this battle go? Last moments.
Seeker gets 1. Frosty gets 1 as well. Glory's still inside of that hill. Is anyone going to join him here? They step back in at the last second. They are still inside of this hill, Quadrant.
2v2 on the map. Here comes Frosty. Does he have any help? Snipe Joe's still on the hill. He's still on the hill. He ties it, and he sends us into overtime. Unbelievable.
Team took the hill.
Well, I've had a lot of coffee this morning, but let me tell you, that woke me up more than anything. 3-3, Quadrant still with a never say die attitude. Everybody stacking inside of that hill.
We are just about 4 minutes into the game. However, they still have double their opponent's kills. 2 will fall. Renegade grabs a shock and evens the tides out just a bit.
Seeker got a double kill just before that, and Renegade went, how dare you? Just ripped his head off. Glory going to re-challenge here. Glory should be able to get this kill, but it's still going to be traded out in an awful situation there for Renegade. Just comes out of situations like that with trades.
Yeah, and also I gotta give huge shout out to Renegade there because he no. SLG with a very cheeky back wagon and angle change to hit that onto Frosty. A nice play from him to keep things.
3 kills for 1. That lead is starting to disappear here for FaZe Clan. Quadrant very much back into this one.
Nice timing here from Royal 2. Despite the shroud, we'll see if Glory should not be able to get away with it. And he does, and I tell you what, curious how the FaZe side is feeling after that one, because what was just a 9-kill lead is now just a 3-kill lead. Let's get into the first listen of the season with FaZe Clan.
Camel shot, guys. One night long haul, Brad. Nice kill, Brad. 3 days. 3 days. Nice, John. Love that. 4 dead. Sigurd just one. Sigurd 3 dead. Call spawners. Yep. Grapples up. Yep. Matt, you're solo. All blue. Blue tunnel. Hey. Nice, John. You, put some pressure on. Alright, I'm gonna walk out. I'm leaving it. You're good. Can we back blue? Yeah, 100% back blue. I'm in BR, hold on. Yeah, heard. One C plot. I see nothing back blue. I think they're 3 long one. Bond mid ready. Bond mid weak. C plot, triple, 2 C plot. Yeah, 2. I'm gonna die. One's 1 long on, 2 weak chip sack. Yeah, triple. I can't kill shit, triple. C plot. One shot triple, what the fuck? One shot triple, didn't know it. Yeah, we can't do much here.
Yo, I'm pushing long on for you guys. Yo, top pick has to be our as well.
Turn. C steps. Nice, John. C steps 1 hit, neither. C steps is 1 hit. Yo, bottom BR on me. I'll go triple. Bottom BR. Neither, Brad. Neither and C steps. Nice, Brad. Nice, John. One hit bottom mid on Brad. Nice kills, guys. Good shit. Yo, trap. Can we trap? Yo, pressure.
The Royal 2 is trying to just buy time for Snakebite to get in a position to help him before they even think about moving this one forward.
Good damage. They're coming in for Snakebite as well. Tied 1-1 here. Half of the game has been played. Ooh, very nice. Insta picks up 2. Beautiful stuff from Snakebite. This one could go.
I mean, he might be able to get a touch on this and keep it going. One play from Snakebite, and again, I have to say, a misplay. Again, not accounting for Snakebite. They knew he was in the fridge. Why are you flying at it in a straight line? Just try and get a little bit of damage before you're doing that. And importantly here for Quadrant as well, with the overshield coming up in 15, the fact that they're on the car side probably means respawners back base. They're not going to be in the fridge. They're not going to have an immediate line of sight. And now with Seeker moving in to take down Royal 2, is this the opening for them to get another overshield?
Overshield popping as well, but beautiful shots from Seeker. Can he do it again? Another perfect killing spree from him. And moments before this, I was about to say, I am loving watching what players are able to do with the Bandit. If he gets another one here, I swear he picks up another one against Frosty.
Snipe Jones got himself an overshield, and Quadrant have momentum. FaZe Clan, 2 dead in this game with 1 minute 40 left on the clock. SLG gets one. Glory gets a trade as well. As just in the last moments of this run, it's looking like Snipe Jones should be able to run this one. It takes a step, tries to force it in. And he gets it. It's 3-2 to
His opponent at bay. And for now, the Pride look to have their first score on the board. This would tie things up at 1.
Love to see the discipline that I'm seeing from Cardboard. This new meta where camo's on every map, you gotta know how to get the most value out of your camo, and he's done so with a triple kill to add to it. Can he make it an overkill? This man knows how to use a sniper as well.
His Cardboard looks to put it to good use. I believe this is a Solent sniper, though, after that incredible triple, followed up by the double kill, no scope. Cardboard is popping off here early. Wow.
I told you this man is a problem. You do not want to play against him, and especially if he gets a sniper rifle, putting that nice no scope to work early. And they've got a good setup for this hill as well, and he's not done yet.
Couple flags out on both sides, though, as the red team seems to have the edge, though. 3 go down for Pride, make it 4 as Morgan lines up the headshot. Got another one here. Great recognition of the spawns.
Besides, I think it's native red and Sentinels, the only non-OpTic SSG or FaZe teams to even place top 3 at one of these tournaments. So, I mean, look at this. Sparty has not missed a beat. This guy's absolutely insane. Almost gets the overkill. They lose a player in the process, but it's a 3-for-1 trade in Sentinel's favor. And they're going to continue to roll here. Looks like 2 body shots, but they both get the chain effect. That means it may be a triple kill for Valkated. We said we hadn't seen him much, but he is here, and he's popping off with the overkill extermination. Almost a kill tag, but barely misses. He's got to be upset about that one. Wow. To spawn trap a lot of teams. The problem is Sentinels is not making it easy.
Yeah, shout out to Valkated there on that overkill, and shout out to our observer, Nighty Night, as he seems to always have his eyes on the POV that's most likely for a multi-kill. And
into gold, we know the next hill moves back to batteries. Didn't even try to kill the hill player, instead favoring that transition play. Ubaduba gonna launch himself in, make sure he does at least some damage before taken down, but Meanest with a mean double kill. Super clean, but Sparty's got one better. He said, oh, you can get a double kill? How about a triple kill and a little bit of hill time? How about that? Player to die on OpTic in quite a while. This strip cap's already looking powerful. You can already see OpTic spreading out, getting control of the map, and man, this guy just he just picks up a controller and he's right back to his old ways. Look at it. He might even make it. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to hit the triple, but play any serious tournament match. They are talking to one another. They're having conversations. They're playing through every situation. Hey, okay, can we go for B here? All right, yeah, I'm pushing this way. I've got some damage here. This is a good time to go. You know, they're just telling you, they're just feeding each other.
2 players off in both directions to gain some space. This is a fragile position. Mental can take advantage of it, but Mental's out of ammo. He has nothing to work with here, Aliak, but the Ninja's gonna be able to refill the ammo count for now.
All right, Eli, here we go. OpTic Gaming versus the Stainers. Every time we thought a previous team was going to take on OpTic Gaming, they went down in the bracket, maybe looking a little too far ahead. Combat evolved off the ceiling as Formal catches it, has the shock in his hand, put it to good use off the rip. Headshot for 1.
It does support the scene overall. I'd recommend to check it out. Lots of cool stuff in the shop right now. Look at the repulse, talking about cool stuff. The player basically killed his teammate with the rocket tear. There's a map with a shock rifle on it. This man is probably going to grab it. He grabs the shock, tries to grab the ball, faces some pressure, decides to drop it, and it's suppressed with the overkill extermination. He's going to also throw his life away to get the ball into safety.
On the stats that don't show up for Booba Doobu is time after time he makes plays that don't show up in the stat sheets.
Outside of the wins and losses, more often than not wins. As Sparty shoots down the platform to get a little bit of that trickle damage on his Soul Snipe. Allow Rebellion a chance to regain the lead as they are in striking distance of the Sentinels, but Sentinels are in striking distance of winning round 2. Which way is this one gonna go? Suppress gonna have a lot to say about it as he's got the double. Making a triple! Could be all 4 pushing through the Whitehall. I'll end up on Twitter. No, oh my God, Suppress gets that player down to 1 HP. Almost his second overkill of the tournament from Suppressed. Not the overkill, but it's enough to regain the lead here for Rebellion as Suppressed is absolutely popping off with this shock rifle. Looking to end the round here as the last second push comes through from the A side. It's Suppressed. Keeps hitting shots. Doesn't even need a reticle or a HUD.
At this moment, you got to get the kills that matter. Like we talked about, we got to get a few kills in succession so we can start to progress across the map, get control of B and C once again. Right now, Space Station not going to make it easy. Eco with the flawless positioning
as it looks like Neptune is going to take down Eco. 3 go down for SSG once again, and this should start the time. No! Bound with such a clutch slay that Oddball was about to get grappled in for some scoring, but Bound takes him down. Isn't able to stop the scoring, though, as Native are able to recollect and regain.
Honestly, great awareness from APG. Grabs the grapple off of Neptune's body and does what Neptune tried to do just a moment prior. Does get the ball into safety, despite a great play from Bound. Bound, though, not done yet. Gets the ping on the camo player. I think might have also got a little bit of damage on him. Monster going to try to use the grapple with the plasma pistol. I'll tell you right now, walls can't allow you to do that. That was just a good play.
Aided with the double kill on the Rockets off screen. Rob the Turtle still having plenty of snipe ammo to work with. That includes planting 1 onto the hip of Kratos as a flag ends up being pulled here, but a no-scope out of Rob the Turtle. Oh my gosh. That must mean there's at least 1 rocket to continue to fight for. And now that Overshield is coming in, this doesn't seem like a very fair fight. And just send that rocket right back to sender. And Gunplexion not done. Still going to grind forward. 3 down. Go crowd pleasers. And although that's a favorable spawn over toward the Mangler side, People's Champ are still pushing up. They're still putting down damage. And for going 3 down, luckily Hative wins a pivotal battle against Rob the Turtle. Gunplexion seemingly coming out of nowhere though with the Overshield and Bulldog combination. Now you overrun the Mangler side. Another 3 down. A triple kill out of Gunplexion. Almost gets the overkill. That player is hiding, but you can't hide for Gunplexion, at least not for long. Pseudo overkill for him. He's gonna keep it going here. That's 5 kills in a row on the way to moving this flag forward. Crowd pleasers, where are you at? Kratos, he can't even get off of his side.
His camo dissipates. It's a potential they heard the audio cue. He looks for an opening, but not going to be able to find one. Has to back up. Has the repulsor to do so. Down the no shields. This is the opportunity for TSS to push it.
There's no shot. This man is still alive at the moment. Then puts the last shot with the Bulldog in. Then gets the perfect kill with the Stalker. This man should have been dead 12 seconds ago. But 3 down go TSS. A killing spree out of Persecute. He shouldn't even be alive right now.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Really well for Rebellion. If you get cycling around the map, not so much overextending, but working his way through as Snakebite works his way through the body shot on the aforementioned cycle. It's been all FaZe Clan. Frosty here with the shot in his hand, just looking to play Gatekeeper. A 3 push up at the top A side. Talk about commitment as Rebellion push all the way through into A. But 2 go down for Rebellion. FaZe answer it right back. Talk about defensive positioning here. Frosty on his own little flank, mini flank, takes down Suppressed, and that might just do it. Rebellion go 3 down. OpTic needs just a few more. Trippy, though, down to 1 HP. Gonna have to hit this sneaky jump to get back in the fight. And he misses, gets repulsed. He loses snipe because of it, and this could spell trouble for OpTic.
Best chance for OpTic to maintain their control in this hill, but with him taken down, there is an opening for Space Station to go in. Perfect grenade takes that player to perfect no-scope. Stellar with the play of the game so far. Almost the overkill, but Formal shuts it down, stays alive. Sticks, and he's still going to be one of the toughest players to beat in the world. Looks like, though, Space Station with the better opening strat. Bound going to get 2 kills and secure this OS. They get 3.
And a triple. As Bound opens up the way we're used to seeing. See Sparty flank up to Snipes. He's going to claim that for himself now, as that territory now belongs to Sentinels.
Boo Boo Doo takes the ninja. Oh my God, man, he's back belongs to Boo Boo Doo as he lands the ninja. Don't out BR Drunk 2. Oh my God.
Cleaner looks, not that clean though, as the pressure is on, the attention is on his head.
Oh, Stellar on the head of Lucid takes him down with a quick scope double.
SSG were able to tie it 2-0 with a minute and a half left. This is reminding me of that comeback they made on Aquarius where they're down 0-3, and they've got another flag out. Stellar with the final snipes in his scope, lands the no scope on dead zone, and this could just spur the series win. If he lines this one up on Formal, it could be all but over. As Stellar lands the shot, opens up more space for SSG on the map. You go down on each side. Renegade with a snipe. Renegade with a no-scope, making a double. Wow, that's a delayed double. Could have had a triple. Might still. Bound goes down to 1 HP. Down that A side of the map. Renegade gets the opening break slay, though, on Bound, so that's going to give FaZe Clan the chance to push through. They do, in fact, to the A side of the map, but Eco with 3 shots out of that DMR in a melee takes down one. Thought he had a sticky there. It actually lands on the player's suit. There's the sticky grenades. He does, in fact, despite the error in play, the 60-second mark.
Eco so disciplined, understanding how important it is for him to just survive on this part of the map. Tries to deny access to FaZe, but the sneaky play from Snakebite slithers his way through the blue pipes unseen, comes back to bite them in the back. In A, I think a member of FaZe might be at the glass here, which is going to make it even harder. Yes, Royal 2 with the triple kill from glass with the shock rifle.
Going to extend into A instead. They're going to force that spawn.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
All right, Eli, here we go. Dropping in hot. Mikowski alongside my duo from 05 as we join you guys for the second round of matchups. And the first score for Complexity as they get off to a good start. A highly contested opening hill, it looked like, but Complexity take the lead.
One of those guys that when he's talking about strategy, he's always talking about the transition from one hill to the next. Are we prepared for the next hill? And if not, should we delay the capping of the hill? You know, there's a lot of big brain plays that we see from Rhino.
Cerebral. That's, if I could pick one word, what's the one word you'd use to describe Complexity? It's cerebral. Led by the veteran, Ryanoob. He's got a couple of crackheads underneath him, Descendant, Huss, and Precision. I think this team, Eli, I really like the composition. You got 2 main slayers, if you will. Again, crackheads and Precision and Descendant, the artist formerly known as Karmea. And then you got 2 bruisers in that almost support role in Huss and Ryanoob. And that trickles down to that philosophy of 2v2 Halo where Precision and Huss are a duo, and Descendant and Ryanoob make for the other duo on the other side. One of my favorite compositions of players in the HCS.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, just from a fundamental, like almost philosophical standpoint, the way these players approach the game, they all just fit together well. But even more than that, they have good vibes, good chemistry. If you watch these guys play, they're always having a good time. It doesn't matter if they're playing against FaZe or against a top 16 team. They are always bringing the vibes. They also all trust each other. They believe in each other. They hold each other accountable, more importantly than the rest. Like, if one of them is messing up, they're going to say something about it. And I think that's massive for a team's success in the HCS.
And they can say that to each other without feeling offended or slighted.
Right.
We got a chance about a month ago as part of the Armed Forces esports championship to work directly with these guys for Complexity. You got the new coach Ashes as well. That's a massive buff to them, and we got a chance to see behind the scenes. We got to sit in on scrims. We got to participate in scrims with them, and just the way they communicate with each other, it's a true brotherhood on Complexity. On the other side, Bittersweet, you got some players to worry about there as well. Breaking Shot, one of my picks, and I know yours too, for a potential Rookie of the Year run there. You got Cherished, who acts as that glue player. He's so confident, almost a bruiser role as well. Doesn't back down from a gunfight. We saw him yelling actually at OpTic Gaming last year at HES Arlington when Status Quo took a game off of OpTic on the main stage. And then you got Piggy and Morley rounding out the squad. I really like this Bittersweet roster and wouldn't be surprised if they make some noise here this weekend.
Definitely agree with you. So much talent on the side of Bittersweet. What is playing against them, though, is time in. I mean, these guys had so many team changes throughout the offseason. You know, at one point they had Last Shot. Obviously, Last Shot finding himself on Native Gaming now. But at the end of the day, as everything shook out, this could have been potentially one of the best versions of the team that they've had. So even despite the tumultuous offseason, they're looking quite strong as they try to get the third hill. They actually looked like they could have gotten this one, but Complexity just too strong. We'll have to see if they can maybe rotate here and get in position for this Mud Hill. This is the new hill. We didn't see it last season. In my opinion, one of the harder hills to cap. I mean, it's just so exposed and in the open. There's multiple vantage points to get into here, but already we see Complexity in the perfect setup. We see a player that's watching Big Door, a player on the tower, the player in the hill actually with the sniper, which is precision, and this man is absolutely precise with it. And Huss, look at that. He's just watching Big Door. He just knows his job within the setup, and he's going to do exactly that, and they're going to make Bittersweet's life very difficult to even get over here.
An unbelievable start here for Complexity. Took a minute off of the clock to get to 3-0 in this game. And before we're even done talking about both teams, kind of introducing the audience to this series matchup, Complexity looked to already take game one as they have a convincing lead on this fourth particular hill. But just as I say that, 4 go down for Complexity, and now Bittersweet have their best chance. And we talked about this between Tools and I in that first round matchup. You'd almost rather go down 3-0 with 4 minutes left than go down 3-1 with less than a minute left. And that's what Bittersweet's staring at. They have the time, but they're down big.
I would say that of all the King of the Hill maps, this one, more than any other, does have that comeback potential. Even if you're down 3-0, it is very feasible to come all the way back, especially with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Complexity, though, they look to just shut this out right here, right now. Descendant picking up this new sniper is scary. So far misses the first 2, but this guy, I feel like, has probably been one of the most improved player throughout the lifespan of Halo Infinite in general. I mean, we had the pleasure of working with him before, and he was just a young gun with lots of talent, but now under Ryanoob, he's now 4-0ing the likes of Bittersweet, who are certainly tough competition.
Yeah, and talking with Descendant, at that time known as Carmea, and you're right, we got a chance to coach him up a little bit in the very beginning of his days of HCS, and Eli, he was a player that would G-slide just for the sake of G-sliding, right? He would just because he could. And we always say, as veterans in the scene, we've been competing and around for 20 years now, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I feel like that's the noticeable improvement I've seen between Descendant. And it almost makes sense for him to have that name change from Carmea to Descendant, because not only has his name changed, but his game has as well. The strategy, the pressing on the gas at the right time, holding the brakes at the right time as well, maybe most importantly, has been such a stark evolution and growth in this young man's career, and I think we're just seeing the start of Descendant.
You make a great point. I mean, whenever somebody changes their name, it represents more than just a name change. It's almost like I'm being reborn as a new player. It's kind of like I guess what's behind the name change more often than not. And I see that with him. I see that with Dead Zone. Dead Zone's trying to approach the game differently. He wants to leave the Penguin days behind. Now he's going to be Dead Zone. Descendant here wanting to leave the Carmea days behind, and now he's Descendant. And I don't know, it's so cool to see kind of the evolution of these players and come into their own. He's still very young as well. What, he's 19 maybe?
Yeah, 19.
Tops. And Ryanoob, kind of like the dad of this roster. Shout out, he's actually a dad, IRL as well. I mean, the guy's got a lot going on in his life. But what's crazy to me about Ryanoob is we've seen him be a phenomenal player ever since we first saw him as a really good noob at the Dallas Combine in, 2010? And now it almost feels like he's playing better Halo than ever. Like, he's so adaptable. Like, he used to play that slow, methodical style, and that's what he became known for. But now, surrounded by these guys, he's like, man, I got to speed up to keep up with these kids. And he's really picked up the pace of his gameplay.
Well, Eli, you judge Ryanu based on the eye test, seeing improvement. We checked the stats. He has improved. He's at the very top of the list as it relates to KDA. And you'd be surprised. He didn't jump off the stat sheet necessarily in that regard last season. How has Ryanu gotten to new heights where he's climbing up 10 years into his career? He's like you said, maybe the best he's ever been. He's not getting more kills. He's getting more assists and less deaths. So he's playing smarter. He's really defining the role, it feels like, for Complexity. Talk me through what could lead to or create this almost renaissance we're seeing from Ryanu.
I mean, the thing about a brilliant mind is the more time in they have with something, the more clearer the picture is in their minds. Like, he's now had so much time with Halo Infinite that he sees it from a different perspective than he previously had. And I think he's kind of seeing these young, talented players that surround him as just like supercharged chess pieces on his chessboard. And he's just sending them out like, oh, you didn't know the Queen could do a backflip no-scope? Yeah, that's crazy, right? Only on this team they can. But Ryanu just controlling the pieces of the squad. And I feel like he's just got a really full understanding of the game. And he also thinks about the game a lot differently than other players too. So once he gets into this like rhythm when it comes to a specific Halo title, that's when he's at his most dangerous.
And if Ryanoob's at his best and most dangerous, well, so too is Complexity. And they're one of my picks this weekend for, it's hard to say dark horse because they're a clear top 6 team, I'd say. They have the #1 seed in their pool after placing 4th in the major qualifier. They, at one point in the offseason, upset FaZe with a reverse sweep, no less.
Right.
Is that possible, you think? Is a top 3, top 4, like we saw online, possible for them on LAN? And if so, how are they going to do it?
It's 100% possible. I think there's a lot of squads that are in that conversation. I mean, Shopify comes to mind as well, but I mean, it really just comes down to taking every single game one step at a time, every single situation within each game one step at a time. And I think that's what makes Complexity a good roster, is that's how they treat every single game. It's not, yeah, we've got a game plan, so let's just go in and hope that it works out. They're adapting their game plan on the fly, moment to moment. And that is such a powerful thing in this game where it's such about modulating your pace, like knowing when to speed up, when to slow down. I feel like Complexity might be one of the best rosters in the game. I mean, that's how I think of FaZe, SSG, and OpTic, and that's really what I'm seeing from Complexity. And they're able to come up with counter strategies on the fly against those kind of teams. So they're just an exciting team. I don't know if we could get a listen in at some point throughout the weekend, just so you guys could hear what I'm talking about. I mean, these guys are coming up with game plans in the moment. I think Ashes has a lot to do with that as well.
This is why we're duos, Eli, because that was exactly where I was going to take it next. And you look at Ryanu, and we talked about his statistical improvement in KDA. I think one of the reasons that is because he doesn't feel the weight so much anymore to be that player coach. He can now be the support role player that I think best suits a guy like Ryanu, who's in, like you said, year 10 of his Halo career. Ashes, a big reason why Ryanu does not have to worry about specifically almost like leaning in on every breath, like he's got to IGL, he's got to make the right call. I don't think he feels that weight and pressure anymore with Ashes. Talk to me about Ashes, the coach for Complexity, as we kick off this game 2 on Recharge.
No, I think you're right. He doesn't have to micromanage anymore because he's got Ashes behind him. You see Ryanu come in between games, like he'll give a little pep talk about what went right, what went wrong, but between different games and series, but he doesn't have to do that in the game. And I think that Ashes, I mean, the guy's won, what, 23 LAN championships, granted in a different game, Gears of War. This is his Halo Infinite coaching debut, but don't get that twisted. Everyone else in this tournament has immense respect for Ashes and what he's done in Gears of War, and if he can just bring those vibes, that positive energy, keep them locked in, make sure they're focused on what they need to focus on, but also not feel the stress that can come with tournaments. You know, there's a kind of a balancing act that you have to do as a coach to keep your team comfortable and locked in.
A true 5th is Ashes, is Complexity. Woo! Take a 5+ kill lead, 7 to be exact, 9-2 off the start, and I almost feel like they're playing an objective game mode the way Complexity are methodically chipping away at Bittersweet's live control. They're almost on the brink of a 2-possession lead, and we're not even 2 minutes in.
This is unbelievable. I mean, precision, man. Already 6-0, hasn't died yet. And they're giving the man the shock rifle because he's insane with it. This guy hits so many shots. Actually, no, Descendant now with one with the shock rifle. And he's just going off. tries to turn 2 on Cherish, but look at the discipline here. I feel like in prior seasons, we would have seen him chow to the death in that moment, but says, you know what, I trust my squad. I'm going to back up. Maybe I can get my shields back and ultimately trade this out, as they do. Now have a 9-kill lead. And the way that they play this map and mode, it feels like they just kind of flow around the map together. Rhino, the first time that any of them have been kind of on an island, we'll see if it pays off. No, he does get taken down. This could be actually the opening the Bittersweet needed. Rhino taking a gamble there, trying to get control of gold, but he gets shut down.
Yeah, really getting to see a first-hand look at the maturation of Descendant and at the improvement from Complexity. As they're a team that was sometimes vying for top 12 even last year. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think Complexity is going to be a mainstay in the top 6, and who knows, maybe even break through into the big 3, as Bittersweet have come back in this one, however slightly, down by 6 now, but really need to find a good stretch of gameplay. They really need to find some split spawns here, as Cherished earns the slay on Huss. Piggy finds another slay as well, and this one's back to a 5-kill game.
Precision all the way up to 11 already, more than half his team's kills. Bittersweet have done a good job to come back here, but now back into the neutral state, either team with a clear advantage. We do have Descendant with the next shock rifle, and he's just waiting to see if a player rotates through gold. Since he hasn't seen anyone for a while, probably hearing callouts from the rest of his squad, maybe feels like it's safe to go ahead and rotate into A, so see him taking space here. I think the team understands that they're all trapped in the tower. They're kind of methodically setting up this collapse here. Descendant goes in a little early and dies for it. Does a lot of damage, but ultimately that trade goes in Bittersweet's favor. That shock rifle also going to trade hands.
Fantastic bait and switch there from Bittersweet. Has them down now just 3 after what's looked like a really, really strong version of Complexity at about 1.5 games through this series. But Bittersweet have life, and they have 2 down. Looking to make it even more as Mortally works his way off the back of C with numbers advantage. And a dwindling lead for Complexity, elects to just regain his shields, and you can see that trying to bait some players into Piggy's reticle.
Interesting. They're kind of taking a page out of SSG's book. If you'll recall, SSG versus OpTic at the World Finals, they just held back C Silo essentially the entire Game 5 Recharge Slayer. It kind of works, right? But the problem right now is they don't have the lead. Usually that's a play that you want to elect for when you have the lead, force the other team to come to you. But, I mean, if I'm Complexity, like, I can take my time. I'm not that concerned with pushing into C, and we see that patience paying off here. Precision now, given the camouflage after winning that breaking sequence, waits for Rhino to show up. Look at the teamwork here. Positioning almost perfect. Complexity having each other's backs. Huss with a nice flank on the other side of the map as well. These guys are always finding openings that the other team does not expect, and it ends up trading significantly back into Complexity's favor. What was prior only a 2-kill lead, they've now blossomed back to a 7-kill lead now.
Yeah, it's a team killing spree plus for Complexity, which has them hovering around that 2-possession lead and heading into the 40s. You feel like that would feel like a convincing lead for Complexity, as they're now up by 6, make it 7. Players going down back and forth as Bittersweet has made things close, but they haven't had that same stretch of gameplay like we've seen from Complexity. And let's just keep it real, they haven't had a player on their roster like Precision, sitting at 14, 4, and 7. Absolutely incredible. He's got half the kills of Bittersweet. And this game was momentarily close, but now it's busted wide open. Almost a double-digit lead now for Complexity as they look to finish strong.
Complexity getting 4 dead without dropping a single death at the same time. Those moments are massive in Team Slayer. That means you can spread out, you can take space on the map, force the other team to spawn in a specific spot. That's exactly what they've done. They let them spawn in A, and look, they're ready to collapse back in on them. Bittersweet all charging out in one direction and somehow get out of the situation with 2 kills. Very impressive from Bittersweet. You have to think that Complexity had a major advantage after sending them 4 dead.
Especially in the sense that Complexity really played for the trade. Felt like they had some trades there with those grenades at the back of gold. Instead, Bittersweet get a clean feed, and it's still not enough. 40-30 as Complexity, despite a nice stretch of gameplay, you could argue, from Bittersweet, they still have a convincing lead in this one. And now it's Huss jumping on the kill train. He's got 10, 4, and 8 as he pushes into the top of A. Earns another slay with the hands. Now he's got the commando out, looking to take down a second player. But, oh, a little, almost like reverse ninja, you could call it there, for Cherished, as he takes down Huss. As this one is gonna come down to the camo, and if Bittersweet want any chance, they have to find maximum value here from Piggy.
I'm happy to see Piggy as the one with the camo. I feel like Piggy, one of those really patient players, understands exactly where his moments to strike are. I think he's definitely one of the standout players on this roster. Doesn't pick a very obvious route, but he gets shut down. Kind of bad timing there. Thought that maybe he could sneak through on the bat ledge while his teammates swung in from the sides, but Complexity seemingly ready for it. Maybe predicting bat ledge would be a optimal route for the camo guy. If that's the case, then they can play defense against it.
This is so impressive from Complexity. It was at the halfway mark, a 2-kill game, and they're going to have 2 digits plus on top as they're up by 10, looking to finish strong. 47-37 here as Complexity look for the finishing touches here in Game 2. Less than 5 minutes on the clock, but less than 5 slays needed to secure the victory as Cherished gets the sticky. But again, Complexity strategically playing for the trades. That's going to be enough as they take the victory here convincingly. And it's early. This is only the second series that we've watched so far on the day, Eli, but Complexity looking like one of the top competitors as they're playing a very clean version of Halo. They're getting up in the lead convincingly, and it looks like when they're challenged, they're answering the bell as well.
To me, it's all about precision, man. We've been talking about precision for a long time, back on that G1 roster, and it really all the rosters he's found himself on. He's been, when you watch his screen, you can almost just sense that there's just something different about the kid, right? Like he has immense natural talent, but the difference between the past and now is in the past, he would kind of overextend because he's so confident in his individual ability.
A little bit like Descendant.
Right, exactly. It's very similar to Descendant in that way. But now they both are playing with maybe like a greater perspective of the entire game and just understanding how they can push their skill to its limit, but not have it be a detriment to their team. Because in this game, man, as soon as one of you die, it's like a domino effect. The rest of you are infinitely more likely to die just because you lose one player. And I think they're starting to understand that domino effect and kind of valuing their lives a bit more. And as a result, I've seen Precision with more 19 kill Slayer games than we've ever seen from him in the past.
And let's talk about the man that's setting him up, Huss. We had a chance to work with him a lot on that previous roster, and he told us, I prefer to earn assists. I get my dopamine, I get my enjoyment from the game earning assists. And talk about a guy who's earned his way here, Huss. If you take a look at his placements historically, Eli, he was placing on lane at the start of Halo Infinite in Season 1, top 48, top 32. I mean, this was not a guy who's blowing the roof off with his performance and with his placings, but he's found a way here into the top 8, and he's looking to solidify it here with Complexity. Talk about his maturation and growth. And if you take a look historically at all of the top 50 Halo players in Halo Infinite, Huss was really the only guy that I saw a couple of top 32s and top 48s. There's really nobody else out there that's improved as much as Huss.
Yeah, I mean, he's really worked his way up. Previously competed in Call of Duty. So he's got a background in other games, but I mean, we all know Halo is its own beast, right? Like you just have to have time in. You've got to play through so many scenarios to just kind of understand how the game flows, understand how to create advantageous situations for your squad, keep them at a disadvantage. And it's been a long learning process for him. I think he's been a great player for a while now, to be honest, but he just hasn't really had that standout like LAN performance just yet. That G1 roster that he was on felt like it was consistently underperforming. Maybe some stuff going on outside of the game that was impacting that team. So, now that he's on a squad with Complexity behind him, established org, they have an amazing facility. Man, I miss those PCs. I wish I could go back. But
550 frames.
Oh, God. These guys are spoiled now, man. And I feel like it kind of created the condition that they're able to just be the best versions of themselves. And it's really come into what we're seeing today.
Yeah, you talk about that facility and the opportunity to be a part of one of the most historical organizations in competitive gaming. And I go back to a guy like Descendant. We spent so much time with him in the last couple of weeks. I looked into his eyes and I saw a guy that realized that the moment's now. The opportunity is here. Everything that he's worked for, all of his dreams are coming true. And to make them a reality, he needs to put the time in, he needs to put the work in, and he's done exactly that. And what better way to do it than at the Lenovo Center in Frisco, Texas, as we've seen the Complexity roster continuously boot camp. It feels like months ahead of time. And Eli, as a former Halo Pro and a coach here at Halo Infinite, you put the time in, you usually win.
I mean, you got to put in the work. I mean, people ask, how do I be more confident? Do the work. You literally got to do the work to feel better about your gameplay. And then when you show up, it's literally just execution. Like there's no doubt in the back of your mind because you've prepared for it. And I think that's what these guys have been doing. They've been preparing. I mean, just a few days ago, they beat FaZe in scrims 8-6. I know it's scrims, guys. Trust me, I know it's scrims. FaZe definitely a different beast when it comes to LAN, but there's just not many teams that can say they even beat FaZe in a scrim. You know what I mean? So Complexity just doing the work. I feel like they're putting the time in. They're talking through situations. They're figuring out not only how to play against teams like Bittersweet, but also the top 3 in the world. And that time's going to pay off.
Can they beat OpTic?
I think they can beat anybody. What's so crazy right now about the current state of Infinite is the top 6 are all capable of beating anyone. But the problem is, like, how frequently do they do so? Like, I still think that the top 3 are still the top 3 when it comes to, like, the grand scheme of things. But on any given day in a 5-game series, you know, any of the top 6 can win 3 games against anyone, right? So it's just, we're in a very exciting part of Halo Infinite. This whole season's going to be crazy, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if, you know, one of the top 6 teams, quote unquote, like Complexity or Shopify, find themselves in grand finals multiple times this season, you know? So I think FaZe still far and away the biggest team right now. SSG really close, though, to be honest. So by far and away, probably not the right words, but I mean, everybody's just so close, and all these series are usually won by the tiniest margins. It's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, it just feels like that big 3 moniker that we've given to SSG, OpTic, and FaZe in year 3 could become the big 4, because lying in wait are 3 teams that could absolutely take that spot. You got Complexity, you've got Rebellion, and then don't forget about Sentinels, a team that made it all the way to the grand finals at SLC last year. So the competition could not be any more intense, and I think you're right, Eli. And it just speaks to how difficult it is. I was doing my top 8 predictions this morning, looking through teams, and I'm like, man, I'm leaving out Quadrant. I'm leaving out Bittersweet. I'm leaving out great teams. Right. And it's just because the level of competition has gotten so intense. In year 3, we know historically is always the best year of Halo. We look back at Halo 2 with the final boss dynasty and their rivalry with Carbon and taking it back at the end, and Halo 3 with Straight Rippin' and Believe the Hype, Triggers Down, Instinct. And even as recently as Halo 5 with the Tox Dynasty and getting cut down by Splice in that upset fashion, year 3 has always delivered the best of Halo. Why is that, Eli?
I mean, it's just the meta has time to evolve and breathe, and like when a game first comes out, there's a few strategies that work, so people start to do that. Then people come up with, okay, is there a way to counter that? And then by year 3, there's counter strategies to counter strategies to counter strategies, and it's just like, who is making it work in the moment to moment? Who's icing up? Who's hitting those shots? And when the game is almost solved, like the spawn system is just fully understood by every player that's in pool play, right? Like it's not that hard to figure out. If you guys are in these 3 spots, they spawn in this 1 spot. So now that they all understand how the game works, it just comes down to who's icier in the moment. And I think that's what makes it so intense and just so much more exciting of an esport in year 3.
Well, we've got Game 3 up next, Aqua CTF. We got a chance to watch a little bit of Aqua TS earlier, but I'm really excited for this. This is the fast track of CTF. Not like on Argyle requiring 3 team wipes sometimes to score a flag. You might actually be able to sneak one in on Aquarius. That's how quick it is. Talk to me about the changes, though, from Season 2 to Season 3, because Aquarius probably the map that changed the most in the offseason.
Honestly, with the addition of the overshield, this map is almost playing even faster in CTF, because just grabbing an overshield, if you're able to get out unscathed, which is kind of a problem in its own, but if you can get out with significant OS left, it's usually the conditions to go ahead and start running a flag. So I think all these teams playing it incredibly fast. Whenever they get even a slight advantage, they take it. And this is very interesting right now. Complexity actually all 4 in their own base, just kind of baiting Bittersweet in. I've never seen this before on this game type. They're all 4 just holding up in their own base. Maybe they knew that Bittersweet had the overshield or the heat wave, and it's not really paying off, to be honest. I think this is a map you kind of want to spread out and get some multiple sightlines, and it's kind of fun to see, though, right? It shows that they're willing to come up with maybe not unexpected style. And as I say that, Bittersweet get the first cap after a kind of unorthodox start from Complexity.
1 minute off the clock and a 1-0 lead for Bittersweet as they strike first here in Game 3 and really get their first strike of the series. And Eli, it just goes to show once again how important the OS is. It feels like you got a 99% chance to score if you grab it. You got a 99% chance to stop a score if you grab it. And there we see Cherish doesn't even get any quote-unquote value out of the OS, but just seemingly being that distraction, being that bait, causing all of the grenades and focus to go onto that P side of the base, allows Bittersweet to score, but the counter cap is on and through the mid-map as Descendant has it through the generator, looking to generate a little bit of offense here for Complexity as he does just that. A quick one here. Back and forth we go, 1-1, and there's less than 2 minutes off the clock.
Descendant just running the flag in behind 2 bodyguards. They are shooting everyone else on the map just to keep him safe. They do die. Looks like Precision and Descendant, last 2 alive on the squad though. This thruster now respawning every minute currently. Just have to see if they can fix the red rack issue with that later in the season, but it's going to be a fair amount of thrusts on this map. Not quite as many as we saw last season. There's not 1 in each courtyard, just that 1 top middle, but look at this. Complexity goes 4 dead as Cherish grabs the overshield. He's also got a heat wave, and they probably also picked up that thrust, so massive sandbox advantage. Can they convert it into a flag cap?
And this is by design. We talked about in that first series designated snipers on the squad. I think there's designated overshield grabbers as well, and you can see here for Bittersweet, they're vying to get Cherished with the overshield, but he works his way back to a defensive positioning with that OS. What are you seeing here, Eli?
Complexity all spawn P side and all run through to Bittersweet's base. They said, okay, they have our base, let's just take theirs. And now they're just going to make it impossible for this flag guy to come in. If they can secure a couple more slays, they're working together. Precision, last guy alive. He's going to probably want to pull this flag out. No, he's going to see if he can get another kill. Doesn't come in now. Players coming off spawn. They might be able to shoot through the window. But no, it's a 2-1 lead now for Bittersweet. But you got to respect the play out of Complexity.
Like a professional boxing match, this one's got a couple jabs going back and forth. Nobody's landed a haymaker just yet as the counter punch goes through on both sides, but it's Bittersweet with the lead, 2-1 here. And despite scoring previously, they're going to get a chance to earn the mid-map. If not for Breaking Shot going down at the pink side, you're going to see 2 players trickle through for Complexity. But Cherish goes down quickly after. Piggy picks up the double kill, though, as this thing starts to reset. And it looks like, yeah, Bittersweet will have mid-map control as they take 3 down and look to score a third one.
Bittersweet looking very good in this game. I would say that it kind of feels like Complexity is almost in like an experimental phase right now. Like they're just experimenting some very unorthodox strategies to see if it could work out. Better to do that against a team like this than against OpTic, you know? So curious to see if they decide, all right, let's just play the game the normal way and stop going for these crazy strategies. We'll have to see.
Complexity litmus testing their way to a potential 3-0 sweep here against Bittersweet, but Bittersweet has plenty to say about it. But it's Complexity now with their first overshield of the match. We saw the previous 2 go to Cherish, now Precision with an overshield in his suit, looking to put it to good use. Takes down 1, looking to push in. Land the nade shot double onto Piggy, gets him pressed in the back wall, back of the flag as he goes down. Nice trade there as Precision takes him down, but Cherished earns the slay as well. And a little battle rifle quick flick onto Huss takes him down as well. 2 go down on each side of the map, and we have a new battle for mid-map, but it looks like once again Bittersweet are going to win it.
Yeah, right now Bittersweet honestly just outplaying Complexity in a majority of the situations. That's why they have the 2-1 lead. Got significant slay advantage as well. You see some teabagging coming out. Cherish disrespecting his elder, Ryanoob. Don't know how that's going to play into factor. There's some players you really don't want to teabag, let's be honest. Like, Sparty comes to mind. I feel like he just turns into Super Saiyan Sparty if you teabag him. I don't know about Ryan. We'll have to see.
I'm not surprised to see that at all from Cherished. Like we talked about that anecdotal reference to last year's HCS Arlington, where Cherished is standing up on the main stage in a 1v1 with Formal winning it while he's practically standing up looking at him. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know how he won that, but I'm not surprised. Cherished is a guy who's going to get in your face. He's going to give you the body disrespect. He's going to bag you. It's just a fact of life as Bittersweet look to maintain this 2-1 lead. Cherished. Excuse me, that's another player instead. Gets the stick, but trades out. 2 go down for Bittersweet. 2 go down for Complexity, and with the flag out, this one's Mixie.
Yeah, it feels like Complexity have slowed things down a bit. Maybe feeling like they might have been forcing situations a bit too hard. I like this decision. Just kind of playing through each situation, but Cherish is absolutely on fire right now. Ever since he picked up this battle rifle, hasn't been using it the whole time, but feels like he's been a force on the map. As I say that, though, Complexity able to get this flag all the way home, and there's no way they're going to stop this. They tie it up. Overshield's coming up, though. This is going to be very important to see who gets this one.
At the halfway mark, we got a 2-2 game, and Overshield up now as it looks like Piggy's about to secure it with 1 HP and a dream. No, an Overshield, a full one at that, as he pushes on through, has a player weak in the generator, and he looks to clean it up. He does. Instead, that's Breaking Shot, actually, and a flag goes out here for Bittersweet. Bittersweet, with Overshield, have been able to secure 2 of their scores. Do they have a third?
I don't know if they know about Ryanoob in their base, though. I think Ryanoob was able to get through unseen and maybe hasn't revealed himself yet. Nope, ping comes out. You can see somebody has pinged Rhinoob's location. They've spotted him. Descendant tries to stop it here. Mortally with a very nice stick on Descendant. Rhino was taken down as well, but the spawners, Huss and Precision, going to try to make it difficult as they get 2 dead. This flag could very well get returned. They're actually going to run past the flag, trusting that it's going to ultimately return, and they might be able to get a counter cap here.
Complexity are turning defense into offense. I love this decision here to let the time tick away instead of sitting on the cap and making it a redundant point. I love that strategy there from Complexity. Another potential call there from the new coach, Ashes, as Complexity have the edge in a 2-2 game. Looking to make it a 3-2 match as 3 go down for Bittersweet. This is looking like a good run for Precision.
Yeah, but his teammates are dying at the same time. They are coming off spawn right here, though. Squad spawn's heavily prevalent on Aquarius. Rhino spawning right in front of his flag runner. Look at this. Descendant just waiting, knowing the likelihood of his teammate dying with the flag, decided that he wanted to just chill there, make sure he could cap it just in case. It was a great decision to do so as they take their first lead of Game 3 here.
Halo's a lot like poker, right? I know you can appreciate that, Eli. Knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, knowing when to go all in or call your bluff, as Complexity has worked their way back to a 3-2 lead, previously down 2-1, as Bittersweet have shown the most life in this series. The best chance it looks like for them to take a win, but Complexity take the lead right back. And if this next overshield goes into the suit of Complexity, that gets called trouble. But instead, it's Mortally securing another OS for Bittersweet. This gives them a chance with less than 4 to go.
This is going to be very interesting if they can do this. Just thinking about the way Complexity's been playing this, though, we highlighted some of the unorthodox plays that they started the game with. And this is kind of highlighting their adaptability, right? They've really changed up their strategy. But look at the run straight through the middle from Mortally, uses the overshield and knows that he can survive a lot of extra shots, and they barely had any kills on the board as he ran this in. And they're going to now tie it up 3-3. Insane plays out of Bittersweet.
Mortally, you can tell he loaded up the Aquarius custom games and practiced some flag runs as he has a sub 15-second score there. And you called it out, Eli. The overshield. Great recognition of it. He says, you know what? I got a few shields to burn. Why don't I just run this straight through? As Bittersweet work their way to a 3-3 tie. 3 to go.
You have to imagine the rest of Bittersweet recognize all they have to do is be a distraction so their flag runner doesn't get focus fired during a run like that through the dead center of the map. Now with 2.5 on the clock, it very well could be the next cap wins. Wouldn't be shocked to see one of them hit 5 either. This is very fast-paced. Looks like kills trading out. Neither team really having significant control right now. Huss in the other team's base. Piggy, last player alive on Bittersweet for the moment. Huss just wants to take him out. Not feeling obligated to go pull a flag, but ultimately he gets taken down. Bittersweet still on defense, though. They're going to have to continue to fight for mid-map.
Yeah, all these slays here are just to clear Complexity out. And that's actually going to allow Complexity off spawn to push right back on through. Earn a slay on Bittersweet's generator as... Here we go. Another overshield. And with 2 minutes left, Eli, the winner of this overshield, could win the match.
Absolutely. Everything is super important right now. If we go to overtime, there will be one more overshield in regulation. Looks like 2 go down for Bittersweet. That's good news for Complexity. Now 3 dead. You have to imagine that overshield went into Descendant's suit, as we see here. And look at this. He's just immediately aggressing the spawners. I imagine he has a teammate behind him that's probably looking to pull a flag. Yes, Rhino is the one in the base. He's going to launch it mid-map with the curb slide. Usually want to do that if the timing is such that players are going to be off the map for a while, and it's a perfect time to do so, as Descendant is just going to continue to apply pressure to these spawners to make extra space for Rhino.
There's that overshield being put to good use. Complexity earning maximum value out of it to earn their fourth score of this match as they take a 4-3 lead, and with less than 90 seconds left, they can use defense to secure the ultimate win here, but they don't want to play not to lose. Instead, looking to push out on the middle of the map, but they trade out, but it feels like with the 1 flag lead with 1 to go, they'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's cliche, but on this game type specifically, a good defense is definitely a good offense. You want to continue to apply pressure. If you can keep the other team in their base, they won't have a chance to pull your flag. So we see Piggy here is in Complexity's base. I think they've spotted him. They've got multiple players trying to fight the Jin, but Precision with a huge double kill shuts them down. That could have been the play to secure this W, but Cherish and Morley are going to have to try to make something work here.
Oh, precision with what could have been a game-winning double kill. Almost earns a back-to-back double. That gets cleaned up nonetheless from Rhino. He'll earn a double kill on the flip side. And
wow.
Bittersweet, they just don't have enough lives to work with after that impressive stretch run there from Precision.
Yeah, but 2 dead, 20 seconds on the clock. This is not impossible. Complexity definitely made it their lives very difficult, but 15 seconds is more than enough time to win this battle and pull a flag. Force an overtime sudden death here. 10 seconds now.
Piggy's got to stay alive, though, and Piggy has to earn this lay on Huss. He does, but does he trade out? Yes, he does! Huss gets the trade out, and that could very well spell trouble for Bittersweet. They go 3 down. We're going to see sudden death, but it feels like Bittersweet's death in this series is just moments away, as it is, in fact, Complexity take a 3-0 sweep.
Very impressive stuff from Complexity. Now, I'll be honest, it kind of felt like Complexity was trolling at the beginning of the series. I mean, they literally all sat in their own base. What kind of play is that? They had to be trolling, right? I mean, you watch these guys scrim. They literally would say, hey, let's all just run Pillar Door off the beginning of live fire. They just come up with silly things to just see if it works. They're just limit testing. Right. And I kind of agree with that, though, because what if the crazy play works really well? Then maybe you could, employ it against a team like OpTic or FaZe, but it really didn't work at all. Bittersweet takes an early lead, and they finally say, all right, guys, let's just play the game normally, and then they clutch it up.
We talk about risk-reward all the time in Halo, Eli. Complexity, led by their coach Ashes, they're taking it to another level where they're risk-rewarding different strategies and metagames that could be forming again in an entirely new environment with the Bandit Evo as the head start, or as the starting weapon. And then let's be real, not just was the starting weapon changed going into Season 3, but the entire meta was. Every map was. The placement of power weapons and equipment and the battle rifle now taking place as a utility weapon as opposed to a starting weapon. I don't blame Complexity. Actually, I love the idea to litmus test their way to a 3-0 sweep as Complexity start their run here strong, and it's been a strong start to the tournament so far. It's here. HCS Season 3 is finally here. Eli, what are some of your early initial thoughts as we witnessed 2 series so far?
I mean, it's gone pretty much as I would have predicted it. No crazy upsets yet, but that's kind of the nature of pool play, right? Like, the pools are designed so that the team in first place position is playing against lower seeds. This was a 4th seed versus the 12th seed for, seeding framing. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of cool Halo so far. Not even close to the peak of it yet, but I love to see the early Moxie out of Complexity to be testing out strategies, and we'll have to see if they try to employ any other crazy strategies later in the tournament.
All right, we're just getting started over here on LVT Halo with more land coverage live from HCS Arlington. Got a little bit of open bracket starting up soon. We're going to get those qualification matches on your screen, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Halo. Trap for FaZe Clan. Monster with a chance to spawn snipe these opponents. Gets the perfect shot there on Snakebite, and this could shut the door on FaZe as Monster lands the double kill. Camo's up, but it's not even going to matter. This should do it for SSG. Monster locking down the series potentially as he does with another snipe.
Rotate there, and the first kill favors OpTic Gaming as Dead Zone takes down Manny, but Druk does answer back. Lucy gets a kill of his own. 3 members of OpTic start to push forward, but Druk hits a clutch snipe to shut them down. Formal gets lined up and tapered, faded out as he goes for the active camouflage, but ends up
again as the spawns potentially come out on that blue side. Talik playing patiently though. He's gonna wait for them to jump right in, and the bait works.
Excellent shot from Talik with the shock, lining up the second. Wow. Dead Zone. We'll see you in 10 seconds. 3 down once again. Go business. But Talik is putting damage on the shock in the hands of Lucid at the moment here. Swish off a screen. Double kill to start this push. Swish actually able to take down the 3rd one, systematically breaking down OpTic Gaming's defenses by himself as Swish goes in for the 4th kill. But this one's Lucid. It might just go a bit different. Now OpTic are trying to move in, but they're 2 down themselves. They need to get business out of this hill, and they need it right now. This is it. The kills are going out. Lucid with a clutch double. Business was just a couple seconds away from taking the 3rd hill and the lead, but a triple kill out of Lucid shuts things down. Going half down there, make it 3-4. There's only 1 more player that's currently waiting for his teammates to come off his spawn. It may just be too little too late, and with Lucid still having the shot, he's by himself, but he's a 1-man army at this point, spinning in circles. Forget the strong side. We're gonna call that the Lucid. We're gonna call that the OTW, where you just put your head down and start spinning in circles. You'll have to earn it. You'll have to fight your way off a spawn. Looks like that's exactly what Rebellion are doing.
Yeah, Rebellion got really fortunate there. They got the left spot, the triple kill on a trippy triple. Trying to do all he can against 3 players on this side of the map. Suppress gonna pick that one up and punch it into his chest, and this is where they get their lead back. Or they bring this closer, I should say, 17-10. Make that 17-11. Suppress doing work with a camo. A triple kill comes out of him.
That ball's been rotated towards the green side. Soul Snipe comes right back in to deal with Trippy and then focuses over towards the green side of the map where he knows OpTic are continuing to push forward. Portal's right back in, gets himself a double kill. Who is this man? Soul Snipe is here. He's now working on the spawning players, and although he runs out of sniper, maybe get himself an OS.
FaZe are definitely doing a great job here of swarming the base of OpTic Gaming.
World 2, bringing that sniper over toward the tower side. This has to be frightening if you're on the other side of it. OpTic needs to prioritize getting him off, and Lucid does chase him down with a pointing shot, but that just gives a new angle for Royal 2 to thread the needle from sword to sword.
But look how much damage he takes because of it. They clean him up because of that. 48-45. Renegade looking for another, gets the stick. 49-45. FaZe looking to win this.
Renegade making a play there with that sticky grenade, and now with the cross-map shots from the commando, it's enough to create a bit of chaos. Mind you, 200-38 was the score line, and at this point, FaZe are about to take the lead. No scope out of Renegade, the main slayer, taking down Formal, and with that, FaZe continue to punish OpTic at every given turn. A clean sweep, it's official. FaZe have taken the lead going into the end game. This might be one of the craziest comebacks that we have seen in Stronghold's history.
It's so important to understand when you're dealing with Strongholds on live fire, they can be massive comebacks, especially when you've got Renegade, who just doesn't miss a shot. Another double kill out of him. They're getting B, but C will be traded. 232 and counting. The triple cap locked in. The spawns are trapped. Oh my word, FaZe is gonna win this.
Nothing's going right for OpTic, and they find themselves 3 down as the final seconds come in. FaZe have done the impossible on Stronghold. Renegade taking down Monster as well. 4 down, go SSG. Some people fear the monster under the bed, not Renegade. He's the demon, and oh wow. Okay. Yeah, he's just struggling with this map between staying on it and hitting that clamber. It's been really tough for Renegade here. Long off season, if you will. Oh, are you kidding me? What?
Tony, I have never in my time, in my career duoing with you, ever seen you at a loss for words. You are one of the most talkative people I've ever met. That Portal once again inside of the vent as he plays aggressively, I'm sorry. Picks up the enemy team snipe as well. Stellar's down to no shields, waits patiently for him, gets the double, pulls the flag, does it all. Tony, Royal 2, staying alive as well. A beautiful play by him. The flag will be relayed. This could be flag number 3.
Well, Dose in the house. Just barely missing out on the quick scope, but uses that QT to stay alive, get behind enemy lines. Eco has no idea what hit him, but you're gonna find out it's World 2 and FaZe taking game 1 in the grand final. Who are on the strong side of the map now are trapped here toward the gold side. Monster with the double kill, 1 grenade, making a triple kill. Give him the overkill. Monster looking like a beast on the map. 35 points and counting for FaZe's SSG. Look to try to get into a full setup, and it starts from Bound, making a sneaky play over toward the B side. That Bulldog, it's barking, and apparently so is Bound. A triple kill out of him. Somebody stop this man. Finally, FaZe end up getting the first kill, but is it too little too late? 3 down, go SSG. You need to get in the hill in order to stop the timer. That's exactly what they do. 7 seconds of neutral time is all that's needed, and Bound with a kill can create just that. Now time is winding down, but luckily Renegade ends up finding right in and sends Monster back and packing. Stellar responds with a double kill. 4 seconds, he has to get in the hill, but currently there are nades that are zoning him out. Stellar ends up going down, so do 3 of FaZe, and those nades keep them out of the hill just long enough for SSG to end the tournament, the first tournament of this year. Space Station Gaming.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
turn it into a good play for Passion United as he takes down one with the camo. Already starting out a fairly valuable life with it. Oh, now he's baiting the snipe. Love the process here. Scuds gets his opponent down to 1 HP, drops down to bottom mid, and now he's got the killing spree. Sniper in his hands. Double kill with the no-scope. Push it up through the seaside of the map. Has another potential triple here. He lands it. Overkill on the dummy side of the map. No, it's not going to land. His Scuds had us on the edge of our seat, holding on that last breath. And then half of that prize pool went towards funding a roster for HCS Season 3. As you see the 3 taken down here by Scuds. Thought he had the overkill. I really thought, I'm seeing blue on the screen. I'm like, oh, the overkill is going to present itself. And he barely misses that no-scope just in between the clavicle and the right ear. A timing issue that Matty caused. It allows Palfius to push up through the back of driveway, take down that oddball carrier. And now he's just looking to clean up more along the arcade side. Playing a game with Pasha United is Palfius as he takes down 2. Spectre Esports looking for the triple. Yes! Overkill in sight, but goes down.
We've also got the shotgun. I think this is probably the most important weapon on the map, especially if you can combine it with the camo. Spectre's not going to make it easy, though. Matty's still going to try to preserve these shields before he goes in for it. Able to take down the camo player and another huge double kill out of Matty.
Soldier looking to stay alive at the bottom of C. Matty pushes in through with that spiker grenade. Lands the sticky. No, he does not. Not much grenade damage either, but he still cleans up. As 4 go down for Spectre. It's a goal line stand fumble as Passion United will take it and take game 3.
But it's Matty who's the difference maker here. He crosses over to the other side, so they're doing a 3-1 split. 3 on the B side. Matty's going to hit in through the stairs, using the shroud screen to get in, throws these grenades. At the same time, these players are kind of in panic mode, calling out, hey, there's a guy here in Ivy. The rest of the team floods in through the back of C, flawlessly going into C from multiple angles simultaneously, and that is what makes it such a good push. It's Monster who's going to be trying to play bodyguard for this flag runner, getting all the way to the other side of the map and getting a massive double kill using that thruster. He's going to stay in the other team's base. With camo coming up, it's a lot better to approach camo from the tram and yard side. They actually push past the camo, get the slays, come back to grab the camo about 15 seconds after it had spawned, and they're just continuing to roll here. Collect trying to turn 3.
Now it's Matty sitting in the hill. Good afternoon and welcome back to HCS Arlington, hosted by OpTic Gaming. We got a special guest on our hand here. We got the coach of complexity, the Goach as we call him, Ashes. Welcome to the stream.
Glad to be here, man. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be coaching at my first HCS event.
Yeah, what's that feel like? Your first Halo tournament as a coach, but you're pretty experienced. You got 23 LAN victories under your belt. You do have one in Halo with the recent Armed Forces Championship, but your first major, your first time with complexity. What's the experience been like leading up to it and then ultimately on the day of today?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this whole offseason has been a pretty tremendous project. I was obviously growing a lot of passion for Halo as, you know, I was working with the teams as a management role over the last 2 years. So getting the opportunity to bring what I bring as a coach towards a Halo team was almost like a test for me. Have a legacy, have a dynasty in my history books, but being able to really cement that and try to go for a win in another title was always like one of those, you know, long reach goals of mine. So I crafted this roster with the help of the, you know, the players on the team and really built this team that we think can be a cohesive, long-term unit of a roster and achieve that goal, win another championship.
Well, this is so cool because being a part of Halo for almost 20 years now and specifically in Halo Infinite for 3 now, you and I always used to interact and see each other behind the ropes. But I got to say, man, I was always a little disappointed to not see you inside the ropes coaching a squad. So it feels like, although this isn't your main game, but it feels like you're home to me coaching the squad once again. So huge fan of that. I want to take you back to a specific moment in that previous series. You're going right to it. You guys went 4 to the back of your base when Cherish pushed up with the overshield. That looked like, we called it almost trolling. What would you call it?
So we actually worked extensively with Ryan. I just want to give a tremendous shout out to Ryan and how much he's brought to the team. You know, I said it in my little piece that we released on Complexity Halo about him, that Ryan was the person who was going to bring that game knowledge to us. You know, we have Precision, who's another Gears fan with me. We have Huss, who's been, I mean, they've both been competing in Halo, but he's a COD kid at heart, and then Jason, who's been around. So we needed that person who could bring that knowledge and that insight of the game. And you know, in CTF, he really taught us where we need to play and how we need to react to different situations. And so when we knew we lost that opening strat, which is honestly something that I'm going to take fault in my scouting, they did something that we didn't expect. It worked out for them. Props to them. But we knew how to rebound off it because of what Ryan brought to the team and that, what we went over during our boot camp. So it wasn't a troll. It wasn't like anything like us memeing or like flexing on them. It was a legitimate strategy that we had to counteract the fact that we knew they had overshield. We knew they wanted to get into our base. How do we stop that from happening? And so by tucking in the back of the base, by throwing the nades at the right time, you set yourself up for success. You burn that overshield, you make it wasted, and then you push out because we got the kills.
And that segues into our next thought, Ryan Noob. Eli and I had a conversation during that series, and we looked at in our preparation for this tournament a lot of the statistics, and Ryan Noob surprisingly is finding himself in the top 10 of categories that you previously might not have found him in. KDA, he's at the top now. And we surmised it, the reason possibly being that Ryan Noob doesn't have to be that player coach anymore. He doesn't have to take as much of an emphasis to IGL. You're taking on that role now. Is that safe to say? Talk us through the dynamic of working with a player like Ryan Noob, who's known as a player coach throughout Halo Infinite, and now taking on that defined role as the coach of complexity.
Yeah, so working with Ryan has actually been awesome for me. It's been an eye-opening experience, and all of the things that I knew as a lowly 1600 Onyx player or 1500 Onyx player, it meant nothing, right? There's so much more depth to this game than I anticipated. It's honestly been more than I expected, but I was hungry for that challenge, and I love solving puzzles. So Ryan was there to almost show me the cover of the puzzle so I could start putting it together. And he gave me a lot of guidance. He showed me a lot of tips. He, as he worked with the team, he worked with me extra on the side so that I could catch up and be up to speed for what the team needed. But honestly, you're giving me more credit than I deserve. I mean, Ryan is still being an IGL for this team. Huss, a lot of people don't know this. He is a tremendous IGL. He's almost like the secondary IGL to Ryan. And he brings that like calm leadership to the team when Ryan might get a little worked up or when Ryan's focused on his fight. And I think that allows Ryan to almost take an extra step back and know that somebody else can pick up the slack. If it's not me, it's another comrade out there on the actual battlefield. So Ryan's able to slay out. He's got like the best trigonometry when it comes to plasma grenades and doing and just doing work with those. So yeah, I mean this roster, like I said, when we crafted this roster, every piece was picked with intention, and we've got all the pieces we think to the right puzzle.
Talk to us a little bit about Descendant. This is a guy again that we touched on in the previous series. There's more in a name than just a name. There's more to a name change than just, I feel like this name sounds cooler. It really feels like a rebirth and continued maturation of Jason's game. That's Descendant. What have you seen in his game as far as the development process from the offseason to today?
I think Jason takes a lot of people off guard because he almost has this like wild card style to his gameplay. He definitely respects a lot of players and tries to learn a lot from them. Ryan is somebody he respects tremendously. So when Ryan's talking, Jason listens. But Jason is also, strong-headed, I guess is the right way to put it. Yeah. He's got his own ideas about the game. He believes he is the best gun in the game, and more often than not, he proves it. So he is confident in that ability to challenge when he needs to challenge, to fight to the death when he needs to fight to the death, almost sometimes to a fault. But what people don't recognize is how much he's actually absorbing. I actually have a little anecdotal story, if we have a second.
Let it rip.
So we were doing a boot camp and we were scrimming in FaZe actually, and we decided we wanted to kind of kick up.
Was this your most recent scrimmage against FaZe where you guys won 8-6?
Yes, okay. Last day of the boot camp. We decided we wanted to kick it up a level. Like the rest of the boot camp, we were focusing on learning. This one, we wanted to focus on applying that learning. And so what we did is we came into it with that energy and that understanding. And Jason was just on another level. I mean, there was points where he would normally run out big door on and push back green by himself on live fire, but instead he's calling to drop the ball, rotate through rat tunnel, hit out through key door, jump up scoreboard, and we're like, who is this guy? I mean, you guys probably heard some of the questionable things that were said on our streams during that, but Jason actually absorbs all of those learnings. So I think a lot of people, just assume he's this guy who's going to challenge to the death, but he really, when he's locked in, he is just another component to this team that is crucial to our success.
You talk about streaming those scrims, and that's a little bit of a far-fetched, you could argue, in Halo. I don't think it should be. I think everybody should be streaming scrims because it's such great content. It helps grow the show. It bridges the gap between LAN events. Talk me through your perspective on streaming and the importance of it, and how it might actually be a benefit to you guys as opposed to a deficit, like I think a lot of teams could potentially see it as.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation early on when we built this roster. I was always of the opinion that, you know, especially with a game like Halo, the theater's built into the game, right? So everybody has access to that entire game in length and detail, every single move. Obviously, there's some spectator bugs or whatever, but overall, like, everyone has everything in terms of information. And you've got Halo Data Hive, right? So, like, there's so much stuff. There's so many resources out there. So we had this conversation. I was like, look, like, I don't have anything to hide. And realistically, if there's a coach watching that game, that coach should be recording or making note or whatever. The players should be recording their POVs, even if there wasn't a theater system. So, like, if the enemy team is doing that, right, if you and I scrim, and I know you're recording everything, so you have all my information anyways, all we're doing is making me lose out on the potential revenue, the potential viewership, the potential personal brand building, the fan engagement with our team, and the community loses out because they don't get to watch. They don't get that interaction. They don't get that excitement of keeping track of scrims. So for us, it was like, look, we have this opportunity. We're a new roster coming together. We have a lot to learn with Ryan and his like system. Let's share it with the world. Let's let people watch. You know, we show our arguments. We show the turmoil that we go through, the discussions that we have. Obviously, there are some that happen behind closed doors, but we want to be transparent with you guys on what it is to be a professional team. And I think that's something that not a lot of people take advantage of, that we're sharing all this information, that there are arguments that will happen in a competitive environment with 4 passionate people, but it's okay. You just have to talk and communicate through it and understand that you're all working towards the same goal. And that is something I am so thankful about with this team. Everybody knows that. So even when we've had our serious conversations, they all know that at the end of the day, that text message will come in. Love you guys. Can't wait to scrim with you tomorrow. Have a good night.
That's incredible. And it brings me back to 2017. I think you and I were working together with OpTic's Academy Call of Duty teams, and we famously heard Hex tell the players, what, you guys don't like free money?
Literally.
So why not fire up the scrim? You got nothing to lose, and it seems like everything to gain. As we close out the interview, Nick, I just want to ask you, what was the preparation process like getting ready for your first ever Halo Infinite tournament as a coach, and as far as managing expectations for the Complexity fans out there? And Jason Lake, the owner of Complexity, who just recently bought back Complexity, love to see that.
Yeah.
Talk me through that thought process, managing expectations, and what your preparation was like leading up to HAS Arlington.
So our mindset going into this was we wanted to build a team that would last. My success in Gears and coaching previously was always building teams that were really talented players who were hungry to learn but loved playing together. So that was our goal with this, to build personalities that would work well together and were hungry to win, hungry to learn the game. And we found that with Precision, Huss, Jason, or Descendant, and Ryan, right? But for me, that extra pressure was on, like, we want to do well by Complexity. We obviously want to make Complexity proud and our sponsors proud. But we knew that there was this understanding of, like, this is not a roster to, like, come out the gate. We just dumped a bunch of money on Halo to buy the best players and we're going to win the first event. That'd be great. That's our goal. But we know that this is like we're going to win event 3. We didn't build it to win Arlington. We can. I'm confident that we can because of the growth that we've shown. But the plan was to win event 3.
Everything comes in threes, it sounds like. Well, Nick, thank you so much for your time. You're one of my favorite people in this scene. 23 times a champion on LAN, now taking that experience to the Halo community, and we're better off for it. Thank you so much for taking the time to jump into the LVT Halo booth with us. As we'll step back for a quick break, we got more matches after this.
Native did a fantastic job to rotate early during that transition, but it's Passion United with the push, and Maddie's hitting shock after shock shot this game. I mean, earlier hitting a triple kill with it, now hitting another insane headshot. Native for a couple rounds of slays here.
Maddie trying to spot Monster, finds the monster creeping under his bed, kills him. Now APG drops. Maddie wins the one on him as well. Impressive gameplay we're seeing from Maddie. Looks like he maybe got a body shot on Palfius, but not enough to stop the push. Here it comes, Passion United pushing through on that Dorito side of the map. McWin with a chase grenade out, finishes off Atticus with the headshot. Grenade double kill, 3 go down. Maddie the last player alive, and there you see some of that heads up play once again. Disengages, but still goes down. Monster finds him.
And Native Gaming look to steal this hill, steal the life force from Passion United. They don't have the numbers, but they do have the push. I like the aggressiveness out of Sentinels, but the strategy has been a little bit more sound here for TSS as Sentinels are able to start scoring just moments ago, but they go 3 down.
They haven't had several dead at the same time, but Lethal has just been living right here, using himself as bait, trusting Boobadooboo to help him survive. Finally, TSS gets some more vantage points, but he's still alive, and Falcated is getting snipes, including a no-scope for the double kill. I think this flag's going to get pulled, but they probably want to secure at least one more kill first.
But again, because of Sparty's presence in the mid-map, he's doing enough to keep them at bay. Boo Boo with the snipe, and he's putting it to work. Has a headshot on Cherish, and another player gets down to 1 HP. Another player goes down to the quick-scope jump shot.
Much better than Sentinels. To get 3 or 4 dead as the hill moves is best case scenario for the team that's getting the capture, and they're continuing to roll. Super CC now has free reign of the entire map. Body blocker actually gets the assassination on Sparty, and now all of a sudden TSS with both overshield and 4 alive, including the heat wave breaking shot.
Last second win here in round 2. Round 2 goes to FaZe. Game 1 will be in their favor as we see another. This is like what we saw FaZe do earlier on the red side of the map. Now it's business. Up by 2. Royal 2 gonna have to desperate, but there's 3 players down for business. 2 seconds left. He grabs it, and he gets through to the cuts. And it's gonna make a last-second heroic play. Drops the oddball with no time left. And FaZe clutch up, ice up, win by 1 second, and take game 1 2-0. Wow.
More than double the score of their opponents. They just want to get this series over with, want to at least get this game over with and get into the next game here as a triple kill for Snakebite. Can he turn it into more?
Valkyrie looking to secure a Slade, open up more of that B side of the map as he takes down Legend. But Stellar cleans him up shortly after, earns the double, and there we go. That'll do it. 4 go down for Sentinels. SSG should be able to earn the remaining 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
As Stellar puts on a show at the end.
Both teams with 1 round under their belt. Both teams tied in seconds for this 3rd round as well. Eco with this hyper aggressive super slide repulsor kill.
Now, I'm not expecting Legend to come over as a top 5 player in the HCS and be the oddball guy, but hey, for now, it's working out. 98 seconds in total for him. And making a triple as well. There we go. That's a little bit more of what we're used to seeing from Legend.
Control, and it's Stellar at the bottom side of the map trying to push off these spawns on S1, but he gets taken out instantly. 3 dead for SSG. Make that 4.
Triple kill out of Falcated to squad wipe Space Station Gaming, and not only do you already have the double cap, you're pushing it for the trip, and you know exactly where the spawners are coming from, and you're manipulating them, and you're keeping it on them. Trying to hold them off from relaying the flag forward, but Ghost simply would not be denied. From the snipe side to the flag, Zia with a beautiful headshot. Not done yet. That flag still sits in the middle of the base, and the action he wants it.
Yeah, oh my gosh, all 4 down for the side of 10 Ride. Ziyad's gonna go for a counter cap opportunity here.
Wise may have an advantage right now, but Tenrai, they've been playing lights out. Perfect kill on Envors. Leads to a double. There's a 1-shot player in front of him. Can he get the triple? Apparently he can. Just a second too late, but still 4 down go lies. Now they're spawned on the opposite end of the map. You're only 10 seconds behind, which an oddball isn't that much. A full setup is all you need here, but Hotshot Ghost gets caught in the middle of C-Plat.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why he took that route, Tony. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was a very risky route there.
Hello and welcome back to the LVT Halo coverage of the HCS Arlington tournament. We've got Native going up against Space Station. I'm Tools, joined with me, Latin America's best, Mexico's finest, Verzilla. His first cast of the day. Welcome to the stream.
I mean, I'm just as happy to be here, and Space Station is also really happy, just already going halfway through this first hill, and with a quick shot, APG will take down the Ecosmith.
Well, the real players to watch out for in this match, right? And Legend. Everyone's been talking about him, right? We all know what he's about, what we've seen him be able to do on LAN already. But this is his first time that we're really seeing him with Space Station. And well, he's got a sniper in his hands to work with.
Ooh, that's going to hurt a lot. Barcode receiving that sniper, and now another one. APG is now going down, 4 down for Native Gaming.
Fantastic work from Legend, right? He's that back pivot foot for the rest of his team. He can see all those perimeters, hit some great shots, and then I love how he activates up on the map. He's pushing forward, pushing Native back into their spawn, and secures that first hill for his team.
That first hill is going to be really, hopefully, step in the right direction, but let's see what they're able to do. Right now, we have on our screens, Legend, like you mentioned, Tools, making his debut in the LAN environment with the space station, and it's going to be quite an amazing sight to see.
Look at these 3 players from the back. Native all hit out that backside to be able to get in towards that hill. Once they got those kills, they're trying to work on these spawns, but Space Station just as quick on the other side. Suddenly Collect, he finds himself in a 1v3.
Oh, that was a really, really rough situation to be placed in. Nico now placing himself on the hill, making sure no one is trying to get him, but with the QT, that's going to be quite difficult now. They have to make sure this hill belongs to us, to them rather, for as much time possible. We have Bound with the active camo, and something might go down.
Just not able to win that close fight. Barcode getting that kill is going to help secure these spawns towards the side of Native Gaming, but they have to find Stellar and kill him in this situation. He's too powerful on this map in this high position. You can see just patient, stays alive, gets the double kill, and prevents Native Gaming from getting any real tower side control.
That's the trades that you don't want to have. Like, it's a 2-for-1 prize. If you want to keep going really, really at it, you have to make sure the trade is 1-for-1. But if you have players like Stellar just taking down 2 enemies at once, it is, oh my god, that was really absurd by Bound. It is going to be difficult for them to keep up the pace.
Bound's just going to be phenomenal with this sniper. Really watch out for him to be aggressive as well. He's one of these players that treats this sniper as if it's like a shotgun as he wraps around corners.
I mean, yeah, Sniper has its own charm, man. They just go in, shoot, and worry about the next thing. That's just
these
not
2
that
players
opponent.
in the back. Oh!
I mean,
corner. That's insane. Stellar.
Like, I just saw your finger point, and I was like, something's about to happen, and oh my god, something really did happen.
Fantastic work. I mean, there's a reason why people say Stellar is the best sniper in the game, and you can see why. Just great positioning, great execution with the weapon. He consistently finds the big kills.
It's the big kills that counts, man. If you're able to do this type of power plays and place yourself on the map like Mick right there, just makes it really difficult for the enemy team to just adapt over it, because there are even 1 or 2 players down.
You see, so far, Space Station's at 2-0 lead. They haven't quite been able to get in a clean setup on this hill yet, and Native has this control. But what you really have to look out for is that green side. What they want to do is they want to get that green side control, eventually spawn their players in and start moving towards that big door. But and then finally comes through, right? You can see Stellar's been just patiently waiting on that green side, waiting for his teammates to be able to make the play. He's going to pinch in at that same time, but eventually found out Barcode getting that kill towards Rat Tunnel.
Getting him absolutely quickly down fast. Now we have a little bit of a gunfight. Legend is going to end up losing it. A lot of stuff happening over that overshield. Now active camo, of course. But so far, the hill still consistently belongs to Space Station. So they might be able to still walk away with a huge advantage in this 3rd hill, or maybe even just completely take it.
You see that they really bottlenecked Native Gaming down at the bottom mid position right there. Eco, he knew exactly where they were coming from, just kept pre-firing through that door, and it was just perfect teamwork. Get the job done, get an extra couple kills, and prevent Native from getting anywhere close to this hill. It looks like this is going to be a 3-0 lead for Space Station, as Mingwood just can't drop in time.
La Estación Espacial moving through. That's Space Station in English, in Spanish rather. So let's see what.
You guys say that one more time. What is it in Spanish?
Estación Espacial.
Oh, okay. I like it.
So now Native Gaming are at a huge disadvantage, 3 hills down. If they want to start claiming the objective and making sure every single kill count, especially on Stellar, I think the time is right now.
want to get this high side, right? So Miquin knows that obviously the hill is towards green. He's the last player alive. What they want is they want these spawns towards dummies so they can play on the high side and shoot down on opponents. But Legend, he's not going to let that happen anytime soon. With him, with having this sniper rifle, he can bring anyone. Someone tries to sneak up on him. He says, no, 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 no. You go to the respawn screen instead. He's still alive.
I mean, just like you said, he's using the sniper like as if it were a shotgun. Now let's see if he plays the cursor right. Oh, it's not going to be body shot, but not going to be enough. Has to back out. Oh, that's going to be a kill on APG. Amazing stuff so far. Legend being an absolute menace on that scope. Takes down Kulik. Tries to move on. Only one ammunition left. Only one shot left. And only an assist. But he's able to just take down 3 out of 4 players from Native Gaming.
He's just in between everyone, right? And it's too tough to deal with him, especially when he has that rifle in his hands. And Space Station, they said, yeah, we don't care about this hill. It's all Slayer. They've been having so much freedom on the map because of it. This might be the worst hill possible for Native to be in this position at, because Space Station just have so much of the map that they can cover and still be able to have pretty quick access back to this hill.
They really need to watch out for those angles. Like you said, this hill is really complicated. If they don't look for those angles right, we might be seeing a really high offensive approach by Space Station. They already have the camo. Bound is going to pop it. So if they really need to get something done, it's right here and right now. Bound needs to go down immediately.
Sneaks up. Oh! The repos kept him alive. That's so,
I mean, they pushed that grenade, so that totally worked.
Yeah, that's you know, just a tough spot right there. But Native, they've only given up. Last time we talked about the timer, like 15 seconds of neutral time. They're able to secure that hill. Now, obviously, you have 43 seconds of neutral time to work with going, and you need to capture 2 hills in a row. A very tough task for Native Gaming, but not impossible.
Right now, it seems that they are starting to get a nice close calls on the hill. They're just approaching, standing there. And if they're just able to hold it, they could walk away with it. But still, they only 1 hill away for entirely losing. And it is going to be complicated for Native Gaming.
20 seconds left on the neutral time. Native does have control of this hill, but you can see the perimeter. Some players on the outside dropping like flies, and they have to leave the hill. There's just nothing they can do in this spot. 15 seconds of neutral time to work with.
Fancy getting a kill with a commander right there. Eco making sure that gun even... Oh, another one. Making sure it gets really good use right before the buff that we have coming up. Sniper up. Let's see who's going to grab it. The hill. Time's up. I didn't notice.
GG. 3-1 Space Station. They came out so strong, right? And once you get that massive lead, 3-0, they just are like, yeah, we'll play Slayer. Like, we'll stat pad a little bit. They get the job done. Only give up 1 hill, but really, it was in their game plan to give up that 1 hill. I think that went just about perfect for Space Station.
Absolutely, they were going straight for this layer tactic. They had the time, they had the advantage. They were 3 at the time, 3 heals up against Native Gaming. So Native Gaming didn't have really that much of a choice and really that much to work with. They were really limited on what they could do. And Space Station just made Native Gaming play like how they want to do it. Like, if they want to play Slayer, Native Gaming is going to end up playing Slayer, because if they want to defend, they need to get some great offensive going too.
Right, now we move into Recharge Slayer. Sniper obviously going to be impactful. You want to keep an eye on that shock rifle in particular. Native collect. So good with that shock rifle. On the other side, Space Station, obviously you have Stellar, but Legend, a player that also is just so effective with that weapon.
Absolutely. We need to look out for these 2 players, but also, I mean, it's a Slayer, so it's going to be a really difficult call. Right at the end of the game, we started seeing a little bit of a tie-up in slays for both of these teams. So it could go either way around, just like you said. The shock rifle, really something we need to take into consideration. We need to check it, and who is a player that will grab it. Will it be Legend? Will it be Stellar? Will it be Kulik? It's up for grabs, so whoever goes to it first might be able to pull it off. And let's not forget, Camo is also comes into play.
Camo is always so interesting on Recharge because of how much elevation and how wide the map is. That that you don't quite see it like be as effective as it is like on other maps at times. But when the map condenses down and it's going to be in one spot, you can see that camo really come to work and find these like quick flanks where you get 3-4 kills because of how often on recharge you get 3-4 players spawning up at once at the same spot. That's where you really see that camouflage shine. One thing we'll notice, Slayer recharge on LAN, notoriously slow. Usually, you know, like when you're playing matchmaking, when it's these online league matches, online tournaments, the game's pretty fast. You know, obviously, like they just want to get the job done.
Yeah.
On LAN, when the stakes are so high, it feels like the further you get in the tournament, the Slayers just continually get slower and slower. Recharge, one of those maps where because the power weapons are so powerful on it, that you can oftentimes see a minute go by with no one dying.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in that online environment, especially rank and all that, usually you just push, like you're just running around the map. But here on LAN, the thing is, it's going to get a little bit switched up. Like you said, we might be seeing the game go through a crawl, just players standing by. It's just not who gets the most kills, rather is let's see who's able to. It's only who's able to just be as patient as possible, because you're not just playing with the controller, you're also playing with the minds of the opponent.
This is one thing I always love about professional level Halo, is just how often the game really does come down to like mind games, right? Like you said, where it's not necessarily like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna out-piv you every time, but I'm gonna take this unique angle, I'm gonna over-challenge you on this spot, I'm gonna force you to play my game. And I don't know, I think it's like, it's just something special. You don't get to see it every day. You know, like, when we play the game, the way that we play the game, the way that pro players play the game is just so different. And it's just something that you have to appreciate, because there's very few players on this planet that can play at the level that these players are playing today.
I think you're saying something really important. It's just like, we are not built like the other ones. We're just like, we're mere mortals against pro players like the likes of PlayStation, Native, FaZe, OpTic. And seeing them play on LAN, like that's seeing them have like their chains broken, their full potential unleashed into these tournaments, right? So we're not yet again like stuck into the just overall the online environment, but it seems like we are going to be starting right up.
Yeah, it looks like this game a little bit advanced already, but high scoring early. We're just a minute in, we're already 13 kills through.
Wide advantage so far, but we still have a lot of time to work with. 11 seconds. 11 minutes so far. Oh my god! Trying to go in for the kill. Barcode will not be able to get a second kill. Let's see if they might be able to just go about in that L section, get something for his team to tie, rather take a little bit more of a lead.
Look how aggressive he's being on these players with that grapple, able to go high, low, whatever he needs to do. And well, Space Station, they didn't really have anyone watching this cross. Marco tried to take advantage of it, but interestingly enough, the players come out from top A and they get the punish instead. And well, they're already trying to route out the rest of the players from Native. Native's in a dangerous spot right here, Furs, because they're going to start split spawning off each other. If Space Station can play quickly into these spawners, they could try to get them right away, but Native will get 4 players up at once.
I mean, active camos up. Space Station knew it. If they're able to break the formation that Native was creating, was making, they might be able to start just picking them either by 2x2 or individually. And that's what we are seeing right here. We're seeing a couple of trades, but still, the active camo has Stellar. He's able to take down APG and continue as if nothing ever happened. Watch it. This might be a huge play, but Stellar needs to remain calm.
Oh, that nade all the way from tower, just able to get him. I don't even know if that nade was necessarily intended for him, but unfortunately for Stellar, his reign of terror is over. Space Station is still just trying to maintain a 5 to 6 kill lead, and they've done a fantastic job of just being aggressive on these players when they have the opportunity to. There's a lot of fluid movement. Native's going to need to find a 3-4 down here and try to get themselves a little bit closer.
No! He is able to get the stick. 3 down for Space Station. Let's see if Native is able to recover from that. They're still on the deficit, so it could be a really great moment. A wake-up call, that stick, to start moving around the map. We see a couple of trades, but that's just going to be it. Not much that Native can do in this moment. They have 2 down at the moment.
A fantastic work from APG there, right? He finds both players in very different areas and takes them down in very different ways. That nade was just a beaut to watch as it connected to its opponent. But right now, APG a little frustrated with how this game's playing out from his perspective. He's trying to be that perimeter player, but they're just everywhere, and he's not able to get the damage. He eventually goes down, and well, the rest of Native might just be in danger.
Legend marking and taking down someone, gets taken down by Migwin. Now, watch out, this could be a really great kill. Pound goes down, 4 alive for Native Gaming, 1 down for Space Station, but still, this is the moment you were talking about, Tools. We are now left to our game that goes to a crawl, and the first one to make a move is going to be Stellar, trying to go for the camo. Barcode with the shock rifle will deny it.
A fantastic work by Native, taking that in steps, right? They had a player drop down to the pit, put pressure on that triple stack to try to get towards C. The sniper eventually takes care of the rest, and they're able to bully out the players at C, so they have a clear lane to get camouflage, and APG put this thing right to work. So we saw them down by 7, 8 kills earlier in this game. Now just within 1. Native Gaming has done a fantastic job of bringing this back.
That's going to be a huge down right there. 2 down for both of these teams. They are trying to look for the best use of every single map, callout, and button that they can find on their controller. So far, well, Native Gaming was able to recover for a huge deficit.
Look at it. Look how slow this is. They're just trapped over here at the back of tower and Space Station. They really just need to wait until someone makes a mistake. It looks like Barcode's going to be the one that goes to Needles. Bound was able to spot him. He needs to get this kill on Barcode. Barcode makes it hard, but and that's all Barcode getting a little extra value out of his life, gets that extra damage, and suddenly Native's flipping this on its head. Space Station suddenly are the players that are in danger of getting collapsed on.
Now it seems that they are both getting a little bit more aggressive. Great kill right there on Stellar. Collect able to get him with the commando. Bound with the double, making it a little bit more difficult for Native Gaming.
That bloom was just too much in that spot. It just had way too much spread, and unfortunately wasn't able to find that kill. That was a really pivotal moment for Collect right there to break up these players of Space Station. He doesn't get that kill though, and now they have much more space to work with. Oh, nice shot.
I mean, like they say, 3rd time's the charm. Make it a double now while we're at it. Barcode with the shock rifle wanted to get that triple kill. Unfortunately, Legend will fly by and take him down in a really fashion manner, but bye-bye. He ran out of ground to step in.
He said bye-bye. It looked like intentional the way that he scraped off the map right there. It was so aggressive, as Barcode's going to be able to get the camouflage. Collects, puts down that shroud screen to try to give him a little bit of cover to get away. The problem for Native right now, right? You're down by 4. You really don't have many lives to give up in this situation. You can't really trade out at this point because Space Station only needs 5 more kills to win this game.
Ooh, a couple of grenade threats. Barcode gonna end up winning it against Stellar. Gonna make it a whiplash with a double kill. With still with that camo moving around, making sure he finds Legend. He's right over there. He sees, he saw him, trying to find him, but unfortunately Legend is already long gone. Won't be able to get a single kill out of it. 3 kill deficit, and it seems that Space Station is now relocating and making sure it gets a little bit more difficult for Native Gaming.
5 minutes.
Flying through, they've got this within arm's reach, but
this might be over.
Every death hurts so much, and well, 2 go back to back. A 50-45 finish for Space Station, and now just 1 map away from securing this match victory.
They played really, really well. Native Gaming was almost capable of going down and getting that that reverse Slayer. My English broke up.
Hey guys, so for reference, for people that are hearing you for the first time, you aren't a native English speaker, right?
Yeah.
So, from Mexico?
Yes, from Mexico, Puebla, para el mundo y por todos los del Cristo. That's what we say, everyone. That's how I say it in my family. Todos de Cristo. It's just everyone.
So sometimes when you're casting, it's like you're like live translating in your head. So
yeah,
sometimes it takes a second for it to come out.
Yeah, I think it's Spanish translated immediately and it comes in English. So if I ever like mispronounce or like don't get the right like not translation, rather time like future past, it's because I'm translating way too fast and it gets a little bit difficult. But if you're able to get my point, there you're on my team.
You're on my team. I like that. Nah, but it's a blast. I think we're gonna have some open bracket matches we're gonna cast. We're gonna be looking at some of the LAT AM teams. I believe we're gonna have lore eventually coming up on stream. And I think when we have that, that lore match, I think I want to do an English-Spanish cast. You know
I think we are.
It's at 4 o'clock. Okay, so at 4 o'clock, guys, put it on the calendar, put it on your thing. We're gonna have a Spanish-English cast.
The Spanish-English cast is back on the menu, boys.
I love it, dude. It's gonna be a blast.
We're gonna be rocking this duo. El Tools y yo vamos a estar casteando en español y en inglés para la bandera ahí que anda de México, para que pues, estén atentos, estén listos, porque que yo esté aquí significa que aquí va a haber de ambas salsas, verde y roja, de la salsa rojilla que es para los americanos y la salsa verde que es para su servilleta, el Fercila, la banda mexicana. Entonces, we're going to be just having some fun both in English and Spanish.
I feel like there's a bunch of chat that got all of that. I didn't get any of it. So
there's a little bit because I use a lot of like really like slangs from Mexico. So instead of saying like everyone, it's just bandera, the flag, but it's just like banda, like it's just like your whole like band, but it's just bandera. You just like see it has a lot of meanings, like the words I was teaching you and you all the guys yesterday. So dude, Spanish is really practical for everything.
Ferzo's got a filthy mind. Let me tell you that. Dude, every time he can see something, he's telling us the worst phrases possible. I can't repeat them on stream. I'll tell you what, but it's been a blast having you around, and we've been having some good food, having some good times. I saw Ferzo fall in love last night. shout out to
the barcade girl. I wish I could go back and get your Instagram or your number, honestly.
And he was vibing out last night. It's been a great time. Yeah, he still got it on. He's hoping to come back.
It's like she gave me her like how do you call that goes around the
wristband?
The wristband. It's like she gave me her wristband, but instead it's just a barcade free entry.
Yeah, we were having a lot of fun last night, guys. It's always a vibe coming out to these lands. If you ever get a chance to come out to an HCS event, I think you should always take that opportunity. This isn't your first HCS event because you went to the one in Mexico, right? Or no?
This is my first ever mayor no cap, for real.
Love it. So you didn't go to the regional in 2 years ago?
Yeah. Quick story short, I won tickets to go Saturday and Sunday. I had no money to go on the bus from my city to Mexico City, so I ended up just passing.
That's too bad, but hey, we got you back here. You're doing a great job so far. I've been having a blast with you, and so far, I mean, first HCS major. How do you feel? Like, just first impressions? What do you think? He's literally at a loss for words.
I'm lost for words. I've never expected it to be like my first mayor, and well, to be commentated with LVT. I mean, it's such an honor. I already said it when we started. I think it's something really happy to be about. I worked really hard, and finally, I think hard work pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go. Game number 3 on its way. Space Station just one game away from sweeping Native, and well, Legend gonna make that a little bit easy for himself. Double kill, and it's a flag that is out as 4 players of Native Gaming go down. It's that is a tech I have not seen yet. Legend got some sort of glitch slide going down the middle lane. That is sick.
That was a blink and you'll miss it moment, like right there. They just grab up the flag, run away with it, and that's it. It's home touchdown, like they say here, and well, 2 down for Space Station, 1 down, make it 3 for Space Station. Now, let's see what Native Gaming is able to do. They need a really strong counterplay.
That's some good tech usage from from Legend in that spot. They get that first flag on relatively fast, but he's hitting some tech that takes some great sense of timing to hit. Some hard execution right there. There's 3 players from Space Station wrapping out. APG just in a war zone right now. There's no way he can get out, but Eco, last player alive for Space Station. They go 4 down. It's at a critical moment. Now Collect has the overshield. An overkill for Mikwin, and Collect might just be able to cause more rampage as Space Station's stuck in their base.
The grenades are starting to shower on until on the Space Station base. 2 down, make it 3. Can we get a 4th? Can we get a 4th, chat? We're getting it. And thank you so much, Mikwin. That's going to be 4 down, killing spree, and this might be a great capture for the team of Native Gaming.
Emphasis on might, though. This flag, it's not even past halfway yet. Space Station has been slowing Native down. I still think this flag will get captured, but Native need to be a little bit more efficient on getting this flag home. There's a player behind him. Oh, no.
That's going to be a huge leak for the team. Space Station now going in. They might be able to recover the flag. They're going to push for it and just stay there. That's going to be a flag return if Native Gaming is not able to stop them. But it seems that Bound able to get the jump. Saca la chamba, and now he's moving through, trying to capture or at least take out Native Gaming flag.
Bound using that thrust to skip the clamber animation, knowing that he needs this bandit up as quickly as possible. And wow, this is just brutal for Native, right? They weren't able to capture. They got an overkill, an over shield, and control the entire map. What did that equate to? Nothing. Instead, Stellar and the rest of Space Station looking to put in the second flag of this game.
Second flag delivered by yours truly, Stellar. 2 down for both of these teams spawning off. The first one to get that offensive will make a difference. Killjoy for Mikwin. The Eco goes down. Let's see what they're able to do. Bound trying to push forward. Taking down one of the teams. Look at this 360. Might be able to connect it, but not. APG will shut him down. 2 down for Space Station.
Just doing his best to get an angle onto that overshield. Space Station have some great sight lines, but still Collect just brute forces his way towards that overshield. They got another one. I feel like they need to find just some sort of value off this, though. This needs to be some offense from Native, and instead, Kevin Eco Smith gives him the back smack.
He just came in like when you up a rock and the spider just come out. That's how Eco came out. Like she just smack it out into oblivion. That was a Black Widow move right there.
A Black Widow. There we go. I like it. Eco just keeping this high patrol, and Space Station, it just feels like they've had a much easier time of pushing forward into the base once they get these slays. They've been very efficient in their movement so far, and I think it's been the big difference maker in this game.
Huge advantage still for Space Station. They're just making sure they get Native Gaming as far back as possible. They're not letting them just go through that middle section.
Oh, he's going for the ninja. He's going for the ninja.
Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna give it a B+ for effort. Unfortunately, won't connect. Last shot gets taken down. Mikwin pushing through, but still 2 flags down.
He went up in the air. He's just waiting for that thrust to come back. Unfortunately, it just took a little bit too long. And Mikwin has been on a rampage. You know, Native, they haven't been able to score a flag, but that's not because of Mikwin. 19 kills, double positive for his team. He's had an overkill in this game thus far. It feels like Mikwin is turning it up to the next level.
He needs to be careful, though. You could get as many kills as you want, but if you're not able to move, if your team rather is not able to move around that strategy, you're not going to be capping anything, especially here. 10 seconds until overshield. Let's see who's able to get it. Space Station or Native Gaming?
Now, this thing for Native is they're not the greatest Aquarius flag team. They've just had some mixed results in their scrims and their tournament play, and it's interesting to watch this happen in real time because you're kind of seeing the issues, right? Where they're not quite fast enough to take space on the map to move forward and to be in those right spots. And Space Station have just been punishing Native Game anytime they ever make some big mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, capitalizing out of those mistakes over and over again. It should be like a wake-up call for Native Gaming to start to move around their strategy. They're getting pushed and punished every single time. They need to watch out for that middle section, and they need to start picking them off individually, even if they go in pairs. If they are not able to break the setup that Space Station is starting to have, they're going to be having a really hard time. But still, Stellar with the heat wave might change a little bit of things and maybe get a third capture.
Yeah, I think Stellar is going to be very, very potent where he is right now. Look at him. He's going to move into this base. This heat wave is going to cause some massive damage. No! Oh, well, just a little bit to the right. Just misses it by a hair.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one to receive that much, a huge damage. So trying to push forward right here, we have APG, former world champion, able to be a little bit of an assist there for the kill. One down for each team and make it 2 for Native Gaming. They need to retreat. They need to find a way to just go and try to ravage entirely the whole team. If they're still able to take down one by one, they might be able to get a great opening pick.
Ego's got a second flag, the third flag out. But he pulled it into those spawners. The reason he's doing that is all his team was up towards that high P side. He's having a lot of confidence that they were going to be able to win those slays, and he's going to pull through those slays. Unfortunately for Space Station, the first step of that plan never quite came to fruition. They lost the first number, and once that happens, that flag was dead in the water.
McWin with overshield. Let's see what he's able to do. Where is he? Saw Space Station go down by 3, but nothing was made. They're just expecting something to happen. They're expecting a huge move, and Space Station is just ready. Native Gaming knows that they can just, even after 3 down, push forward. But right now, being this close to the base might be the chance.
Well, they were able to get that 3 down Native. They were able to get them just on those respawn screens, but once again, they don't take much space towards the opponent's flag. Instead, you can see they all die around that half line, and once again, Mikwin's left his own devices, 25 and 14. He's been fantastic this game, but there really hasn't been any offensive input from the team thus far.
They have everything that's needed for that capture. They're moving in as a team. They're taking down Space Station and almost in its entirety, but there's no that last push. And it seems that, I mean, Space Station is the one that's been having those easy grabs. And look at that, they're already halfway through. Eco might be able to just cap this one off, and he just suddenly collapsed on its face right there.
Flag gonna come back to the home base for Native. Perfect. And really, it's going to come down to what? You got 2 minutes, 35 seconds. You have one more overshield that's going to come up this game. This is tough. You got to find some big kills and some big moments as we approach the late stage of this game. Overshield's going to come up in 20 seconds. Barcode's got flag. 3 are down. A Stellar, last player alive, also goes down. So you have a little bit of a cycle here. I think this is going to be the first flag for Native. The question is, can they follow up, right? The overshield's going to come up right after this flag is put in.
This is the run that Native was expecting, that wanted that, and it will deliver. Overshield is up, and Barcode is just going to be straight up running and getting it. That's a hit and grab.
Yeah, I love that from Barcode. He just was very aggressive, understood that, like, if I'm going to get away with it, it's going to be right here and right now. He gets the overshield. He still has plenty of it to use. His SSG stuck in their base.
Barcode utilizing that.
Well,
was triple kill for Legend, but I mean, technically he was utilizing that overshield. Unfortunately, well,
that's
he
the
got
second
surprised.
time we've seen an overshield get backsmacked in this series, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just tough spots for Native right there.
Remember, kids, always check your corners.
Yeah, especially when you're pushing into a base full of enemies. Well, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this game, Native is stuck in their base. So not only do they need to win these slays just to get out of their base, they're going to have to win the follow-ups as well. 60 seconds to do that, not a ton of time.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, you heard the announcer, double kill right there by Migwin. 3 down for Native. We might be able to see a capture yet again from Space Station. Now moving through that right side. Legend being the one holding the flag and making the run. A little bit of a stuck there, but he's still pushing through. no damage whatsoever. Still wants to check out. I really like this. Leaves the flag behind a little bit to be able to see if no one from Native Gaming is coming through. Needs to make sure he sees him, and that's one down. APG goes out.
Hey, see, Legend can be patient right there because it's not actually that important that he captures the flag. What's more important is that they just win the slays. And, well, there's just nothing that Native can do in this spot. The third full, they just pull the flag out once again. This game is over. Space Station went 3-0 despite the efforts of Mikwin, who had 36 kills in this flag game.
Make it 37. That Nate is going to add 1 up to the count, but unfortunately 1 second left. The game is over. Space Station takes it over Native Gaming 3-0 and moves on into the pool play.
It's just fantastic from the side of Space Station on capitalizing on their slays. It felt like any time that they got 3-4 down there in that base, they're pulling the flag, they're able to get some space. Native on the other side, right? It all goes back to that overkill moment, right? They got an overkill, they got an overshield, they were in the base applying pressure. What results of it? Nothing.
Exactly. I think it all moves down to what were they able to do.
Dude,
or even team communication. Yeah.
Wait, first of all, let's go back. 1 second. Let's rewind this for a second, Louis, if we can. I would
bring it back.
to see this movement tech once again. This isn't like it's not necessarily crazy, but to see this flag, right? So once going out right out the middle, but look how much. Oh, that's like perfect landing into a perfect drop slide into another curb slide. Just that is some of the cleanest movement you'll see all day from Legend.
Yeah, I mean, and it was a quick capture too. I think it was our first capture of the game, so that was just...
Yeah, it was like within a minute of the game starting.
No, like 30 seconds, 19 seconds capture, and the Space Station was already putting in moves like this. Wow.
And it's like that first capture, like Native never got past that, right? Like that's technically like a game-winning capture. Like when you think about it, just fantastic from Legend, and it just shows the difference between Space Station and Native in that game. Like Space Station was all gas, no brakes, constantly pulling, constantly getting the flag back towards their base. Native on the other side felt like they just were overslaying a little bit, weren't quite able to generate any of that offensive pressure.
It was basically just a little bit more of an aggressive, but maybe, well, not maybe, that aggressiveness really went through Native. Like we saw Mikwin just slaying. But the thing is, they didn't really capitalize out of that. They were just Mikwin was really too focused on slaying, trying to help his team as much as possible, but the team just wasn't there. There wasn't like some sort of what's next in that situation. So even if they were able to, like we saw in a couple of situations here in this CTF, if they were able to get that 3 down, 4 down, it really didn't lead to anything.
Well, that's it for our series. Result, first time, casting today. How you feeling? Like just over there? Any words for any of the folks back home before we go to break?
Honestly, it's been a dream being here. It's something I only wished upon. I mean, I never even expected that LVT would be like, let's bring Fursila in. It was just like in my wildest dreams, my wildest imagination, like to be said, yeah, one day I'm gonna be besides tools, casting, shouting, and getting overkills missed by the observer and just seeing it on the kill feed. But I mean, it's a dream come true. Night is amazing. Luis has just been incredible. You were also great.
Either way, it was fantastic. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with some more pool play and open bracket coverage.
Flash, now he's going Ghost. Danny Phantom moving forward towards the A side of the map. You see Batman and Robin out of lies. You got Gunplexion and Sylvanic pushing in quickly. Gunplexion has no idea. Runs it to the back smack for Ghost. Sylvanic just finding out, ends up getting taken down himself, and now Zion looking for the one-shot Invis player who's playing every angle perfectly and then ends it with a stick. 23 kills. Piggy down to one shot, but refuses to go down easily. Hits the skill jump and is gonna put some extra damage down because of it. But Zion with the double kill, making a triple. Also putting down some long-range damage. Hopefully his team's gonna be able to, like you say, activate off of that damage and maybe take advantage of it. or they'll end up going 3 down, and Sylvatic will drop a triple kill to absolutely squad wipe the enemy team and to take the lead for Lies.
Camos will be a factor. They get it again. This is massive out of Ziad. A Bulldog camo. He has the game in his hands right now, Tony.
There was 2 players that just passed him over towards driveway.
They're rotating away.
But Piggy's gonna stay behind. If Piggy's... Oh, he had to have heard that.
Yep.
He still gets behind him. And the Stalker's gonna beat out the Bulldog. 3 down, go Lies. 48-43. Tenrai might pull off the upset here.
Yeah, this is it. Right, this is such a good play to be behind, but timing is everything in Halo, right? So you're right there in that action, but Ziad holds for just a little bit too long. His camo dissipates here now. If he's faster up, he probably has a better angle. Doesn't expect the red gun player, and then just misses the melee. It just feels like a category of bad things happening all at once. But look at this prime positioning. 3 players right there. You have camo, shotgun. I think you gotta risk it. You're down 3. Be a little bit more aggressive with this. Piggy, the first player up, watches all the players come back. He has that red gun. He's in charge of those long sight lines. And eventually Ziad just takes way too long to make the play. I mean, look how far away those players are by the time you're getting into that fight. Sometimes it's just a tough decision to be made. You make the wrong one, doesn't go your way.
So moves once again back to top tower. This is what you want to see in a player on the top of tower, in a position where he can literally change the game. And that's exactly what he's doing. 16-4, make that 17 with the double kill headshot. It's funny because you were saying this is great practice, and all I see is 3 members of Tenrai just pushing towards evolving, and Envor's just not missing a shot on the top of tower. If this is practice, I don't ever want to practice ever again if I'm Exceed. So sometimes, you know, you need someone like Yaxin on the squad, and he continues on. I don't think he's died yet. In fact, there's a D column, Tony. What is that number below the D column next to Yaxin's name? Do you see that? Oh, never mind. 9-1. That's a pretty good start, if you ask me.
Camouflage, but Pookie's now advancing this ball forward. They already have a 46-29 lead. But it looks like they were rotating the ball towards the spawning players. Let them cook, actually taking over the A side of the map.
Ooh, that was so beautiful by Facty there, Tony. It's still only 22 seconds to let them cook. Every time they go for that ball, even though 3 are down for Pookies, it's players like Facty who were able to get a triple kill. The perfect stop the ball from being picked up. It's really good for Parabola. Unfortunately, though, he's not able to find too much, right? He gets that first kill. He has a little bit of information on the second, so I mean, he is able to find enough because he gets a double there, gets top tower, gets the triple as well. Not gonna get the overkill because it gets stolen, but
gonna take himself out. Ambition doing the same with rockets, but at least gets one of the enemy with them. And now Ivanai is not even playing arena right now. He's playing shoddy snipers over toward the back sword side of the map. And it's working out really well. From a double kill out of him, and Let Them Cook are going to struggle to get him out of this side of the map when he's shooting like this.
Yeah, with energy like this starting this game, I don't want to call it too early, but I mean, Ivan Eyes hasn't missed a shot since he's been inside his sword, and it was one player in particular who was typing his butt off, and that player has just gone on a spawn cycle twice in a row. Ivan Eyes has not missed, and he continues to slay. Why isn't this flag pull, Tony?
Double kill out of Ivan Eyes. Looks like the spawner's still coming over towards Courtyard. They're still getting knocked down like flies. Ivan Eyes working on a killing frenzy at the moment. Let them cook. They don't know. Do you go for the flag? Do you go for the sniper player? What do you do here?
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Immediately gets into safer cover in the vent here. Knows how important it is that he maintains his life with the sniper rifle. So he's just buying time right now for his teammates to come off spawn. And this man's accuracy with the no scopes has been so impressive.
You can take down all 4 for the opposing team. And if you go 2 down in that process, it's probably not even worth overextending, quote unquote, into the base and getting a pull. Here we see Sentinels go 4 down, only 1 down for Native Gaming, and that exemplifies why it's so important to take your numbers advantage. And I think a grapple hook got used as well to sling that flag forward towards the cap point.
Oh my
as Native
God.
Gaming almost had a little bit of a fumble at the goal line, but they're going to put it in for the first score of the day. Native Gaming go up 1-0.
Did you see the speed that Collect left the base with that flag? I think what he did was lift to the other team's grapple platform, grabbed their grapple, and then used it to hit the grapple super slide. A little bit of luck in that one, but also just predicting exactly where Mikwen tried to go. And they've got the flag, and they've now tied the game. But look at this man on your screen, Collect, trying to turn it into another one for Native Gaming as he gets the triple kill, and he's going to look for a spawner here. Gonna be the over? No, he's gonna use such great discipline to not overextend while one shot, so he can stay alive and continue to delete members off the map.
The 32. McWen really looking to place himself, find his place on the map. There we go. Sparty goes down. McWen looks to grapple away, and I think now potentially helping prevent camo pull for Sentinels, but I think Falcon had snuck away with it.
2 members of Native died as Mikwen got that snipe, so Mikwen not feeling very comfortable. Choosing to play from the bat ledge. This is usually a pretty vulnerable spot where it's hard to find snipes, but the reaction time too strong for Mikwen. Might be one of the oldest players in the lobby, but man, his reactions do not look like it. This guy is one of the best snipers still after all these years. And now they brought it back to within 2 thanks to the amazing snipes out of Mikwen.
Yeah, great recognition there with the snipe. You saw Boo Boo Doo Boo shield shimmering, didn't wait for his head to drop it.
Sparty finds a back smack on McWin. I don't think that camo got out safely. Looks like Sparty, the last player on this. No, with the grapple.
What a pickup from Collect! He has the camo with the use of the deadliest catch. Grapple hook pulls camo away, but Sentinels are pulling away with the lead. 48-47. Collect with camo and the shot. The game in his hands. He hits the perfect shot. Takes down Falcon in time. 49. And then he clutches up for the 50th kill. Unbelievable shot there from Collect as Native Gaming take it and a 2-0 lead in this series. Oh my God! Sentinels prioritize the slays for now. 3 go down for Native. Monster, the last player alive on the B side of the map. No 1v1 here with Sparty. Sparty has QT. Could pull some chicanery. What? He does! Takes him down with the portal. You may not know, chat, if you stand inside of a portal as a player uses it, it instantly vaporizes your soul. At least an extra 10 seconds off the clock. 3 feeling like nanoseconds. 2. 91 though, as Native Gaming might just come back. Monster down to 1 HP. 1 second separating these 2 teams. 2 seconds left on the clock as Monster rotates it. But does he toss the oddball up to APG? Yes, he does! As Native Gaming do in fact steal round 2. What?
What a sick play. The communication here in this moment. APG is probably saying, throw it to me, throw it to me, throw it to me. Because he knows the pressure's coming in. Lucid doing such a good job, just understood that he didn't have any room to move forward, but he can hold down mid-map, make it difficult for FaZe to get out of their base, but it's not going to be difficult for them to get out now as Royal 2 picking up the triple kill.
As he extends out into the base of OpTic Gaming. One final shot in the snipe and another headshot to his name and double kill, in fact, as he has 5 perfect shots. Out DMR's Matt. Safe to push out. They know Formal lurks top mid. He's deadly with the snipe, but he's not going to get an eye on it. Instead, FaZe are going to score. Down 1, 120 left.
Wow, I actually love this play from Formal. I mean, he basically just decided, like, yeah, they're going to cap that. I'm not going to overextend to try to stop it. As long as I stay alive, my team can get another flag out, and they just get the counter cap instantly. A massive factor in the end game here. Formal just waiting for his teammates. He's using the camo to gather information, not shooting Frosty yet, doesn't want to give away his location. Sees an opening. He's going to jump up into glass. He might have been spotted by that player, but he's flanking in the pipes with his teammates. Make sure he gets 2, turns around to try to kill Snakebite, but Snakebite shuts him down, and we know that Renegade has the shock. That's why they are not giving an inch until just now. As soon as Lucid, the first player to expose himself on the screen of Renegade, gets deleted instantly. This man's reaction time is incredible, but the takes down Renegade stick at the perfect time to do so. They get a 4 dead off of that. Huge plays out of OpTic Gaming. Formal is here to play today. No surprise, this man is a different beast on championship day. Frosty, though, going to use one of the last bullets in the sniper to get a headshot. He's right now Lucid and Formal seemingly playing the best versions of themselves, and that's why this has been difficult for FaZe Clan. Renegade not finding the usual form that we're used to seeing him in. And even when saying that, he's still one of the best players in the world, right? We just know how good he can be, but Royal 2 is going to step up when John is not here with the reversal sticky repulse after getting 2 snipe kills of his own.
And now FaZe has to grab Oddball with OpTic nearby. They're feeling that sense of pressure. They're feeling that sense of overextension. We have to get back in this game, but Lucid won't let them as he out DMRs a full-on 1v2 against FaZe, and Lucid takes it, has the snipe as well, and a little bit more QT to work with. My God, Lucid hits the no-scope as well at the back of A to finish off that QT. What a play there, and that might just finish the round. It does. OpTic Gaming roll on FaZe Clan. Felt like a Strongholds match where OpTic had a trip cap the entire time.
Be hard to, though. Look at the pressure from FaZe. They know where they're spawning. This map's so small, very easy to predict spawn, so FaZe not going to give any breathing room to OpTic, but Formal with an insane double kill. That's exactly what OpTic needs right here, right now. Not only that, but they kill another player. I don't know if they realize Renegade is sitting here. He's playing so patiently.
No.
They're pushing these trades. Now they just need 1 kill. This game is over.
Oh, Royal 2 ends El Clasico with a ninja as OpTic Gaming go down, head to the lower side of the bracket.
I think this is a very good position for Sentinels, and I love how patient he's being with this QT. He wants to put it in a spot that he knows is going to be safe to go back to, and now he has a much more freedom. Look how aggressive he's getting with the sniper rifle because of it.
Sentinels now in the lead 24 now, 24 to 19. It wasn't like that at the beginning. They've slowly gained those points, and here we have Boo Boo Dooba just casually jumping through the QT. He's having fun with it.
Well, the reason he comes back right there, right? It's because of the spawn points. He goes back to the tower because 2 players are coming off a spawn. He doesn't want to open up that back lane, and well, look at the advantage he gets because of it. That is the biggest brain play you might just see today. 4 go down for Complexity, and look how Sentinels take space. Players going out to the right and left. They want to force these spawns towards dummies. It makes easy shots for Boo Boo Doobu.
Previous kill we saw with the portal. This is what I want to see in this year moving forward. Like a really creative ways to use the equipment.
Honestly, oh my God, Boo Boo! He plays patient. He follows up on kills. 3 go down. You better come off spawn. Boo Boo Doobu still putting the pressure on. Find another 5 in a row. When we talk about the best snipers in the game, right? There's really a conversation. That's really Stellar, Lucid, Formal, Frosty, Renegade. I think those are the top 5. Whoever's number 1 changes from day to day, but there are days where you realize that the ceiling of sniping, no one compares to Stellar because of what he's able to do and just takes over games at certain points. That's what he's trying to do for his team right now. Anyone that comes into his reticle is going to have a dangerous proposition ahead of them. Legend able to get this camouflage, and OpTic Gaming, although they had this great start, they've really been just struggling on finding any sort of space, and Stellar threads the needle. He's not done yet. Lucid, able to stop him just in time, but Stellar showing why he is the best sniper in the game. Descendant has to make a decision. This is what I love, because he knew that spawn was happening over there. He's gonna opt to take it the other way, but Spartan has the sniper, and the only player alive gets the overkill. Stops the push from Complexity. Spartan, the one-man army.
Incredible. Oh, I'll count that as a kill tag.
Complexity, there's no one there to stop it. The flag is being returned. Spartan, he's on the killing spree. The flag's back home, just put it back in. Grenade the air medal from Boo Boo Doobu, and Complexity on their last stand, and Complexity falls lethal. Jump up, it's in. Now you have to have no questions asked in this game too. Make sure that everyone knows that you are the better team in this situation, and Formal certainly making a case for it. Eco goes down, and well, there might be some more pickets for Formal as the second headshot rings true. Bounce spawns underneath him, bound. You're in trouble. Formal playing that corner so effectively. He goes to the low ground, and it was a bait and switch dead zone. Gets the smackdown on his former teammate. And where is any player to take advantage of this play? It's going to be Eco that gets himself the overshield, and look at that route. That is, hey, add that to the notebook for y'all playing matchmaking today. Eco saves himself from the top mid position.
Overshield going again to the hands of Space Station Gaming. What can Formal do? I'm just so terrified whenever, like, exactly. Whenever Formal's holding the sniper. That's a double kill for Formal.
I think Formal is like hitting like 80% of his sniper shots right now. If you come into his range, I think it's more safe to say you're going to take some damage as he hits another for the 5th one in a row. Killing spree is in. Legend, goodbye. Double kill. It might be a triple. You're going to come up the ramp. Your head might just get peeled. Stellar's gone. Formal has completely taken over the map. He's eaten the forbidden fruit, and he's pushing into the base of Space Station Gaming.
But first, they got to take down FaZe. Frosty with the shot in his hands. Native Gaming with a minimal lead on this bottom mid hill, but Frosty, we're going to get FaZe right back in it with the shot. Lands a 1, now 2 perfect shots. Cross map 3 for the double as Frosty starts off as well as you could imagine from Frosty. He continues on, sitting at 14-4-2. It feels like he hasn't died in this match just yet as he takes to face a monster once again.
Absolutely unbelievable gameplay out of Frosty right now. He's holding on to this repulsor because he's got stickies in his pocket.
Oh my God!
And he can't miss. How many perfect headshots can this man hit? It's almost every single shot out of the shot. Finally goes for the sticky repulse after he finally misses a shot, but holy cow, save some headshots for the rest of us. Playing catch with the man. Only way to take him down apparently, but 3 of them go down, and as long as this last player dies, this game is over.
Frosty in the winter final. Excuse me, Snakebite with the overkill extermination. There's too many members of FaZe Clan popping off. There's too much to handle for Native Gaming.
I don't see anybody in red near. Finally, Lethal and Booba are pushing up towards active camouflage, and Falcon gets put on a stretcher there, eliminated quickly. Formal not done yet. A double kill leads to the killing spree. Oh my gosh, that's an overkill. Formal putting Sentinels on their back, and they should be able to close the hill because of it. Right now is all the Sentinels have in neutral time, and a trade out in lives is going to drain that clock down. Boo Doobu's at the 0-second mark. There's no way. There is 0 seconds on the clock. OpTic just went 3 down. OpTic gets wiped. Sentinels about to steal it and send us into a sudden death overtime with 0 seconds on the clock.
What a massive play there by Sentinels. Party gets the trade of a century. Boo Boo's able to sneak inside the hill with 0 seconds.
OpTic are spawning on the opposite side of the map. They have to come in and push for the last time. They need to break the setup, and they're running out of time. This time, OpTic Gaming.
2 down for OpTic Gaming. Oh my word. This is the chance for Sentinels to come in. OpTic Gaming steal the hill though. No one's able to get in. It's OpTic Gaming with the 3-0 sweep. What an incredible way to end game number 3.
Wait, what? Tim, break this down. This should have been a look at this.
Lethal's on top tower. They're about to get 2 dead. Lucid's gonna go down right here. So that'll be Lucid going down. 1 other player goes down as well. So you think maybe there's a chance here. You see Dead Zone's gonna be the next one to fall. So it's a 2v2 situation with Sparty in the hill. But Trippy is the one that's alive. Trippy is the one that comes in, does damage to Lethal, gets him out of the hill, and it's OpTic Gaming off a spawn who come through. Look at the push from top center. Lethal not in a position to help whatsoever. They get inside the hill. Lethal's caught out. He's out of position, and they take him out. They take the hill. They don't even need to take him out. They just take the hill right under his eyes. Yeah, even though, you know, Native Gaming got that 1 little triple cap for just a little bit of time, again, OpTic took the control that was necessary to secure this camo, and that camo is exactly what Native Gaming needed in order to bring this game back. But like you said, we just got a triple kill out of Formal. He's continuing to do damage here. Once again, Collect goes down, and it looks like OpTic might close this out.
For most of the members of OpTic Gaming, Native winning out that play to say, I got some more snipes. Hold this ball real quick and watch what I can do when I'm one of the main slayers on the crew.
There it is. That's what he can do. Dead Zone goes down. Trippy goes down as well. I told you he was moving a bit different. He was hungry. Is this enough though? A lot more work has to be done. OpTic could be playing a bit loose here. APG making him pay for it, but how long will this last?
Collect with the sniper, 4 bullets to work with at the moment, and so much responsibility on his hand, trying to hold off all of OpTic from getting the C-side that they want. But with a snipe onto the former MVP, going after 4 more as well, that's a complete squad wipe, courtesy of Collective Native Gaming. And Bravo FaZe going to adapt and go after Alpha, but it takes 2 to tango. As of right now, FaZe want to break out all 4 players away from the H side of the map and over towards Whirlpool. And because of that, Lucid gets an off angle and takes down multiple members of FaZe. 4 down go FaZe, and OpTic immediately hop on Alpha. That's the objective efficiency, and now camouflage in the hands of Drippy as well. Getting a God spawn over toward the back gold side might be exactly what the doctor ordered. FaZe having complete control, but OpTic right off of spawn make their presence known. Looks like Renegade was able to get that shock out of the hands of Formal, and Renegade with the triple. He didn't choose violence, violence chose him.
Yeah, I mean, it's OpTic Gaming, like you said, get the God spawn because World 2's positioning wasn't close enough to pipes, but FaZe don't make that any count at all. They stop this push, they get the triple cap locked in, B will be taken, but the points will still continue to count forward.
Just 3 more seconds needed. And as OpTic are going after Bravo, looks like FaZe are gonna simply out-rotate them, play for B, and end up taking that win. Back to just 1 kill advantage for OpTic Gaming, making sure they fight tooth and nail, emptying the tank so that they can maybe, just maybe, take the lead. It's tied up at 23 apiece, and Dead Zone serving up pancakes this late in the evening.
Played that so well. The last 2 players alive, they stamp their feet into their position. They don't move. They wait for the spawns on the yard, and then they attack. That is what's given them this 4-kill lead. Make it 5. Lucid starting to pop off as well now.
OpTic do control that A, that long haul side, which is usually where you want to be, but you got to get kills in order to take advantage of that. And Formal's the first one to end up going down for the 15th time here for OpTic Gaming. A snakebite follows it up by taking down Trippy. He ends up taking down another one. A snakebite almost ends the game onto Lucid. Don't worry, the longtime duo always covers his duo's back.
OpTic looking good right now. It's almost like they flipped a switch. This is different than what we've seen in this entire series so far.
From the green side of the map over toward the tower side, OpTic have done a great job of not only taking a hill, but also setting up for the next. And that's because your MVP right there in Lucid doing a fantastic job of getting the triple, then taking down the 4th member and holding off all members of FaZe from the spawn, from the setup.
Nothing's changed. They just look so formidable on this map. FaZe looking to stop that, though. You saw in the last HCS Open, like I talked about before.
I know it didn't pop up on the kill feed, but did World 2 just ninja the crap, the daylights out of Trippy over toward the tower side? And now at this point, he's bullying him because Trippy once again having tower side control, and once again, World 2 clearing him out right there. World 2 clearly having Trippy's number. Why not play the time? And that's the luxury that OpTic have afforded themselves. However, they still got to outslay one of the best slaying team in the business, and as of right now, OpTic making it look easy. Formal, the FPS GOAT with the triple kill, clearing things out, and it looks like he was about to play the hill time. Now he's not. He doesn't care. He just wants more kills. Maybe Livy needs to be prioritization number 1 right there, because they end up going 4 down, and FaZe without any hesitation whatsoever. Not only were able to snatch up that overshield, but also able to grab the first flag. And within 40 seconds worth of gameplay, we could see the first flag capped, or OpTic respond. 3 down, go FaZe.
That's very important here that Snakebite stays alive. He's not going to be able to, though. That was an incredible stop by OpTic Gaming. They're going to get the return, but FaZe now have to be worried about the counter cap that's about to happen. Trippy trying to get that kill. It's now a 2v2 situation. This flag's not going anywhere at this point. A great job by FaZe to even out the odds. Yeah, great job, though, by OpTic Gaming to slow down and try to get the slays first. You see still FaZe are going to touch the flag. Very scrappy by the side of FaZe, but Renegade's in a position where he can get this flag touch, but it's Formal. The sneaky pull towards the front side of the base, that's going to delay things just a bit.
Another overshield finds the hands of FaZe. OpTic, something needs to change for them. They cannot continue to lose overshield after overshield and expect to win this game, one that they desperately need to send us into a game 5. But now Frosty with the overshield turns it into a double kill. 3 down go OpTic Gaming. FaZe once again have control.
Rengar, though, shuts down Persecute. Actually gets a double kill, turns 2 on Hunter JJX, and tries to get a third. Fluriously finally going to shut him down, but those kills just getting Spectre closer and closer to the end. But Ivan, Mr. Fluriously himself, says he has the opportunity to maybe bring them back. If they get flanked right now, these two players that are one shot could get finished off, but no. Spectre actually reroutes and goes through the front of the tower instead, which was even less expected by Oreos. And that was a great heads up play. This huge brawl could end the game right here.
Bait and switch as Fate earns a backsmack and a little bit of bags, as it looks like Spectre Esports are going to shut the door on a potential comeback for Oreos instead, as Spectre Esports comes back in the series and ties it at 1.
Just in case that player chased him, he might try to do the jump again to sneak back up. Looks like he is going to do it, hitting it flawlessly both times. Shows that he's definitely practiced that jump. And look at this, he's going to use that to turn 2, might make it 3. At least gets that player to one shot. And
Fluriously with that camo has a repulsor to work with as well. Could send a member into the drink if he wants, but instead he's going to take him down with the slay, the headshot, the back smack. Looking for the triple kill. Repulses up to the nest bridge. Perfect utilization of that equipment. Almost combining it as movement tech, and Fluriously going to combine that to control C as well. Trip Cap looking to finish off this game 3 here for Oreos.
Nobody else in the lobby, although on the side of Spectre, we've got a lot of old heads that have been playing Halo for a long time as well. And look at that. Like I said, Persecute's going to be the one that gets the sniper, and that's exactly why. Getting an early double kill. That's going to open the door for Hunter to get the overshield. Looks like Fluriously got the rockets, and this could be the recipe for an early cap for Oreos.
Looking like a Halo 3-esque quickscope there from Persecute as he was awarded the no-scope, despite it looked like having a nanosecond of scoped in vision there as Persecute lands the double kill, has the sniper lined up on that Mauler side of the map. He knows he's cleared out the spawn for now on the snipe. But it looks like with 2 members pushing it for Oreos, that might get some...
Only person even close, and he's still 7 kills behind. Persecute absolutely popping off. He continues to do so. Huge piv as the rockets are coming up. Not only that, but Hunter JJX is also securing the overshield. But no, a perfect grenade coming in from Rengar. He might shut this whole push down single-handedly.
Wow. Unfortunate for Spectre Esports. They had previously had positioning on the rockets, but Persecute took it instead. Now Hunter JJX has the OS and a flag out down the long haul, and if it gets through the halfway mark, that should go in. Persecute gatekeeping on the bridge side with rockets should make this a 2-0 lead for Oreos, but despite 2 going down, Hunter JJX is able to secure.
I don't see why they would have made a team change, and while everybody else changes around them, they can just continue to build what they've already got. As we see another little jump there from Boo Boo showing off some tech here early in LVT.
Every week of the off season, now preseason, we get to see Solitude. We get to see a new bit of movement tech because they see the potential. They see the opportunity. They got to the grand finals last.
Enemy team took the hill.
Welcome back to the LVT Halo coverage of Pool Play. We got Sentinels going up against Proton Gaming. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Zilla as we are into our next match of Pool Play.
We are back again, trying to see who will continue on with a positive record in the Pool Play. So far, Proton Gaming doing some great plays.
That's actually a critical match for Sentinels here today. Sentinels lost to Shopify Rebellion on the main stage 1-3. So every game gonna be so important for them. They need to get second place in their pool in order to stay on the winner bracket side in the champ bracket.
They have to plan this accordingly. Boo Boo Dooble with the sniper rifle, making sure he gets the angles covered. That ramp is going to be impossible to pass by, but also Garage trying to check the angles, making sure he get it right. That shot is not going to be enough. Only the shields will go down.
A couple other players gonna come move right in front of Boo Boo Dooble, and he'll be feasting because of it. As the second shot comes through, Boo Boo Dooble doing just enough for his team to maintain this hill. One more push for Proton Gaming to try to get Sentinels out and reclaim their time.
We've seen it week by week. It's Boo Boo Dooble with the sniper rifle. It's a force not to be reckoned with, but unfortunately Gilkey will take him down. That's going to be all. Sniper now in the hands of this player, trying to get a shot. Won't connect. Go down, 4 down again for Proton Gaming, and a capture for Sentinels.
Proton almost had it. They were able to break into the hill, but they just weren't able to secure any control of the map. Eventually, Sentinels comes back, takes over their hill, and are able to get that first point on board. Now at the Quantum Translocator, Lethal also has a sniper to work with. He's just trying to wait for these players to push up. He can potentially get a nice little flank here of this Quantum Trans.
Not overshield, rather. Active camo is up running, and Lethal is going to utilize it. Still has one in the chamber for the sniper rifle. Could be more than enough. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Look at this patience that this man has. He's going to take the shot. Unfortunately, it won't be the case. Runs away. The camo gets traded. Now we're on even grounds. 2 down for Sentinels.
Kind of a tough possession right there for Sentinels. Lethal, you had the Quantum Translocator, you had the camo, and you had sniper. What does they get out of it? Just 1 kill, right? You feel like you try to get a little bit more value out of that play. Instead, Proton, they've been strong on the response. They've been able to get these couple kills and maintaining control of the hill as well. As 3 players as Sentinels go down, this next push is what matters for Sentinels. They have to decide how quick they can go, or even if they will go, because if they push forward, they're gonna give Proton a real opportunity to flip out these spawns.
So Spectre with the sniper rifle getting some shots. Proton not able to get a kill. 2 shots down, and still only the shields are the one that will go down. Receives a little bit of damage. Someone's attacking. It will be Lethal. He will get the kill. No, it's actually Bubu Dubu. Now 2 down for both of these teams. And Bubu Dubu with the sniper. Like I said, week by week, open and open. We've seen this guy taking and ripping heads off apart. Now in the land environment, in the land environment, that's a different story.
He's just absolutely popping off with this sniper rifle. Bubu Dubu's been phenomenal thus far in the game. 6 and 3, and well, a couple more players come into harm's way.
I mean, he really wants to take a shot at Quantum Translocator, going to come in clutch right before Bubu Dubu is able to go in for the kill. Couple of nades. Bubu Dubu were really under pressure. The hill is still not going anywhere other than Proton Gaming side. Sentinels in trouble.
Sentinel's gonna slow this down, right? They have to make sure this next push is successful. If they die too early right here, they're just gonna give Proton Gaming way too much control of this map.
Oh, I heard the sniper. Someone has it. Someone has been spotted, and now the pursuit's on. They want to take down that player badly. The hill still controlled by Sentinels. Right now drop, but the defense is on the on the left side for the red team Sentinels. Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Those are tough one-on-ones. That was King Nick versus old teammate Spartan, the dog right there, and well, you can see how they have some of the best strafes in the game.
Oh, they spotted Bubu Dubu. Lo vieron. They got him. And now that's an active camo that's just out of the portion for a little bit. Let's wait until it comes back. Great shot right there. Gilkey moving through, trying to get another one. Will get his teammate the assist. And now this hill belongs completely to Proton Gaming. 2-1 so far. Absolutely great plays by Proton Gaming.
Gilkey's been phenomenal as well. 12 and 7 for him. Proton just did a fantastic job of getting control and forcing Sentinels to have to play through choke points in which they had great sight lines of it. That's a tough loss for Gilkey right there. That's going to be a big win for Sentinels to be able to set themselves up for success in this 4th hill.
Oh, not able to get the jump. Spartan. Second time's a charm, but this side, he might as well go for the backside to get someone. So Spectre with the sniper. Let's see what he's able to do. He needs to take aim. He's just placing himself, waiting for someone to pop the head, but no one is coming through. He wants to get a kill done, but not able to get the shot. Only a body shot, but not enough.
Spectre able to find that next kill, and with this sniper rifle, that was like a miracle stick from the sky. I don't know what kind of that must have stuck almost underneath his chin or something. We saw it go right onto his Spartan's body.
Ooh, now Spartan with the sniper rifle, making sure he gets a nice look at that section. Not going to be anything. 2 down for both of these teams. Spartan could make a difference. He wanted to get the shot. He's able to still get the kill on King Nick. And I'm just having so much fun, bro. Like, casting in the live environment is just different. Like, wow.
I'll keep the sniper up high. Boo boo doo boo. Knows if someone takes a peek, they will be taken down. Proton taking some very prolonged approaches as they try to get over towards Nest. They're saying 2 players towards Nest and 2 through the bottom mid. They want to put a lot of pressure on this tower side.
Took the hill.
They really need to make this push work. Sentinels is about to get that third heal that they need. 1 step away. 3 down for Proton Gaming, 2 down for Sentinels. This could make it even the 4th or the 3rd one for Sentinels, and Bubu goes down. The sniper rifle up for grabs right in that C-section, so they can go for it. And it seems that Guilty hurt me, but it could be over in any moment. No shields, but still, who's up? Oh!
Gilly tries his best over at the back tower, not going to be able to get that kill, but because he stayed alive, right? He was the last player alive for his team. He stayed alive and caused mayhem. Yes, he didn't get a kill, but what he did do is he prevented Sentinels from really setting up on this map and keeping that hill on the side of Proton Gaming.
Camo by King Nick, making sure every single shot counts. Watch out, this is a crucial battle. He's gonna go down. Now Sentinels with the chance of pushing in and terminating this heal so Sentinels can get ahead on the scoreboard. Proton Gaming now in trouble.
Shots down, Falcated. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive since he has his quantum translocator. He can keep going back and forth inside that hill. In fact, I'd like to see him maybe try to at least contest this thing with 1 last QT pull. Unfortunately, just the time wasn't quite there for Falcated, and Proton able to sneak away that hill once again. 3-2. Now, there is 2 minutes on this clock, so I have a feeling that we are going to see at least one team get the 4 captures in this game.
Yeah, there's still lots of time to work with. But the one that really needs it right now is Sentinels. Sentinels needs to bring up the work. They were really doing God's work back in that hill, but unfortunately, Proton Gaming just came up and completely swooped them out of the hill like Lethal just did in that bottom section. It's only a matter of time to see if Sentinels will be able to claim this hill entirely.
No pressure. Mounting at the bottom half of the map. Lethal throws a great grenade to keep Suspector from being able to push through that door. And wow, we have seen a flawless hill so far for Sentinels, as they're just 10 seconds away from capturing this hill. So this is about time that you activate all the resources you have for Proton. You have to make a big play, as Gilkey's the last player alive.
They've been just trading left and right. We haven't seen really much of the 4 teammates from both teams alive, and just like that, we're now heading to the 8th, well, no, 6th, 7th hill. I don't know how to count.
Final hill.
Well, also the final hill. Well, let's see. It's a Spectre with the camel. Let's see what he can pull off.
Gets that repost as well. This is a great spot for Suspector. They don't know. They never spotted him. He's able to get 2. What a flick shot on the second player. Camo's in this hill, and suddenly Sentinels, they go 3 down, and they have just an absolute trek ahead of them if they want to even get close to this hill. Oh, Suspector wants to boot them off.
Oh, this might go his way, but unfortunately they are able to move now. Suspector needs to change up how he's going to play this. Gets taken down by Lethal. Now the push is on. Sentinels has to put themselves inside that hill if they want to deny Proton Gaming from capture.
Lethal just, he knows what's prioritized. Oh,
that's
Lethal had 4 bullets, 2 players in front of him. He hit all 4 shots and got a double kill. You could not have played that better for Lethal right there. If he makes if he shoots the other player first, he probably ends up not having enough ammo for the second player. I just fantastic from Lethal.
And it's something we've been talking about, right? That's just how different these pro players play, and how just they're on some god level of just thinking and quick reacting. Like, we could have just gone for that one, but they just think different and just act like entirely different kind of players. Like, return to sender. Thank you so much, Suspector.
Just moments away, Proton Gaming have taken game 1 against Sentinels in a massive battle. And it's largely thanks to Gilkey and the plays that he was making. 23 kills for him, as Sentinels are going to be down 0-1 in this series.
Sentinels taking heartbreaking defeat on this first game. Moving on to the next one, Slayer on Recharge. It is going to be quite a difficult one. Sentinels has the potential to take this, but Proton Gaming just making sure they are stepping on the heels of Sentinels, not letting them walk away with a victory that they desperately need. Like you said, Tools, they need this to push into the winner's side of the final bracket on Sunday.
All right, guys, tonight I do have some exciting updates for the folks at home. So we have officially started the lobby. It's not ready yet, right? But the lobby has been started for our match, which is going to be what was formerly known as the No Org Squad.
No Org.
What are they going by right now?
They are going
Fury?
by Lore.
Lore, right? So Lore, and do you know who they're playing against?
I actually do not.
Do you know who they're playing against, Louis? Lore? Forsaken. So Team Forsaken.
That's going to be an interesting matchup.
Lore. Gonna be on the open bracket coverage soon enough. We're just waiting for all the players to get their settings right, all that stuff. But
I'm gonna start reading in Spanish. Gonna get myself ready.
Parabola, Rob the Turtle, Gunplexion, and Zeod gonna be playing against the Lore roster, which is like tapping buttons, Noble, Acid, and last but not least, Drift. No, Nugget's the coach. Nugget's the coach for him. So I think that's gonna be a very close match.
I'm excited. I was talking with Nugget a little bit a while ago, and I was like, "How you feeling? How's it looking? What are you expecting?" And he just turned around to me and said, "Open brackets hell."
I guess he didn't have to do much of the open bracket last year. He was mostly in pools. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they won the majors, they just went straight into pool play, and now having to put themselves out there by going into this open bracket stuff. I can tell why he's telling me this, why open bracket is hell, but I mean, they're once a couple of steps away from qualifying into pool play, and that's a statement.
Yeah,
on its own.
Right. It's very, very interesting. We'll keep our eye on it. Right. We'll make sure that we watch it when it comes up. They're still figuring out some issues over there, and in the meantime, we have some great matches on our in our pool play. Right. Sentinels. I think a lot of people probably saw this match and they're expecting Sentinels to 3-0 win against Proton, but Proton, of that 4-3 victory in game one, they played extremely well. And now they have a chance to go up 2-0 against what many have favored as a top 4, potentially top 3 team in this event.
Absolutely. I mean, it could change up entirely how we're going to be seeing not only the final bracket, but also maybe the placings. Like, we might be seeing a Proton Gaming just coming up into possibly a top 4 finish if they are keeping up this way.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to beat teams like Sentinels and take games off some of these better teams, like they could do it, right? I think right now Proton's like trying to establish themselves as like a consistent top 6 team, which they haven't quite been in that conversation, right? So this is a great way to put yourself in those conversations for Sentinels. And here we go, game number 2 on its way. So Spectre and the rest of Proton Gaming trying to keep this hype and momentum behind him. And King Nick, oh, he's hunting this player down.
I really like that. Coming straight with the camo on batteries and just surprising with a back smack. That's what we're talking about. And just like that, we might be able to secure another kill. That nade is going to pass right by him. One down for Proton, trying to get another kill.
See Goki trying to get on this quick flank. He has 2 players ahead of him. Nas position is going to be known with this noob combo. I like the way that the approach was for those players over at Sentinels, right? You hear a noob combo, what do? You just push it exactly with your teammate. Make sure that you swing at the same exact time. They cannot deal with you fast enough. Try to just outpace that noob combo. They do just that, able to get that kill and keep this lead. Wow, 5-kill lead early, and they have all this control. I mean, they have the map and the shock rifle to work with.
I really like what Proton's doing right now. They know that they are losing, They now stock up. They're now making sure they are not overexposing themselves. They're peeking. They're getting information. Game is thrown into a crawl. Now the patience is key for both of these teams. Sentinels could just push, but no way. They know that it is going to be really difficult to try and get some kills.
Yeah, Proton, they played really slow, but unfortunately, when you play slow like that, it's so important. It's not even necessarily like getting the first kill. It's just you have to trade. If you play really slow and don't move up from your positions and you don't trade out from those positions, suddenly you're at a huge disadvantage as the game because you basically have taken no space. You're going to be real close to each other. It's so much easier to collapse in after you lose numbers for the other team.
Camo on the side of Sentinels. Spartan with also the shock rifle could do a lot of damage. 15-7 so far. Huge 8-kill advantage so far from Sentinels. This could be the game that they want to tie things up 1-1 the series.
Well, Camo's out, but Spartan still has plenty to work with. The grapple back for the headshot. King Nick goes down. Follows. Double kill. Killing spree for Spartan as he unleashes on the rest of Proton Gaming.
They're going for the power kills. Great preemptive nade. Oh my god. What a shot. Now going for get another one. The nade is going to stop him, unfortunately, but still huge damage done on the side of Proton Gaming.
Sentinels doubling up the score of Proton, largely from Spartan. He has 7 kills in this game already. Boo Boo Doo joining him. They combined for 14 just together. Just Boo Boo Doo and Spartan are outslaying Proton Gaming.
I mean, they really said, you want to win Slayer, double up and give it to the next person. Now, with a couple of shots.
Little TikTok trend.
I'm sorry, I really like that app, but so far, huge difference.
That'd be really funny. It's like, you like a 2-kill lead, double it up.
No, double and give it to the next person.
Maybe yeah. Lethal. Looking over his land of domain. Ooh. Really, it's going to be interesting because Proton's going to run into this problem where they're down by so much so they don't want to play fast because they don't want to play into Sentinels. But if you do not play fast enough, you're going to run out of time to make a comeback happen.
Yeah, so the double so far
as well. Yeah, Boo Boo Doo. Oh man, it's something. Talk about it. There's not a worse player to give camo to.
Yeah, and something that they really need to get going, Proton, is get that camo. Like, they're not trying to fight it. They are not trying to go for it. Sentinels just gets a free grab every time he's close. And now Boo Boo Doo was just utilizing completely. I mean, we saw him taking a lot of shots. Ooh, great stuff by Kilke right there. Now trying to go for another shot, 1B, but Suspector able to take down Falcated. Shock rifle still in the hands of Proton Gaming. How do you even get yourself to get 1 ammunition left? Just
ooh, you get YY out of your shots. That's how you do it. But yeah. It's always funny when you see 1 shot on the shock rifle.
Still, Kilke still has that shock rifle, able to get a little bit of Jarabe Tapatio, able to take that one down, wants to take the other one down. Unfortunately, won't get to be able to shot it right in the head. Not going to be a shocking kill. And now, still on the deficit. There's not much Proton Gaming can do in this situation.
He knows there's a player directly under him, but Kilke just... He can't play too aggressive on those players over at batteries because he knows that like trades aren't necessarily good for your team, right? It's like it's cool to get a kill. It's definitely like the priority, but if you know that if you jump out in the middle of the map, you're probably gonna die. Like you just can't do it, and it's allowing Sentinels to have just so much more freedom on this map to move around and try to make plays happen.
There's not much they can do. 1v1 right here, able to get it with a perfect. Will get surprised still. The assist comes through. 2 down for Sentinels. Now we see Proton Gaming pushing yellow pipes right now, and so far they really need to get some kills going. They'll be expanding on the elevator, so they might be able to get a little bit of a sandwich going on. Great reaction right there. Suspector able to get a kill, gets traded out. Lethal goes down, and still the advantage is clear for Sentinels.
Boo Boo Doo just got another camouflage, I believe. Or someone did it. I thought the camouflage was up. Looks like Boo Boo Doo wasn't the one that got away with it. Maybe someone else on the side of Sentinels. Oh no, it was on the floor.
Oh, now, yeah, popped.
I guess it doesn't really matter, but like for Sentinels, they're okay with that, right? They're up by 11 kills right here. To Proton, they essentially need to get this game close and before Sentinels can get to 45. You only have like really 2 more deaths you can give up and playing like Cavalier. This is just a dominant game from Sentinels through and through.
Yeah, with an 11 kill lead, there's not much the enemy team can do. Like we're seeing it right now, 2 down for Proton Gaming. I mean, they can bring in the pressure, but there's just not that much room for them to move around. Sentinel has full control of the power weapons, has full control of the utility, in this case the camo. So it makes it really difficult for Proton Gaming to just adapt, because every single time they want camo, Sentinels already has grabbed it.
Well, Shock Rifle in the hands of Falke. This could be how it ends for Proton Gaming. As Val's looking for the last kill, he knows Gilky's behind the box. Yeah, it doesn't even matter, but Gilky would have been gone either way. 50-37 Sentinels with a dominant display.
That's a huge lead and quite a statement going from one of the... going for basically this first game. Like, just really difficult. Proton Gaming really falling off in this second game of the series. So now they really need to push for that 3rd victory. Like, this next victory is crucial for Proton Gaming if they want to be able to have a shot at taking down Sentinels. And we already know how strong Sentinels is.
Aquarius flag going to be our next map up for grab, and I feel like this is a pretty tough matchup right here for Proton. Sentinels is just a team that knows how to lay on their hurt in flag in particular. That they're very effective at doing objective work off of slays, right? So they have 2 of the best slayers in the game with Falcade and Spartan, and then you have 2 of the best objective-oriented players. And okay, I know how you feel about this, Brazil. A lot of people say like, "Oh, this is an objective player." I feel like it's like they're not an objective-oriented. It's like they're not an objective player. They're just players that are quicker to do objective plays rather than slaying. That's how I kind of describe players like Lethal and Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's not like they're not slaying and they can't be a slayer. It's more that they're just always looking for an opportunity on advancing the game state.
Exactly. They might not be able to just go in and get all the kills, all the slays, double, triple, even the overkill. The thing is, especially in objective type games, right? You're waiting for, and if you're a player-oriented player, you're looking for the perfect opportunity to just come into action whenever your team is able to give you that opening. So if your team is able to give you a 2 down or even a 3 down, that's when you come in. That's when huge plays comes in, like Legend with the flag capture in the first 19 seconds of the match back with Space Station. That's where huge plays come in. So it's really important for them to take into consideration that if they are able to leave even the smallest gap available, they're just going to utilize it and push through with that advantage and get the objective home.
Right. I think that's a pretty spot on analysis of how these teams like to play. And man, I gotta put you to it, right? We saw Proton come out really strong in game 1, but a better response from Sentinels in game 2. Just like gut feeling, you know, it doesn't have to be in any basis of analysis or anything. I just want to know gut feeling game 3. Like who do you have? Like if you had to put the money down.
If I had to put the money down, all right. Hold on, where's my wallet?
Yeah, you're saying we're gonna do a little. We're gonna be exchanging some cash over here.
Yeah, hold on.
What do you got, like 50?
I'm betting 50 pesos.
50 pesos? Let me look at this, bro.
I'm putting my 50 pesotes down for Proton Gaming.
All right, you got 50 pesos for Proton? All right, yo, let's show the chat. Look at this. We got This 50 pesos. How much money is 50 pesos?
This 50 peso bill with my boy Jose Maria Morelos y Pabon. My boy right here. It's worth about $4, $3.50.
$3.50. I got you. Look at that. That's cool, man. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take it. I'll take your 50 pesos. I'll be on the other side. I'm having a blast, by the way. This is cool, man. That's awesome.
You can keep it.
So yeah, dude, this guy's got too much money to flex around. He's already got a straight ribbon hoodie on. He's like, he bought merch for like his entire family. He's like single-handedly uplifting the HCS by himself. I'm telling you, he comes here and he's like spending an outrageous amount of money.
I just go like, can I get everything? But I need that, my man. I need that.
No, it's been great. You got the straight ribbon hoodie on. This is like what is this cream one? There's anything on the back?
I wish.
Nothing on the back, but
no.
I'll say I like it. I like the straight ribbon hoodie. I think someone has the here. Louis got the other straight ribbon hoodie on. Check it out. Let's see, what do we got? Any other merch sitting around here?
It's a lot on the table right there.
Yeah, guys, that table is like completely full of merch. These guys all just want all the merch.
Yeah, I mean, whoever is in the venue and decided to just start watching LVT, they're selling like commemorative shirt of the OpTic player.
Yeah, there's like an event shirt.
Yeah, like an exclusive event. I bought it. It was just way too cool for me to just let it pass. So I was like, you know what, my man?
You gotta go take that one, and then you gotta get all the pros to sign it.
Oh, that could be.
That'd be a good one. So that's what you always do with event stuff. Is you get it, then you just get it signed by.
I usually get my.
Your badge signed?
My badge signed. I mean, this could be really counterproductive.
Keep it like that. Keep it like that. Don't show the other side.
A counterproductive badge because it is like mostly black, so my Sharpie will not work. But we'll find. I have a general attendance.
Yeah,
right
we'll
at the
find
table.
something. We'll find something. You always gotta keep a keepsake. I like to keep all my badges and all my like wristbands. I have like a giant pile of them at home. Yeah, you see, that's just the memory, bro. It's just the memory.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, we're still waiting. Game 3, they might be having some like PC issues over there, so might be a second before we get into this game number 3. And in fact, I want to maybe take a quick little break while we wait for game number 3. I have to take care of some just real fast. So we'll be right back, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, after this quick break, we're going to jump straight into this Aquarius Capture the Flag. We were talking about just how important objective-based players can be, and being this now an objective-based Capture the Flag, of course, will mean that it is now their time to shine. So far, Sentinels in a little bit of trouble. Proton Gaming getting a little bit more ahead. Still, the Slays are going to be switching left and right, making sure every single shot counts. And now, with all 2 down, Proton Gaming needs to find a way to put themselves on top of Sentinels as quickly as possible. Oy.
See, take the top positions, right? Shoot down onto your opponents is really going to be the game plan for most of this game. You don't really see a lot of underground usage. I said low map usage on this map, unless if you're running those flags just for those quicker flag routes. But expect to see a lot of those high haul, the utility, the car side, usually going to be the predominant side to play in on this map. But with the overshield being on the P side now, what we are seeing is when those overshields come up, expect to see a complete shift of these teams completely rotating towards P side.
2 players down for Sentinels, and now we're starting to see the start of something great, maybe, for Proton Gaming. 1 goes down. Noob combo might be coming up thanks to Bubu Dubu. Just waiting patiently, expecting someone. Ooh, that could have been a big play. That overshield could have been depleted, but no. Still, advantage for Proton Gaming, and now they're on the run with Sentinels flag.
Out towards the fridge side. Shots from Bubu Dubu ring true, and look at this flag hauling its way through the middle map as it's getting closer and closer to home, but only 1 player alive for Proton Gaming to try to keep this thing alive, but he does. King Nick stays alive. Flag is out still, and this one should be coming home. Gilkey plugs it away. 1-0 map lead for Gilkey and the rest of Proton Gaming.
Gilkey and Friends, the new team name.
Gilkey and Friends, baby.
Gilkey and Friends. Now they are putting themselves. Ooh, great shot right there. Now they're starting to trade left and right. 1 down for Sentinels, 1 down for Proton Gaming so far. There's still a lot of time to work with. They still have plenty of time and space to work around. So Sentinels, their biggest worry here will be to trying to bring it home as much close as possible, but with plays like this, they're gonna pull it off.
You gotta check your corners before you go in. Spartan luckily had a thruster to keep himself alive for a bit longer, but eventually Proton are able to find everyone and take a little bit more room towards the other side of Sentinels. Just seeing a little bit of a counterbalance act as Proton control most of this car side. And Gilkey's in trouble. He's just been running first.
Oh, that's going to be finally the end of Gilkey, but still. Proton Gaming is still the advantage. Not a single play so far by Sentinel that has been able to capitalize on that flag capture. Overshield in the hands of Lethal, and he's about to become really lethal.
That was maybe the mistake of the game right there for Proton. We'll see how much this bites them, but they had position on it. They left it just a little bit too early, and it was snuck away by Lethal. They went 4 down, and now it's another 2 that go down as Lethal just hauls this flag past the halfway point. He hasn't had any damage taken with this overshield. Somehow, Sentinels are just dissecting Proton Gaming to tie this thing up 1 apiece.
Spartan need to wait for his teammates. There's someone attacking. Proton Gaming now able to do a counter grab, making sure they deny it entirely. Spartan goes down. Now they're starting to fall 1 by 1, runs out of ammo. Only the assist, the plasma, just make sure. 3 down for Proton. That's going to be 4 down. This might be coming home. Sentinels ties things up now.
Yeah, great job. I thought I was nervous for a second for Sentinels when that flag got out and they didn't immediately find the clapback, but they were just patient, right? They knew that they had the right spot, that the Proton was going to have to play aggressive to get through them. They basically allowed Proton to get away with that flag just for a little bit, and as they're trying to get any further, well, you have the better position, you have the better gunny, you make sure you get those kills, and it's tied up 1-all now as we reapproach this neutral game.
And Proton Gaming just started to went into full panic mode. Like, we just saw how Proton Gaming, even after those 4 down, were still sending out players al matadero, basically just to get themselves killed. There was no like quick reaction from them to adapt for that capture, and that's what gave Sentinels an upper hand, and that's why they're really close to grabbing that flag again.
Here comes Overshield back into the hands of Lethal. Last time they got this Overshield, and the result was a flag capture. Second time around, the flag's already out, and I think Lethal expects there to be someone in his back base as well. That noob combo, oh, that might have been the longest noob combo attempt I've ever seen. From the back home base to top middle. Lethal turns around just in time to make that thing hit a wall.
I mean, that was amazing. It was just, we saw the green laser just going straight from coast to coast. But now the run is on Lethal. Is just going to take a walk in the park and a little bit of shots taken. But Proton Gaming can't stop it. There's no one left to be stopping it, and Lethal is going to claim second flag for Sentinels and putting the pressure on Proton Gaming's side.
Well, the longtime duo teamed for the first time in Halo 5 years ago, now combining for 35 kills in this game thus far. Falke and Bubu have been phenomenal. A long-term duo. Played underneath that Splice banner in Halo 5. Have played under a multitude of rosters, including FaZe, and now have found themselves on Sentinels. And honestly, I just love the fact that these two have been playing together for so long. It feels like we've seen a lot of established duos have a lot of success, but Suspector and Proton, I can't believe they answered back so fast. They didn't even feel like anyone from Sentinels was even able to shoot them.
It's like they didn't even notice. Great nade, that's going to cause huge damage. Really enjoyed that capture. That was quick, effective, fast. I mean, what other adjectives for fast, quick reaction? Like with no reaction, that's what we got. That's basically Proton Gaming's what they're doing. Really quick action, really quick movement around the map, tying things up. Now this map 2-2, a series 1-1. I don't know who might be able to just take it home. Overshield on appeared.
The last time we saw the overshield on the body ended up being a flag capture. We'll see if the same result can happen this time around as Spartan has the extra shields to work with. And a heat wave as well. Spartan's got every goodie on the map. He also has the thrust to work with too. Well, it doesn't matter if you have everything on the map if you don't have the noob combo, I suppose.
Now time to switch it up to pass, man. It's the thing I've been telling you. Proton Gaming has such quick reaction, quick thinking, that even when they were like in front of a really powerful player, this time Spartan, overshield, heat wave, slight map advantage, he just came over, noob combo him, that's it, it's over. Now still the heat wave is on the hands of Bubu Dubu. I saw him get some really cool, get a kill on the kill feed, so they might be able to utilize this and just try to pull themselves, make a way into the enemy flag. 3 minutes remaining, still to see a winner.
I like that from King Nick, having both rifles. Run out of ammo in one, you can use the other. I've seen a surprising amount of noob combo usage today as well.
They got really excited with the news. They're like, oh my god, let's keep using it while we can.
They're excited for the nerf. I guess it might not be a nerf, you know. Charge it up faster now. It's definitely a buff, but interesting updates that we've seen today, guys. New updates coming out on Tuesday when we come back from this event. Gilkey will take the high ground and find kill after kill, but this Reign of Terror was cut short, but Sentinels get cut more down. Suspector pulling this flag away, and Sentinels, they're spawning on the other side of the map. I don't know if they really have a chance of stopping this thing at the moment. I'm surprised Suspector stopped running. He definitely had the time to keep going. He was instead played back for this overshield.
He knows that overshield is such a key play. Someone from Sentinels just went right past him. Now making this play could have been a huge mistake instead of running.
It was a mistake. We'll see.
No one's looking for the flag. Now it's going to be thrown off. Able to get it out. Bubu Dubu in the base, making sure he gets some trouble done. What a troublemaker, trading his skill, but still the flag is about to get returned. Huge mistake. Now Proton Gaming lost his chance to put themselves up in this map. We might get thrown into an overtime. Sentinels still living another day.
Suspector just stopped running the flag. They were 3 coming up off of spawn. I think that's the context that was needed to be known for him to feel a little bit more safe running that flag. With Proton, they're going to try again. Right flag already back to their side.
It don't matter.
Yeah, this time King Nick's going to be able to get in. Man, they have just been able to pull flags out like it's nothing against the Sentinels roster. Now 60 seconds on the clock for Sentinels to find a game-tying flag capture.
I get where Suspector was going, but I don't think they were in a position to just try and deny that overshield. I think you only do that when you know that you have a slight advantage. But now, basically, they just captured. They're just going to be playing Slayer right now. The power weapons, the overshield, that's all they need in order to just keep pressuring Sentinels. Because now they know that if they pressure Sentinels enough, they're going to end up doing a lot of mistakes, and they can capitalize from those mistakes to get every single kill possible.
3 down. Suspector last alive and in that back base. Sentinels has a real chance right here to get this flag capture.
We might be getting a tied up situation. They're running it. Flag is still left alone. No one's going to grab it so far. A couple of shots. That's going to be a kill. Gilkey goes down.
Well, what's ironic about this is that overshield, you might need to stop running this flag to get towards that overshield to help secure this final one through. Kills on both sides. This is a big play. Boo, boo, do, boo.
Oh, he goes
Killing
down.
spree. But Spartan got a great spawn. Look at those nades. It's going to be able to keep Sam off.
Not going to be enough.
Overshield's there.
Not going to be enough. Oh my.
It's the overshield that makes the difference. It's same situation. This time Sentinels was the one that needed to drop the flag and try to play for the overshield. They just weren't able to do so. The overshield of Gilkey gives them just enough shields to withstand the nades and get the return. Proton Gaming up 2-1 against Sentinels in our best of 5.
My 50 pesos really do be farming right now. They're gonna turn into green dollars if they are able to push in with this next match. Solitude capture strongholds on Solitude rather. What has to be said about this game, Tools?
Okay. The last game was insane. We'll just keep it at that. I'm gonna put out a bold prediction right here for Zilla. Bold prediction. I think Sentinels wins this game 250-0 or 250. I don't think Proton gets more than 50 points.
0.
This map is bread and butter for Sentinels. Now I'm not kidding. Like the amount of 250-0s that Sentinels has had on this map has been absurd. This is the worst possible map for Proton. Thankfully they won that game 3, so now they have a map to give up, because this is like when we were seeing Quadrant go on that 17-0 Strongholds run way back like last year. This is like that same style of play as what Sentinels like breathes on this map. They're so aggressive. They're able to continue collapse on spawns. Like I don't want to understate like how big of an upset this would be for Proton if they're able to win this series in 4 games and do it against Sentinels on Solitude and Solitude Strongholds. That would just be an unreal upset for Proton.
I'm gonna one up your prediction, and the thing is, we're looking at the first and third map, objective based, right? So look at the scores.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So I'm throwing in this right now. Right here, right now. Proton Gaming wins over Sentinels 250 to 248.
250 to 248. I mean, that would probably be right on point, because Proton, they've been winning these objectives, but they've been hard fought battles, right? Every time. They've been sticking in it. I could see that. I could definitely see it. I still think that Sentinels is just too damn good at this map. If anyone like keeps up with Halo Data Hive and keeping up with the scrims, like it's pretty normal to see Proton have a 250. I mean, to see Sentinels have a 250-0 win against OpTic, against FaZe, against SSG. They truly are the best Solitude Strongholds team in the game.
Rules are meant to be broken. And at LAN, anything goes, anything can happen. So I believe that this is the LAN, this is the event where Sentinels loses its streak on Solitude. I forgot the name. Strongholds, thank you.
What would you call a stronghold in Spanish?
Fortalezas.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly, because I am playing English.
Oh, you play in English?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just because I don't really like the announcer voice in Spanish.
Oh yeah, I like what they call the Slayer.
Asesino.
That's
what back when Halo 3 days, Halo Reach, it was just like Asesino in that tone of voice. But now that there's a new announcer, you just go like, Asesino, the Infinity. Well, Halo 4, right? It's just like, Asesino, just like that. Shoutouts to that announcer, because he's actually the voice from Jorge in Halo Reach. It's actually the voice from Jorge.
So the announcer for Halo 4's multiplayer is
Halo 4, 5, and Infinite is the voice of Jorge. So you're
Jorge
basically having...
That's kind of cool. I like that. Well, here we go. Game number 4 on its way. Proton Gaming up 2-1 in this series, but Boo Boo Dubu's got the camouflage. He's on the map and has the equipment that made him famous for camo plays.
Oh my God! He's about to get it. He's about to get it. He didn't. He knew Sap didn't want it to just pop out. He knew. He didn't want it to give Boo Boo Dubu that overkill. That's going to be another one down. 25 so far. I mean, rough
they're
start.
dominating. They have everything.
Start.
They're so good at this map and not giving up an inch to another team. And even though B's halfway captured, right? Like, Sentinels are not concerned about it. They know they can play high ground. They can eventually get the reset. They do it. Boo Boo Dubu has his 5th kill of the game.
What an amazing performance. You might be right. You might be right, but I believe Proton Gaming still has a chance to just cut it out entirely. They really need a great play. Like Gilkey right there with the triple. Might be able to get the overkill, but no, it gets denied. I want to see an overkill. Then an overkill, por favor.
Just one more kill, please, guys. Get the overkills. Brazil's losing his mind over here, but they got the scoring opportunity. The problem is they're scoring, right? But when you look top down at where the players are on Proton, they're not even like to that 50-yard line yet. They're all trapped on that back side. And we'll have to see if they're able to contest over here at B. Spartan got some great damage, pushes Sap back out of that doorway, but it's been a long drawn fight over at B and eventually switches hands over to Sentinels.
Are they trapped in that zone, or is Sentinels trapped with them? That's the real question, because right now we're starting to see Proton Gaming just one-up Sentinels, and Zap is going to become a Grim Reaper with that shock rifle.
You know, they added the shock rifle on this map, saying that the sniper was too good and that this was a nerf. And I'm like, have you seen the shock rifle? Have you seen what these players do with the shock rifle? Because right now, the shock rifle has just been dominant on this map. Zap gonna use that last bullet. We'll see it back on the screen when it respawns. Lethal is able to get that camouflage once again. So we have some camo control both times on the side of Sentinels. Proton have not been able to get to that camouflage yet, and they'll only get a meager 19 points off that setup that they had. Sentinels were just constantly applying pressure on those strongholds, not allowing Proton to really gain any benefit during their 2-cap hold.
Gonna have to agree with you on that one. The pressure that just Sentinels is giving into Proton Gaming is just making them collapse every single time. Every single opening that Sentinels have has been resulting in a 2-down, 3-down scenario for Proton Gaming. And Proton Gaming has been having really good opportunities, but they are not able to really just close it up entirely. Like, it gets really difficult. But okay, so Spectre, we see you. Great double right there. Still claiming some points.
Spectre's behind everything, causing mayhem. And I love this setup that Proton has right now. They're not playing they're not playing too fast, right? You gotta get the shock rifle in your possession. The thing is, Sentinels, they were all over at blue. They just rotate themselves towards Flowers, towards A. They're gonna try to completely rotate out, but Spectre, he's been a counterbalance on the map, just rotating on the backside and keeping the scoring presence for Proton.
Ooh, not able to get the kill, but Zeb is right behind him, going to get the assist. Great defense right there. Unfortunately, B is ending up on that Sentinel side. So Spectre with the awesome shot gets it. Active camo up for grabs, and will be King Nick the one to be on that invisible cape.
Also, Spectre high ground, right? Shoot down on anyone that decides to come. And the problem is that Sentinels really just hasn't given him an angle really to work with. Eventually able to come down with his team, but his team falling around him. Sentinels, 3 players down, and they'll be able to hop in and stop any sort of attempt at a recapture from Proton.
Lethal with some great shots. Guilty with a double that counts. 2 down for Sentinels. Starting to move through. They need to start getting some points. C is turning red, but they can stop it anytime.
Enemy team.
Wow.
Wow, they played so. Sentinels, instead of deciding to try to contest over at bottom mid, they played for a rotation over at C. Proton won that gunfight, and I think that was a big gunfight to win. I think Sentinels could have been in a great spot if they would have captured C and just had to focus on collapsing back down on B. So Proton was able to slow them down. Proton's they're just not winning the sleigh battle when it matters, right? When we're seeing these rotations into hills, they need to start just winning in the entry frag.
We're seeing some great pushes, but Proton Gaming is just not really able to capitalize. Like every time Sentinels spawns, they just start getting pressured, right? So if they really need to make every single shot count, every nade count. Won't be the case, but Dubu was still alive, but still. A triple capture that could slowly but surely make Sentinels bleed out. C is going to turn red.
Able to get right in, and this is about to be one of the better responses. You can see just methodical the way that they were able to take over C and B at the same time. Really starts from Dubu understanding how important his life was there. He didn't give it up easily at the start of that life, and eventually able to get those 2 hills to move over his team's favor. Gilkey with the kill that matters. Camouflage is up. Suspector's here. If he can get away, trip cap in, camouflage on the body, shock rifle in the hand. This is everything you could ask for.
Everything is just where Suspector wants it. He just needs the perfect pick. He needs just the right angle. Like he needs, like there's Bubudubu. We have almost everyone on Sentinels over at A. He has the patience. He has the patience. With or with that camo. Oh, a little bit to the left. Not able to get it right. But still. Okay.
They moved into B though. Like he went all the way to blue, and while he did that, Sentinels, they pushed through the bottom mid. They were able to secure that hill, and although we saw 1 kill with that shock rifle, I think the greater impact was not there. Instead, they go 4 down, and Bubu, he knows there's a spawner over at lift. That's fantastic. Bubu, he walked towards the edge of that stronghold, didn't jump in it so that they wouldn't know he was up there. Eventually drops down on an unsuspecting player. Now you play for the trip cap. He doesn't get ahead of himself. You can see why Sentinels are so good at this map.
That's just incredible awareness, right? He just knows that if he's able to just put them... Oh, yeah. Oh, it's over. At least in this push from Proton, we might be able to see a 4 down. That's 4 down, double kill for Lethal. But yeah, just perfect game sense, perfect positioning on the map. Making sure just like Proton Gaming is having a really hard time.
They're able to get themselves at least a home base for now, but Sentinels, they're just looking for a pick to just fly through, and Falcade is able to get 2. That double kill could translate to more. With that camouflage coming up, I believe Spartan was the player that got away with it, and this is a dominant position for Sentinels.
Spartan running away with the camo. He's been spotted by Proton, but the time is running out for Proton Gaming. Only 25 seconds remain until they can actually walk away with victory. It may have not been 250 to 0, but still, Proton Gaming showing that it is quite possible. Fortunately, today is not going to be the day.
Yeah, they made the giant bleed at moments, but I still think it's safe to say, go look at the scrims, go look at the tournament results. Everything points to Sentinels being the best Solitude Strongholds team on the planet.
And what else can be said? 3 down for Proton Gaming. B is going to be recaptured. They're starting grabbing C though. So
yeah, this is all desperation though. It's just like you're gonna have to have so many things work out in your favor in order for this game to come back. But let's see, do they get they have to spawn it like literally inside of A, I think, in order for them to. Oh, they spawn line. They have a chance to contest.
They're just.
Okay. Get these next couple kills. You need to try to get yourself into a trip cap ASAP.
Key moments in this game. If they're able to get this three cap going, they might be able to pull off a little bit more of points. And if Sentinels is not, well, wary enough, they might lose.
Keep your eye out. This could be where the game changes. There's a reason why you see so many 250-0s on this map. Once you get control, it's absolutely deadly. And Sentinels might just be in for heartbreak. They already lost their first series against Shopify Rebellion. And suddenly, while they're on the last second of this game, they could lose it all. So Spectre, he's got the camouflage, and he's got the players ahead of him at C. He finds the first pick. C was never captured. C was never captured. The trick cap's still in. 3 players down for Sentinels. 3 players down. Sentinels, they have to win here and now. It was 249 to 120 just moments ago, and Proton Gaming are looking to do the impossible.
No te mames, no te mames, no te mames, no te mames. They're just doing it. They're just taking down Sentinels over and over again, not letting them breathe whatsoever. The momentum has completely shifted. 244 is still counting. Proton Gaming is about to close it up. It's about to claim victory in the any moment. 248, 249, no, it stops. 249 and it's over. Proton Gaming demonstrating that it is possible to defeat even the greatest in its own map type.
We thought it was over. We said there's no way. The best Solitude Strongholds team. There was no way. What did you say? You said 250 to 249.
I said 248, 250. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm going to leave the script right outside the venue because at least now, woo!
Proton have done it. 250 to 249. When you look at this series, yeah, it's a 3-1. That might be the closest goddamn 3-1 we've ever seen. Every single game came down to the last minute, the last second, and Proton have done it. 249 on the goal line, but Sentinels just could not punch it in, and Proton Gaming get a huge upset, a 3-1 victory.
It's time to cash in. It's time to cash in. All right, everybody. It's time to cash in.
Yeah,
we got it.
He knew.
We got its worth. Let's go.
He knew. That was an insane game. An insane game for Zil. Oh my. Okay. Oh, wait. Louis. All right, folks, we got a special match for you guys coming up. So we have an open bracket match. It's going to be Lore going up against Forsaken. Now, just a heads up, guys. I'm getting word that we won't have like game audio. So unfortunately, we won't have game audio for this open bracket match, but we are going to be able to watch this open bracket match. We have it ready. We're going to go into game number 1. Right here for Zilla. Now, I want to say for all y'all that are watching, Lore is a team from Mexico. They were the best team in Mexico. So for this next series, we thought it would be fitting for this to be an English-Spanish cast. So for all our Spanish fans, all the people that are Spanish-speaking fans from Mexico that love this Mexico team, we thought, hey, let's make sure that we give these guys some love. You can see right there, we can see the gamer tags on it, drift, tapping, all that. But here we go into our first series. Keep an eye out on that white caret next to these names. That's going to be your best way to indicate who we're on board with as we continue on in this game.
Este primer juego pues, va a ser un poquito complicado para la escuadra de Lore. Tienen que tener mucho cuidado, sobre todo cuando se están debatiendo el sniper y la pelota. Hasta el momento, Acid con la pelota va a intentar mantener el control. 3 caídos para la escuadra de Lore, 4. Esto se acaba y en estos momentos Forsaken obtiene la pelota.
Just absolutely huge slays for Forsaken, able to take Lore 4 down. And with that 4 down, they're going to be able to get towards this ball, find some space. And oh no, Lore, they're just trapped. They're in the blender of Forsaken as they just keep pushing down, finding kill after kill.
Por ahora parece ser que Forsaken obtiene todavía más el control de la pelota. Tienen que tener mucho cuidado con lo que están haciendo en este momento. 20 segundos todavía y sigue manteniendo muy bien el control de la situación el equipo de Forsaken. Antes visto con su escuadra mexicana en la Liga Hell, que se celebró en México apenas en diciembre, teniendo buenas dobles muertes. El buen Noble no va a ser suficiente. Logran resetear la pelota y es aquí donde ponen bajo mucha presión a la escuadra de Forsaken, 2 muertos hasta ahora.
Yasuo was able to get that ball away for Lore. And now Forsaken have to fight through the map, try to get towards Lore. And 2 players popping out. Great damage down range as Drift does his best to get these shots in. Not quite able to find those kills, but Forsaken nowhere close to this ball right now. This should be a good amount of time for Lore.
Hasta el momento parece ser que están ganando los 1v1s. Cuidado, esta puede ser peligrosa. Va a caer 3 de los 4 integrantes de Lore y por ahora se está complicando mucho la situación. Forsaken nuevamente con el control de la pelota. Tienen que tener cuidado. Aún así, la escuadra de Lore tiene que empujar, tiene que pushear básicamente para evitar cualquier tipo de continuidad. Pero hasta ahora le doblan casi el score a la escuadra mexicana y Forsaken está tomando una delantera importantísima.
Attacking buttons, able to get that double. You see Camouflage up right now. Get towards this ball, pull that thing away, and get some more time. Lore, and just such a great spot right here to take over this lead. Able to get all the goodies on the map and have some great position to play from.
Hasta el momento parece ser que la escuadra mexicana está retomando el control de la situación. Excelente las granadas de parte de Drift. Cambiamos a Acid, que tiene la pelota y está invisible. Va a empezar a sacar las jugadas cochinas, las jugadas sucias. Excelente, adiós, nos vemos a Rideberchi. Pero no va a ser suficiente. Solo se lleva a uno de los 2 que sacó volando y no ha sido más que suficiente. 44-44, reseteamos pelota. Estamos en terreno neutral.
So we come in. Able to get that repulse in. Forsaken doing their best to try to get towards this ball, but Lore doing a fantastic job and not playing too aggressively right there, but to not let it be a cakewalk for those players to push in, get those couple kills, and now it's going to be an all-out fight towards this overshield as these players know that they can get this ball away. Forsaken able to get this ball towards back tower.
Tapping recibiendo muchísimo daño. Ahora cambiamos a Drift, que se está aproximando por la zona de pilares. El Quantum Translocator ya se está posicionando, ya está nada, va a caer. Y Complexion empieza a hacer el push. Cuidado, que puede caer en cualquier momento Acid. Acid va a caer, Acid cae, solo queda Tapping. No hay mucho que pueda hacer. Está perseguido, 4 caídos para la escuadra mexicana. La ventaja es clara en estos momentos para Forsaken.
Quantum Translocator in hands. Parabola looking to get behind these players. And now he has this great option, right? He gets these shots down. He can go behind them at any moment's notice. He finds the first, nades the second one out, and Parabola doing a great job finding these important kills on the map.
Parábola haciendo básicamente lo suficiente para poder llevarse esas 2 kills importantísimas para su equipo, porque les permite seguir puntuando, les permite seguir haciendo la presión. Y ahora cada equipo tiene 2 o 3 caídos. Forsaken tiene 3 en estos momentos. Puede empujar a la escuadra mexicana, pero sorpresa, también tienen 3 caídos. Entonces tienen que moverse alrededor de esa estrategia y tratar de adaptarse lo suficiente para poder tener un score más parejo.
Rob, the turtle, waiting over towards these players at the sandbags. Couple shots in, and his teammates able to pull that ball towards tower and the mud side. And look how Lore, they have so much ground to cover right here. This is going to be a tough retake for them.
Está muy complicada la situación ahora para la escuadra mexicana. Vemos que Lore intenta pushear, van a resetear la pelota y al mismo tiempo sacar todo el jugo posible. Faltan 24 segundos. No es cierto, 14, no sé leer. Para que puedan seguir adelante. Pero la escuadra mexicana trata, tapping con la pelota. Tiene que hacer todo el tiempo posible y al mismo tiempo defenderse. Si no logran seguir adelante con esta defensiva, podríamos ver algo muy complicado. Pero Acid, con una excelente doble muerte, va a hacer que la escuadra mexicana consiga un poquito más de tiempo.
This isn't over till it's over. We're doing their best. They know the push is coming in from the backside, but Forsaken, 3 players going down for Lore. They're able to get this ball back in their hands with 9 seconds left. Unless a miracle happens on the side of Lore, this is going to be the first round in the hands of Forsaken.
Forsaken tiene el sniper, tiene absolutamente todo lo necesario y efectivamente, como bien dice Tools, esta primera ronda le va a pertenecer a la escuadra americana, a los chicos de Forsaken. Veamos si puede cambiar en esta segunda ronda. Tal vez podríamos ver una escuadra mexicana un poquito más fuerte. Ya jugaron una ronda, ya saben a lo que se enfrentan y es momento de adaptarse.
Shooting down range, here we go. Ziad trying to get in a better position for the power-up. 2 players going, 3 players go down for Lore. And with Camouflage coming up soon, this is going to be a great spot for Ziad, but the pressure comes through. 3 players down for Lore once again. They just keep going down too much in bunches. Not able to stay alive for long enough, and a Camouflage in the hands of Gunplexion.
Esta puede ser una jugada muy peligrosa. La escuadra mexicana tiene que tener mucho cuidado. Ese camuflaje va a hacer muchísimo daño. Pero vemos que no les importa ya de ahí. Excelente, solo dando la información. Complexion observando, diciendo qué es lo que está pasando. No está haciendo ningún tiro. Sabe que el camuflaje no solo es para estar disparando sin que te encuentren, sino también para dar toda la información. Y mira, correcto, la forma de utilización. Empieza llevándose a uno, se lleva Drift, va buscando a Tapping, pero no lo encuentra. Va a ser la asistencia, cae, pero aún así el daño está hecho. 3 caídos para Lore.
Everyone going down. 4 down for Forsaken, 3 down for Lore, but Lore, they have quick options here, right? They can try to rotate towards tower. They know that this pressure coming from Rat's side, and they're able to find these trade outs, but they need to win the final gunfights in this fight. It looks like Lore can stand strong. No, that player goes down still, though, for the top rope comes down. This player, Noble, but not able to find the second.
Noble no logra conseguir esa kill. Era importantísima, pero aún así logran seguir rotando. La escuadra mexicana tiene una ligera ventaja en estos momentos. Estamos viendo a un Lord completamente distinto. Excelente el 1v1. Lo hace el doble. Logra conseguir Drift. Esa doble importantísima. Va a resetear Forsaken la pelota, pero no va a ser muy importante. Drift ya está trabajando en ello. Ya se está posicionando y junto con su equipo va a empezar a rotar para llevarse esa pelota cada vez más cerca de donde quieren poner ese setup.
Free shots as they find the player top mid.
Perfect.
Okay.
Have we seen the 2? Another perfect shot down range.
Perfect.
As we see Forsaken been doing a fantastic job here of getting some much needed time as Ziad just pressures these spawners from Lore.
Absolutely. Yet another perfect metal pushes through. Se me cambió el cartucho y empecé a hablar en inglés. Pero aún así, Tapping, tratando de conseguir la kill sobre el compañero que está de Forsaken en la torre. No lo consigue, pero sí tiene que empezar a rotar con la pelota en estos momentos. Y aún así, logra una buena kill en contra de Parábola, moviéndose alrededor de pilares, no va a conseguir a nadie. Unos pocos tiros para el teammate de Forsaken ahí. Tiene la pistola de plasma y en cualquier momento puede marcar la diferencia, pero no logra conseguir ese brinco.
Back through and that ball does get thrown off the map. And it's going to be Tapping Buttons that's trying to do his best. Tapping Buttons, 16 kills in this game. Acid playing just as close with him, 19 for him. On the other side, right, we're seeing Gunplexion and Parabola having great games at 21 and 19 apiece over there. We're really seeing these Slayers start to come through for their teams.
El sniper puede crear muchísimo daño. Ya vemos que la escuadra de Forsaken está a la delantera. Tienen la ventaja y el posicionamiento es prácticamente para ellos. Tienen que moldear a Lore como ellos quisieran y en estos momentos puede complicar. Si Lore consigue un muy buen push que puede ser denegado con ese sniper, podría cambiar completamente cómo juegan esta parte de este primer juego.
Acid getting some more ball time for his team, but you see Forsaken, they want to desperately push through that big door. They finally get the kills, and now it's a foot race as Acid tries to get that ball off the ledge, but just not able to get there. Drift, last player alive, trying to get some damage down range as he waits for his spawners to come find some much-needed help. They spy the player out over at pillar door. They do get the finish, and that will result in the sniper rifle going into the hands of Drift.
Drift tiene la oportunidad de llevarse una kill, excelente, puede tomar otra oportunidad, esta también va a ser una excelente doble muerte que se lleva a su favor, le pinguean el tercero, no consigue la triple muerte, estaba buscándola desesperadamente, pero sabe que le va a salir, mira nada más, le salió como ratón de alcantarilla, se lleva una segunda racha asesina y Drift está empezando a demostrar que él también tiene mucho de qué hablar.
Ball time still in the hands of Lore. Only down 10 points now. This round, vitally important. If they lose this round, they lose game number 1. Right, this is a best of 3 series. Every game going to be so important. You really can't afford to throw one away.
Tienen que aprovechar todo el tiempo posible. Logran mantenerse a la delantera nuevamente a la escuadra mexicana, complicando las cosas para la escuadra de Forsaken. Vemos que la pelota está sola. Acid puede acercarse. Excelente los tiros. La pistola de plasma no va a ser suficiente, pero va a ser alguien más el que se lo lleve. Muy buen jarabe tapatío. Mira nada más. Le estaba bailando en la cara. Lee en el high ground no lo consigue. Cae 75-82. La pelota ahora pasa a estar a las manos de Forsaken y complica muchísimo la situación para la escuadra mexicana.
Only 20 more seconds for Forsaken. This is back against the wall for Lore. How do they respond? As that ball's down in the dummy pit. 2 players from Forsaken to get through. Drift trying desperately to break through. He knows how close this is. Only 10 more seconds.
Consiguen la doble importantísima. Ahora tienen el control de la pelota. Podríamos estarnos empujando a una tercera ronda, pero esas granadas van a denegar completamente. 2 caídos para la escuadra de Lore. El sniper rifle está en el campo. Lo va a agarrar Complexion y cuidado que esta se puede poner complicada. Va bajando las escaleras. Está buscando ya básicamente poder llevarse a todos los de la escuadra mexicana. 3 caídos. Esto se puede acabar y todavía tiene las 8 balas. No ha disparado ni una sola. Esto ya es básicamente mero trámite, esto se acabó. Este primer juego le pertenece a la escuadra americana. Forsaken toma este primer juego 2-0.
Absolutely impressive performance from Forsaken, taking the first game off of this very impressive Lore roster. Lore, remember, had the best placings in the Mexico region, came in as the #1 seed out of Mexico, had their travel paid for. I believe we're the #2 seed in this bracket, and now suddenly find themselves down 0-1 in a vital best-of-3 series. Solitude Slayer going to be their next opportunity to try to even this thing up.
A rough start by the Mexican team right here, Lore, against Forsaken. They really need to take into account all that's going on. It's a complicated bracket, best of 3. What else can we say? I mean,
yeah, it's a best of 3. Honestly, like, I think it's kind of a shame that they're playing a best of 3, like this far into the bracket, right? This is winners round 4. This is literally 1 round away from qualification. So they win this and then the next round they qualify in the pools. It feels a bit odd to be playing a best of 3 in this situation, but I think that's a good sign for Forsaken, right? You got a map off of this team from Mexico. You have to just power through. It's vitally important that they get this Slayer. I do not think Forsaken want a game 3 whatsoever. I think they need to close it out right here.
Por ahora tenemos que Noble con el camuflaje va a empezar a hacer un poquito de daño, a mover alrededor y evitar pues algún tipo de acercamiento de parte de la escuadra de Forsaken. Mira nada más, lo va a sorprender muy bien, se le va a trepar otro, lo va a intentar llevar, tiene la medalla de perfecto y en cualquier momento puede llevarse la kill, lo va agarrando, lo está cazando, se está acercando y claro que sí, se va a llevar la kill, se lleva uno, también se van a llevar ahí atrás a otro, el Shock Rifle que no logra conectar lamentablemente, pero 1v1, excelente el trade ahí. Forsaken está ahora en problemas, 2 kills de ventaja para la escuadra de Lore, no los van a permitir tener ni un poco más. La escuadra mexicana ahora tiene que luchar por todo lo posible. Vemos ahí el empuje de parte de 2. El Shock Rifle en las manos de Complexion puede hacer todo el daño posible. Está esperando el momento perfecto para entrar y disparar, pero tiene que voltearse porque cuidado que viene acechando un jugador de la escuadra mexicana. La va a poner en jaque y claro que sí, esa va a ser una excelente kill. Todavía vemos ventaja de la escuadra mexicana.
Drift doing his best to get back towards this loop, and look, he has a great pinch right here. His teammates ahead of him, and oh wait, no, never mind. I had that completely upside down. I thought Drift was on the red side for a second, but yeah, able to come through, help his teammates, and it's 3 down for Forsaken once again. And they just have a massive lead right here, right? On this map, it's so easy for it to spiral out of control. Would not be surprised if we see Lord just continue to put a ton of distance, and these shock rifle shots are helping with that double kill and killing spree for the side of Drift.
Qué buen tiro se acaba de aventar el Drift, consiguiendo esa doble importantísima. Bien dice mi jefita, mientras en Slayer gana el que más dobles muertes haga. Y esto Drift lo entiende muy bien y está básicamente luchando como puede con su vida y llevándose la mayor cantidad de jugadores contrarios posible. Mira, nada más le quiso caer como alacrán de techo el Complexion y no le salió la jugada. Pero aún así, siguen yendo adelante y la ventaja ahora del doble le pertenece a Lore.
Flying through to the other side, we see Ziad just trying to do his best to find some weak players on Lore, but the second he gets behind them, they've already taken cover on the other side, and oh, that player from Loop causing some mayhem. Oh no, 3 players going down for Forsaken. The lead just continues to grow. Drift finds a double kill. The Mexicans are flying back into this.
Efectivamente, están yendo muy agresivos. Mira, nada más esa granada pudo haberse sacado la doble muerte, pero lamentablemente no lo consigue. 2 caídos para cada equipo, que se conviertan en 3. Lore ahora en ligera desventaja en cantidad de jugadores en el campo. Ya una vez ya que todos están respawneados, Shock Rifle en las manos de Tapping, que se puede volver alguien muy peligroso.
Tapping buttons. Got his stardom back in Halo 5 when he started for that Evil Geniuses roster. He played alongside of Lunchbox, Roy, I believe Ogre 2 at one point. He's played with so many great players, and it has been the best player in Mexico for so long now. And I love the fact that he's gone back to Mexico and is built himself a team that I think has a real chance to go far in a champ bracket scenario. I feel like this is the tournament for Lore and for Tapping Buttons in particular to really make a statement and say, yes, like the Mexico region is just as good as the North Americans.
Totalmente, esto es una llamada de atención básicamente de que nosotros también tenemos el nivel, la capacidad de poder dar un buen show, de poder llegar lo más lejos posible, pero lo más importante es demostrar que podemos ganarnos nuestro lugar en el pool play, podemos seguir adelante y que incluso aunque nos hayan quitado la oportunidad de calificar luego a pool play, pues aún así tenemos todo lo necesario para poder llegar lejos. Tenemos jugadores, tenemos sobre todo el talento para seguir adelante.
See, only 6 more kills to go. I think now it's just a question of whether it's a steak or not. Here, you got to tell me, how do you do a steak dinner in Spanish?
Bistectacular.
Okay, I like it. We'll see if we get to hear Ferzilla give the big statement today, because it's only 4 more kills for Lore to get themselves that steak dinner.
Vuélvelo 3. Mira, nada más está empezando a despertar la escuadra de Forsaken, llevándose una que otra kill. Va a caer uno, puede caer el segundo. Está en peligro Ziot. ¿Se pronuncia así? Ok, perfecto. Eso es Ziot. Pues básicamente recibiendo mucho daño. Va a caer una kill más. 2 para evitar el bistectacular. Y en estos momentos está recibiendo mucho daño de Complexion. Tiene que tener cuidado. Va a intentar sorprender a la escuadra de Lore. Pero cuidado que esto se puede poner complicado. La kill. Lore consigue Bistectacular.
Let's go. The steak dinner, I mean, what a response, right? You lose 2-0 in the oddball. Now, obviously, the rounds were close in oddball, but that is one of the most dominant slayers you're going to see at this stage in the tournament. Not often do you see steak dinners on LAN, and Lore just fantastic throughout. It felt like no one could stop them.
Yeah, and it also affects like the morale of the teams. You're coming up with a really really strong lead. A 2-0 on oddball is really huge. Then switch it up, because you also have to slays, but now switch it up to an actual Slayer game type. 50-28. That's something you don't want to see, especially when you're having a 1-game advantage. So now we're switching up to strongholds, fortalezas.
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, perdón. Sorry. King of the Hill, Rey de la Colina. let's see who will go through. If it will be the American team Forsaken or la Escuadra Mexicana Lore.
So far, first camouflage in the hands of Drift, and he has plenty of prey ahead of him. Able to get the first and the second one on the horizon as he drops in, and it is chaos!
Esa estuvo cerca, horrible, hasta se me frunció el fundillo de esa jugadota. Cuidado, Shock Rifle en sus manos. Logra hacer el trade correcto, pero no va a ser posible capitalizar nada más allá. Lore consiguiendo un poco más de tiempo que la escuadra de Forsaken. Sigue teniendo ahí un poquito de ventaja, pero ahora Rob the Turtle está dentro de la colina y está empezando a quitarle esa ventaja a la escuadra mexicana.
Flying through Rob, able to find that player at the bottom of the stairs. The problem is they don't have firm tower control. Right now, Forsaken trying to find that player off a top tower, but he makes all the difference. When you have a player over at tower, so easy to get them out of the hill and prevent them from scoring. Able to throw some great nades down right there. And now you can see the pressure that Lord not only putting in the hill, but they're also sending players back over towards tower. They weren't quite able to successfully stay alive over there, but they're keeping Forsaken from quickly getting tower control.
3 caídos hubo para la escuadra de Forsaken y hasta el momento la escuadra mexicana logra seguir manteniendo el control, evitando de cualquier forma posible que se acercan. Uy, esa granada va a hacer muchísimo daño. 2 caídos aún así, que debe de ser la triple. No, lo logran evitar, pero aún así 3 caídos para la escuadra mexicana, 2 para la escuadra americana. Esto se está complicando. Excelente la kill. Va a caer uno de los chicos del Lore y ahora la colina le puede pertenecer a la escuadra americana, pero hasta el momento la defensa y la ofensiva mexicana puede ser un poquito más feroz que la escuadra americana.
Oh, huge kill over at the doorway right there. Lore able to find the kill and be able to prevent Forsaken from having too much presence over at the pipe door. Now they're going to be able to get this hill relatively easy with having this shock rifle in the hands as well. It's going to be a desperate push for the side of Forsaken. The flank is in, though. The flank is successful. 2 players go down for Lore. Forsaken, they have control of the hill, but they have to be perfect.
Esto se está complicando muchísimo. Es 1 contra 4. No va a ser posible. Se lo van a tumbar. Están a nada, absolutamente a nada de poder conseguir la colina. Las granadas empiezan a volar. Los jugadores de Lore también. Y consiguen la primera colina. Importantísima para este tercer juego. Crítico para su calificación a Pool Play.
For Lord, not only did they get that hill, they also won the rotation to the next one. This is a massive blunder from Forsaken. They have to desperately try to get themselves into behind these players and break this hill once again.
Colina crítica para Forsaken. Tienen que intentar lo mejor posible para poder meterse, quitar, barrer, aventar, sacar básicamente a todos de la escuadra mexicana. Vemos ahí la doble, excelente. Puede ser la entrada que Forsaken está esperando, pero las granadas de la escuadra mexicana también llegan. Van a empezar a caer como moscas. Va a ser ahí, cuidado. Ahora 4 caídos para la escuadra de Forsaken. Están muy lejos. Este es tiempo de colina crítico para Lore.
2 in the hill for Lore. They have great control right now. Ziyad has to take these awkward routes through long haul where they can't really put any pressure on the players at hill until they get all the way basically to this triple stack. And well, when you do, you know the nades are coming through. You know how it's just going to be easy pickings. And well, you see the camouflage going into the hands of Lore.
Consiguen la segunda colina y esto se está complicando para la escuadra americana. Forsaken está perdiendo en terreno, básicamente está perdiendo como, no como visitante, sino como local. Esa es la palabra que hasta el español se me olvida. Pero hasta el momento, cuidado, Drift con el Shock Rifle. Mira nada más, papacito, regálame otra, por favor. Ahí lo tienes, muchísimas gracias. Pero esta va a ser detenida por la granada de plasma que me va a dejar hasta el suelo de triste.
The triple is in, and well, the damage is not done. This was the squad that we all thought we were going to see when Lore came into this tournament. That game 1 looking more and more like a fluke. They have just been dominant on this game against Forsaken. And well, Forsaken trying to get to us as a spot, but a double kill from Acid prevents them from getting those spawns, and they are so close to a third hill.
Ay, papacito, Acid poniéndole en la mesa, pero no lo van a dejar. Shock Rifle en manos de Tapping. Intenta conseguir el segundo tiro, no lo consigue. La plasma que tampoco conecta. Me están haciendo volverme loco. Estoy pegando backflips para adelante. 3 capturas ahora para la escuadra mexicana. Y esto puede ser el oro. Este puede ser el Mictlán básicamente para la escuadra mexicana que sigue empujando, sigue siguiendo el sueño y quieren esa calificación a pool play. Están a una sola colina. Una.
Just one more hill to get themselves into the qualification round. As we see Drift just playing with the spawns, and they're just playing with their meat. This is a phenomenal work from Lore right now. They have just been dominant against Forsaken.
Hay que tener mucho cuidado. Esta última.
I just realized what I said. That's so funny.
What happened? Wait, what?
That's so funny. Never mind. It's all good.
I'll check it later. Pero ahora, cuidado, perfecto de parte de la escuadra de Forsaken. Están empezando a hacer el push. No lo está consiguiendo. La granada de plasma, qué bonito stick para ahora que me regalaste. Doble muerte. Aún así, la colina le pertenece a la escuadra mexicana. Va a empezar a empujar. No va a ser suficiente. Cuidado el 1v1. Mira nada más cómo le está bailando. Jarabe tapatío mexicano para ti, mi estimado. Y esto se complica. Otro perfecto. Ahora va a ser Drift el que lo regale. 3-0. No hay nadie que detenga. Les estamos dando puro chile del mexicano.
That's just phenomenal from Lore. They're really just able to keep Forsaken in a box where they haven't been able to break through the vital parts of the map. These two players have to stay alive, and well, there's just nothing they can do. Get kill after kill. Lore just seconds away from getting into the qualification round.
Esto se acabó. Estamos viendo el mero trámite, como diría Betruche, mi hermano, mi estimado. Esto ya fue historia. Esto acaba de irse a donde ya saben quién con su mamá, porque Lore logra terminar la serie 2-0 en contra de Forsaken, ganándose un pase cercano. Casi nos estamos acercando a pool play.
So we're going right back, guys. So that's it. Lore, they get to the qualification round. They were Wigan del Carne. But, we're going ascending baseline quadrant up next. We're going to get Eli the Ninja and Mikowski on the cast for this one, as it's going to be an important match between ascending baseline and quadrant.
Be right back.
The ball.
All right, fun times in Arlington as Lore continues on in the open bracket, looking to make a run there as we switch gears to ascending baseline versus quadrant. Eli, this one feels pretty consequential in the sense that hard to imagine one of these two teams getting fourth in their pools, but as we've talked about all day, anything's on the table.
Somebody's got to get fourth. That's just the reality of it. I mean, both these teams looking very good. Right now, Glory, we're checking in late on this round, but it's 100-0 in favor of Quadrant, and I'm looking at Glory with a 14-3 KD. Are you kidding me? This guy's absolutely on fire. Would have loved to see how he got those kills, but we'll see if Ascending Baseline has an answer in round 2, because they definitely fell flat in that first round.
And that's big for Quadrant. That's even bigger for Glory individually, because he's the comp. He's the man that's supposed to fill the big shoes of Legend. Now, coming across the pond from EU to NA, now on SSG, it's up to Glory to fill in that spot. A top 5 player, no less. Those are big shoes to fill, but you know what, Eli? If anybody can do it, it's Glory.
Clearly, I mean, he's putting on a clinic here. Also, Snipe Drone, new to the roster this year at least. But he's been in the scene forever, I feel like. I mean, he used to be called the European Snipe Down because, I mean, their names are obviously similar, and honestly has a very similar playstyle to that of Snipe Down. Here, though, he's got the most ball time, almost hitting the 90-second mark. Right here, Spytomic, formerly known as Monster, gets a crucial double kill right now. Snipe Drone wisely going to play the ball to mid-map. That's just going to make it a little bit harder for Ascending to get the ball into safety. It's going to make it so Quadrant spawners can perhaps contest it a bit easier as well. So great heads-up play from Snipe Drone.
Early on in this series, Quadrant making their owner, Lando Norris, very proud as they race out to a 2-minute uncontested head start. 121 seconds before Ascending Baseline get on the clock, but they've got a measly one, just a breadstick for them. So Quadrant didn't get a chance to see that opening round, but we're getting eyes on opening round to round 2, and it's looking like more of the same.
I mean, they finally have the ball to safety in what looks like their first opportunity for a setup since this game started. We're well into round 2. Hotshot goes with the shotgun, though. I think this is one of the most important weapons on this map. He gets 1 kill, but gets shut down. That's going to trade hands, which means Quadrant have an easier time pushing in to C, but look at this. Spytomic trying to just make it more difficult for Quadrant to get in, but he was that last line of defense. Burton had to play the ball.
Despite 2 minutes in a row for Quadrant, Ascending Baseline have bounced back in this one, down just 2 seconds, now vying for map control before they earn more ball time. They could do that by taking down Glory, but Glory with the Stalker in his hand has arguably one of the best weapons on the map. As he's playing this one really cheeky. Spots out the camo. It's, ironically enough, it's Glory who's looking like he has the camo, but he's not able to finish. Instead, 2 go down for Quadrant, and what looked like a really heads-up play from Glory flips on its head, but quickly afterwards, Ascending Baseline go 3 down. So Quadrant able to steady the ship after a pretty tough-looking sequence, and it's via Snipe Drones. Previously talking about the European Snipe Down, doing just that with the overkill to bring Quadrant right back.
Didn't get to catch it from the observer POV, but when you see that in the kill feed, if you're on the side of Quadrant, definitely boosts everyone's morale just a little bit. Definitely increases their energy as they get control of the map once again. And look at this, they're playing both sides of the map, just applying maximum pressure. We got a killing frenzy from Snipe Drone. This man got 4 kills in the first round, and now he's gone 10-0 in the second. This guy is absolutely on fire.
Yeah, you thought Glory was running away with the most slays in this lobby, but now it's Snipe Drone who's got a 14 of his own. SLG right there with 14, but it's 84 seconds for Snipe Drone that has him playing a really full game. Unfortunately, a little caster curse, it feels like, as he goes down there. Not seeing the same proficiency we'd seen previously with the accuracy and with those DMR shots. Is 3 more go down once again, though. So one person goes down, the other picks up the mantle. That's Glory now, who finds a triple of his own. As Ascending Baseline lose numbers edge, and this round is starting to get away from him as well. It was once just a 2-second game, but just as that occurs, right after the overkill, triple kill, or tripled up, I should say, our Quadrant on the lead, 20-63.
In my opinion, this is the sign of a good team. If you have one player that pops off one round, but he's maybe not quite hitting that same stride in the second round, but somebody else is able to step up and do exactly the same as that other teammate had prior, that's a good sign for your team. That means you're working well together. There's not going to be many situations that all of you are, playing poorly or not getting the slays, because someone is always able to step up. Quadrant showing exactly that, and Snipe Drone has not let up. Feels like every time we're on his screen, he's hitting it perfect.
Yeah, throughout the offseason, we questioned the viability of camo and what the players were doing to see camo so much easier, and that seems to have continued on to LAN as camo has not made that much of an impact, gets easily spotted out, despite what looked like some sneaky plays from the camo user. The trickle of the lines, the dissipation of the camo occurs more often than not as that power up gets neutralized. 28-87 here as Quadrant have built an even bigger lead, and it looks like they're going to continue on. This could be the finishing touches of Game 1 as 4 more go down for Ascending Baseline, and Eli, I don't think they have the spawns. I don't think they have the timer space on the map. This should be it as Quadrant 2-1 will secure Game 1 with a standout, powerful performance, a 2-0 that sometimes we talk about didn't really look like a 2-0. That did.
It absolutely did. I think Quadrant might have even tripled the kills on top of Ascending Baseline right there. I mean, just absolutely murdering them in the slays department, which you're not going to be able to get much oddball time if you're dead the entire time. A little bit surprising. We kind of are used to seeing a little bit more firepower on the side of Ascending Baseline, notably from Squale, who you and I got to work with quite a bit, and we're always impressed with his ability to just output insane amounts of damage with high accuracy. That game, he kind of got shut down, so I'm looking to see Squall maybe warm up a bit and lead his team to victory in this game too, if they're going to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, we know Squall is one of the best support players in the game, right? He's put up the stats to say as much. So I think going into game 2, yeah, you definitely want to get a little bit more damage out of him. You want to get a few more assists as well. And if so, we could easily see this series get tied at 1-1. And I think that's especially important because if Squall plays his game, Breaking Shot is able to play his game, which is, you saw the killing frenzy for Quadrant. Breaking Shot on the other side is just as likely to score one, potentially even here in game 2. Talk to me about Breaking Shot, Eli. He was a guy last year, in and out of pool play, in and out of open bracket. What are your expectations for this young up-and-coming star in Breaking Shot as we approach and get into Season 3?
I don't think we've seen Breaking Shot in his final form just yet. I mean, this guy, he undoubtedly has immense natural talent, but he's had kind of a tumultuous run just hopping on different teams. You know, he feels like that kid that just hopping from foster home to foster home, hasn't found his family yet. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully this is his squad. They've been looking very good together online, but he just seems like one of those players that needs the right core, like comfort zone around him to really put on a display for us. Kind of like what we're seeing with Descendant on Complexity, you know, similar storyline. He was on a ton of different rosters. Collect, another one of those people. So it's like, it's just a matter of time before he's on a squad and showing up at a tournament where he's, you know, able to put on that kind of performance.
Before we step into game 2, let's take a look back at Quadrant in the off season. EU in the regionals, you had Foe come out, win the first 2, and then Quadrant, right before the tune-up, that major qualifier, wins and takes it off of Foe, but then going into the major qualifier, Foe take it right back. They get first place and arguably are the best team in EU now, which feels like such a far cry to say. We're so used to Quadrant looking dominant. Is it the loss of Legend? Or talk to me about Quadrant and where they're at right now, Eli.
I mean, they're still a very talented squad, but we cannot deny how big of a blow it is to lose a player like Legend. I mean, I feel like Legend is just simply that dude. I mean, obviously SSG picks him up for a reason, and now they're in contention to win every tournament as a result. So, I mean, it cannot be understated how much value Legend added to that squad, but the EU scene has also just been kind of mixing and matching so much. It was confusing. One of the tournaments, I believe Chick had actually beat Foe with Quadrant, then leaves Quadrant to join Foe, and I don't know, some of the team changes have seemed a little bit confusing from the outside looking in. I'm sure that Jimbo interview that we saw Onset and Bravo put out, shout out to those guys, doing amazing work with the narrative. You guys got to check that out if you haven't seen it already. But yeah, the EU scene kind of in a scramble right now. I think both these teams are very strong. It's kind of hard to say which team is exactly better than the other, though.
Yeah, if you guys get a chance, check out the narrative from Bravo and Onset, two of the best in Halo, giving you guys more behind-the-scenes access to the players we know and love as we kick off our game 2 here. Quadrant down by 3 off the start. It's ascending baseline, bouncing back in the TS, and most importantly, they've got the snipe and the snipe tower control in the hands of Hotshot Ghost, another one of those players, Eli, a lot like Squall, who had an incredible Season 1 and still has plenty left in the tank. Excited to see Hotshot Ghost gameplay here as he's back on the scene.
Yeah, Hotshot was one of those guys that I had my eye on throughout Season 1. Never really had a standout performance on land, but always seemed to be in the mix and had the ability. Now I think this is probably the best chance he's had yet. He's been coming back with a vengeance. Now 3-1 to start his team off hot here.
Oh.
Gets Snipe Drone though with cluster luck. Don't see the medal on screen, but it should have. Double kill with 1 grenade. He's gonna rotate through the back of the tower with the plasma pistol. Like to see this usage here. But I'm curious to see, how does the teamwork look on the side of ascending baseline? They have to make this push work. I'm a little bit concerned about it. They don't have top middle presence. They're mostly just swinging out to one side, which, you know, it usually requires that you have a few more sight lines, some high ground advantage. That top middle angle is so important to make a push like that.
Now, this game is flipped on its head. Once a 3-kill lead off the opening break for ascending baseline, it's now a 5-kill multi-possession lead for Quadrant as they're looking for more. SLG with the potential repulsor off the map. He does, in fact, get it. Wow, that was a little delayed as Quadrant build an even bigger lead, now up 10-17.
Yeah, the repulsor sent Squall back. Squall was able to jump, but had so much momentum that he continued to slide off. So tried to save himself, give himself the best chance. Repulsor too powerful though. Both teams kind of fighting for control of this tower side. It is a lot easier to control the map and also have access to the active camo if you control the tower. Right now, it's Quadrant that wins control, but for the most part, Burton last player alive, but I don't expect him to live much longer.
And in the blink of an eye, it's a 2-possession, 9-kill game now as Quadrant. They're racing away with it once again. That same pace that we saw in Game 1. They didn't start with it here in Game 2, but my God, have they picked up the pace ever since and have a massive lead. Now looking to double up on the competition. They do. 12-24, Quadrant are in the driver's seat.
Look at this. They're just flowing around one another. As soon as one of them's one shot, they just milk their life behind some type of cover. Teammate swoops in to help clean up the kill time and time again. That's how they've built such a massive lead. Ascending baseline almost chasing the one shots a little bit too hard and being punished for it, but that's the game plan of Quadrant. They've just been putting them in difficult situations time and time again.
Talk about a difficult situation there. Now, Snipe Drone does go down, but did you see him eyeing the dummies and then the dummy spawn occurs, right? I mean, you talk about being in the right time, right place. Quadrant. That was something they were known for last year, Eli, was their map manipulation, their ability to control the spawns. As despite losing the core of their roster, it looks like they're able to retain that strategy and execute on it as they're still up by big. 19-29 here, a 10-kill lead now brought down to single digits. And if Burton can continue popping off with the snipe, he could bring Ascending baseline right back in it. Double kill off the rip on the pillar. Looking to nade Snipe Drone for a triple. Instead, takes him down to 1 HP. SLG at the back of Mud, and this is going to allow Ascending baseline to get back in this match, you'd think.
Very well played by Burton. His entire life has been masterful, putting himself in perfect positions to hit these shots. Also just survived on the nest, hits 2 body shots, both get cleaned up by his teammates. All of a sudden, they're a bit back into this, now only down by 6 when previously down by 12.
Burton went on a hell of a run there, a killing spree, plus 1 or 2 it looked like. Sitting at 8-8. He's brought his team right back in it, but it looks like Quadrant are getting back to their steeds. They're getting right back to what we saw previously from them. Outside of that moment from Burton, it's been all Quadrant in this series. A game and a half through, and they have looked dominant here to start as they look to go up 2-0 in this series, up by 8 in this particular game. And Glory right now just looking to bait a push through the top or bottom of mid.
Right now, Quadrant can afford to just trade out to the end. Lots of equipment to play for, though. We've got camo coming up in 10 seconds. Looks like equal trades going out for both teams. These trades are all in the favor of Quadrant. Now almost at the 40-kill mark, and getting a few kills right now should secure them to camo as well. Burton, last player to kind of contest it. Look at the QT usage as well. Sika getting back to safety, and Quadrant gets another camo.
Love the recognition there from Sika. Realizes he doesn't need to earn the slay, just needs to earn enough damage to allow his teammate to clean it up. He's able to QT to safety, and Quadrant are back in control. Up 10 once again into the 40s with a convincing lead, feeling comfortable and safe with it. As you see back A spawns for Ascending baseline, looking to push out through the garage door, but there's no vehicles in the garage. There's no vehicles to take out as they have no routes. And it looks like Quadrant have this picked out. They finally get a couple slays. They do have the numbers advantage for now. It's on them to take that space that they've earned to push out through garage door. But instead, looks like they're going to regroup back through mid. I like this push. It looks like they do send one on the nest. So they have a flank potential and a strong push through mid as they take down 2 more. Make it 3 more from Quadrant. A kill on Snipe Drone would be a team wipe. But with numbers dwindling and opportunities dwindling as well, you don't know if Ascending baseline have enough slays or time left in this one to bring it back. I don't think they do.
Ascending baseline playing so impressively off their back foot, all trapped at back B, make some great plays, but it was too little too late. They were already so far behind that I don't think they have the possibility to come back into this. They're now only down by 8, but when your opponent only needs 2 kills, it feels like the walls are closing in on Ascending baseline. The QT monster, hello? He's gonna fall off the map, but not the time to do it. You gotta make sure you know exactly where that portal is before you click that button, because you don't want to lose a point when you're trying to gain points. Isn't that right, Hunter?
The shield's beeping, sounding like a dial tone on a phone that gets hung up but doesn't quite hit the click, right? That's what it looked like there. As Ascending baseline not clicking as a team of 4, but SLG clicking with the snipe, hits the headshot to secure the victory at game 2, 50-39.
Wow. Ascending baseline looked good at times, but it just never felt like they had full control. Felt like Quadrant really holding down that tower side. The few times that Ascending baseline contested the tower, they just lost the fight. Quadrant looking very strong on that game type. A little bit surprised to see the first snipe from SLG at the end. I think of SLG as potentially the best sniper in Europe currently. This guy's insane with it. Recharge, though, just has a shock rifle, no S7 to be seen, but it's going to be incredibly important in this one. I have to give the edge to Quadrant. I mean, they obviously won these 2 games in fairly convincing fashion, but on top of that, they also are a very organized squad that are constantly controlling space, anchoring positions on the map, especially for a game type like King of the Hill.
And that was one of my questions going into this tournament. How much is Quadrant going to look like the Quadrant we saw last year that didn't set history, but broke history, placing top 3 on LAN? That was actually at HCS Arlington last year, the same venue where they made history for EU. And I think despite the fact that two members of Quadrant are no longer on the squad, they did look a lot like the Quadrant we saw last year with their map control and spawn manipulation as well. That was impressive to see. I think for me, Eli, this series so far is the old, you can't win a match at the start of a game, but you can lose it. And I think Ascending Baseline, they're just not giving themselves enough opportunity off the start to win and to ultimately win the game in the end. They're having their moments, like you said, but you can't go down 100-0 in that round 1 oddball. Even going down with 20-30 seconds in round 2, it just felt like the wheels were falling off a little bit, and they need to regroup going into this game 3. Recharge, King of the Hill.
You're exactly right. I mean, I can't think of a worse way to start a series than losing 100-0 in an oddball round. I mean, that just completely squashes any momentum that you could have possibly built. I mean, granted, they did look a lot better in round 2. They looked decent at times in Slayer, but they really need to supercharge that energy if they're going to come back into this one. Recharge, King of the Hill, in my opinion, a great game type when it comes to determining which team is more macro oriented. It's a very macro heavy game type. You cannot win simply by winning all your pivs. You've also got to think about the part of the map that your team is spawning, where you can spawn the other team, get immense amounts of time instead of just trickling time here and there after you get slays. So I think the team with the more macro fundamentals probably going to come out ahead on this one.
Recharge, King of the Hill, another one of those map game mode combinations that underwent a little bit of a meta facelift going into Season 3. Eli, talk to me about the changes to that initial opening hill in the mosh pit bottom mid where Camo is, now up on the perch over by the C platform ledge. That makes a big difference in the match. How so?
Oh man, it's just, previously when it was bottom mid, I think the biggest difference about this is you wanted to control C plat because it has the best entry point to that hill, right? But then the next hill also moved to long haul. So if you already had C control and perhaps glass control, then you were very likely to get the second hill as well. So it was very snowbally off the start. But now that it's in batteries, it's actually a bit better to have the A spawns for the first hill. And then you have to be able to transition to the opposite side of the map. So the order of the hills actually kind of force you to flip-flop your positioning on the map to give yourself advantageous positioning. And I think it just creates a better game type. I mean, you don't really want somebody to be gifted 2 hills in a row just because they got better spawns. This time you got to actually work for it.
Well, after each game 2, the teams get a chance to take a bathroom break. And I think for Ascending Baseline, just a strategy talk about maybe not so much what they're doing wrong. I don't think you want to necessarily harp and focus on the negatives, but talk about what Quadrant's doing right and how to counter that. What have you seen Quadrant do right so far, Eli, that has them up in this series 2-0 convincingly?
They're just not tunnel visioning in the way that Ascending Baseline is. Like, if they're in a fight and they have cover and a nearby teammate, they're just taking the cover. There's no point in challenging a 1v1 50-50 to the death if you can just hide for 2 seconds and make it a 100-0 chance that your opponent dies and you do not, right? So we saw that in almost every team fight throughout that live fire game where, yeah, Quadrant might lose a player or 2, but law of attrition, if you just lose less over time, you're going to have more at the end, right? So that's kind of the way that Quadrant won that game, and I kind of expect him to play more of the same. If you're on the side of Ascending Baseline, you've got to start just quote-unquote milking your life better. You got to be a harder kill, because right now it feels like Ascending Baseline are almost getting desperate in certain positioning and pushing too far beyond their means or trying to force a play to happen, whereas Quadrant are just kind of like letting the play breathe and playing it by ear.
You make a great point, and I think a specific example of that in this series where Quadrant are not necessarily playing for trades, but they're earning them in a sense and able to mitigate the damage we see from Ascending Baseline was that 8-kill spree from Burton. And you take a glance at the scoreboard, it's still a 10-kill game, even after Burton popped off with a snipe. So Quadrant doing a great job to neutralize the opposition. And look at this. Before we even get a chance to take a deep breath, a short breath, Quadrant already up 1-0. What? How did that happen so quickly?
I don't know. We're coming in a little bit late to the match here, but all good. We've got the shock rifle in hands of SLG. I was just talking about this man with the sniper rifle and what he can do. He's showing that he can do the same, not just with the S7, but also with the shock rifle. But clearly, Quadrant had control of that A side, get control of that hill, and we saw them attempt to transition to this side. Look at them just patiently playing through the process. They know there's a couple members back silo here. Not really forcing it, but honestly, Ascending Baseline playing great defense. They should be able to get a fair amount of hill time here if they can stay patient.
Quadrant, they got a new logo. That's looking good. They got a new roster. They're looking good as well as they look to earn a sweep here in this best of 5 against Ascending Baseline. A 2 versus 3 matchup for now, and these are the really crucial ones in that these two teams are so close in seeding and points. But it comes down to who earns it on land, as so far it's been Quadrant, all Quadrant, because they have a 1-0 lead in this match. 3 down for Ascending Baseline is going to allow them to get right back in this hill with full control.
Monster needed to win that 1v1. Shot's looking a little shaky. Talked about him a bit. Maybe being a bit nervous on land. Those nerves gotta subside here. You gotta just lock in. You gotta believe in your own ability. He certainly has immense natural talent. We've seen it time and time again. But you gotta ice up in these fights that matter. Hit some nice shots on Glory there. Glory trying to escape to safety, but Spytomic now, formerly known as Monster, getting the shots there. But you have to think, after Ascending Baseline won the previous play, they should have got more hill time, really only earned about 12 seconds on the hill, and all of a sudden Quadrant, after one break, are close to capping this.
Yeah, it felt like the quarter or so that Ascending Baseline were gifted to them by Quadrant, in a sense that we'll give you that 25% so long as we're able to play for things like Shock Rifle, the flank map control on the backside of C here, which is exactly what Quadrant had. And now it's actually Ascending Baseline sort of flipping exactly what I said Quadrant did to get up on this hill, potentially 2-0, but no, 4 going down for Quadrant, and that is so massive, Eli, because I was just about to say it. This feels like not necessarily a next hill win scenario, but Ascending Baseline cannot go down 2-0. They need to tie it right here, and it looks like they might just, if not for SLG and the crew pushing through. But 2 go down on each side, and it looks like Quadrant with Glory in the shot are going to steal it. They are going to go up 2-0. What a play there from Quadrant, as just it looked like Ascending Baseline was going to tie it. Talk about a gut punch.
Ascending Baseline looked like they were comfortable. It's almost like they felt like, oh yeah, we definitely got this. Oh, they're probably just rotating to A, right? Haven't seen them in a while. In comes a flying Sika with a grapple. It just kills 2 guys out of nowhere. No, you thought you had it. You thought. But Quadrant come in with the steal at the last second, and that's got to be a blow to the confidence. Not only that, but Glory lurking with Camo Shock Rifle, shutting down top A. Such an important position for this hill, denying access to this side of the map. It's a 4 dead for Ascending Baseline. You kind of feel like the walls are closing in at this point if you're on that side, but Ascending Baseline got to be patient. They can play through this. Going to try to send 2 players through the tower and 2 at the long haul. This is a great looking push. Got to secure some slays though.
Just goes to show the level of confidence Glory has in his shot, taking possession of the hill and the shock rifle to earn more slays, more objective time, and that's impressive to note. Glory a part of scoring both hills so far for Quadrant, and it's not like he's lacking in his usual slay department as he continues on with another headshot slay. 2-0 lead, looking like a 3-0 lead now for Quadrant. Eli, we were just talking about how it's tied.
That's unbelievable, man. That last second play makes such a massive difference, just completely blows the door off for Ascending Baseline. These guys have to figure out what they're going to do to get back into this. Right now, Quadrant also already in the next hill, but there's heavy presence of Ascending Baseline on the silo. If they can control that side, they can play the long game and ultimately get control of this hill.
I love this setup here from Glory, and it just goes to show you don't need to be in close proximity to your teammates and to the objective to play the objective, as he has a good cross shot, but the time is now to push up with that grapple. Gets a little bit of added extra movement on the map towards the stacks, but he goes down. 3 go down, in fact, for Quadrant, as Ascending Baseline have the numbers edge, have control of this hill, and I don't know, Eli, it's right there on the It's right there on the edge of having the possibility with 2.5 minutes left. They really need to play efficient Halo, not step out of the hill, because now the regulation clock is also a factor.
You're exactly right. This is one of the harder maps to come back on. Even if Ascending Baseline could secure this, by the way, they're 4 dead right now. So they're going to have to break into the hill, hold it for long enough to cap without burning enough time off the clock, to then cap 2 more just to tie it to give himself a chance in the sudden death regulation. Right now, if you're Quadrant, you could really just mostly slay out. I mean, we've seen them have the better of Ascending Baseline just in the slays department throughout the rest of the series. This one's feeling almost insurmountable.
I think this speaks to now the confidence Quadrant has to defeat Ascending Baseline, and that you're right, if they wanted to, they could dwindle away the life force and that clock, but instead they're going for the 4-0 sweep. They're going for the 3-0 sweep in this series, and it looks like they have it. They do. Quadrant look absolutely dominant, taking down Ascendant Baseline with the sweep.
Wow. Quadrant coming out strong. Now, they are the higher seed, so they're expected to win, but perhaps not in as emphatic fashion as they did. The Ascending Baseline roster, keep in mind, finished top 8 in the qualifier, did they not?
They did.
So they certainly a solid team to look out for later in the tournament, but they're going to have to get their stuff together if they're going to compete in against these other teams. I mean, right now, it's looking like they might have trouble against an open bracket team that makes it out. So they've got to figure it out.
And that's, again, Eli, why these matchups are so crucial between the 2 and the 3 seed. You got to win this one because of the fact that we expect those open bracket teams to be a little bit more competitive. We expect pool play even to be a little bit more competitive this year without the 2 freebie spots that were previously awarded to Mexico and ANZ. Now, I still have Mexico make it out of the open bracket. I actually predict potentially 2 teams making it out of the open bracket from Mexico. Might be a little faded, some might say, but I think we saw a lot from the MX region in the offseason. And during the offseason, it was Foe who looked better than Quadrant, but this is why you play the game on land. That's right, LAND. Who's gonna in EU? Who do you think is the better team, Eli? Quadrant or Foe? Say. It's hard to say, right? It's gonna come down to this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, whoever places better, I guess, gets the chip for now, but who's to say the other one doesn't outplace the other at the next tournament? I mean, I think these 2 teams are very evenly matched. Even in the tournament that Foe won to have the upper hand in the seeding points, whatever, for this tournament, it was a best of 5 and it went to game 5. You know, it could have gone either way. Flag game in that series was 2-1. Like, there's so many small moments that make huge differences in Destiny when it comes to these teams. Like, you lost a piv, oh, sorry, you got to play through open bracket. Like, sometimes it's literally that much of a difference, all from a single piv. So, I mean, someone's just going to be icier on that day.
A single piv and, gosh, what felt like a single shot from Quadrant as they sweep Ascending Baseline and make it look easy at that. We're going to take a step back. We're going to get some water, hydrate. We invite you guys to do the exact same at home because we are just getting started here. We got plenty more Halo from HCS Arlington when we return. Here, I believe they got swept in that grand finals to SSG, but this is a team, again, with Spartan individually surging towards MVP potential. Lethal the GOAT doing GOAT things, like that triple kill right there.
I realize that every single time you make a team change, you kind of start from square one. Like, you got to go over every single game type with that new player, make sure that everyone on the team knows what place they play in a variety of situations. As we see, an open from Sparty could turn it into a kill tech, maybe with the stagger 12. No, he's just going to get the hill time. He said, let's just get this over with. These guys probably maybe happy to be in a Twitter clip, who knows, but Sparty known to get the overkills.
The way he shoots his disruptor pistol off of the BR platform to get a chain reaction off a call out that another teammate made about a player coming into that light rifle hall is some big brain stuff. And we see that from Spartan so often. I feel like Spartan doesn't really get that love of being this cerebral player.
It's a problem.
Hello and welcome back. We got some HCS Arlington open bracket play. Qualification match. Cloud9 going up against Mexico's SWAT Alpha. In our best of 5, I'm Tools. Joined with me is Furzilla. And while this is a qualification match, and we have one team from America, another team from Mexico, so we thought, hey, why don't we split the cast up as well? So I'll be casting this one in English. Joining you to my left, Furzilla will be casting this completely in Spanish. Welcome to the action.
We're going to be starting really, really good. I mean, we enjoy some dual casting, some Duolingo, some good action from both of this team. America's finest, Cloud9, in the open bracket against Mexico's finest in the open bracket, SWAT X Alpha. Let's go into the action.
Cloud9 already getting a ton of control of the map. Rami already pulling the flag. You got the sniper Septify looking down the lanes. It looks like SWAT Alpha's in trouble as they spawn into the back of their own base.
Lo van a andar sorprendiendo. Excelente el tiro. Vemos ahí el 1v1 de snipers. No va a ser suficiente. Está buscándole War la manera de tener la puntería, pero por ahora no lo consigue. La bandera se va a resetear. Todavía tienen muchísimo tiempo. No hay que comerse las ansias. No hay que tener un poquito de desesperación. La escuadra mexicana todavía puede seguir adelante. Aguas, que eso fue un trágite.
They did a great job of stabilizing right there. SWAT Alpha were in trouble, but somehow able to get those players down, and now controlling the other base. It's 4 down for Cloud9, and well, here we go. Gory Loco with the pull of the flag. SWAT Alpha with their potential first on the way.
Ahí van corriendo Goriloco, no logran seguir adelante, lo van a detener. Lewar intenta darle un poquito de cobertura con el sniper, no lo consigue. Tiene la mira puesta en ese jugador de Cloud9, pero no consigue el tiro definitivo. La bandera sigue sin ser tocada por ambos equipos. Están empezando a empujar la escuadra americana, pero no los van a dejar. Vemos ahí dos excelentes kills. La bandera la van a regresar, pero la ventaja por ahora en muertes, 3 caídos para Cloud9.
They just keep pushing forward. SWAT Alpha cannot lose a gunfight at this point in time. Leor, sniper, shot, head down. Here we go, another flag out for SWAT Alpha as the spawners are over at S1. This is a devastating moment for Cloud9.
La maniobra que tienen que tomar ahora la escuadra de SWAT Alpha es tener muchísimo cuidado. Ahí va uno, ahí va dos. Mira nada más, Goriloco, regálame un tercero, por favor, papacito. Te estamos viendo aquí en directo. No lo va a conseguir, me lo van a agarrar comiendo camote. Pero aún así, 0-0.
It's just unfortunate. Cloud9 able to get behind those players at SWAT Alpha at green. Once they do that, it sort of breaks that presence that SWAT Alpha has, and well, they just were never quite able to recover. And now Cloud9 really with a chance to get these rockets and to put them to great use. Gory Loco on the other side, though, overshield and shotgun to try to counterbalance.
Ay, como diría mi compa Lil Sebastian, trae la que ladra ahí en estos momentos. Mira nada más, la tartamuda, así le dice mi compa el Lil Sebastian, pero no va a ser suficiente. Va a caer doble muerte antes de irse. Se fue con una explosión enorme. La bandera de Cloud9 nuevamente está desaparecida. La tienen y es momento de que busquen la mejor forma de actuar, el mejor curso de acción. Y mira, nada más está empujando la bandera lo más rápido posible y los están sorprendiendo 1-1. Doble muerte, excelente ahí de parte de Rami, que sigue adelante y regresa la bandera.
For the 3rd time, SWAT Alpha has gotten a flag out after getting the slays, but have not been able to get it past the 50-yard line yet. And it's just, Cloud9 has been very resilient towards this pressure. What I want to see from Cloud9, though, a lot more pressure that they're able to apply. Since the beginning of this game, we really haven't been able to see them take control of the map once again.
Se complican mucho las cosas. Cloud9 está teniendo ya muchas bajas en contra de la escuadra mexicana. Está costando bastantito trabajo. Vemos que están cayendo una y otra vez. Y como bien dice Tools, han tenido muy buenos acercamientos a la hora de agarrar la bandera, pero lamentablemente la escuadra mexicana no ha logrado capitalizar de esas ahora sí que corridas que agarran con la bandera y con ese sniper asesino de Goriloco. Lamentablemente no logra concretar las kills. Solamente los escudos van a caer.
Goriloco looking for more, but and there we see the snipe just barely misses. But Gory Loco and the rest of SWAT Alpha still just doing a great job and not allowing Cloud9 to have too much presence on this map. Consistently have kept them away from their own base, and well, these power weapons have been a big reason why.
You're gonna excuse me for just saying that like a mice accent. I don't know. It's just
You're all good, all good.
Cuidado que viene la tartamuda nuevamente. Excelente strike, empezando a hacer magia, complicando las cosas. Sobre escudo en 6 lo está marcando, sabe que lo necesita. Mientras más herramientas tenga su equipo, mejor le va a su equipo. Va a caer como alacrán de techo, va a decir quítate de aquí, no necesito cambiar. Mientras más rápido lo quite, mejor. Y ahora que tengo el sobreescudo, se va a complicar las cosas para el equipo americano. Cloud9 ahora en el déficit, sigue estando 0-0. Rockets que no van a hacer nada. Mira nada más, Strikey, eso fue un bultro, a mí no me van a engañar. Las granadas, casi se pega a sí mismo, qué güey, pero aún así sigue adelante y tiene la bandera, puede capitalizar a partir de esto. Su equipo haciendo la cobertura necesaria en long haul, están aplicando la presión. Esta puede ser bandera de SWAT Alpha.
SWAT Alpha, this is their 4th time trying to run this flag. This time, I feel like we're going to see a lot more success. This one back home. Oh.
Esa es la captura. Empezaron muy bien. Ya llevan una de ventaja y ahora puede complicarse las cosas. Cloud9 puede provocar presión en cualquier momento, pero SWAT Alpha está empezando con el pie derecho, con el pie correcto. No van a dejar ahora que se acerquen. Es momento de hacer presión, de hacer que se echen para atrás. Excelente. No hay trades de parte de SWAT Alpha. Simplemente la presión que está ejerciendo en estos momentos para hacer que la escuadra de Cloud9 se regrese es impresionante.
From where? Glory Loco knows that the rest of Cloud9 are on the other side. When he peeks, he knows he has to get this damage down. Great shots, knows he can't win it, so he comes back, waits for his teammate. Here we go once again, but a flank from Cloud9 could change everything. Septify causing damage as he's able to get behind all of these players. SWAT Alpha 3 down.
Se complica la situación en estos momentos para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. La bandera sigue en su lugar. Quedan 5 minutos en el reloj. Cloud9, si quiere empatar las cosas, necesita en los siguientes, ¿qué te gustan? 2 minutos, seguir adelante y tratar de conseguir una captura. Si en estos siguientes 2 minutos que quedan no logran capturar, aunque sea la primera o hacer un intento, porque no hemos visto ni un solo intento de parte de Cloud9, se puede complicar la situación, pero con este push, 3 caídos para SWAT Alpha, podríamos ver esa captura.
Flag out. Septify is going to be the one trying to run this. It's going to be up to the sniper of Leor to stop this potential flag, but getting a lot of pressure from Cloud9. He's had to move back, reapproach, headshot in, 3 down. Cloud9 on the respawn, but can SWAT Alpha get there in time? The spawners of Cloud9 are coming up now, and they did spawn in the Mauler. It's a huge shot.
¡Ay, no mames! ¡Qué tirote se acaba de aventar Lewor! Evitando que se le acerque. Mira, nada más otro. Dame un tercero, Lewor. Dámelo, papacito, por favor. Dame un tercer tiro. No lo va a conseguir. La bandera se va a regresar. Y ahora tenemos al buen Lewor haciendo equipo, posiblemente con Strike o Zepstars. Esperando, Coriloco la va a capturar. Mira, nada más, papacito. Tenemos una segunda captura. Rockets que ya hicieron bastante daño de parte de la escuadra de Cloud9. Seguimos adelante. SWAT Alpha on top.
SWAT Alpha almost had the flag captured against them. Somehow turned their defense into offense. They're up 2-0. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to hold on to this game. Killing spree. Leor has taken over.
Se está volviendo loco. Este es el SWAT Alpha que hemos visto en todo el Open mexicano. Este es el SWAT Alpha que llegamos incluso a ver en el torneo de Liga Hell. Este es el roster mexicano que tiene la posibilidad de llevarse no solo a Cloud9 en estos momentos, sino ponerse al tiro por tiro contra la escuadra de Tapping Buttons. Puede incluso llegar a ganarle si es que se topan en full play, si es que califican.
So far, SWAT Alpha have just looked like the better team. They've been able to outslay, outplay throughout this flag game. But we have seen many games completely change in just a couple minutes. With new snipers up on board, SWAT Alpha need to find these next couple slays, control the power weapons, and keep playing as if this is a 0-0 game.
Tartamuda en manos del único Strikey, acercándose, amenazan con una tercera captura, se le olvida la bandera casi como los calzones en la casa y ya empieza a correr. Cuidado que se puede complicar, ya divisan a uno cerca de la base, sabe que el francotirador es clave, lo va a agarrar uno de la escuadra de Cloud9 y esto se puede complicar, pero cuidado que Zepstars también tiene el sniper, ya sabemos cómo es, lo va a sacar, lo va a intentar aplicar, pero no lo consigue, me lo van a tumbar, la bandera sigue fuera y están intentando capturar. Muy buena defensa de parte del War, va a evitar ese francotiradorzazo en la cara y complica las cosas. Rocket Launcher ahora en el campo de batalla. Strike y Zepstars, gracias.
So far, SWAT Alpha playing strong defense as Cloud9 try to break through, but no success to be found. Last rocket, last overshield are up, and the rockets used by Diagram to try to put 2 players from SWAT Alpha down. And Diagram now has a sniper to work with as well, as he's just putting so much pressure on the SWAT Alpha base. The headshot's in, but there's no help to be found yet for Cloud9. Diagram trying to will his team forward. He gets another 5 in a row. Diagram taking over the game, but is it too little too late?
Podría ser suficiente en esos momentos. Cloud9 empezando a verse muy fuerte, evitando cualquier tipo de ataque agresivo de la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Cuidado que empieza a hacer su propia corretiza de bandera. Cuidado, excelente, la doble, empieza a correr. Mira nada más, Diagram, hazmela, papito, hazmela de emoción. Dime que a ti también te gusta ver cómo me pongo a gritar en español. 4 caídos para SWAT Alpha.
4 went down. This flag's gonna be in. Suddenly, it's a race against time. 50 seconds for Cloud9 to find their rebuttal. They need to tie this up at 2 apiece. And, well, the clock is ticking.
Momentos claves para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Si quieren llevarse este primer juego, si quieren llevar la delantera en la serie para calificar a Pool Play, tienen que tener mucho cuidado. 30 segundos en el reloj es todo lo que necesitan. Evitar que Cloud9 se acerque lo más posible. Tiene Bulldog Rami, puede hacerla de tos, puede hacerla de malas. Cuidado que le pueden llegar, le quiere salir como ratón de alcantarilla, le van a caer como lacrán de techo. Esto ya se acabó, mi estimado. 15 segundos y la captura se ve muy distante para Cloud9.
Only 10 seconds left. The trades come through. Can anyone get further in? No, the kills come in. Strikey shuts them down. Strikey sees no one else. Game 1, SWAT Alpha. 27 kills from Strikey makes all the difference.
Ooh, what an amazing series. What an amazing series. I mean, SWAT X Alpha, like I said in Spanish, demonstrating why they are really a roster to be, to just be cautious with.
They are a phenomenal team, right? We haven't really seen a lot of success in the main HCS tournaments before. They've come, even though they didn't have funding, they still set themselves here, and now they're 1 game closer to qualification, beating a very good Cloud9 roster. This is a roster that could be in pool play. I think this is a huge. This shows how much better the Mexico region has gotten these last couple years. They're continually improving that. Now that they have like 3-4 teams that are a threat in this bracket to potentially go into pool play.
Absolutely. I mean, we have 3 of the really strongest rosters in Mexico right here, right now. We have the Lord roster, we have the SWAT X Alpha roster, and we have the SWAT Latam roster. So there's really nothing much to say. Game 2 Slayer, SWAT Alpha has the ability to push into a 3rd game with a 2-game advantage and close it up, wrap it up, and qualify for pool play.
Well, so far, kills going to both sides, but Diagram gets away with the goodies. Do you see the player in the back? No, but that player certainly saw him. He needs to survive here. No, the trade comes out. Huge kill from SWAT Alpha to neutralize this camouflage.
Cuidadito que mira nada más. Tos tiene el sniper, tiene el shock rifle y se va a aventar una doble que está de maravilla. Te la aplaudo, te la hago completamente de emoción. Me paro y te aplaudo, mi estimado. Excelente, se avienta 1, se avienta 2. Esa es racha asesina ahora para Tos, que pone las cosas muy complicadas para SWAT Alpha.
Tusk just taking over with the shock rifle. Now, it's important to note, right, those aren't headshots. It shows that he's coming in and just finishing up damage, but it shows that Cloud9 is playing so well together at the moment, right? They're cleaning up each other's kills. They're not necessarily depending on the sniper rifle to hit the big headshot. They're depending on him to help each other. And I always like it when teams get into this sort of mode.
Las cosas ahorita, por ahora, se están reduciendo bastante. Estamos viendo un juego más tranquilo de parte de ambos jugadores. Uno, porque SWAT Alpha sabe que está en un déficit. Son 5 kills las que los separa de estar parejos a estar básicamente ahora a la total defensiva. Vamos a ver una kill excelente de parte de los chicos de SWAT Alpha que están entrando en calor y con solo 4 kills, mira nada más, intenta detenerlo, una ninja que no se cumple, logran voltearse, van a agarrarlos de sorpresa y ese déficit ahora se está convirtiendo en una ligera desventaja. Solamente 2 kills son los que separan un empate en este slate.
Can they use this next round of slays to tie this one up?
¡Ay, ay, ay! ¡No inventes! ¡Le borras de un hijo!
What a fantastic play. Using that grapple, right, to reapproach the gunfight. Using it effectively.
Doble muerte de parte de Goriloco que agarra al invisible con los calzones abajo. Ahora tiene que tener cuidado. Excelente el posicionamiento LeWar. La paciencia de este muchacho me sorprende cada día más. Se está posicionando y esperando. Saben ambos que ahora con esta ligera desventaja pueden ir a empujar. LeWar está manteniéndose muy bien a distancia, obtiene muy buena información, recibe tiros, cae. La ventaja sigue siendo de 2 kills para Cloud9, pero esto puede verse reducido en cualquier momento. Estamos viendo trades izquierda-derecha. Ahora son 3 kills las que separan a Cloud9 de SWAT Alpha, pero ahora pueden convertirse en más. No logra escapar a tiempo. Mira nada más, están empatando las cosas de 20 a 17. 3 kills de diferencia es lo único que hay y podría seguir así todo el match.
Goriloco knows where I think just about every player is on the map. He's done a fantastic job of staying alive, getting damage in. Eventually tells his teammates it's time to go through, but it's fisticuffs for Rami that keeps players from SWAT Alpha on the respawn screen. They've gotten so close time and time again from tying up this game, but Cloud9 just keeps them at a distance.
No le está permitiendo tener ninguna ventaja. Lo van a sandwichar, pero aún así logra Diagram salirse de Aitosk. Ahora intentando hacer lo posible para llevarse al menos un integrante de SWAT Alpha. Van a hacer el trade. Logra estar Goriloco a tiempo para poder apoyarlo. Y cuidado, que Septify está recibiendo muchísimo daño. 25 a 24, una sola kill de diferencia es lo que separa este roster. Mira nada más, están tradeando la paciencia. Active Camo logra engraparse del piso, pero Goriloco consigue el camuflaje y puede utilizarlo a su ventaja. Se nos peló.
Not able to stay alive with that camo. And now you see Cloud9 starting to get a little bit more space. I think this is the dangerous position for SWAT Alpha. These two players are going to be the most important players on the map. They cannot die on this entry frag here. And you can see this player. Whoa, who is this? This is Diagram. He's so far away from the other team. I'm his teammates. I'm curious whether he's just only looking for the flank or if he's going to eventually try to activate himself and potentially go on a little tour to try to get behind these players. You can see neither team really wanting to be the one that breaks the camel's back and makes a play.
Un juego muy reducido en velocidad en estos momentos. Realmente aquí lo que importa más es la paciencia de los equipos más que la agresividad. Si logran tener la paciencia que el otro equipo no tiene, podríamos estar viendo un cambio completo de score. Y este es el primer error que comete SWAT Alpha. Le abre las puertas a Cloud9 para que puedan empezar con esa agresión. Y si no se cuidan y si no tienen cuidado, le puede ser muy costoso a la escuadra de SWAT Alpha.
Still see, we've gone through like a minute of time. We've seen kills here and there, but we haven't seen any sort of real movement on the map. SWAT Alpha has decided to go towards long haul, and here comes the flank from Cloud9. SWAT Alpha were not ready for it. 2 players went down, and now Cloud9 have these remaining players having to completely swap their position, and the lead once again grows for Cloud9.
Se complica mucho la situación. Este Slayer no se está viendo como algo que esperarían estos jugadores. Asistencia, 3 caídos para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Va a intentar agarrar el Shock Rifle. Strikey recibiendo una propia batalla y logra salirse de ella. Mira nada más con un cachito de vida, un choricillo ahí de vida, pero aún así logra seguir adelante. Logran ponerse el camuflaje activo y esto puede ser lo que los pone tal vez un poquito más cerca de empatar las cosas 37-30.
Let's see that camouflage player from SWAT Alpha is able to make.
Uy, güey.
Wow, how did he take no damage? Rami and Diagram. And together, the camo player was spotted out but not killed. That shock rifle not able to hit its mark.
Nuevamente intentando aventarse ese tiro, no lo consigue. Diagram asomándose. Saben muy bien ambos jugadores que esto puede ser complicado. Empieza el ataque, empieza la ofensiva de ambos equipos. Las granadas rodando sin equipos, sin escudos. Están rotando, no hay nadie que apoye. Ni a Goriloco ni a Lewar van a caer. Y esto puede complicar. Esto es básicamente el inicio del fin. Podríamos estar viendo un juego número 3 con la serie empatada. Qué buen tiro nos regaló Diagram. Qué buena doble nos regaló Diagram. Qué buena triple nos regaló Diagram.
15-7. This man double positive as he gets his team closer and closer to that finish line. Cloud9 looking likely to tie this one up at 1 apiece. And honestly, some great performances, specifically from Diagram and Tusk, both of them with only 7 deaths and eclipsing the 13 and 15 kill mark. Honestly, Tusk has really showed himself in that early game. Diagram has been showing himself in this late game. Just fantastic from Cloud9 thus far.
Se complica mucho la situación para el roster de SWAT Alpha. 10 kills de diferencia, se dicen fáciles, pero para este nivel competitivo ya son ligas muy avanzadas. Realmente estaríamos viendo pues una serie empatada al terminar esto nuevamente, y es algo que estamos viendo constantemente, al menos en con estos dos rosters. Saben cuándo bajar las revoluciones, saben cuándo bajar el momentum y saben cuándo es momento de atacar, como lo está haciendo Diagram en este momento. Va buscando la triple, no la consigue, me lo van a sorprender. La asistencia que viene de parte de uno de sus compañeros es suficiente para poner y empezar a publicar, bueno, no a publicar, sino a poner los últimos 4 clavos al ataúd que se llama SWAT X Alpha Doble Muerte.
SWAT Alpha. Gonna feel the hurt. Tusk, oh, just so easy. Patient as you got behind those 2 players. Ties this thing up at 1 apiece as we move into game number 3.
You couldn't have said it better. Like, just patience. The game. That's it. That's how I call this second game. Patience. Cloud9 had an immovable patience. Like, they were just rock solid when it came to just waiting it out. And SWAT Alpha they knew that they were on the disadvantage side, like with 3 or 4 kills. But they were just like, you know, they were really trying to go and get kills, trying to tie things up. And that's where the mistake came. They couldn't hold themselves. And that's where basically put on this score of 50-36.
Game 3. Live fire oddball. Cloud9 have made their way back into the series. A dominant Slayer in which they were able to outpace and outplay SWAT Alpha. But let's not forget game number 1. Let's not forget what these boys from Mexico were able to do. They were able to make Cloud9 bleed, and they bled them dry in game 1. I expect to see a very close oddball game as we move right into this action.
This is one of the most tiresome series. We're talking about a minimum of 2 rounds and a maximum of 3. There's no a single objective here. It's 3 objectives at max, and it's a rotating objective. So if they're not able to hold their terrain, if they're not able to just try their best to just hold back the aggressiveness that Cloud9 is bringing, SWAT Alpha could be losing their second series. But at the same time, they might be able to capitalize out of that and claim that third one, that second series home for the Mexican fam. So, third game, tight end. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so we thought it was going to be oddball. It turns out Stronghold's going to be our game plan. this time around. And it looks like SWAT Alpha going 3 down right away, and the 4th is found. Rami going to be able to shut them down, gets to C, starts working on getting this hill, but what's more important to this team at the moment, not necessarily the capture, but getting away with this camouflage, and it is going to be Tusk that is going to have the power up on his body. So they get the camo, but they aren't scoring points. It's a risky maneuver to ensure that you only get camouflage. You have to make it count.
Por ahora la escuadra de SWAT Alpha está empezando muy bien, pero cuidadito que nuevamente Tusk con el camuflaje está empezando a hacer añicos, se va a llevar a Goriloco, pero no va a ser suficiente, todavía está buscando la información que está dando excelente. Quantum Translocator de parte de ese compañero de SWAT Alpha no va a ser suficiente, me lo van a llevar a la pantalla de reaparición. Aún así, ligera ventaja y posible triple cap para Cloud9.
Working this backside hill, you can see the SWAT Alpha. They're just trying to send everyone underneath. They're going for an A side push. If Tusk is able to recognize this quick enough, he can just get into C. And although they're losing some gunfights over on the other side of A, they just perfectly have rotated out where SWAT Alpha aren't really going to gain much benefit from capturing this A hill.
Excelente las granadas por ahora de parte de este jugador Certify, consiguiendo unos buenos tiros, se queda sin munición y me lo van a sorprender. Ahora Rami en la torre de francotirador esperando a que alguien pase, ya dio a Goriloco y a Goriloco lo identifico muy bien porque es el único que trae un gamertag distinto. Él es mi compa, el Jake.
3 caps in. SWAT Alpha, they just have been on their back foot all game. They really haven't been able to make Cloud9 feel uncomfortable in this game. Even when they were scoring, it was because Cloud9 really let them score. Cloud9 have been dictating the pace since the start of this game.
Unos cuantos tiros que se oyen a lo lejos, pero hasta ahora la ventaja sigue siendo para la escuadra americana Cloud9, empezando a descifrar este código llamado SWAT X Alpha, complicando mucho las cosas. Mexicanos empezando muy bien. Lamentablemente en estos momentos las cosas y la esperanza se está derrumbando poco a poco. Un juego muy distinto de parte de la escuadra mexicana que se complica mientras más se alarga este Strongholds.
Still 2 in the hands of SWAT Alpha. They've finally been able to gain themselves a little bit of control and have some scoring action in this moment. And you can see Goriloco looking to find himself a little bit more as well as he's trying to find this player at tower. It's an important win. If he's able to get this team will be able to secure C safely.
Goriloco todavía sin los escudos. Ya se tardaron. Ahí están, ya están regresando. Sniper en manos de uno de los jugadores. Lo van a sorprender por atrás rápidamente. No consigue esa doble, pero sí hace que queden 2 caídos para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha y 2 Remote Detonation que no logramos ver en pantalla. Pero Sniper en manos de Tusk. Mira, nada más va a intentar sorprender a Goriloco. Me lo van a sorprender a él con el Sniper, las manos en la masa. Aún así, Cloud9 sigue capturando.
Cloud9's just been, I think, a little bit more consistent. They've had just much more success at controlling the map thus far. We need to see SWAT Alpha find and start just loading up on kills. They need to treat this game almost like a Slayer first and find that 3-4 down before they even focus on any of this objective. So far, Cloud9 has just been resilient because they've had numbers to fight with.
Sniper en manos de Strike y puede sacar el tiro. Sus compañeros están aventándolo ahí en la parte de esa rampa. No lo están dejando. El tiro que no logra conectar a tiempo, pero ese sí se va a llevar un excelente kill. Recarga, intenta llevarse el no-scope, no lo consigue, va a caer, pero logra conseguir la asistencia. Ahora Goriloco empieza a pushear, tiene que aventarse. Mira, regresa con ese repulsor. Ve las granadas, tiene miedo. Cóyeye, que te van a quitarse.
The problem with SWAT Alpha there is, yeah, Strikey has a sniper. He's getting some great shots, but they have no control. Like, even when he's getting those kills, they're still getting scored on. And this is just a recipe for disaster at this point. They have to be able to be the ones making the plays, not playing reactive. This is what I like to see, right? They finally are playing for the triple cap. They're the ones making the plays now. They have Cloud9 on the back foot. Do not let up. Push, push, push.
Me recuerda otra serie que vimos hace ratito donde básicamente era lo mismo. No lograban concretar muy bien los objetivos. Native Gaming contra Space Station es lo que se me viene a la mente. No importa qué tantas kills puedas sacar, si tu equipo no está en la misma página que tú, si no está agarrando el pedo igual que tú, va a ser muy complicado que pueda mover las cosas alrededor y obviamente adaptarse a todo lo que se está proponiendo. En este caso, pues las kills, que son importantísimas.
Cloud9 went right back into their scoring ways, and right now it feels like they just fall into these powerful positions. SWAT Alpha, they're going to take back over. They're going to take over with a temporary trip cap. I'd like to see them just set up to take these players as they rotate out of that A-hill.
Excelente los tiros en estos momentos de War, aún así en problemas de mucha desventaja para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Excelente los tiros, se va a llevar ahí otro integrante de Cloud9, pero no va a ser suficiente Strikey. Acercándose y reiniciándose. Vemos un poquito de trades en el kill feed, pero hasta el momento quiere ya llevarse Cloud9 la victoria y ponerse encima esta serie, complicando las cosas. Se va a llevar la kill, excelente, va a caer y complica aún más las cosas. La escuadra de Cloud9 para la escuadra mexicana casi se vuelve rojo.
Scoring once again. Stick not quite there, but Tusk. No, I was about to say, but Tusk almost stays alive. I was about to say that's it's crazy that he was doing as much as he was. But SWAT Alpha getting some vital kills right here, able to find that sniper rifle and find themselves in a scoring position by capturing C while putting pressure on the opponent's home base. This could be the changing moment for SWAT Alpha to start to have much more control in this game.
SWAT Alpha precipitándose básicamente en cada oportunidad que pueden. Francotirador en manos de Strike y se va a llevar una, pero no consigue. Bueno, más bien la consigue, pero no con un solo tiro. Ese va a ser el tiro decisivo. Hacemos una doble. Ay, 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 esa triple no se la van a quitar. Qué groseros, qué envidiosos.
Trying to do more. Staying perched at this top tower, looking, patrolling for any sort of information, but Strikey's just not getting anything. You can see Cloud9 have been constricted greatly into their back base. And the shots keep raining true. This is interesting because Strikey's been doing a great job patrolling a tower, but they're just giving too much opportunity to Cloud9. They're able to get into B relatively free. There was no real resistance for SWAT Alpha, and now SWAT Alpha has to go on the attack, leaving their power positions in order to get themselves just in a scoring position.
Definitivamente esto puede complicar mucho las cosas. Están obteniendo buenas kills, pero las capturas son más importantes. Base siguen siendo de color rojo, siguen siendo de color carmesí, le siguen perteneciendo a la nube 9, que en estos momentos simplemente está tomando la delantera, casi consiguiendo los 200 puntos. Solamente 50 segundos es lo único restante que separa a Cloud9 de la victoria.
Cloud9, oh no. Cloud9, they have them 3 down, and they're hitting the trip cap in effect with only only like 20 seconds left in this game for Cloud9 to win. SWAT Alpha have to desperately push their way into a hill, and not only that, they're not scoring while they're getting this hill. They're not stopping the scoring. It's 20 more ticks for Cloud9. SWAT Alpha back is against the wall. There are no more rooms for mistake.
Base le pertenece ahora a Cloud9 y esto ya puede ser básicamente todo lo que veamos en este tercer juego de parte de la escuadra mexicana. Lamentablemente no hay forma. Necesitarían jugar como Proton Gaming jugó contra Sentinels. Triple muerte para Diagram y esto es simplemente poniendo el último clavo al ataúd. 2 segundos restantes, hace 1 y esto se acabó. Cloud9 consigue la victoria 250 a 116.
And what's fascinating about this is Cloud9, they aren't that much further ahead on the slays than SWAT Alpha was in that game, right? They're just way more efficient at taking space on the map and forcing SWAT Alpha to play forward and to play aggressive. SWAT Alpha just never seemed quite comfortable with the idea of having to push in through some of these spots, and it was really a bunch of paper cuts that bled SWAT Alpha to death. There was only a couple trip caps that we saw in that game, and they weren't prolonged trip caps. That was just a true back and forth where Cloud9 seemed to always have the advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always about what to do when you have the advantage, when you get a double, triple, or even a 4 down over the enemy. And Cloud9 knew how to capitalize out of this. And you said it. They weren't like too much ahead in the Slay department, but still SWAT Alpha just couldn't really capitalize out of that. And it just cost them over and over again a double and a triple cap. And sometimes even just entirely just getting wiped out the map. So this next game, this street game, Oddball, is going to be key if they want to go for a 5th game in Aquarius and Slayer. We already see that Slayer basically belonged to Cloud9 last game. So will they be able to repeat the feat on Empyrean? Or we may be able to see a punto final, that we call it, like an end to the SWAT Alpha run in the open bracket.
It's going to be a tough one for SWAT Alpha just because of how the momentum has rolled out for these last 2 games. As we move on to Oddball on this on the streets, I feel like you just have to be favoring Cloud9 in this position. Really feel for the SWAT Alpha boys, but this is it. Like, if you're going to make it to pool plays, if you're going to play against pro teams, you have to win series like this one where everything is stacked against you. You have to dig deep, and you have to be able to clutch your way through.
Absolutely. It's key moments like this where just raw talent comes out and shine. It's only when someone has their back against the wall, when it just clicks, right? It just goes on. And we might be seeing the last of the Mexican roster SWAT Alpha right here and right now. But it just really depends on how they're able to overcome the weakness that we have seen in these couple of maps and turn them to their favor. So starting strong, let's see if they're able to just overcome this situation.
Cloud9 just 1 game away from qualifying to pool play from the winner's side as well. Putting some great damage down. Not able to find any more ball time though. SWAT Alpha wins on the cafe side, though they have to fight through these players in order to really secure this ball for longer than a couple seconds. Stay alive, Campbell. Oh my, what has Diagram done? He's gotten away with murder, still has the camouflage and a couple power weapons to help him out as well.
Se va a complicar mucho la situación. Mira nada más, excelente los tiros. Trata de darse otro, no lo consigue. Diagram acercándose, la asistencia con la granada perfecta y efectiva. Se va a trepar, va a buscar a alguien más. Tiene la tartamuda, va a intentar hacer mucho daño posible. Cuidado, no lo van a ver, pero sí se lo logran echar. Consigue unas cuantas kills, pero necesitan acercarse al que tiene la pelota para evitar que el sangrado continúe.
You thought shotgun would be a great spot right there, but 2 players pushing at the same time. They do a fantastic job of really minimizing the amount of damage that shotgun could do. And well, this is a big opportunity for Sepstars and the rest of SWAT Alpha to get some great time.
Nos detenemos tantito en este momento, pero aún así la presión de la escuadra americana Cloud9 se está haciendo notar. Excelente, viene Strike y con el rifle de asalto consigue una baja. Va a cambiar a la Bandit nuevamente, trae la tartamuda, una bala ahí, intenta darle, cuidado, lo van a agarrar de sorpresa, pero que de verdad sorprende es él, ya no tiene balas en la escopeta.
Camo still falls into the hands of SWAT Alpha despite going 2 down. Can they stay alive though? The nades were just too much. Cloud9 gets the kill, and Cloud9 also getting important ball time right here. I love this from Cloud9. They're able to find the important kills, and they're still keeping that ball close. I would like to see someone pick it up. You got to get this chunk time while you can. Do not let, you cannot be too objective inefficient at these points in time. And well, great rotation back in. They're keeping space between the opponents and that ball. Cloud9 playing a fantastic game thus far.
Complican mucho las cosas ya, la desventaja sigue creciendo segundo a segundo. SWAT Alpha simplemente no encuentra la manera de acercarse, de poder hacer un counterplay a lo que Cloud9 les está aventando. Y esto lo complica demasiado. Vemos ahí la granada que llega en momento clutch, pero no lo suficiente. 2 caídos para SWAT Alpha. Pero sigue puntuando Cloud9, o sea, sigue siendo un momento de captura interminable y no logran poder romper el setup. Los chicos de SWAT Alpha se están empezando a desesperar y podemos verlo tanto en sus jugadas como también en cómo se están moviendo.
It's been making life hell for SWAT Alpha. Every time they try to get close to this ball, it feels like it's an instant death on their side. With 2 going down, Cloud9 throws the ball up as it's going to be a Diagram who says, hey, I'm more important to have my Bandit rifle up right here, keep this ball away, and work on these slays over at Driveway. Honestly, I'm surprised that he threw the ball up. There was no one there to catch it and score time. Instead, they're very much focused on slaying and not giving easy pushes to the side of SWAT Alpha.
Se está complicando mucho las cosas para SWAT Alpha y lo podemos ver no solo en el objetivo total, 71-18, sino también en los slays. LeWar no está teniendo el mejor juego hasta el momento y pues es básicamente ya el cansancio, la presión mental, ya estamos a nada de calificar a pool play y al mismo tiempo se vuelve estamos a nada de quedar eliminados, de no poder entrar a pool play. Entonces son momentos claves, es aquí donde básicamente tiene que relajar su mental y tratar de conseguir pues, lo necesario para poder seguir adelante, la fortaleza mental que necesitan para poder cambiar cómo se da este juego.
Look, they spawn on both sides and Leor's in trouble. Leor finally throws that ball. It was a heads-up play by him to throw the ball out in time so that these spawners could not collapse quick enough, but Cloud9 still are just going to be able to rock away with this ball.
Básicamente podríamos estar viendo el principio del fin de la escuadra mexicana. 2 caídos, 4 caídos, el colapso eterno. Primera ronda se acabó. Esta primera ronda y vemos que está marcando muy bien Diagram los spawns. Sabe que van a salir de ahí. Pero SWAT Alpha sabe que no hay nada que hacer. Sabe que no hay mucho por qué luchar en esos momentos. Toman un paso hacia atrás y admiten esta primera derrota en esta ronda 1.
Everything is against them. SWAT Alpha has no more wall to push back against. They have to be able to overcome Cloud9 in the second round and to extend their tournament life just a little bit more. They still have a chance in the elimination bracket, right? This is a qualifier on the winner's side, but you definitely want to get the job done earlier rather than later.
Todavía tienen de dónde poder agarrarse, pero mientras más avancen, si es que llegan a caer, se va a complicar muchísimo las cosas. Tienen que tenerlo eso muy en cuenta cuando intenten conseguir la calificación a pool play. Mira, nada más llegó volando ese individuo. Diagram con la pelota, 25 y contando a un cuarto de poder ganar este cuarto y último juego.
Great presence, getting behind the players. Strikey, though, not able to find these finishes. He has everyone in his sights, but the kills just aren't coming through. He's desperately trying to get away. He won't be able to. The AR hunts him down, and now the kill feed lights up for Cloud9. All 4 go down for SWAT Alpha. It's disaster for them, as Cloud9 will have a dominant position on the map as they all are corralled at the back spawn of C.
Estamos hablando básicamente de 10 segundos de agrapa gratis para la escuadra de Cloud9. 2 caídos. La escuadra de SWAT Alpha en estos momentos puede empezar a hacer el counterplay. Veamos qué es lo que pueden cocinar. Let's see what these guys can cook. Y excelente. Empiezan con las bajas. Cuidado que se acercan 2 de parte de Cloud9 por parte de Café. Intenta tener mucho cuidado, pero al mismo tiempo están recibiendo bastante daño. Va a caer uno, pero aún así intentan hacer el push. La situación se está poniendo tensa en esa parte de Café. Intentan pushear. Vienen 2 de Cloud9. Esto se puede complicar aún más. Intentan intenta acercarse, viene, intenta acercarse, el repulsor los van a mandar lejísimos, va a intentar acercar el counter, pero no consigue 2 caídos para cada equipo, me han caído 3 para SWAT Alpha, camuflaje activo para Septify, intenta hacer la ninja, no se le va a colocar nadie, pero logran la última kill, ponen fuera a SWAT Alpha de nuevo, 53-0.
SWAT Alpha yet to get a point in this round. This could be a perfect round for Cloud9. This camouflage is making life hard. And they got 2 kills over at B. All 4 players from SWAT Alpha are at B, and it's just one lone player that comes behind all of them, causes 2 of them to go down, and now your camo player has the follow-up for Cloud9. Septify causing chaos over at Tires. 1 more to go. Trades out, killing spree. Cloud9 just 40 seconds away from taking home a spot in pool play.
3 caídos para la escuadra de Cloud9. Cuidado, excelente la granada. Ahora se puede mover un poquito diferente la situación. La escuadra de SWAT Alpha consiguiendo un poco de vida todavía en este segundo round de oddball, de bola loca, de cráneo desquiciado. Pero ¿por cuánto tiempo lograrán mantenerla? Esa es la pregunta. Necesitan un minuto, un poquito más de un minuto ininterrumpido para empatar a Cloud9. Pero si no lo consiguen, estaremos viendo a un SWAT Alpha cayendo al lower bracket y complicando un poco más su calificación al open bracket.
I don't think SWAT Alpha was ready for those spawners to come up from Cafe. They're able to get some crucial damage and prevent this ball from staying in SWAT's hands, and well, 3 go down. Once again, Leor last alive, and he is very far away. There's nothing they can do. They're seeing this game slip away. You have 1 or 2 good pushes left to try to find the stop.
Con un push podría significar todo, pero mientras más disparan, más jugadores de SWAT Alpha caen. 3 caídos para Cloud9. Este puede ser el push que estaba esperando SWAT Alpha. El camuflaje activo en manos del único inigualable Leor. Me lo van a torcer como cheto. Va a caer y el camo se acabó para SWAT Alpha. Tienen la pelota todavía, mantienen el control. 25-82. Las cosas se complican. 3 caídos para SWAT Alpha y esto se puede acabar en cualquier momento.
Just hunting down these final players. Leor last alive once again. He knows that he has to play fast. Only 10 more seconds left. Cloud9 just moments away from securing a pool play finish.
Ya estamos en la recta final, últimos 4 segundos. Esto puede ser todo. 2 caídos para Cloud9, pero el tiempo, las ganas y la decisión no van a ser suficientes. Tenemos al primer calificado de la noche para Pool Play el día de mañana, y ese va a ser Cloud9.
Cloud9 get their finish, and we'll keep an eye over on this open bracket as long as we can, guys. This is awesome. It's great to be able to watch the pool play, watch Cloud9 and the other open bracket teams play. It's been a blast for Zilla.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm having quite a time. Unfortunately, heartbroken by this defeat. But still, they played amazingly. I watched them grow up 3 years now. But now, business is due with business against Lore. Another matchup that's going to be pretty interesting.
This is going to be a tough one for Lore, right? This is 2 very good teams. All right, guys, we have this coming up right after the break. Business versus Lore. We'll get ourselves into this series and watch it all unfold. We're going to take a quick break here. We have more open bracket coverage to come.
All right, ladies and gents, you got LBT here on the mic. Mikowski joining me. We're joining the series in progress. Obviously, this is the Bravo stream from HCS Arlington. 2-0 right now for Shopify Rebellion versus Proton Gaming. And Mikowski, it's also a 2-0 lead in this game.
Yeah, Proton Gaming previously taken down Sentinels in pool play. Sentinels not having a good day. I was going to say not having a great day. They're not having a day at all. Sentinels just did not wake up on the right side of the bed, didn't get the right breakfast and nutrients. But it's not to say that Proton was a massive upset over Sentinels. It's an upset for sure, but Louis, when you look at the roster across the board for Proton Gaming, King Nick, Sav, Gilkey, Suspector, these are some of the steeliest veterans we have in the HCS, so not necessarily as surprised to see them take that series over Sentinels, but have it a little bit tougher go at it here against Shopify Rebellion, up 2-0 in this series and this game. This one's highly contested with 1:55 left on the clock. Proton can make it a one-hill game, or Shopify can all but wrap it up.
Yeah, and if you're Proton right now, this is exactly what you want to see. The shock rifle in Gilkey's hands. This man does better than most in most situations. As Gilkey get a nice perfect reversal. He needs a little help in the stat department overall in the game, but they do get one on the board. That's most important here. So 2-1 in favor of Shopify. Proton, they need to come. They need to bring this back.
Gilkey not necessarily having a great game in the slay department, but I'd make the argument he's got 10 assists, which is fantastic. And I'd also make the argument that, hey, if Proton are able to make it a one-score game and Gilkey's only got 4 slays over the course of 4 minutes of regulation on King of the Hill, I mean, Proton Gaming are right back in it. And with Shopify going 3 down, Cycle last player alive, last hope for Shopify, but he goes down as well. And hold the line. Proton is right back in it.
Indeed, Soul Snipe was the only one up for a moment. He spawned over towards A, so he's going to go ahead and rotate through Gold. We see a 2 push down Gold, and then we see Suppress trying to be a distraction here in Needles. Looks like he's going to get taken out by Suspector. Great shots out of Suspector with the perfect, and I'm wondering where is that push out of Soul Snipe and Cycle. They're both still alive. Soul Snipe getting a kill down there. Blue Pipes finally goes down.
Oh, what a heads-up reaction time there from Suspector. Quick use of the left bumper. I'm not sure exactly what he binds his grenade, but man, that was quick. Earns the double, earns a 3rd kill with the Boxer medal as well. Trades out, but after taking down 3, opens up some map control. Big win, though, there from Mental as he helps bring the numbers right back. 3 go down for Proton Gaming. Back and forth we go. As 2 does the score on the hill. Proton with an early edge, but it looks like Shopify are set up with it now.
Yeah, Mac, less than a minute left in the game. Shopify, all they need to do is play Slayer in this moment. Gilkey using the grapple to pick up the shock rifle and camo. This man's going to be dangerous, and they're going to need him to come through with some huge plays. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they need to get in the hill now.
Location compromised, so Gilkey regroups and rotates back into the hill. This is a little unorthodox here, and maybe Shopify not going to expect it. Gilkey gets naded out, though. He's going to not get much value out of that camo. Not sure how much I love that play there from Gilkey. Would have maybe loved to see him pushed out in the long haul with the use of still 15 seconds of camo at least. Instead, he goes down, drops the shock with it. And so too do his teammates. 3-4 go down for Proton Gaming, and Shopify Rebellion just need to hold the line for 10 more seconds.
This is going to be everything right here. King Nick, the closest to the hill. He's going to get taken out by Suppress. And right now it's Cycle just playing a gatekeeper here at Sneaky. He's going to stay alive. 1-0. That's it. 3-0. Shopify Rebellion getting it done. Proton, nice showing so far in pool play, but not in this game.
And Shopify, they're a popular pick in the offseason for top 6 and getting to flex their muscles a little bit there as we get a chance to take a step back. Shopify Rebellion are going to move on 3-0. And here we go. Woo-hoo-hoo. Is this a matchup or what? 2 of the best teams. I'd say this is 1 and 2 in the open bracket. Unfortunate for the sake of whoever loses this series that this matchup occurs. We're going to take a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. The open bracket matchup of the day is up next.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS Open coverage from LVT Halo. I'm Tools. Joining me is for Zilla. We have Business going up against Mexico's best team in lore. So this is basically the best team from America in the open bracket versus the best team from Mexico in the open bracket, competing for a qualification spot into pool play. Once again, guys, Mexican team versus an American team. Well, it might be fun to do a little English-Spanish broadcast once again. So I'll be handling the English side for Zilla. We'll be handling the Spanish side.
Y vamos a darle comienzo a esto que es el bello Mayor de Arlington en OpTic. Bueno, presentado por OpTic Gaming. Tenemos a Avenue con el francotirador, viendo qué puede agarrar, que a quién puede torcer. Hasta el momento todo está muy neutral. Acabamos de empezar, entonces todavía hay muchísimo que esperar. Juego clave para ambas escuadras. ¿Quién será el que siga adelante?
Make his way over. So Avenue, one of the triplets, is going to be taking over his spot. They had to drop down into open bracket because of it. They worked their way all the way up into a qualification match from the winner's side. So they just need to win one more series, whether it's winners or losers, and they'll qualify from this position. Lore on the other side has just been dominant today. A fantastic squad who's had some challenges, but have very much overcome them throughout this game, throughout the series today. And well, Drift, he's got the sniper rifle, 3-1 to start this game as Lore is pushing into the business space.
Drift tiene el francotirador, mira nada más, están empezando a caer, falla ese tiro que era clave. Vemos mucho traideo, 2 caídos, 3 caídos para ambas escuadras, 1 contra 1. Drift tiene el francotirador, cuidado que se le está acercando a uno, cuidado que esta puede ser peligroso. Excelente los tiros y Drift se va a llevar la kill. Intenta llevarse el quickscope rápido, no lo consigue, la granada de plasma tampoco. Cuidado, se está quedando sin balas, pero se nos queda sin vida. Cambiamos ahora a OpTic de Business, que se está despachando a la escuadra mexicana. Triple muerte.
Talik's not done yet. He's still pushing forward. Talik has a real chance to get himself another slurry of kills and get this flag out on its way. Business have just started absolutely unleashing on this Lore roster as Talik gets this flag a little bit closer to home.
Empieza la carrera de la bandera de Business en este momento. Lore ahora tiene que detener esa bandera, pero parece ser que se puede complicar. No hay nadie cerca. Muy buena defensa de parte de la escuadra de Business. Y esta va a ser la primera captura para la escuadra americana.
First flag's in. 3 players do go down on the side of Business, allowing Lore to have a potential counterattack with these rockets. Acid will be the one that picks them up. First rocket down, the second one not going to be able to come out of the rocket launcher. And now a real chance for Business to pick that back up and make an attack of their own.
Excelente el tiro ahí con el lanzacohetes, complicando la situación. Cuidado los tiros, tapping, problemas. Hasta el momento no ha logrado hacer mucho. Ya ha muerto muchísimo. Entonces se complica mucho la situación. Hay que tener cuidado con eso y hay que tenerle un muy buen ojo. Porque cuando se enciende tapping, sabemos que puede ser una fuerza imparable.
Patient sniper in the hands of Manny. He's pressuring their back base. He goes up high from the top rope. There's one. Here's number 2 as he's just tearing apart Lore with this sniper rifle.
1-1 están cayendo los integrantes de Lore Gaming. Excelente el tiro, no lo consigue, se agacha. Cuidado que esta puede ser peligrosa. Manny lo tiene en la mira. Manny tiene el posicionamiento y ahora su equipo va a entrar. 3 caídos para la escuadra mexicana. Esto se puede complicar muchísimo. Le están intentando picar ahí los pies. El talón de Aquiles no lo consigue, pero aún así llega a terminar la champa y se lleva esa kill sobre Tapi.
Push through from the pit side. Suddenly, Manny finds himself between a rock and a hard place. He's got players to his left and right, but a shotgun could be the key to getting himself out of this base and running this flag once more. Bandit shots come true. He's able to get damage on the second towards his left. The third comes through, but just not enough damage output for him to be able to stay alive and keep that flag run going.
Cuidado con las granadas, las subimos y hacen mucho daño. Tienen que tener eso mucho en cuenta. Están atacando mucho, muy esparcidos por todo el mapa. 1 contra 1, esto se puede complicar. Excelente la kill. Evitan que la escuadra americana se acerque un poquito más a la bandera. Pero 1-0, 7 minutos y medio restantes. Empieza el daño, empieza el colapso y empieza un momento clave dentro de esta primera captura del equipo mexicano.
Perfect shots to get the first kill as Lore gets 3 players on the high side to run this flag. It's all going to be up to Avenue to get good damage down here and to keep this flag from going into the home base. I don't know if they're quick enough. Lore, they're flying this flag through. And Acid able to get the flag capture in. Lore, tie this thing up 1 apiece.
Rápido y efectivo es como podemos demostrar que estos chicos vienen con todas las ganas de calificar a Pool Play. Estamos a un paso de hacer historia, estamos a un paso nuevamente de demostrar que México es una región fuerte, una región que puede calificar a Pool Play por sí misma y merecedora también de un spot, si es que nos va bien.
On the high tower. Avenue's trying to do his best to stay alive. Gets the damage out. His teammates come through to get the kill. Can he get his shields back? The push is on its way. He gets enough to get the kill. And Avenue was a one-man army on the other side of the map. And now his team trying to take advantage of all those kills that he was able to get. Just 1 player up. Acid lasts alive as he takes the damage down. Lore do spawn back up, but Business knocking on the door.
Excelente los tiros, cuidado, lo van a sorprender. 2 caídos para cada escuadra. Hasta el momento no va a haber mucho de qué hablar. Sniper en las manos de It's the Last Shot. It's the Last Shot, siendo el campeón del World Championship de FFA. Y que ahora, siendo agarrado por Business, está demostrando que él también puede ser un muy buen jugador en equipo.
They quickly find that player hiding at Sword. Now 2 snipers on the side of Lore, but no kills to come with them. Business taking care of their namesake as they're able to find all of these players quickly. Last alive is Acid, and he has no space to take right away. This is just going to be easy work. I believe he just headshotted his teammate. Yeah, that Talik just headshotted his teammate.
A toda popa y sin frenos. Ambos equipos están básicamente compitiendo a ver quién puede acercarse más a la bandera enemiga. Excelente el backsmack ahí de parte de la escuadra mexicana, moviéndose muy bien. Francotirador en manos de Nobu. Esta puede ser jugada peligrosa para la escuadra americana. Se tiene que posicionar muy bien. Unos escasos segundos para que el Rocket, el Spanker, salga 20. Ya lo alcancé a ver bien y veamos si pueden capitalizar algo de aquí. Esta siguiente jugada es clave. Bandera enemiga en manos de la escuadra mexicana. Puede ser o no captura.
Shots down, trades come through. Flag is out for Lore, but there's just no one there to immediately take advantage. Drift does his best to stay alive. He gets rewarded with some rockets to play with. Suddenly, this could be the game-winning play as he finds that first big flag out. 2 go down for Business. Rockets still in hand. There goes the 3rd. Double kill. And it's the 4th that will join them on the respawn screen. Lore quickly pushing in this 2nd flag.
Los están pusheando y esto ya se pone bastante complicado. Excelente la captura. El equipo mexicano se pone a la cabeza. Complica mucho las cosas para la escuadra americana y esto puede ser el principio del fin. Pero no hay que confiar. Este primer mapa nos puede pertenecer, pero queremos la serie.
Business have 3 minutes and 50 seconds to work with to tie this game up. But if I know Lore, they're not going to just rest on their laurels. They're going to keep pushing forward. They're going to keep trying to make something happen. Tapping buttons last alive as Business have been able to take Lore 3 down. It's going to make them activate up on this map. They're ready to knock on the door. These next slays going to be vitally important for Business.
Muchas granadas es la que estamos viendo en estos momentos. Muchas explosiones. Los francotiradores ya están a escasos 15 segundos, me atrevería a decir, de aparecer. Y aquí puede cambiar el panorama. 3 caídos para la escuadra mexicana. 1 nada más para la escuadra americana de Business. La bandera mexicana empieza a desaparecer. Y es aquí donde tienen que voltearse y ver por dónde entró y cómo pueden erradicarlo.
Backside. not going to be able to continue on his spree.
Ooh.
The sticks are coming out. Acid's last alive for his team, but they might have gotten enough kills to stunt this push from Business. Instead, Manny going to be patient. He expects that S1 spawn, but they just don't spawn there. And now, rearranging.
No
He's going to be able to
mames.
find 2 quick ones.
Qué manera de rápidamente despacharlos y cuidado que esta puede ser la tercera. Tal vez no obtenga la medalla, pero aún así está creando muchísima presión. Excelente la kill, se la va a llevar rápidamente. Ahora solo queda Acid. Está esperando a que salga, sabe que en cualquier momento puede salir. Quiere detener el empuje, se está haciendo presente y la escuadra de Business está empezando al run. El francotirador en manos de Manny se vuelve una amenaza completa. El equipo aparece de este lado y vemos que no van directamente detrás de él. Se empiezan a posicionar y ya los quieren esperar en su base.
The only option Lore has is the overextend. It's going to be a foot race to home. There's one player that's in position to stop it, but these rockets could be their end. One player goes down. Still looking for more. Manny not quite able to finish off that player in the back base. Last one's coming in from long haul with plenty of time left to look for this slay, then grab the flag. But someone needs to touch this flag. Someone needs to keep it alive. The flag, it's going to return on its own.
¡Regresó! ¡Regresó! ¡Lograron detener la bandera! ¡No mames! ¡Qué jugadota! ¡Qué defensa! Jugaron con todas las garras. Se sacaron y la pusieron en la mesa. Las garras hicieron un cadero horrible en esa parte de la base. Simplemente detuvieron lo que pudo haber sido una captura del equipo enemigo Business. En problemas, 3 caídos para Lore.
Tapping. Playing back through. Flag was not able to go home for Lore. They now just have 1 minute on the clock to defend. 4 players from Business are up, and they're all attacking every lane at once. Look how spread out they are. They are ready and on a mission to tie this game up. It's going to come down to these slays.
Rápidamente, excelente el tiro. No va a ser suficiente, va a caer Novo. Acid, nuevamente el único que queda de la escuadra mexicana. El push se está haciendo notar en estos momentos de parte de Business. Están agarrando al último. Ahora sí, no tienen a nadie. Tienen básicamente camino libre hacia su base y esto puede complicar mucho las cosas. Vemos que esto puede ser la bandera, la captura que estaban esperando, pero no hay nadie. No hay nadie cerca de la bandera. Y esto complica las cosas. Vamos a regresarnos. 13 segundos en el reloj. Esto se acabó. Esto es para Lore.
Any last desperation? No heroics to be found. Lore, upset Business game number 1. Mexico on top in this series.
What a way to just end the series. A really strong start by Business. But at the end, Lore just keep up a little bit more. Constantly pushing and punishing every single option that Business was doing, and overall just denying any type of counterplay, if you can call it like that, because it was just being so oppressive over and over. And even when they had the spanker and the sniper, Lore just found a way to just ignore that completely and went straight for the kills, straight for the capture. And that last play, key in order to win. That return is just absolutely just everything that was needed for Lore to succeed.
Just a fantastic return that came through. And honestly, Business, I felt like they saw 3 down. They're like, okay, this is going to be easy enough. Like, we just slow play this last kill. We'll be able to touch this flag. But suddenly, they're not getting the kill fast enough. I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive on finding that last player. But that had to be some of the worst feeling for them when that flag returns on its own. They did get a touch, but that touch... Sometimes in Halo, it's like you get the touch on the flag. If you die too quickly once you touch it, it just never resets the timer, and the timer was just never reset. It goes back in, and Lore able to stabilize from there.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a complicated situation. It was a power high play, if we can say it like that, because they really just tried to get that flag home, but Lore just entirely denied. Like, we saw a lot of chaos in action unleashing right there, right in front, like at the team's doorstep. So for them to just deny it entirely, that was a huge power play. So next up is going to be Slayer. Lore has the slight advantage joining this second game. They already won one map in this series. They only need 2 more. Business in trouble. They need to win 3 in a row or take us to a game number 5 if Lore is able to get this a second game. So the stakes are high. We're talking about pool play qualification. We're not talking about going to the next round, going to the next bracket, or maybe even just winning. It's pool play. It's Friday. We're just getting started. Like, this is the open bracket. What will be the final result tomorrow, Saturday, when the pool play goes on in full motion?
It's crazy because I have a feeling we're going to see both these teams in pool play tomorrow. It's just a matter of which pool they get. You usually want to come in from the winner's side. And, well, one thing I can tell you about this series is these 2 teams are about going to be neck and neck throughout. I think these guys are right with each other at skill level. I think I would not be surprised whatsoever if we saw Game 5 here.
Totalmente de acuerdo. Y esto ya cambia bastante pues lo que teníamos visto, ¿no? Lo que teníamos previsto. 5-5 hasta el momento. La escuadra mexicana y la escuadra de americana Business simplemente están teniendo un trato pues muy equitativo. Es muy complicado de poder decir quién puede ir a la cabeza. Son mínimos los errores que ambas escuadras cometen para poder empatar las cosas. Y hasta el momento, si bien Lord tiene la ventaja, en cualquier momento, como lo estamos viendo, Business puede dar la vuelta.
And so far, Business doing a great job keeping Lore separated from each other. They keep finding the kills at the right time, keeping these guys on a cycle. Finally, Lore are going to be able to get all 4 players up at the same time. Last shot, though, away with the shock rifle, and this is the weapon you have to keep your eye on because players like Last Shot will never miss their shot.
Excelente el tiro y cuidado, que esto puede ser muy complicado. 13-10 hasta el momento. Aguas con los que me alburen en el chat. Y esto puede ser aún más complicado. Veamos que Last Shot tiene el sniper, tiene el shock rifle. En cualquier momento puede utilizarlo. Ya ha tenido un muy buen desempeño estos días. Y sobre todo, pues, como bien dije, es el campeón del FFA. Ay, cuidadito que se le está zambalanteando como Lemur y lo va a conseguir la kill. Casi 3 kills de diferencia. Lore, un poquito abajo.
By 3. Shock rifle still in the hands of Last Shot as he just patrols close up, not able to get enough damage. Massive kill from the side of Lore, and that's going to allow them to get that shock rifle, but the position for Camo still in the hands of Avenue, and that will be enough for him to get away with the power up.
Camuflaje complica mucho las cosas para Lore. Tienen una desventaja en estos momentos de 4 kills. Estamos hablando de que tienen que echarse al equipo contrario ya rapidísimo. Pero si no, tienen la oportunidad todavía. Momentos claves, sí, pero van a agarrarlo de sorpresa. No logra llevarse la kill, sí lo logra. Apunta, pero no logra llevarse la kill. Cuidado que la... ¡Ay, Manny! Con el rifle se lleva una kill sobre uno de los chicos de Lore. Y sigue manteniendo esa ventaja de 4 kills.
We'll have to be careful here. Man, he peels the head, and well, Lore, these players, they don't have much freedom to move about. The angles are all cut off right now from Business. Now, you could be in a worse spot, right? You still have that pipe control. You are forcing players to push into you, and well, Lore are able to get a couple kills because of it, and they're not quite done yet. They're still applying a lot of pressure. 3 players from Business went down. Lore able to make some action happen, and well, we're within 2 in this game.
Única kill que necesitan para empatar las cosas. Lore ya se está poniendo un poquito mejor. Ahora se vuelven 3. Errores así le pueden costar la serie a Lore. Business aún así está manteniendo muy buen control de mapa, está manteniendo muy buena presión en contra de la escuadra mexicana. Y si no tienen cuidado y si no se mueven bien, Business puede tomar esta serie. Pero mira nada más, excelente. Un poquito más de paciencia, Tapping. Un poquitito más es lo que necesita este muchacho para poder llevarse esa kill. Un poquito más de disciplina al gatillo. Pero hasta ahora, Lore con una muy buena ventaja. No, perdón, al revés. El Business con una muy buena ventaja en contra de Lore.
3 players from Business starting to overload on this long haul lane. They have to play together. Both sides here as all this tension is starting to release over at Long Haul. Camouflage going to go into the hands of Allure. Business trapped over at Long Haul. The push is coming in. The kills come in favor of Allure as they're trying to close this gap down with Shock Rifle down on the ground. This is the opportunity that they've been waiting for. Tapping Button started this game 0-6. Since then, 6-9, or so 6-3 on the kill feed. Need Tapping Buttons to keep having a good game.
Efectivamente, necesitamos que Tapping despierte, que empiece ahora sí, que saque al demonio que tiene dentro, a ese Tapping que es terrorífico, miedo, terror, como lo conocemos acá. Así que 34-30, nuevamente. Son 4 kills la diferencia en total. No es mucho, pero al mismo tiempo es bastante. ¡Uy! Drift. Un besito.
Big shots and big moments. Only down 3 now. Trying to overcome the setup of Business. Great job patrolling the tower. I like how he keeps looking for different angles within this tower. But at some point, someone needs to peek their head, and you're going to have to peel it off to move your teammates up. You eventually want to try to take over some of that pipe position. Try to get one of your players on that power position over at Glass, so you can just start to trap them over at A. But the nades come through. They take the player off tower, and now Business know that that Lures on the don't have the numbers over at tower. They just overwhelm.
37-32 es el colapso que Business estaba esperando. Todo lo que necesitaban está pasando y ocurriendo aquí y ahora mismo. El Shock Rifle en manos de Manny puede hacer mucho daño. Solo necesita esperar la oportunidad perfecta. Está esperando la cabeza que se asome y se lleva la kill.
Big shots keep landing down, and here we go. 3 down for Allure. The lead quickly grows as Business have this camouflage. Oh! A simple mistake that could be costly. Allure have a chance to bully their way back in, but they have to stop trading in these games.
7 kills de diferencia, parece mucho, pero puede ser poquito cuando están cometiendo errores tan críticos como este. 2 caídos para la escuadra de Business. Está empezando Allure a caer también. Cuidado que esto se puede acabar en cualquier momento. Si no tienen el cuidado necesario, esto podría terminar 46-39. Están cerca, pero a la vez lejos. Una kill, excelente Drift. Empieza el pusheo. ¿Esto puede ser costoso? Claro que no. Costoso para Business. Se lleva 2. Va a buscar la tercera. Recibe mucho daño. Se ve forzado a retroceder. Me gusta cómo piensas, Drift, me gusta cómo actúas y me gusta cómo estás poniendo a México en alto con estas jugadas, pero por ahora parece ser que esto se acabó. Esto es la última jugada. ¡No! Esto aún no se acaba. Ah, ya se acabó.
Business able to find that last kill. 50-43. Pretty good answer back, right? It was a close game at moments, but it definitely felt like the control of the game was always on the side of Business. Where we saw players like Manny and Lashshot in particular use that shock rifle very in a very effective manner. Expect to see maybe a little bit more of that as we go into live fire, right? This time of the shock rifle, this time that sniper rifle gonna be in their hands to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not that Lord didn't have the control, but it seems that the overall, like the whole weight of the match was just simply one-sided. Like Business always had most of the power weapons, had most of the active camo time, and over it just became really complicated for Allure to just adapt or even win over the power weapons and items against Business. So Business, we were seeing from them way more stuff, way more kills actually on Lore than Lore on Business. Usually we were seeing more 2 kills, 2 downs, 3 downs, even 4 downs at times. That really gave Business the upper hand. And yes, this is life.
Business. I want to see Business like really step into their own here. Like this is a team that knows how good they are, right? And they have higher expectations than losing. Like they they have higher expectations than losing a match in open bracket, right? Like, and not to discredit Lore. I think Lore is just as good as business, but just when you have that mindset of like, yeah, we're a pool play team. Like, we're not a team that deserves to start in open bracket. It's like kind of their mindset coming into this series. You need to prove that. You need to prove that you are that guy, that you are able to be a consistent top 6, top 8 team in the HCS. And this game is going to be a vital one for business to take, just for their momentum and their psyche going into the rest of the series.
Absolutely. This next game is crucial for both of these teams. We already see this scenario come up with Cloud9 against SWAT X Alpha. So what basically Lore has to do in this situation, you just bring it back. Make sure they don't commit mistakes that they did back in that first game, rather second game, and make sure this third game, this Strongholds game, really counts and give them that upper hand, a slightly closer attraction to that basically pool play, but great double kill right there by Last Shot.
Business come out, and it's all business for them. Look at that, this trip cap in the first 30 seconds of the game. Lore trapped over by the Camo. Now, Camo is up, right? So they're going to be able to grab this, but business know the positions of all these players, and they are flying forward. They are not going to let up on these players.
Negocios como siempre, business as usual. Simplemente consiguiendo lo que necesitan. Tienen dos sitios a su favor. Cuidado que esta puede ser peligrosa. Excelente el tiro. El chico de Lord consigue una kill. Ahora consiguen otra, complicando la situación. Y ahora A y B le pertenecen a la escuadra mexicana. Pero la zona de A, la zona roja que importa, ahora es roja. A y C le pertenecen a Business. B nada más es para Lord. Cuidado que mientras más se tarden, más ventaja tendrán los americanos.
Last Shot working up to this tower, able to get the kill, and the next player runs right into the nades, but oh, he almost had him. Not quite able to stay alive, and now it's a dual-edged push from Lore as they're capturing A and still have that presence at back C. Business in between a rock and a hard place.
Tolek con el francotirador en mano. Cuidado, está esperando su equipo. Excelente. Y ojo con las granadas, que esta puede ser poderosa la play. A C. Ahora se está tornando carmesí. Excelente los tiros. Tolek no lo consigue. Le quedan 2 balas. 2 oportunidades de llevarse a los últimos 2 integrantes que quedan de Lore. La zona de C sigue siendo azul. Sigue perteneciendo a la escuadra mexicana. Y ahora el francotirador pasa a estar en manos de Drift, que tiene todo para poner esas balas en cabeza de un americano.
A massive blunder from Business. They were so close to capturing that C hill. Unfortunately, they stepped out at the last second, and the reset from Drift allowed Lore to get a few more points on the board. Business still with this lead, though. Lore trying to cut down into it. Drift with the sniper rifle going to be a big key to that. You see it's a 3-1 split from Business as well. One player just patiently waiting at the nest. He's waiting for call-outs to say to go. They've called out for him. They said, hey, come help us at C. Here we go. All 3 of these players coordinating at once. Beautiful collapse from Business to get those kills and also secure the camouflage. 4 went down for Lore.
Hasta ahora, triple cap, muy bueno para Business. Están empezando muy bien este tercer juego. Logran tener una amplia ventaja. Doble muerte de Avenue. Está buscando la tercera. Le obtiene. Quiere el overkill. Lo quiere ir a buscar. Trata de conseguirlo. Se le está escapando. Se le está pelando y se le consigue ir. No consigue el overkill. We just can't get an overkill on stream and I'm getting frustrated.
They keep getting just so close, but kill after kill still in the side of Business as they keep Lore on their back foot. This is a long range fight. This gets so much on the line. Being able to take the qualification spot and play at one of those favored pools on the bottom half on the line right now.
Uy, una muy buena interacción de parte de ambas escuadras. Ahí no lo consiguen tanto como les gustaría. Excelente, ahora las granadas, la presión ahora está ahí. Puede ser una, son 2, van a tradear, pero 2 caídos para la escuadra de Lore. Complica mucho las cosas. Excelente los tiros de Sniper, tiene Last Shot. Adiós, se nos va volando para Wakanda. Ahora cambiamos a Tode, que se está dirigiendo por la zona de top mid. Está buscando a alguien. A y B siguen siendo de los mexicanos, pero la ventaja clara para los americanos de 120 puntos. Alguien salió volando contra la pared.
On the translocator up. going to be Business that's going to be able to have that control. And so far, Business have just consistently been a step ahead of Lure. Lure, they keep just trying to find a breakthrough to a hill. And every time they've tried, it's always been one or two players that go down early that prevents them from having any success. And the rotation is in once again. Business keep on scoring.
Mantienen muy bien el control la escuadra de Business en estos momentos. No están dejando que los chicos de Lure se puedan acercar. Y esto complica mucho las cosas. Incluso con el francotirador casi se nos va de nuestro lado. Asistencia significa que ya no hay Sniper. Sniper ahora en manos de Last Shot, que va a caer a manos de uno de los chicos de México. Cuidado, va a ser Noble el que va a caer. Acid, el único en pie de la escuadra mexicana, va a estar agarrando o intentando agarrar el camuflaje activo. Lo van a tener en sus manos. Camuflaje activo todavía en el pedestal, no lo consigue nadie. Pero si tuviera que apostar, diría que mis 50 pesitos van para el equipo de Lure.
They only have one or two more pushes left in them, and you can see the rotation at C's already in. No one from Lure is able to quite get there in time. That hill will be captured, and even though they're capturing A, the problem is even when they capture A, it's usually after Business has rotated, and it makes a huge difference when you're stopping the clock to capture a point and when you're not stopping the clock to capture a point. And so often, Lure have been on that former side, and that later side where they just could not overcome the scoring of Business. Just a fantastic game through start to finish from Business. They simply outclassed Lure.
Absolutely. I mean, they went really, really strong when it counted. And that's something that Lure struggled to do. Like 250 to 41. We saw really a close game back in Empyrean CTF, an objective-based game type. But here on Livefire, the situation changed, everything changed. So now it gets complicated. Not just for Business, but also for Lure. Lure especially because they are now one game away from not being able to qualify on the winner side. So now they have to beat Business twice. What could have been maybe a 3-1 win for Lure has now become basically a Game 5 scenario against Business. So they need to push for that map 5. And Streets Oddball is our designated map and game mode to start doing so.
Streets Oddball is going to be one where Lure will have a little bit of time to figure it out, right? It's not necessary for you to come out and red hot and try to take the momentum right away. It's more about finding your identity once again, playing as a team. I feel like we saw a lot of great team pushes and team coordination on the Empyrean flag. We just haven't quite seen the same thing in the previous 2 games since. I think Lure has the talent, right? They're right there. It's just about finding execution. You have to start winning those entry frags. You have to start being able to find these collapses as we're into this game number 4. This one could determine it all. Business 1 game away from qualifying.
And it's getting complicated, right? Because we're talking about just how Lure has the ability, but it's just Business that comes out really aggressive and denies any single type of approach. If Lure wants to win this specific game, they really need to play it all out and just make every single shot count, every single nade throw count, and every single moment on the oddball count.
So far, that oddball in that middle position. Drift will... Oh, no, I think his teammate ran into him and threw that ball back, but it's almost a blessing because I don't think they expected that PD spawn. With 4 players going down, those spawns just absolutely rinsed Lure. They got 2 players to spawn at PD, 2 players at C. It created a sandwich effect on the players in the middle of the map, and Lure instantly went 4 down.
Se complica ahora la situación. 20 segundos en el reloj básicamente para la escuadra de Business, que en este momento está teniendo el upper hand en contra de la escuadra de Lure, la escuadra mexicana, el equipo de Tapping Buttons. Excelente el slide y Last Shot va a agarrar la pelota. Stalker Rifle en manos de Avenue y con unos tiros bien marcados logra ayudar en la asistencia de su equipo, pero no va a ser mucho más. Uy, cuidado, que esa puede ser la jugada. Qué buen tiro me regaló Avenue. Qué buen tiro y qué buena asistencia.
Oh, this is the thing. Yeah, you lost Truck, but you gained Avenue in a sense. The things this kid can do when he's under pressure is just phenomenal. You can see that raw talent is there, right? Especially when we talk about him and his brothers. Like, they're all so good at the game. They're all at just stages of their career. And well, Avenue, it's time for him to cement himself a pool play finish today. Fantastic work with that Stalker Bandit combination at the back of PD.
Se está viendo muy fuerte esta primera ronda Business. Cuidado que pueden romper el camuflaje y lo consiguen. Niegan completamente que el camuflaje sea utilizado por la escuadra mexicana. 3 caídos ahora para la escuadra de Business. Y es aquí donde Lore puede empezar a entrar, puede empezar a capitalizar y puede conseguir lo necesario. 1v1, excelente. Jarabe tapatío no es suficiente. Le sacaron las chilangas y esto sí se complica. Doble muerte ahora para Tolle, que sigue adelante y consigue una muy buena baja.
Before going down for Lore once again, the bad Business continues on. They've been able to just cause mayhem time and time again. And they're really right now, Lore's in danger of giving up 100 unanswered seconds. They need to just find a stop, find the entry frag, please.
Qué buenos tiros. Avenue, como bien decías, tal vez perdieron a Rock, pero está Avenue. O sea, es algo muy complicado. Si bien no es lo mismo, logra conseguir similares resultados y muy buenos. Tal vez Business haya perdido su spot en pool play, pero ahora están consiguiéndolo y demostrando que efectivamente sí tenían que estar en pool play y están consiguiendo muy buenos resultados. Aunque sea la escuadra mexicana y aunque nos duela, Lore está teniendo ahorita un desempeño también increíble, consiguiendo casi llegar a la calificación, pero Business 3 caídos. Lore puede empezar a puntuar ahora.
Avenue has 6 kills. I feel like every kill that he's had this game has just been mind-blowingly technical. His aim is just so precise. He has one of those just cracked out shots. He reminds me of a player like Bound and Legend, the way that he just moves up on this map, the way that he shoots his gun. Been just an incredible player thus far for his team, and just got another big kill. As Camouflage comes up, now there's no one on the side of Lore to really contest.
Con 10 segundos restantes, esta primera ronda podría pertenecer fácilmente a la escuadra de Business. Solo necesitan cuidarla unos 5 segundos más. Si logra la escuadra mexicana como ahora conseguir un acercamiento tan agresivo como el que estamos viendo, básicamente la rotación se cambia ahora del lado de México, de este lado del charco. Y ahora es donde puede empezar a brillar la escuadra mexicana. Tienen que defender. Están a 4 segundos de perder esta primera ronda. Así que tienen que darlo todo o nada. Que tiro tan riquísimo, Drift.
We're going to see a completely different Lore in the second half of this round if they're going to make this happen, because there is no room to breathe anymore. It's just about playing the best possible oddball game. Keep as much distance from that oddball, from those players. Win the slays when Business are forced to push. The one thing that Lore has going for them is Business have been on the offensive all game. Now they have to be the one that breaks through. They haven't had to do this yet in this round. And while they might be learning about the tendencies of Lore as this push comes through, but so far the kills go in favor of Business, and well, that'll do it. First round in the hands of Last Shot and the rest of Business.
No mucho que hacer en esta situación. Business consiguiendo una victoria muy contundente en esta primera ronda de Oddball en contra de Lore. Esta segunda ronda clave para el equipo mexicano. Necesitan tomarla sí o sí. Quieren estar o tener la posibilidad de entrar a pool play. Necesitan conseguir la victoria aquí y ahora. Ya no hay lugar para cometer errores.
Camouflage up in about 10 seconds. Lore have the better position to bait this thing and allow and eventually allow themselves to get that camouflage. Business, they're gonna have to find a solution quickly.
Muy buenos tiros de parte de Acid. No logra concretar nada, pero aún así daño es daño. Consiguiendo un poquito ahí de ventajas. Buscando el camuflaje activo, no lo consigue. Pero aún así logra tener esos tiros para calmarse un poco. 3 caídos para la escuadra de Lore. Aún así, it's the last shot. Mira nada más, consiguiendo información para su equipo clave. Y ahora sí empieza el ataque perfecto de parte de Last Shot. Consigue la kill sobre Lord y trata de seguir adelante. Uy, pero me lo van a agarrar. Pero si papando moscas.
Tapping. Getting more time for his team. You can see, oh, the repulse into the nade explosion. Opens up the cafe side. Here come business. These players at Lore, they're trapped. They are trapped inside a PD. They're breaking down the doors. They're opening up the cells. The prisoners are loose, and business completely wiped Lore out.
Un equipo táctico fueron a contener, que básicamente se salieran ahí del reclusorio penal número 43 de la Ciudad de México. Y en estos momentos, mira nada más, Lore sigue tratando de romper el setup que Business tiene. Tiros a lo ciego a través de esa Shroud Screen, pero muy buenos tiros aún así. Uy, casi se nos queda sin balas. Ojo, Morocho, que sí. Qué buena kill nos acaba de regalar el buen Acid. Drift logra ponerse con el control de la pelota y seguir adelante.
It's time to move a drift on this map, right? You just need to flow like water, make sure you're with your teammates, and have quick access to all 3 lanes. Acid did a great job of getting damage, but just no kills come out of it. And suddenly Business used their numbers advantage just to fly on this map. Get right up to this ball, and Lore in trouble once again inside the PD.
All right, so I need to ask a question because I'm a little bit confused. So whoever wins this goes into pool play?
Yeah, they'll be in pool play once they win this round.
Oh, okay. So big stakes for Business. Business jugándose básicamente su lugar a pool play. Ya me lo explicaron muy bien ahí mi compa el Tools. Así que están a unos escasos 58 segundos de poder calificar a pool play. Y estaría muy bueno ver con quién se darían el tiro, en qué pool caerían estos chicos.
Trying to do their best to isolate down these players. Acid, great shots down, but just not good enough. Business keep winning the important gunfight. And there we go, finally. Lore taking care of these final players. Just one straggler. It's the last shot, trying to be the last alive. That makes the impact play, but the ball reset. Who has the better position? It's Last Shot. Last Shot wins the gunfight. Lore in trouble.
Uy, cuidadito, esa granada le pegó directo en la cara a Acid. Ahora Acid en problemas. Tiene un poquito menos de escudo que sus contrincantes. Están yendo con la pelota. Acid, me gusta. Velos, persíguelos, atrácalos. Como si fuera un perro. Trata de conseguir la kill, pero se lo van a llevar. Lamentablemente no lo consiguen. Y esto complica las cosas para la escuadra mexicana. Business puede irse en este momento con un buen setup y conseguir la victoria.
They have to hold on. The push comes in from the back. Drift, I think he's surprised that he hasn't seen anyone. Finally finds the player that was holding down that back lane. And Lore have a real chance right here to get away with the camo. The nade, not good enough. Makes him one shot. Camo is burned. But he opened up that back C-spawn. It's going to be a race. So you see the players at the back of Business. They're pushing as well. But the ball resetting. They're okay with that. Drift gets away. The spawns from Business come over at the back and see they have to fight through the map to get to this ball.
Salió de la nada. Cuidado, excelente. La paciencia no logra contenerse, no logra dar el tiro. Y esto se está complicando todavía más. Excelente el kill, pero ahora lo van a agarrar por atrás. Va a ser el pummel, lo llevan. Ahora cambiamos a la cámara de Tolic, que tiene ahí la pistola que tira rayos, ya ni me acuerdo cómo se llama, pero cuidado que esta puede ser complicada. Vemos cómo se están esperando. El control de la pelota le pertenece a la escuadra mexicana. Lore tiene la posibilidad de llevárselo todo aquí y ahora. Cuidado con estos tiros, esto se puede poner complicado. Va a brincar Tolic, tiene el posicionamiento, se lo van a llevar.
2 up for Business. They have a lot of work ahead of them. But they are working together, and that's what I love, right? When you have 2 players last alive, so important for them just to get close, try to find that pick. They eventually do, and it turns the numbers in their favor eventually. Tolic's going to be able to get away with this ball, and they're chipping away at this lead.
La paciencia que está demostrando Lore en estos momentos sigue siendo descomunal. Incluso en desventaja siguen posicionándose muy bien, buscando la mejor estrategia para poder vencer a sus enemigos. Aún así, se complica mucho la situación. Lore empezando a caer poco a poco. Este puede ser el colapso que Business estaba esperando. Se va a deslizar Active Camo, que ya va a aparecer. Tienen que sacar la pelota. Excelente el pase de equipo a equipo. Manny va a ser el que la consiga. Va a empezar a disparar. Se va a llevar a Noble. Acid nuevamente siendo el único que queda de su equipo. Camuflaje activo en el campo y Tolek va a ser el que se lo ponga.
Run away with the camouflage. Tolek is going to be able to throw this out towards his teammates. And what I love about this is you play patient, right? Let these players pass you. You want to get behind them. As long as your teammates stay alive, you have a great opportunity here. Look at that, patient, calm, and ready. Tolek finds the first. He has the information, knows that there's another player towards A as well. Business, knowing all of this, are just going to be able to dissect Lore. And it's one player last alive, Acid, who has to try to do so much to overcome the setup that Business has.
Recibiendo muchos tiros en este momento Acid. La escuadra de Business sigue subiendo su conteo en el score. Ahora llevan la ventaja. La rotación está al momento y tienen que tener mucho cuidado. Excelente los tiros. Van a poder derrotarlo. Claro que sí, va a caer Acid. Ahora van a intentar llevarse. Esto va a ser 1. Esto va a ser 2. Mira nada más, Noble. Dame al tercero. Por favor, no hay nadie. No hay nadie. No se puede hacer la tercera. Pero 79-75. La rotación ahora viene. Van a llevarse a Tapping y Noble contra el mundo. Tiene que rotar. 3 caídos de hecho para la escuadra mexicana y vienen persiguiendo a Noble.
Look how fast Business played. They needed to play fast enough that they didn't. All 4 of those players spawn at PD, but if you don't find the first pick, oh, this can work against you. One last player. Manny's position's known. They pick up the ball. There's only 30 seconds left in neutral time, but 10 seconds for Business to win from the ball, 20 for Lore. It's going to come down to the final moments of this round.
Este momento, esta interacción que estamos viendo es clave para ambos equipos. Para Business, para ganar y seguir adelante y calificar a Pool Play. Lore, para seguir vivo en este torneo, en este lado del bracket de Pool Play. Para calificar, más bien. Se está complicando mucho, pero aún así lo consiguen. Tenemos todavía mexicano con la posibilidad de ir a Pool Play. 1-1. Lore con un momento crítico encima.
This will be the round that determines it all. Business win this round. They win a spot in Pool Play. Lore looking to push for game number 5.
Esta primera interacción puede ser importantísima para ambos equipos. Mira nada más, se le estaban alineando como pollitos. No consiguen nada aún así. Una que otra asistencia, pero empiezan a caer 2 caídos para cada equipo. Y es aquí donde sigue aprovechando la escuadra americana Business para seguir adelante. Va a caer Avenue. Cuidado, Tolek, esperando a que alguien se asome. Sin escudos no hay mucho que él pueda hacer. Se quedó con la bola entre las patas y esto complica mucho cómo lleva a cabo las cosas. Last shot, esperando pacientemente, cayendo en contra de los chicos de Lore. Y empiezan a puntuar la escuadra mexicana poniéndose arriba en el marcador. Ahora.
So many kills have gone down at the start of this game, but there's just been no ball time to come from them. Lore set themselves up for success right here. But Business are so damn good at breaking these setups. They always are able to find that first pick on the perimeter. The thing that's really been the saving grace for Lore is when they're down numbers, they've done a fantastic job of winning the pivotal fight, of not letting it spiral out of control. That's what was the difference between round 1 and round 2. They need to have more of that resilience in this round 3, and it seems as if it sticks because even though Business put all those eggs in to break through, well, the only thing ends up broken is themselves. All 4 going back to the respawn screen. It's time to attempt it again.
Estamos teniendo un juego muy lento a comparación de lo que estábamos viendo en rondas anteriores. Lore está jugando muy a la segura, evitando que se le acerquen los chicos de Business, y si es que se llegan a acercar, despacharlos uno por uno. Excelente la doble muerte de parte de Manny, evitando que puedan seguir puntuando, pero la escuadra de Lore viene y viene fuerte. Están empezando a llevarse las kills. Cuidado, excelente, creo que fue Tolek el que se llevó la kill. Ahora Manny con la pelota en mano. Vemos que ya se están acercando los chicos de Lore, y vea, con calma, todo tranquilo. Me gusta, es que es la paciencia lo que hace único este tipo de ataques directos hacia el equipo contrario.
Manny on the rotation. As he floods that ball towards B pillars. Quickly taken down, and well, Lord, they get right back into their scoring position. If they can find these next couple kills and slow business down, they can get a massive chunk of time.
Excelente los tiros de Avenue, logra concretar 4 caídos para la escuadra mexicana. Business en cualquier momento puede empezar a puntuar, ya lo está haciendo, ya tienen el control de la pelota, están teniendo un muy buen run y lo que necesitan es una oportunidad única, necesitan un espacio, una jugada que vuelva a llevar a Lore a la pantalla de reaparición para tomar el liderato y evitar que Lore se lleve la victoria en este cuarto juego.
I like this coordination from Lore. They sent one player towards Cafe. It was Noble sent towards Cafe. The rest pushed in from B. They are able to find those first couple picks, and then they all collapse in at once. These sort of plays are the things that disrupt easily, and they prevent business from taking the lead, but they still have to scrap and fight for map position in order to pick up this ball.
Aún hay mucho que hacer, son 6 segundos de diferencia. Lore en cualquier momento puede perder la delantera. Son momentos claves, son momentos así donde de verdad empieza a brillar el talento puro y nato que estos jugadores pueden llegar a tener, no solo de la escuadra mexicana, sino también de la escuadra americana. No por algo son ambos equipos los mejores de su región en este Open Bracket. Business siendo el mejor equipo americano del Open Bracket y Lore siendo el mejor equipo mexicano en el Open Bracket. Es un choque de titanes.
Ball's down bottom middle. Business setting up the play as if Lore were going to play for that ball, but Lore plays through the ball in order to try to get into that high ground that Business had. And it's working out perfectly for Lore. They take some heavy damages, but none of them went to the respawn screen, and that's the big difference. They keep 4 up. Avenue has to search for the straggler over at C, and he's had his ankles completely broken. He has no idea where this player is at.
Le rompieron los taloncillos ahí.
He's about to get pack smacked. Oh, no. Oh! That's fantastic from Acid. I mean, Acid was that last player alive at C. He causes Avenue to go search for him. Avenue never finds him. Eventually hides in the corner, gets a back smack on Avenue, and it's a huge time waster on the side of Business, and it just allows Lore to keep padding on the scoreline. This looks more and more likely to be heading to game number 5.
No han detenido a la escuadra mexicana hasta el momento. Posiblemente estemos hablando de una rotación en estos momentos. Business aún así recibiendo muchísimo daño. 2 caídos para cada equipo. Esto se está poniendo parejo, pero el score dice Lore. El score dice México, 85-40. La shot acercándose por la zona de morado. Tiene la pelota y puede reposicionarse con su equipo, pero cuidado, no cuentan que hay alguien ahí del equipo mexicano. Cuidado, consigue la kill. Puede ir por otra, pero decide que no. 15 segundos es lo que necesita México para podernos llevar a un quinto juego. 15 segundos que se están convirtiendo en 10. 15 segundos que se están convirtiendo en 8 y poco a poco se está retrocediendo. Se está haciendo más chiquita la ventaja. Lo vienen persiguiendo. Viene aquí la escudería. Vienen aquí los soldados con todo. Vienen los Spartans con tenis que se están poniendo al 2x2. Logran frenar la victoria mexicana y Business evita a toda costa que se lleven este juego aquí. Y ahora Lore tiene que buscar otro push.
It's always stereotypical to say, but this is where you have to play perfect. No more mistakes in your game. Lore, just one break away from winning this game and forcing a game number 5. 30 seconds. Can Business hold on? He just repulsed him into the other player. It does enough damage for the shot to count as a kill. He's going down. Perfect shots. Only one player left. There's nothing Lore can do. The time just continues on. They've reached 80 seconds, 20 more to win.
Esto es lo que necesita Business. Esto es todo lo que necesita Business para poder ganar y seguir adelante. No hay nada que esté sucediendo en pantalla. Estamos perplejos, pero en estos momentos son solo 4 segundos. 4 segundos es todo lo que necesita la escuadra mexicana para llevarse la victoria. Veamos si aplican una Juan Escutia. ¿Quién se va a aventar por la bola? ¿Quién se va a aventar? ¿Quién va a evitar que nosotros ahora somos los invasores? 3 segundos es todo lo que necesitamos. Van a agarrar la pelotita. Cuidado que la quieren mover. 4 caídos para Business. 4 caídos para Business. Esto se puede acabar en cualquier momento. Agarran la pelota. Va a caer. Últimos 2. Tenemos juego 5.
Game 5. Here we go. Aquarius Slayer. One last time. Business. Lore. It's been back and forth between these two teams.
What did I tell you? Objective-based games. If it's not Mexico's finest, especially in situations where they require drastic solutions, well, what a series we're having right now. Mexico's finest against America's open brackets finest. What a way, what a series, and what a banger of a game that we're seeing right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. For those that are just starting to watch us, we are doing dual casting. My man Tools over here getting that English cast going, while I, representing Mexico, I'm running that Spanish cast, so we can get the best from both regions and the best for both teams.
I think it's alright, man. It's been fun. It's great that we have just two very good teams competing against each other today in an important match. Honestly, this has been a blast. Get yourself ready. Go tell your folks, guys. Open bracket qualification match, game number 5. Let the world know. Here we go.
We're about to just go into that 5th game. Aquarius Slayer, I mean... All right, so we had a little bit of a disconnection at the beginning. So we are now being told that we need, come again, 48 for lore and 50 for the side of business. So we're just gonna go straight into that first match. And what an opener for last shot. Double kill, 3-1 so far, starting strong.
Yeah, 2-kill differential. 48 for lore, 50 for business. We see business win the initial start. They're able to get that early overshield, put all 4 players of lore down. You can see lore, all of them spawning towards this util. This is dangerous. If business can just find one more pick, it'll give them the freedom to collapse in on the rest, but they cannot. Lore stands strong, and they're going to be able to counter off that push and get themselves within 1 in this game.
6-4, la ventaja hasta el momento es clara, pero se puede ver reducida en cualquier momento. 6-5, Acid poniéndose la camiseta, poniéndose la del Puebla, empatando la serie 6-6. Esto puede cambiar mucho. Estamos apenas empezando. Recuerden, remember, Lore needs 48, Business needs 50. Así que hasta el momento, Lore tiene la ventaja. De hecho, está en la serie empatada aquí en este momento.
See, the damage comes down. Double kill for Noble. Talk's the last alive. And oh, Lord, they're playing fast. They're playing quick. They want to get right into these players. They're checking every corner, but the rotation might have been just quick enough for business to withstand that collapse. And now business, they have the high ground and better spacing because those players of lore committed so heavily into that back base.
Hay que tener mucho cuidado. Tienen que jugar muy táctico ahora sí los chicos de México. Vemos todos los callouts que están saliendo de parte de la escuadra de lore. Quieren calificar a full play. Excelente la double kill de Noble. Ahora tenemos el sobreescudo. Complica mucho la existencia para business, que se están quedando sin respuestas, se están quedando sin ruta y se están quedando más que nada sin su espacio en pool play.
Tapper's doing his best to get behind these players. Really hasn't taken much damage. Has plenty of overshield to work with still as he tries to find these players over at the mid-map. Here we go. Collapses in. Only going to be able to get 1 from his efforts, but this is just basically neck and neck. You gotta remember, Lore has an extra 2 kills to play with, so it's a 5-kill lead for them at the moment. Lore completely happy with playing trade for trade Halo for the rest of this game.
Hasta el momento ha sido un juego muy parejo, pero la presión que en este momento está teniendo Business es muy notable. Poco a poco vemos cómo empiezan a caer los chicos de América, los chicos de Norteamérica para ser exactos. Kill tras kill, esto se está poniendo más de color verde, blanco y rojo. Para los que no saben, esos son los colores de la bandera mexicana. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
Getting great shots down. Acid Ready to complete this collapse with his teammates. The heat wave, too much to deal with. As Noble able to find his 9th kill of the game, and there we go. Acid finds the straggler. Acid only 3 kills, but 8 assists thus far in the game. It's just been a clean team game for Lore in the first half.
Es increíble el desempeño que está teniendo Lore en estos momentos. Simplemente, pues, no lo quiero decir de forma tan fea, pero simplemente teniendo la superioridad en contra de la escuadra de Business. 9 kills de ventaja se dicen fáciles, pero ya para hacer juego 5, pool play, qualifier, ya es muy complicado que estemos viendo resultados así. Lord de verdad acaba de subir el nivel muchísimo, y si logran llegar a las 48, que están simplemente ya a escasos, ¿qué te gustan? 23 kills, estaríamos viendo a México entrar por su propia cuenta a pool play.
Look at how they are spread on this map. They're trying to find these players over on Business. Business have conceded so much of this map, and it's because they're worried about that overshield. They wanted to melt it right away, but somehow, some way, Drift stays alive for just a bit longer, comes back in, re-challenges, double kill. Business are split up on the map. There's nothing they can do. The collapse is in. Lore hunting down their prey. Keep running. They go down, killing spree. Drift and the rest of Lore just 10 kills away from securing their spot.
Ni siquiera 10. They're only 8 kills away from just taking this entirely, and it's being costly for Business. There haven't been like a right or wrong answer. I even had to switch to English. This is getting desperate for Business. They need to find a way to just make up for that deficit that they have, and they're starting to maybe find it, but they are 10 kills away from winning. Rather tying things up.
No trade Halo. It's a tough game to play. You have to take it. You have to put down damage and run away. You cannot be too desperate to finish off those kills, but they get 2 untraded. Noble, last one alive. You have to try to capitalize on this player being isolated while you can. They find him not looking. 3 kills that went unanswered. They find the answer on the 4th. They're cutting down on this lead. Now only down 8. Still so much to overcome. So this overshield coming up in 10 seconds, they can do it. Another kill that goes unanswered.
6 kills de diferencia. 6 kills es lo único que necesita Lord para ganar en estos momentos. Son 6 kills. Ahora se vuelven 5. Esto se está complicando mucho. Cuidado con el Heatwave. Se lo va a llevar la kill. 39 a 44. Esto se puede emparejar en cualquier momento. La ventaja amplia de Lord está dejando de existir. Son 5 kills lo que separa a Business de Lord. Y si Business no tiene el cuidado necesario, Lord podría quitarles la victoria. Y lo más importante, quitarles el espacio a pool play.
Another kill that goes unanswered. They're trying to desperately find the finishers. A player bottom mid. The thrust isn't enough. That player stays alive.
No logra conseguirlo, pero su compañero logra hacerlo. Falta una nada más. Falta una. Consigue la kill 48. México está en el pool play por lado de winners. Logramos nuevamente hacer historia. Tenemos a Lord calificando después de una serie que se pensaba inganable. Right after we thought as Mexico that everything was over, that it was done, that we were packing our bags back to our country, Lord just comes up and does the impossible, making sure the last 2 games count. When we thought they did it, I'm now a Lord believer.
Lord, man, that was resilient from them. Remember, they lost that first round at Oddball, like almost 100-0. Able to withstand, got those back-to-back Oddball rounds, and then a pretty dominant performance in the Slayer. Get the job done. Congratulations to the boys over at Lore. I think we might have to pull them over and have you do an interview with them, because they have to be just so excited. They had the hardest bracket possible, right? Business was by far the best North American team in that open bracket. They had to take them down. They got the job done, and they've earned themselves a pool play finish.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite the feat to just get. Like you said, they had a really rough bracket. It was just not on their side to qualify, be a winner's bracket. They might have done it on the lower bracket, but I mean, they pull out basically this incredible, yeah, it's an upset. And without the right of the word, it's an upset. Like they were able to beat, like you said, North America's finest open bracket participant. Mexico's a growing region. That's all I have to say. Mexico, it's a growing region. Keep up the grind. That's what I can say.
They are going blow for blow. These like the best amateur and lower end pro teams. Like we are seeing them just go to battle, right? SWAT Alpha had a very close game against Cloud9. We're gonna see them later on in the elimination bracket. Obviously we saw we saw Lord take down Business. Right, the SWAT teams are really good. We're just seeing the talent in Mexico keep getting better and better, and honestly, hopefully they keep getting more opportunities to come out. Big ups to the SWAT organization for flying out a couple teams from Mexico that didn't qualify for funding, right, to get them out here. They've all gone very far in the bracket, showing that they are just as good as these other North American teams in the open bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just continually just screaming, going over all bots. Like I know both the coaches from these teams, both the SWAT coaches and the Lord coach. So they really been putting up the work. We got an historic, basically, finish over at Worlds, and just overall amazing stuff.
history has been made. For the first time ever, Mexico makes it out of the open bracket and into pool play. Will lightning strike twice, though, as we see SWAT Alpha up against Darkest Hour in another qualification match. Mikowski joined alongside Furzilla. And man, wouldn't this be fitting? The first time casting on land for Mexico's very own, and we've already seen history once. Are we about to see it twice?
Like you said, history has been made, but can we get the two pit right in the same mayor? The mayor that has had the most Mexican representation up to date. We're talking about the SWAT Alpha roster, the Lore roster, the Cinta Negra MX roster. Mágico is on the SWAT Latam roster, and Blood Reina is on the Woman of Halo Cold Ones roster. So that's a lot of representation. Oh, and myself included here on the casting couch. But I mean, that's I couldn't have asked for a better major to be in. Like, we're just making history over and over again. We did it at Worlds. We're doing it here. And it's just Friday.
The party's just getting started, and my goodness, what a incredible moment this would be, and how fitting it is for the MX region. In the offseason, we had a little bit of a format change where Mexico and Australia were no longer guaranteed spots in pool play. And for now, Lore get it back in blood, earning their way 2 pools from the open bracket Passion Pit. And now SWAT X Alpha have a chance to double dip. A little too much dip on that chip, as they take on a difficult squad here. This is not going to be easy for Mexico to make history twice, like lightning striking twice. We asked the question, will it happen? They're going up against a Darkest Hour roster that is deep. You've got Envor, you've got Common, you've got Haynes, and you've got, in my eyes, Furzilla, one of the best up-and-coming players in the scene, routinely popping off in the top 10 kill-death categories, and that's Yaxin, going to be standing in the way of SWAT X Alpha. On the other side, though, of SWAT X Alpha, who should we be watching out for as a potential shutdown playmaker on their side?
Honestly, the whole team is a whole menace. Let them play in their best moment. They are able to even take down Mexico's finest. So if you give them an opening, Lewar, Strikey, and Sepstars are the ones to be just on the lookout for. Goriloco is still really strong, but just the new introduction to the roster coming in instead of Roche. Roche actually got his visa denied, so they aren't fully 100% as a team, but still making sure every single result counts. And right now we're going to be dropping strongholds on Solitude.
All right, here we go. Your lower round qualification match between Darkest Hour and SWAT X Alpha is live. On board with Yaxin. Got the shock rifle in his hand. Down in the bottom mid location. Goes down to low shields. Gets taken down shortly after as Darkest Hours loses numbers advantage off the start. And SWAT X Alpha do a great job to get a good start as they continue and start the scoring 20 and rolling.
Empezando con el pie derecho, la escuadra mexicana consiguiendo, pues básicamente que se consiga algo, de un poquito de jugo. Y nos está informando producción que en este mismo instante nos está dando raid el canal oficial de Halo. Todos los ojos están en México contra Estados Unidos.
Welcome to everybody coming over from the Halo stream. We are witnessing history live as Mexico, for the first time, makes it out of the open bracket. We've also got a little bit of history on the casting side, a dual language broadcast on the English and Spanish side, representing the entire global Halo community here, as we appreciate that raid from the Halo team. 44-9 now as Darkest Hour has gotten their front foot off the board and back on the scoring. BC in their favor, and if they control A, they're looking at a strong trip cap.
Amenazada con un triple cap, y efectivamente ahora el triple cap le pertenece a la escuadra de Darkest Hour, pero rápidamente la van a empezar a negar la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Se van a llevar C y en cualquier momento pueden o tomar A o tomar B. Por la posición irían más por A, pero primero tienen que defenderse, que está ahorita sobre muchísimo fuego de la escuadra americana. Una más, la dos no la consigue, me dejó con las ganas.
SWAT Alpha are able to flip C. That keeps the scoring, though, continuing for Darkest Hour. But now before B gets reset, nice work here from Stepstars and crew as Stepstars in a 1v1 there, but goes down. Darkest Hour with all 4 up. They're looking for another potential trip cap, but SWAT X Alpha are going to be able to secure A. But for now, it looks like Darkest Hour are primed to regain the lead.
Mira nada más, qué bonito. Me hicieron bailar ahí a los chicos de SWAT X Alpha. Intentando conseguir la kill, no la consigue. Y es en estos momentos donde se pueden empezar a llegar a desesperar estos chicos. Tienen que tener cuidado. Ya sabemos cómo funcionan, sobre todo bajo presión. Y a veces la presión es mucha que colapsan. Tienen que relajarse, tienen que tener toda la paciencia del mundo. Si no lo consiguen, esto puede ser para Darkest Hour.
75 rolling to 50 now as Darkest Hour have put together a good stretch of about a minute plus here as they've gotten back on the board. Up by 30 seconds now as Sepstars look to push off the back foot. This is going to be the key here for SWAT Alpha. Can they regain map control off of this disadvantageous back wall of A as the score continues to tick away for Darkest Hour? This is impressive for them, especially because they lost numbers in this sequence, but for Zilla, this just goes to show how difficult it is to push off that back wall advantage. You can see here a flank coming through. Darkest Hour still looking for the trip cap. I love the aggression.
Uy, qué buena, excelente el trabajo de equipo de parte de la escuadra mexicana. Ahora tienen que capturar o B o C. Se están metiendo en B, tienen que tener mucho cuidado. Si no, si les dan de la apertura, es posible que veamos otra kill. Uy, cuidado, se le escapó, se le peló Heinz. No consigue la kill, al contrario es él el que cae. Y ahora es Seth Jackson el que consigue unas kills. Intenta conseguirlo, qué buen tiro. Consigue el tiro con el Shock Rifle y luego saca la Bandit para terminar la chamba, para terminar el trabajo. Aún así, logra meterse muy bien a la zona. Me lo van a llevar directito a ver los 10 segundos de respawn. Y hasta el momento, triple cap para SWAT X Alpha.
Darkest Hour double up on the lead, but not before a trip cap from SWAT Alpha as they seem to have the firmest control of that trip cap. Previously, we saw Darkest Hour with it, but just for a couple seconds. So this is looking like SWAT Alpha's best moment of the match so far, and it looks like they're going to ride this trip cap to a lead as they do in fact regain the lead, 116 and rolling to 114.
Sepstars agarrando el camuflaje activo. Esta puede ser clave para poder seguir teniendo ese liderato. Perdieron A, pero aún así es Sepstars el que tiene el control del camuflaje activo. Mira nada más, vamos a relajarnos. Está agarrando a alguien desprevenido. Qué excelente disciplina al gatillo tiene este muchacho. Está dando información, importantísimo. Primero información, luego armas, lo que quieras. Excelente pack smack de parte de Sepstars. La información sigue saliendo. Van a evitar los 2 caídos para cada equipo, pero SWAT X Alpha sigue anotando.
And now it's Darkest Hour with their back against the wall and those back A spawns. They are able to flip the map and take C. Most importantly, they take down the camo as well. Neutralizing that is going to open up the mid map, give them B as well, as Darkest Hour will flip the map, flip the scoring as well, but not before SWAT Alpha get out to a 148 to 121 lead.
Cuidadito que esto puede ser peligroso. Darkest Hour está empezando a subir en el score. Está empezando a subir lo que puede ser malas noticias para la escuadra mexicana. SWAT Alpha. Un dato, well, an extra tip right there. SWAT X Alpha is both a Colombian and Mexican try to get more players out in the US to play. So technically, it could be a Colombian and Mexican team making it to pool play. And so does the Mexican team Lord that just did.
Global competition has never been more stiff and competitive as we see Mexico already earning 1 spot in pool play from the open bracket. Will they strike twice, make history twice? SWAT Alpha looking pretty good here so far as they carry a 173 to 135 lead. But for now, B and C are trickling back into the favor of Darkest Hour. Common with another camo as well, and this puts Darkest Hour right back in it.
Cuidado que puede agarrar el Shock Rifle en cualquier momento, y así es, y así será. Tiene el combo que puede derretir a cualquiera que se le ponga enfrente. Tenemos a 3 caídos para SWAT Alpha y acaba de reaparecer uno. La paciencia de esos muchachos se está dejando empezar a ver. 155 a 173. Están empezando a perder A. Tienen que relajarse, tienen que bajar la marcha. Y mira nada más, 3 caídos para Darkest Tower. SWAT Alpha puede atacar y puede capitalizar.
Oh, that was huge there, I believe, from Strikey as he stops what looked like an answer back triple cap for Darkest Hour. Instead, it looks like off of that slay on A at the 99th percentile, no less. Another double kill for Gory Loco. And it looks like, yes, in fact, SWAT Alpha will continue on with the lead into the 200s. 3 go down for Darkest Hour. They're going to be collectively spawning on the cafe side. And if SWAT Alpha can hold here, they can hold a good lead heading into the endgame.
Han tenido muy buena participación y conseguido triple caps muy contundentes. Darkest Tower ha tenido muchísimas dificultades para incluso romper el setup. Están intentando tomar a excelente la defensa de The War. No los van a permitir moverse, ni siquiera hacer el mínimo para que les rompan el setup. Ves, está empezando a tornar carmesí, pero logran frenarlo y básicamente siguen puntuando. Están a 40 segundos de llevarse este primer juego. Una ventaja que marcaría básicamente la partida entera.
168 to 212. Darkest Hour have 1 or 2 last breaths before SWAT Alpha take game 1, but just as I say that, they're able to re-secure A. They also have C, so they've split the map. SWAT Alpha with the positioning and location bottom mid, but for now it looks like their call is to take A as they make their push. Gory Loco pushes through, but he goes down eventually to a double kill from Darkest Hour, protecting A and protecting the lead that they have on these 2 hills, A and C. But if SWAT Alpha can take C, yes they do, they're in the driver's seat to the finish, 187 to a rolling 215.
Siguen sumando, siguen haciendo de las suyas estos chicos de SWAT Alpha, demostrando que sí pueden llegar a pool play. Esta no sería la primera vez que vemos a Zepstars, The Warrior Strikey en pool play. Ya los hemos visto. Formerly 6 Karma, 3 of these teammates, Zepstars, The Warrior, and Strikey. It won't be the first time being in that pool play seat, but it will be their first time earning it.
And SWAT Alpha are earning it for Zilla with teamwork. Nobody's standing out necessarily in the stat sheet. The most positive anybody is on SWAT Alpha is a modest +3. They're doing it with the tried and true teamwork, and they're doing it by securing A, that back foot location. They're using it like it's the front foot. 195 to 220 now as Stickies go out. No damage goes down. Darkest Hour with all 4 members alive make their push into the back A, but Common goes down. The cleanup goes through, bait and switch, double kill win for Envor. What a huge play for him as he brings Darkest Hour right back in it. They have life at the very end.
Es lo que necesitaban para poder intentar dar la vuelta a la tortilla en este momento. Cuidado que empiezan los tiros, está sin escudos, logran quitar muy bien al que estaba de Darkest Tower amenazando en la zona de C. El 1v1, claro que sí se lo va a llevar, va a caer otro muchacho de SWAT Alpha. Esto se está emparejando, la delantera ahora la toma la escuadra de Darkest Tower y esto se complica mucho. La escuadra mexicana, SWAT X Alpha, tiene que empezar a capturar, tiene que empezar a moverse y lo están haciendo. B se está tornando color cielo azul.
3 go down for SWAT Alpha, but they regain with a capture on B. Oh, he goes down right after, but it looks like Darkest Hour are going to be able to flip that. It's Haynes in a 1v1 for his life, for the game potentially, but he goes down. The trade should secure, but no, with the use of the repulsor, that player's able to get back to A. Bait and switch, long range for the driveway, as Darkest Hour loses life advantage. It now lies in the hands of SWAT Alpha. They get another big win. Onboard Common go down. 227, 240. SWAT Alpha in the sprint finish could just win it.
Triple cap que se está desvaneciendo ante sus propios ojos. Darkest Tower quiere evitar que la escuadra mexicana tome la ventaja en el primer juego. Double cap de parte de Darkest Tower. Simplemente esto nos está llevando hasta lo último, hasta las últimas instancias. Nadie se está moviendo. La paciencia. Están empezando a entrar a ver los chicos de SWAT Alpha. Cuidado que está Jackson haciendo de las suyas. Se está evitando 2 caídos para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Van a tirar los 3 caídos ahora. Se está complicando mucho la situación. Tienen que entrar 233 a 244. Le pertenece a SWAT Alpha, pero aún así B y C siguen siendo de Darkest Tower, siguen puntuando. La ventaja de México se está desapareciendo poco a poco.
Virtually tied to the 240s. Darkest Hours are trying to come back, but SWAT Alpha have control of the C hill and potentially this match. But after going down, no, that's going to give them a chance. Darkest Hour a chance to regain C. On the flip side, they're looking to milk A as well. As Gory Loco finds the kill and potentially the win, but Darkest Hour still have map control. Control of B and C. They've got to drop in it. They do. As Gory Loco looks to keep SWAT X Alpha's life alive here in game 1. 245 to 247.
2 caídos para la escuadra. Tienen que agarrar, tienen que tocar, tienen que tocar. ¿Lo que es esto? Se acabó. La escuadra de Darkest Tower toma este primer juego de una manera increíble, impresionante. McCaskey, what we just saw.
Oh my gosh. What an incredible match. If your heart isn't thumping out of your chest, then you simply were not watching that last match. 250 to 247. You couldn't ask for a better opening match to what feels like a series that could very well go the distance. A qualification series where the winner of this match goes on to pool play. The loser packs their bags and goes home.
I mean, we really are just seeing truly that they are fighting for something this time. that pool play qualification, but it's just the amount of aggression, just complete violence that's going on here. Trying to go for the ninja will get stopped getting his tracks, but wow, I mean, that was a really close game. SWAT Alpha really had it at a moment, but just Darkest Hour came back at the last possible moment. Gori Loco, mis respetos, güey. He was holding on to dear life. He was making sure every single moment inside the hill, contesting, not getting, contesting the hill counted. But unfortunately, it was only a 3-second difference.
Whew. Well, the moment of the match had to be for me when Envor secured the double kill and the control of A at the back of the map. Oddly enough, the weaker of the three hills, I would argue, between CB and A. It was A that was vying for control. It was both squads. They seemed to really highlight that as a point of emphasis. Envor got the double. Envor got the win. He actually continued on through the cafe into hotel as we continue on in this incredible series, kicking things right back off. Streets TS as we hop on board here with Stepstars. He's got the stalker rifle, doing a little bit of damage, earning an assist as Darkest Hour get out to an early lead, 2-1.
Veamos si puede conseguir regresar a la vida la escuadra mexicana de SWAT X Alpha después de un increíble juego número 1. Como bien decía Makowski, empezamos fuertes. Qué manera de empezar la serie. Y espero que este segundo juego sea básicamente lo mismo. Simplemente ha sido impresionante cómo están jugando estos equipos.
Stepstars maintaining his life and control of that stalker rifle. Just kidding, caster cursed. He goes down as SWAT Alpha need to regroup and regain. That's an emotional loss to take in game 1 for Zilla. That's one that you hate to see if you're an MX region fan. Is they need to pull themselves back up. They need to pull themselves up off the mat. That's an emotional loss to take in game 1. How will they respond? We're getting a glimpse of that here as they're down, but not by a considerable amount. They're keeping it close, 10-8.
Aún así se mantienen muy bien adelante los chicos de SWAT Alpha. Con ese déficit incluso podría ser que emparejen las cosas fácil rápidamente el War, consiguiendo un buen trade y evitar a toda costa que emparejen, básicamente que intenten obtener dobles muertes múltiples. Es lo que está haciendo en estos momentos SWAT Alpha. Si pueden hacer trades, mucho mejor, pero hasta el momento la ventaja ligera es para la escuadra de Darkest Hour, que en este momento está a punto de perder un integrante. Como de que no, excelente tiro Stepstars, velos a buscar, velos a dar directito en la chompera con esa Bandit que tanto nos gusta. 8 segundos más bien para el Active Camo.
Stepstars setting up about 20 seconds early for that camo, working his way from the tires, wrapping around all the way to the benches, and he's doing work. Eventually goes down later. Camo does not get burned, earns 2 assists. Does Stepstars before going down, and it looks like that's going to help earn the camo for SWAT. No, it does not get burned. That's not the player that I thought got the camo. It's Lure instead, and he's got a full camo to work with.
The War ahora con el camuflaje activo, la escopeta, la tartamuda, mis estimados. Esto se puede complicar muchísimo. Cuidado, que ya sabemos todo el daño que puede llegar a crear. Tiene la Bulldog en mano. Cuidado, se está acercando. Double tap. Get him down. Get him dead. Now switching over to another player from Darkest Tower, pero no va a ser suficiente. No llega ni la asistencia. Es más, su compañero de equipo es el que recibe todo el daño. 2 caídos para la escuadra mexicana en estos momentos. Intentan buscar. Va a ser 3 ahora. SWAT Alpha en problemas. 21-17. La ventaja se está extendiendo para Darkest Tower, que en este momento está teniendo un muy buen liderato en este Slayer.
21-17. Darkest Tower have maintained that team wipe leader so that they've had since the start. 22-19 now as we hop on board with Gory Loco, looking to push in with that shotgun. Looking to engage in some close-range fights. I think spots that player in the red room. He does. He's going to get the melee in to earn the slay, but drops the shotgun shortly after, and that's going to be an important pickup. It looks like for Darkest Hour, they're there to pick up the remains of those resources over on the B stairs.
La paciencia que ahora estamos teniendo. Estamos básicamente teniendo un juego ya muy detenido. La paciencia se está empezando a notar y Darkest Towers puede empezar con el colapso de la defensa mexicana. 3 caídos para la escuadra ahora mexicana y complica mucho la existencia. Mira nada más, excelente los tiros rápidos y efectivos de parte de The War. Él sabía que malas cosas vendrían y por eso nos unió a ese push. Ahora con su Bandit básicamente y su rifle de asalto, tiene que tener la expectativa de que tienen que tomar nuevamente la confianza de retomar este juego. Active Camo coming up.
SWAT Alpha utilizing the element of surprise to earn a couple slays here. There's been a couple moments in this match where you think to yourself, Darkest Hour, gotta check your corners, but they don't, and SWAT Alpha take advantage of it. But it looks like Darkest Hour gonna take advantage of that camo, quite literally sneaking away with it and running away with this lead. 32-25 now, as Common looks to push up through the B side. He has a potential to bait and switch with his teammate there on the arcade. Is Yaxon now, the young gun, one of the up-and-coming potential rookie of the years in my eyes, pushes through, but he goes down. Stalker in the hands of Haynes. He's doing a lot of damage, going to earn an assist because of it. Has a one-on-one in the back of PD. Does a great job to get the 3 shots in the melee. Pugilistic at that, as Darkest Hour ride a big lead now, up 8.
El equipo mexicano ahora en problemas. Strikey separándose mucho del equipo. No sé si sea la jugada correcta. Le van a llegar de 2. Esto se complica mucho. Va a caer. Lamentablemente no es algo que el equipo mexicano pueda darse el lujo de tener. Y es esa separación. Se juntan ahora en esa parte de Red Room. Cuidado esas granadas. Esta partida es para Darkest Hour, que se está posicionando muy por encima de SWAT Alpha. Un momentum distinto al que teníamos en ese primer juego. El siguiente clave para la escuadra mexicana tiene que seguir a flote, tiene que buscar esa calificación a Pupue.
Seeing a little bit of a hangover from that emotional Game 1 loss where SWAT X Alpha all but had it secured before a last-ditch miraculous effort from Darkest Hour to take that one by 3. This one is not as close here as Darkest Hour have a multi-possession lead, up by a couple team wipes in the driver's seat and feeling comfortable here, up 10 into the mid-40s.
Doble asistencia que podemos ver de parte de Darkest Hour. Esto se está terminando en cualquier momento. 44-33. Están haciendo posible el último push. Se llevan una kill, se llevan un trade. Están buscando conseguir y ya terminar este segundo juego, llevándose entre patas a la escuadra mexicana. No va a ser suficiente. 46-34. Mi estimado amigo Makowski, it seems that this has written Darkest Hour all over.
And we complimented SWAT Alpha for their teamwork in that previous Game 1, but it's now Darkest Hour playing their 25% each within 2 slays of each other. You talk about divvying up the work here in a TS and making an even run throughout the board. Everybody playing their part here in a Game 2 victory as Darkest Hour take Game 2. And just like that for Zilla, Mexico with their back against the wall, needing a reverse sweep to stay alive in this tournament.
Back again with the, well, not reverse sweep, but rather with the back against the wall. It is going to be a really difficult game. Recharge oddball. Yeah, it's really difficult, really difficult. I still have my hopes up. I really hope this second game was and is a wake-up call for Mexico, well, for Mexico team. They really need to just fix those mistakes like ASAP. There's no more room for error, honestly. They have this last chance. They have a little cushion called oddball, has 3 rounds max. So if they're able to get at least a round, I think we might be able to push through for that 4th game. That's really, really necessary.
Now, well, going into Game 3, you have what I like to call the reverse sweep trampoline. That's an oddball matchup. Regardless, doesn't matter what map it's on. It's going to be on recharge here in this particular instance. But for SWAT Alpha, we've seen glimpses, we've seen moments where they look like they have a chance. They've given Darkest Hour their best fight, but they haven't quite figured out how to do so consistently. Now's your chance. Do or die, back against the wall. But because of it being oddball, once again, you've got time. You've got at least 15 minutes, we're going to guess, to figure it out, to get on the right page. Can Mexico make history twice? And my goodness, what a way it would be to do it with the reverse sweep over Darkest Hour.
It is going to be a 2-pit for sure. I mean, we already made history once, today, on Friday. We're just waiting to see if SWAT X Alpha is able to pull off this new, well, the wish that we all want, that is to having double representation for Latin America in this open bracket. And starting strong with that stick.
Common in flow state early as he earns the double kill, goes down shortly after, but so too does everybody else in the lobby. Envor and I believe Sepstar is the only ones up on the map as everybody will head back to the respawn screen and go again.
Nadie va a estar agarrando la pelota. Parece ser que esto es más para saber qué tipo de estrategia es la que van a estar utilizando ambos equipos. Porque nadie ha intentado acercarse por la pelota. Ya tenemos al equipo de Darkest Hour agarrándola, pero aún así tienen que jugar muy crítico, muy pensativo ambas escuadras. Darkest Hours para ya calificar básicamente a pool play. SWAT X Alpha para seguir con vida en este lower bracket qualifier para pool play.
Strikey having a great start, sitting at 3-0, but it's Darkest Hour instead with the first 10 seconds of milk here as they look to retain control of the oddball at the back of blue. Nice use of the shock rifle from Strikey. Still hasn't died just yet. Will he earn the killing spree? No, he goes down, and shock goes back into the hands of Darkest Hour. All the while, Frizilla, that match taken on, or that battle going down on the long haul side of the map. A little bit of distraction and bait. All the while, Darkest Hour continue to secure time, and it's not before they reach the 25-second mark that they have the next battle to fight, and they win that. Darkest Hour are going to reach the first 30-second checkpoint as they're in the driver's seat.
Esto se está poniendo muy complicado para la escuadra mexicana. Estas dos derrotas les está pesando muchísimo en el mental y no se han podido recuperar. Y este es el problema que han estado tratando de lidiar estos chicos de SWAT X Alpha. Simplemente en el instante en el que empiezan muy bien, pero una vez llegando a la mitad, llegando a ese básicamente punto de quiebre, es donde se nos empiezan a caer. Hay que trabajar en eso. Y por ahora estamos viendo lo que puede ser el principio del fin. Darkest Hour overslaying SWAT Alpha.
Darkest Hour with the slay advantage, and they've reflected that in the scoreboard, now reaching 50% halfway to a round 1 victory. And Frizilla, we talked about this one going 15 minutes. At this pace of play, Darkest Hour aren't going to allow it to reach even double digits. This is looking like a 8-minute match at this rate. But if SWAT Alpha can just simply break through, get that oddball reset, they do just that. If they can now maintain numbers advantage, win that oddball off the reset, they're right back in it. But Darkest Hour have now afforded themselves the opportunity to bait the oddball, to make SWAT X Alpha chase. That's what you earn when you earn a 50-second lead off the rip.
Se viene jugadota de parte de Strike y tiene el camo y aún así puede sorprenderlo. Se le va a acabar, pero aún así logra sorprender al muchacho de la escuadra de Darkest Tower. No va a ser suficiente, no logra concretar esa kill. Lo busca, pero se le fue. ¡Qué tirote nos está dando Common con ese shock rifle! Y va a buscar a su siguiente víctima.
Hopping on board here with Common, a veteran in the scene. You might not think of him in the likes of an APG or some of the other guys like Ryanoob that have been competing for 10+ years, but Common is one of them. Sitting here at 7-4-2, doing a lot to help this Darkest Hour roster secure their spot in pools. Now, though, with 3 going down, Common has a smart heads-up play to make. If he can rotate it, he gets it through to the bridge and resets the oddball. No, it gets fumble intercepted. Like a sack at the line of scrimmage, and instead SWAT Alpha, instead of vying for a potential reset, you need map control, you need the slays. Because of that interception, they have oddball control at a good spot. Back A.
Pueden sacar muchísimo de esto. Tienen que sacarle y aprovechar todo el jugo posible. Si logran mantener el control de la pelota justo donde están, que es en la zona de elevadores, puede ser posible que puedan igualar a la escuadra de Darkest Hour. Esto se complica, esto es ligeramente complicado, no me atrevería ya a decir imposible, porque la escuadra mexicana siempre sale adelante y cuando menos parece, siempre van a sacar la forma de sacar la chamba.
Lore with the forced fumble, heads up forced fumble at that, has SWAT Alpha right back in it. They cut that lead in half thanks to the heads up play from Lore as he continues on with ball time, and the likes of Sepstars continue out towards the tower. Little mini rotation it looks like as SWAT looks to bring that from the top of A into C. This is a common hold that we see across the regions, as it looks like they might just have it, but with the pressure coming through from Darkest Hour, they're going to have to fight for a couple more slays, as that oddball sits precariously at the fulcrum between A and C, and it looks like SWAT are going to take the oddball back to A.
32-64. It seems that we might not be having an only 8-minute match. It is going to be the full 15 minutes if this keeps up at its current pace. Así que SWAT Alpha todavía tiene la oportunidad. Cuidado que Darkest Hour ya agarró la pelota y esto se está poniendo cada vez más difícil. Mientras más sube el reloj, más miedo me da para México.
Numbers advantage still in the hands of SWAT Alpha. Next step in the process to put that oddball in their hands as they earn another 3 down. Numbers advantage. And this would be an overextension here from Yaxit if he is to push through. Wisely decides instead to earn spawns on the C side. He's going to wait for the cavalry to arrive, and it looks like they get the long haul spawn as well. So Darkest Hour set up in a position to where they can dismember Gold, push in through the needle side, also the top of A, and potentially pinch the oddball carrier as the push is on. Gory Loco goes down as the green light means go. 2 go down for SWAT Alpha. But Darkest Hour lose 2 in the mix as well. SWAT Alpha have done an incredible job. It looked like they were left for dead. Down 0-2 in the series, down by nearly a minute in this one as well, but they fought right back. They, clawed right back 68 to a rolling 55.
Se están recuperando, están retomando el momentum, se le va a pasar junto y esto puede ser un error crítico para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. No lo vio. Shock Rifle en manos de Ember, puede hacer de la suya, le dispara por ahí un aliado, le tiran la pelota, 2 caídos para la escuadra, que se hagan 3. Darkest Towers ahora en problemas, Ember es el único que queda. Coriloco intentando hacer de las suyas, tiene el camuflaje activo y puede, y es aquí donde los sueños empiezan.
What a time to earn a team wipe as SWAT Alpha are going to earn more ball time and the ever-important camo here, but a nice reset puts that oddball in a spot where they will once again have to fight for map control. Shock Rifle in the hands of Strikey. Ball not touched for at least 30 seconds. That's going to send it back to the respawn screen as Strikey sends members of Darkest Hour back to the respawn screen with the use of the shock. As he continues on with his life into the back of A, has teammate support just below him as they look to push in through to gold. Oddball still at the reset in first. All this means time is dwindling off the clock, 68 to 63, but there's only 40 seconds left.
35 segundos en el reloj restantes. Estamos hablando de las últimas oportunidades de SWAT Alpha de ponerse en el marcador. Va 2-0 abajo, 68 a 63. Solamente están bajando el tiempo. Y quiero tener una idea muy general de lo que están planeando. Si logran obtener la escuadra mexicana el control de la pelota, podríamos estar viendo que están tratando de tener el control, pero ¡uy! Excelente, esta es la entrada que querían. 10 segundos es lo que necesita para entrar y van rápidamente, no consigue, agarran la pelota y es el control. Este es el colapso que está buscando, este es el colapso, pero lo van a agarrar. Esto se acabó, la primera ronda no le va a pertenecer a nadie. 69 a 69, no puede ser. ¿Quién ganó? No alcancé a ver. ¡Ay! No puede ser. Alpha la tabla hace de nuevo. Roban esta primera ronda.
Larceny! SWAT Alpha steal it at the end. 3 seconds left on the clock as the oddball goes down. 3 go down for Darkest Hour. Common, the last chance for Darkest Hour as he gets the slay, but the numbers advantage was too strong. It's a mosh pit at the bottom of A as SWAT Alpha rock out to a 1-0 lead here in Game 3. And for Zilla, this is exactly why we called this the reverse sweep trampoline. If SWAT X Alpha can find their mojo here in Game 3, we got ourselves a series.
Es lo que necesitaban, es lo que necesitaba el equipo mexicano. El moral acaba de subir. Están ahora sí que en su tope más alto. De aquí se puede agarrar SWAT Alpha para seguir adelante, para empezar a arrasar. Y con este opening pick, con este opening que tenemos ahora con la pelota, es simplemente cuestión de tiempo antes de que podamos incluso considerar un reverse sweep.
Darkest Hour steal Game 1. It's only fitting. SWAT Alpha, maybe steal Game 3. They've stolen Round 1 for now. And in Round 2, they're riding the momentum. You can really feel the momentum, Furs, in this series. We saw Darkest Hour again steal Game 1. They rode that into a near spectacular in Game 2. And now, SWAT Alpha here in Round 2 run away with a 20-second head start. Can they finish here, though? Can they bring this series back to a one-game lead for Darkest Hour?
Lo tienen que lograr, excelente. Goriloco teniendo el control de la pelota. Cuidado que le están llegando de 2 ángulos al mismo tiempo. Se cubre muy bien. ¡No! Wifea ahí el pummel. No lo consigue. Y ahora cambiamos a la cámara de Zepstar. Si bien Darkest Hour tiene el control de la pelota ahora mismo, es cuestión de tiempo antes de que logre la escuadra mexicana encontrar una abertura en la defensa. ¡Qué buen tiro de Common!
That's an uncommon shot there from the man himself, Common, as he had pressure in his face. And that's a difficult shot, especially up close pressure. As he looks to push on through, has a potential to not only earn some more shock rifle kills, but also rotate this oddball to the strong side of C. As he does, in fact, rotate the oddball, drops it back for a teammate, and looks to line up the camo. Instead, he's going to drop. Ooh. And he does, in fact, burn the camo. So it's not all for naught, but he does lose the shock at that. So a potential here, an opportunity for SWAT Alpha to regain some control of the map as that oddball gets reset.
Una kill importantísima para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha, porque no solo se deshicieron del camo, también del shock rifle. Entonces fue un combo 2 por 1, que es lo que están aprovechando. Y ahora solo es cuestión de tiempo antes de que logren descifrar el siguiente movimiento de la escuadra americana Darkest Tower, que ha estado muy por encima de ellos, pero simplemente el que ríe al último, ríe mejor.
12 to 18, SWAT with the oddball back in their hands. It's Zepstar with it. now on the A side of the map. And I actually feel like the A hold suited SWAT Alpha a little bit better than even the C side, as we saw them utilize the A control to take round 1 and now take a 20-second lead. Gory Loco with the sticky grenades looking to potentially thwart any push through the Mangler side from Darkest Hour. All 4 members alive on each side as the fight is on. Gory Loco with that battle rifle looks to defend the Mauler door. It looks like for now, SWAT Alpha, sensing the pressure, are going to reset that oddball wisely. And Frizilla, this is what you afford yourself the opportunity of to make the other team chase. You can play that oddball when you're up by 20, feeling like you got a little bit of comeback in you.
Totalmente de acuerdo. Simplemente la escuadra de Darkest Tower ahora está viéndose muy en problemas, no está comprendiendo el approach, el ataque, todo lo que le está aventando la escuadra de SWAT Alpha, y eso es lo que le está haciendo que le cueste bastante poder incluso puntuar en estos momentos. Embor va a tener el control de la pelota, pero se nos va a acercar Common a asistirle, va a intentar sorprenderlo a él, pero el trade se va a hacer notar. Ahora nos vamos con Haynes, que tiene la Bandit Evo. Qué bonita arma, qué bonita pistola, pero yo le sigo diciendo la DMR, uy, qué buen tiro se llevó ahí sobre el único inigualable Zepstars. LeWard también va a caer, lo van a agarrar, y hasta el momento 22-35 sigue siendo mapa para SWAT Alpha.
Jackson in a 1v1 at the bottom of the elevator, but he goes down, I believe, to Gory Loco. Nice play there. It looks like SWAT Alpha should retain control of the oddball. They do, and it looks like for now Common has a chance to earn that shock rifle. At a glance, it looked like it's up in the next 30 seconds, so no need to wait at the bat ledge. He's going to instead push on through, focus on the objective. He's got to worry about these grenades. Great shot, a little peek shot through the crack, finds the sleigh. But more members go down for Darkest Hour. SWAT Alpha are doing a great job to mitigate the damage. They're trading out, 3 in fact, dead on each side, and they win the trade out. It's a net positive outcome here for SWAT Alpha. Throughout all the chaos, throughout all the trades, they have the oddball, and now rotating it from A to gold. I love the rotations that we've seen here from SWAT Alpha. I've also loved the well-timed resets as well. It's why they're in the lead.
México despertó, cabrones, y se está haciendo notar. Están haciendo que se compliquen mucho las cosas para la escuadra de Darkest Hour. Cada kill está haciendo cuidadosamente, pues simplemente están haciendo un gran trabajo con el departamento de las kills. Se agacha muy bien ahí el buen Common para evitar ese tiro con la pistola de plasma cargada. Y si esto sigue así, 1 minuto restante, Darkest Hour abajo por 38 puntos, 48 puntos, perdón. No, 58, no sé contar. SWAT Alpha might pull through.
And just like round 1, you blink and there's less than a minute left. 42 seconds to be exact. It's a 40-second or so lead. SWAT Alpha with a minute on the board. Is 60 seconds going to be enough? As we wonder, are they going to play for the slays and potential chance to milk out that regulation clock? It looks like that's the case, but instead they get slayed out. Darkest Hour with a well-timed team wipe, earned camo, and a potential to come back with that ball time. 30 seconds left.
Tienen que tener cuidado, es ahora donde tienen que detener todo. Excelente, se queda el equipo de Darkest Tower sin camuflaje activo. 1v1 entre Haynes y alguien de SWAT Alpha. No va a ganarlo, va a retroceder. Se le está acercando. Ambos esperan sus escudos y ahora esto se vuelve cada vez más complicado. La escuadra de Darkest Tower todavía tiene en control la pelota y aquí la escuadra mexicana tiene que apurarse. Quiere cerrar este tercer juego, tiene que ganar este combate. Los siguientes 15 segundos son cruciales. Van a agarrar a LeWard y no va a ser suficiente. 48 a 60, 15 segundos restantes, no hay nadie cerca. El equipo de SWAT Alpha tiene 2 caídos, Darkest Hour solo tiene 1. Se están llevando la pelota, la están rotando y esto se puede complicar.
10 seconds left. Darkest Hour are down less than 10 as they need one stretch run, stretch sprint to potentially tie up this game 3. If not, SWAT Alpha are going to start the road to a reverse sweep. Rotation going through to C. Are they going to make it? Yes! Unbelievable! With 1 HP and a dream. That member of the Darkest Hour crew, Common, strong sides his way to victory. 2 1-second wins in a row for Zilla. This one's going to a round 3.
Este va a pesar muchísimo en el mental de los chicos de ambos equipos. Darkest Tower ahora con la, básicamente con la, this could be literally up for anyone for grabs, but it needs to be for SWAT Alpha if they want to have a chance, even a slight chance, opportunity to be able to play in pool play tomorrow. this round, crucial.
This is it. It all comes down to this do or die scenario here for SWAT Alpha as Darkest Hour do their best impersonation of SWAT Alpha in round 1 and steal it. How unbelievable is that for Zilla? Two rounds back to back. I think both were 61-60. When will you ever see that? The script is clearly in, and we're following it to a T as Haynes pushes on through the gold Dorito side of the map. He goes down. Numbers advantage continues on here for SWAT Alpha, and they're going to utilize that to grab control of the oddball and take it to gold.
La ofensiva que SWAT Alpha puede demostrar en estos momentos es crucial. Necesitan hasta el último momento posible de poder llevarse esta victoria. Si no, si es que lo que acaba de pasar, si es que este robo a plena luz del día que acaba de hacer Darkest Tower hace que pierdan la moral, SWAT Alpha podría estar viendo su último instante en este Mayor de la HCS a manos de nada más y nada menos que de Darkest Tower. Un oponente digno que está dando una lucha digna, pero SWAT Alpha todavía tiene mucho de qué hablar.
SWAT Alpha the first to get their hands on the oddball in round 3, but it's Darkest Hour with the first stretch of time. 17-4 now as the battle ensues on the glass and long haul side of the map. Oddball sitting precariously at the bottom of gold. Great grenade toss there from Gory Loco. Surprised did not see a double kill. Gets the double assist. Nonetheless, is SWAT Alpha will take advantage of the numbers and potentially look to tie it here, but there's more trouble. There's more players for Darkest Hour pushing through, and the trade out actually probably going to benefit SWAT Alpha as they do have control of gold and a nice setup.
Ok. De la nada le dan una kill de agrapa a Haynes, pero lo tomamos, supongo. Creo que fue un Ave María, no sé, creo que se suicidó alguien de SWAT Alpha. Pero aún así, excelente el pase de parte de Haynes. Camuflaje activo en mano puede ser muy contraproducente para la escuadra mexicana. Muy lento el approach hasta el momento.
Haynes with the literal heads-up toss. Sets his reticle to the ceiling and tosses that oddball up to his teammate to earn a little bit more ball time. Darkest Hour in the lead, 29 to rolling 20 for SWAT Alpha, but they flip control of the map quickly. And now with Sepstars seem to be back in control, and not only of this map, but in the lead as well. SWAT Alpha for now have stolen the lead, 30 rolling to 29.
Loco con el Shock Rifle listo para hacer lo que mejor se le da. Se está desesperando, excelente el tiro, pero se lo van a llevar. Esto se vuelve una situación muy riesgosa. Strikey entrando con todo, Strikey entrando con todo lo que puede, consiguiendo la doble, pensando que había un tercero, pero logra agarrar la pelota. Cambiamos rápidamente el trade nuevamente. 2 caídos para la escuadra de Darkest Hour, 1 para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Ahora tienen que posicionarse alrededor del mapa y utilizar todo lo que puedan. Necesitan esta victoria. Esta victoria es clave para seguir dentro de este Mayor aquí en Estados Unidos.
Strikey having himself a hell of a game. He's got 38 slays and a little bit more ball time than that. 49 seconds. OBJ has him and SWAT Alpha in a potential reverse sweep situation. They got to secure this game 3 first, and this one does in fact end up going the distance, well beyond that 15 minutes or so that we've predicted when this one started, and it feels like SWAT Alpha are starting to find their form, but not before Darkest Hour find the oddball. 5 perfect shots from Gory Loco, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. It's a brouhaha at the Needles as more players go down on each side. It's a trade out 2v2. Classic Halo being played now as Jackson looks to protect the rotation from Envor. As we're going to see long haul spawns for SWAT Alpha, we're going to see Darkest Hour set up a day.
Va a caer Jackson, Common, ahora tratando de recibir a alguien por la zona de esas escaleras. Tiene que moverse. Camuflaje activo en el mapa. Puede ser para Darkest Tower. Kills. 4 caídos para la escuadra de SWAT Alpha. Esto se puede acabar. Toman la delantera, toman y están a medio camino de la victoria. Están a nada. 40 segundos es lo que separa a Darkest Tower de ganarle ese espacio a Poolplay por el lado del lower bracket a SWAT Alpha. If SWAT Alpha has to act, the time is now!
But instead, it's Common on the bat ledge, looking like Batman camoed up with the shock rifle fully loaded as well. And if what he's done previously is any indication of what's about to happen, this could spell trouble for MX as Common continues on with his light, but not for long. That's a huge takedown. 3 go down for Darkest Hour. SWAT have the oddball. They've got the grapple to work with. They should have the shock as well, and if they can get through to gold, they do. They're gonna have a chance. 2 to go.
Se le cayó la pelota y ahora se le está yendo por las escaleras. Se la van a robar. Haynes está haciendo la cochinada. Cuidado, quiere quitarle la pelota. No lo va a lograr. Lo van a agarrar. Cuidado. Tiene que acercarse. Y se lo van a echar rápidamente. Whiplash. Y Common va a agarrar la pelota. 15 segundos. Es lo que necesitan. Cuidado con esos tiros. Le va a pegar a la canchita, pero no va a ser suficiente. Van a caer. Darkest Hour sigue teniendo la ventaja. Sigue teniendo el control de la pelota. Makowski, this might be it.
5 out of the 8 players are in the 30s. You got a couple looking for 40 plus. As we've seen plenty of slays. As this oddball match has gone down to the wire, but just like that, Darkest Hour build what feels like a comfortable lead, just about doubling up on SWAT Alpha. As this is it, one final push for Mexico. As Darkest Hour looks to secure the 3-game sweep, 95 seconds and rolling, 3 go down. This could do it. As it looks like Darkest Hour, led by their coach and former pro talent, also their owner, are gonna do it with the 3-0 sweep. Congratulations to Darkest Hour. They've qualified for pools.
Amazing performance overall for both of these teams. My heart wanted Mexico to win, but it's just, sometimes it's just not possible, right? We wanted the double it and give it to the next person, qualification for pools. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but still, I think history has been made in their own way in the SWAT Alpha roster by just being this close.
That close.
For pool qualification. They had really close games. That first game for the books.
No, absolutely.
And the steals from Oddball also for the books.
Absolutely. You could easily make the argument that this series should be 2-1 SWAT X Alpha, and we should be heading to a live fire on King of the Hill. But that's imagination. That's not reality. Instead, it's Darkest Hour taking it 3-0, and they got a lot of veterans on their squad for Zilla. I don't think SWAT X Alpha should be... they'll be disappointed that they don't make it out of open, but they shouldn't be embarrassed by this loss. They fought hard, and again, could very well make a case for how this could be 2-1, but instead, the veteran leadership from the likes of Common, Haynes, is too much as Darkest Hour take it and will qualify for pools. Now the only question is, which pool do they fall in? All right, guys, we got another qualification match on the other side. Business versus Sniping Lies. Makowski signing off for Frazilla. We're going to hand the mic off to Tools and Eli to close out the night.
Hello and welcome back, guys. We're jumping right into a game number 2 with this business matchup. Guys, we're gonna get the names as fast as we can on the screen. Bear with us while we wait for that. But my name's Tools. Joined with me is the man, the myth, the Halo 2 legend. Had a whole newspaper article written about him way back in the day, Eli the Ninja.
What's going on, guys? Could not be more excited for this. So happy that we got some amazing open bracket action. Not before LVT was this ever seen. Not really sure which team is which just yet. I think Business is the red team. Is that right?
448 is Avenue.
448 is Avenue, you said?
So yeah, red team. Business is red team.
All right, so Business is the red team. Sniping Lies on the blue team. Business, one of the favorites to make it out. Obviously, they lost that pool play spot because one of their players could not show up. Avenue going to be replacing him today, and this looks like the squad to beat right now.
I think Business should have a relatively easy time. It's kind of crazy that we had, I think, the 2 best teams in the open bracket match in the winners semifinals, right? They should have been on the other side. So I feel like Business, this should be like their game to take, in my opinion. But it's LAN. It's an important game. It's a best of 5 series. Anything can happen, right? Sniping Lies are on the cusp of qualifying.
No, you're exactly right. And they're one of the best teams that we've seen in open brackets time and time again, always seemingly right on the cusp of making it out. I feel like they've had so many heartbreaking moments. They've got Camo right now, though, and they got 4 dead. Can they start to turn this game around? Looks like they found the spawns, or actually spread out enough to force the spawns on this side, and they're trying to set up a pinch here.
Well, 3 players hiding low. This Camo player gonna try to do their best. Guys, there you go. The gamer tags are up. This is Ivanice that we're seeing on your screen of Sniping Lies. And he's been very patient with this camouflage. Keeps trying to get a couple shots in, but what do you think's causing him to be as slow as he is with this camo?
Feels like he's trying to wait for the right information from his teammates to know exactly where to go, but it's just not been a very clear picture. He's hearing that there's 3 of them on red side, so he doesn't know if he should push into that. Kind of ended up wasting all the time on the camo, but both teams just kind of jostling for position around the map. I see a lot of patient gameplay. No one's really overextending without their team, which is a good sign, honestly, at this level.
So far, staying patient. Last shot with this red gun. 3 bullets. And you're down. You can see the tension starting to build over by Tyre's room. What will break it? And here we go. The push is in. Perfect shot's gonna be another. Oh, double perfect.
Double kill.
Last shot getting the last laugh as he flies for Sniping Lies 4 down. Look at this influence of the spawns.
Look at this too. Last shot is 10 and 2. Massive stats for a Slayer. It's back-to-back perfect shots with the Stalker. With, I think those are the last 6 shots he could fire in the gun itself. So maximum value. And by the way, didn't Last Shot come from this team previously? I think he has played.
He was there for a brief stint, and then he left to get picked up by this team. So Sniping Lies was where he was gonna go during the off season, but then obviously, you know, you take the opportunity
right
when you're able to play with players like Talik and like Talik and Manny. Obviously, Druck used to be there,
right?
But you know, I think Avenue's just talent-wise, like he's right there with Druck. You know what I'm saying? Like just raw talent. I think it's just that game sense still has a little bit to develop there, and just having more reps online.
There's something about the triplets in general. So you got Avenue, Suppressed, and Diagram. They just play with an extra level of energy. It's almost like they bring 150% energy on land, which just raises the energy of those around them. I wish we could hear them right now, but we're in the complete opposite side of the venue. But I'm sure if we were close enough, we'd be hearing Avenue yelling, keeping his team charged up. They're only up by 5 right now, though. Sniping Lies making a great comeback here, putting use of that shotgun. Camo is going to fall down. It's not sure which of these teams is going to be able to get possession of it, but that's going to be highly consequential if Sniping Lies can get it.
See the players starting to creep up. Talik doesn't even have to check his corner. The help from B-Plat comes in time with 2 down. It's just a matter of collapsing on these final players.
Yeah, right here. Sniping Lies not in great positioning. That player gets caught out on the B stairs. I like the positioning, though. They're not all hiding in one spot, but the problem with that is one player gets caught out all alone. And now Business smell blood in the water. They're going to start to position themselves on both the left and the right of Sniping Lies. You can see a member of Business off on that purple street. And there's just no escape options for Sniping Lies. They can continue to aggress. And then as soon as they have a few slays, you're going to turn around and spawn kill on the A side as well.
Waiting for all 4 of these players up. Sniping Lies at full strength, but Avenue quickly depleting shields. No follow-up for either team. As you start to see tension build on the purple side. And oh boy, did it break 2 players. Getting them down, and it's a 1v2 on the other side. Some great value from a player from Sniping Lies, but unfortunately, they go 4 down once again.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. The lead is only growing for Business. This is a very snowbally game type. Can just continue to get worse and worse if you can't find a way out of your spawn. I'd like to see Sniping Lies maybe send 2 players out to a side instead of just 1. They keep getting overpowered. But as I say that, they get a very clutch kill on the top of the driveway. Might be able to get out of here, but they've got to win more fights.
Savannah Glass alive for Sniping Lies. All the way on the other side of the map. Suddenly every death just feels brutal in this situation. It's all going to be about these untraded kills, and well, trade for trade, punch for punch. Gets them 1 step closer. The flank is in, and that player was unsuspecting, did not hear a thing. Can they stay alive? That might be some Houdini magic right there.
Yeah, jumps on the AC unit outside of the police department. Somehow stays alive. Yeah, seriously. Reminds me of very hard kills back in the day, but look at Last Shot, man. This is the newcomer to the squad. A lot of people had questions about him. Is he really ready for 4v4? Yeah, he can play FFA, but can he play on a team? I think the answer is yes. Man is 21-8, putting up insane stats in this layer.
Yeah, honestly, and Last Shot probably has the most experience playing against the players on the Sniping Lies roster, just because he played in that amateur circuit for so long, right? These are the guys that he's gone to war with time and time again. The only difference this time is he has fully fledged veterans on his side instead of these up-and-coming players trying to prove themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I feel like when there's up-and-coming superstars, they always start out on a team that's, you know, at their level, but they kind of yearn for more. But then once they find themselves on a roster like this, where they don't have to do everything, you know, they can kind of fall into that comfort zone. And with a stat line like that, I can absolutely say that Last Shot was in his comfort zone this game. If he can keep that up, they win this series. They could be a force in pool play as well.
I was always curious from like a pro perspective, right? Because I've never been professional in the game, haven't been close. But you got a goddamn spot on the map named after you. You left a legacy in Halo. So what I've always heard is if you're an up and coming player, you should always strive to be the worst player on your team.
Yeah.
Right? The second that you start being like consistently being on that top slate, whatever moment, like if you're always being that top fragger, you should maybe try to look for a change. And I feel like Last Shot, he's still like trying to be the worst player on his team, right? He keeps surrounding himself with just better and better talent. What do you think about that?
No, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like that's how you continue to grow as a player. If you're the best player on your team, you're helping them, but they're not really helping you, right? But if you surround yourself with better players, or you just try to get in better and better lobbies, like you have to challenge yourself. That's the only way to grow as a player. Your ceiling is only as high as those around you in most cases. And like honestly, if you look at his teammates right now, Talik and Manny, they came up in that like think tank of Halo 5 players. What they call themselves, the Fung 4 or whatever.
The Fung 4. That was such an interesting era, right? So the business roster, half of them from that Fung 4 era. But there was this dark period in Halo 5, right, where we lost the HCS support. There was no more official HCS tournaments. And a lot of players just stopped playing, but there were some that just continued on, right? They kept grinding. And a prime example of it was the Fung 4, right? That was Druck, Talik, Manny,
Soul Snipe,
and Soul Snipe.
But I think like Super CC was a part of that group.
Right? They have so it's basically like a big circle, right? And you'll still see it like these Money 8 lobbies. In fact, you know, part of that circle, right, were the triplets, right? That when we talk about Diagram, Suppress, and Avenue, the way that they cut their way into the pro scene was getting a part of that group, these grinders, and consistently playing 8s. And what you see is if you keep grinding and others stop, that gap closes much quicker than you think it does.
Yes. It's almost like a Halo hyperbolic time chamber, if we're going to throw a DBZ reference out there. Rest in peace. But no, seriously, just challenging yourself every day against other players that are also challenging themselves and kind of holding each other accountable. It's probably the perfect recipe to get good very fast, and that's exactly what we're seeing from every member of Business. I feel like Sniping Lies kind of doing their own thing as well. But right now, backs against the wall, they're down 2-0 against a very hungry Business roster who want to earn their way back into pool play.
The punch misses, but the kill still comes through. Manny able to stay alive, and wow, even taking that heavy damage. is able to keep his life in his hands, and the ball time initially going towards business.
Now look at this tricky play from Ivan Eyes. Maybe predicted that player would fly over his head, just calmly lines up the shots.
It's always so hard to hit those shots.
Yes.
When someone goes over your head and you have to start using that Y-axis when you're aiming, I always feel like those are the hardest shots to hit.
I think the best way to do it is to align yourself on the X-axis first and then follow vertically. So you're not trying to drag diagonally. That's when your shot can be all over the place. So predict where the X-axis will finish and then use X-axis after that. But
as you're aiming up too, like you can hit the body on your way to the head as well.
Yes. But oftentimes the player's also moving faster than your reticle can even move. So, yeah, look at this, though. 4 dead for business. And a good-looking setup here. I would like them to extend into the A side if possible. Looks like one player has gone that way, and they're going to actually rotate towards long haul instead, I think with the intention of maybe eventually get it to C here.
They might have to be just stuck in long haul and be content with that for a second, because so far they're having a struggle at finding that player over at C. They eventually get the kill, but not before the flanker comes through, and Tolic's kind of like, okay, I guess I have this ball. I'm really not feeling any pressure, and well, I don't know if they're saying end the game or they're just team killing each other, but that was definitely a nade that stuck on a teammate's head over there in business, having some struggles and keeping 4 players up on the map.
Yeah, I don't know. Might have been a miscommunication. Somebody calling out a nearby area, nade being tossed, hits the teammate, but regardless, we got Camo in the hands of Ivan Ice. This guy's been impressing me quite a lot. I feel like I didn't even know who he was before the offseason. He's been working his way up the ranks as well. He's been making some plays throughout the open bracket to find themselves here. He's going to have to make potentially the best plays yet. And look at the tricky attempt to stay alive. Doesn't work out, but you can see the thought process there.
That's going to end up Manny and the rest of business getting this ball time. Sniping Light spawning all the way at A, but a quick escort towards that C plat. This could be a brilliant flank from Tolic. They find him on the backside. Trades come out, but this ball still far away from these players at Sniping Lies.
Last shot had 21 kills last game. So far, just 2 in this one. Not able to find that same rhythm just yet. It's got the oddball, though. I feel like if you're not shooting well in a game, just knowing your place to support the squad, just be patient, maybe get some objective time here and there. He's done that. Avenue stepping up, currently 9-4, and if he can stay on fire, this team not only going to be a problem in this series, but also in that pool play.
Sniping Lies all stuck over here at that pipe door, but the spawn comes in at back A, and well, that's going to lead to Avenue's demise. Sniping Lies try to get on top of that ball while they have the numbers advantage, as Manny goes onto the hunt at Gold Stairs. They'll be successful at finding out that trade, but Sniping Lies with a quick rotation get themselves towards A and are setting themselves up to be ready for any push to come.
Curious to see how business plays this. Looks like they're going to try to break into gold first before they try to cross. If you take that player out of top gold, you know you can cross more safely into A, but they actually both die in the process of trying to stop, and then they just send through it to A anyways. It feels like they started a process and then just kind of...
Right. I feel like Avenue didn't trust it, right? Like, he stayed on that cross instead of going through with his team.
Right, and maybe the teammate expected it. Maybe a few miscommunications. Understandable here. Avenue just joined this team yesterday, I think, so maybe a few communication breakdowns, but even with that, they're still very much in this round and very much in this series as well.
Dog trying to cause some mayhem with the camo in his hands. 2 players that are one shot. Well, it's going to be a brilliant nade and shot combination from Avenue, getting himself that double kill and the ball time as well, setting himself at the red stairs. We're seeing the bottom A spawns come in, and this battle rifle in the hands of last shot is always such a deadly combination when you're on that long cross.
Absolutely. I mean, battle rifle is what he used to win the FFA World Championship, so we know he knows how to use it on a map like this with those long angles. Definitely can outmatch the Bandit situationally. Look at that, though. That player, I think that was Manny, was lining up the shot for the remote detonation, but got taken out before he could do so.
And these players are Sniping Lies setting up over at pipes. That ball has a quick out rotation towards long haul if they choose to do so. And you can see business stacking the numbers over to pipes. It's going to be a fight that goes down at glass. And so far, Sniping Lies winning in every lane.
It's been a very impressive bounce back here, and still gets taken down. It was a scary one. Ezo currently holding the ball, usually known as the, just 5 seconds to go here.
Sniping Lies get the first round. on business. And honestly, a really impressive hold at the end. What do you think was making that so successful?
So they had the ball all the way at glass, and it's almost like a bait. If you're in the tower, you feel like you could shoot across at the guy or throw grenades at him, but he's just dodging all the nades and kind of using himself as bait while his teammates are pushing in through the A side and flanking the players before they can even get to the ball. These players then having to turn around and fight the ball carrier's teammates before they can turn around, and that just means more and more time. Sniping Lights did a great job of milking throughout the entire round, and that hold at the end was very impressive.
That's so interesting being on the cross, right? You're on that cross point, but the angles just do not support the shots on the cross, right? So those players just having a tough time at finding their access, and business looking for a bounce back round here. Shock rifle. Not going to be enough for the kill. Talik having a couple shots go astray. The third one not going to be the charge. The Bandit not missing as well. They're looking like Don Quixote out there chasing some windmills.
That is not what we're used to seeing out of Talik, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, this guy usually top 5 KD in the entire tournament when he was on that native red roster, but they've been playing for how long today? About 12 hours now?
Yeah, right. It's like this is the last possible match that you could be playing in the venue today. They're going to usher everyone out of the building as soon as this game is over. These guys have been getting through the gauntlet.
Understandable to be maybe a little bit tired, but you cannot let up at this point. Sniping Lights could catch fire at any moment. Already taking one round. Could have been the catalyst they needed to start playing with some more energy here. Last Shot has the ball for now, but not many teammates to protect him. He's just going to try to leave the ball. Yeah, no free teammates. Oh, look at this, though. Rotates it directly towards the spawning teammates. I don't know if Sniping Lights know that they're going to run into 2 more players here. Probably thought that could have been a free push. Maybe expecting business to spawn at C, but they still do ultimately win the ball here.
Yeah, winning that first fight was so crucial, right? Once they got that first kill, the other spawners spawned over at C, and they just never got back in time. And well, now Sniping Lies trying to take as much space as possible, and he's going to be off the kills of Ivanized. Double kill. If you don't know about him, get used to it, because he's not going anywhere anytime soon. This kid is filthy.
Where does this guy come from, man? He just came out of nowhere and started destroying people in these online tournaments. He's doing it again on LAN, and this is the first time we've really seen him in this position, and he is stepping up in a huge way. This definitely bodes well for his career overall. Killing spree now. Playing so aggressive and confident in this moment. He does not care who he's playing against.
Staying incognito. Man, he's able to find that straggler at the back of C. Slavonics the last one alive, but he's giving his team that A spawn. They can try to take their battles towards pipes, but it looks like they're being very cautious at the back of A, not trying to immediately find any presence on the map.
Yeah, I think they might know that a player is probably lurking at C. You see them kind of sending out feelers to multiple parts of the map. They actually take out players at C and pipes at the same time, which means they should start to aggress forward.
It's almost like a scouting report when you're playing like those old school RTSs. It's like, I'm going to send my sheep to go check out the corners. Well, let me go figure out where these players are. Well, eventually they get the information and the kills. Ezo gets that scrappy ball time, but these kills starting to head over to business. It's a 2v2 on the map and long range fights at that. And Ivanized has to be a little frustrated right there. He's so close to that ball, but just could not prevent access. And Avenue's going to get away. And this is going to be a good chunk of time for business.
It is. And Ivanized just staying at the bottom of the map, really focused on this Mangler door. I'm a little bit surprised business hasn't sent another player after him. Yeah, they've been calling him out for a while, but he's lived the entire time. If he can stay alive during this push, he's drawn enough attention to himself that his teammates might be able to push in here.
But how much value is this team getting out of his life is my question.
Yeah, that's why I didn't really like it. I mean, yeah, you're staying alive. I mean, he is drawing attention and being a nuisance, maybe clouding the comms of the other team. So there's some value for sure, but
this is the value he brings.
That's it. Right there.
That's the thing. Every time we see it, it's specifically those close range fights that are so impressive, and I feel like those are some of the hardest for you to master.
No, you're exactly right. That is one of the most difficult ranges, especially in this game. There's kind of like a fine dance of knowing exactly when you've got the 3 shots down to go for the melee, exactly how much damage you've taken, if you can afford to not trade. There's so much nuance to those close range battles, and Ivanized seems to have it down pat.
Simon Lice, they have this hold at the back of C, but there are plenty of players of business knocking on that door. They will force the ball play, and it's going to come down to this snipe shot. Solid, can he clear out the pipes himself?
Oh.
That bullet just never came out. The next one hits the wall.
Gotta hit the
third
trigger. Oh, there's no third one.
they just stopped it. Honestly, I kind of respect it from sniping. Don't give him a chance to hit the shot.
I mean, Talik is just not in normal Talik mode, and that's kind of concerning, right? Like, you need him to step up. often the MVP of his
How'd
squads.
they lose track?
Double kill.
So, yeah, somehow definitely a communication breakdown on the side of Sniping Lies. They should have had the scouting report on Talik there.
Yeah, they just let him stay alive, and honestly, feels like he should have been punished for missing those shots. Instead, he's in a prime position to rip heads or at least get some damage as his ball carrier just keeps putting more and more distance between him and the other team.
What I've noticed about these players on Business and every iteration of their team, they like to be on all sides of the map at the same time and somehow make it work. Just catching people off guard, always being near a spawner, but also predicting that someone could spawn nearby. I feel like they're always checking each other's sixes.
I feel like I always understand it, right? They want to get 4 players on each quadrant of the map,
Yeah.
right? And then if you look top down, you can build a box. And then what do we know from SpongeBob? Once you put them in the box, it's your imagination. That's how you take them out. You can just imagine whatever setup you want, and then boom, you have it. It's like, honestly, I don't know. They spread themselves out a lot, right?
Yeah.
You know, Coach Callis always says like you want to have that U setup, try to get as much presence as possible while not sacrificing the team shot.
I don't know. I feel like it works really well in some game types, but not as well in others. Like Strongholds, it's amazing because you control the entire map at the same time. You catch spawners off guard. In Oddball, I feel like you kind of need somebody as a bodyguard to your Oddball player. Oddball guy can drop it and you can team shoot together, but if you're so spread out, you know, oftentimes your Oddball guy gets left out. But as I say that, it's working. They do win round 2.
Well, what I noticed from Business, what they do, right, is the oddball player is usually the back player of the U, right? So the perimeter players are really far forward. And he usually has like a little bit of help somewhat close by.
Right.
But it is interesting because that oddball player is the one calling the rotations and having people play around him.
That's a very good point. Yeah, as an Oddball player, you should be the quarterback. Pay attention to where your teammates are spawning to deduce where people are on the map. But Avenue said, hey, Talik, don't worry about it. Let me get the shock rifle. I'll hit some shots for you guys. An insane headshot. That player just getting absolutely deleted off the map.
Dude, imagine if he imagine if he dropped the ball, dropped the shock rifle, pick up the wall. He's like, I did my job. I did my job. You can have this thing now. But yeah, look, this ball just in long haul. This always feels like such an icky spot to try to hold this ball, but
yeah,
so far Business trying to handle this pressure. And here we go. It's 3 players of Sniping Lies coordinating at the same time. They find the break in already. Love this from Ezzo, just getting shots on the spawners on the other side. Not quite able to find that kill at top gold, but clearly understanding the position he was in.
Yeah, and he made time and space for the ball guy to get safely to back C. We've been holding this for 11 seconds now. This player somehow finds their way through the blue pipes, does trade out. Ball's going to get played, and my question is Sniping Lies in gold already for this play ball? Because if you're going to play it and Business is the team already in gold, it's kind of a risky move, right? Like, yeah, you had to play it, but at the same time, you potentially give Business a free setup in gold as well.
Ball still in that neutral position. Starting to see the tension dissipate as kills are going in favor of Sniping Lies. It's just Avenue alive as he tries to push his way out of A. And wow, what a nade. What a dime from Avenue. It goes just past that Needles, right behind the player, and gets an important kill as his teammate spawned up.
Love this patience from Avenue too. Looking across the map into the same fight, his teammates are aggressing, just holding that off angle. Now going to push in with a great grenade and grapple usage to stay out of dodge just long enough and get back to safety. Looks like Facty, though, going to push in and flush out the pipes. See if he can get another kill here so that they can continue to add to the time.
Well, it's so interesting that Business, multiple times in this game thus far, have been 3 down. I feel like Sniping Lies should almost have a little bit more ball time than they do right now. Like just how often we're seeing Business hit the respawn screen.
Yeah, I think Business has just done a good job of forcing Sniping Lies to play it or just forcing uncomfortable situations so they can't hold the ball. They have to drop it and fight. And oftentimes they'll throw the ball into a play ball position, but that means that even if they get 3 dead, then now they have to go out of their way to get it back to safety. And
yeah, it's almost when you play it out in that position, you're almost conceding that you're gonna lose that gunfight.
Right.
I think oftentimes it's okay to drop that ball and fight, but drop it by yourself. Like drop it in a safe spot because you know you're gonna. That's the difference between like a confident team and a team that's like almost playing too much by the book.
Right. Definitely agree with that. Sometimes gotta do a quick calculation in your head. What are the odds that we win this fight? If it's pretty low, you should probably throw it mid-map. If it's pretty high, just hold on to it or leave it nearby so you can pick it back up after you win the
I've
fight.
heard a lot of pro players think in that sort of terms. Like they go into gunfights where it's like, this is like 80-20 me, 60-40
Yes.
me. And it's like they make their decisions based off the percentage of success they think of their play.
Yes, that's why I love to make poker analogies. It's the same thing as poker, man. Like, you're not always going to win the play, but you give yourself the best chance to, and I think that's what pro players do so well. is those quick calculations, risk-reward assessments. Is it worth it to push out one shot in this exact moment? Am I confident to hit my shot? Will it pan out? If I win this, what's the reward? And I think the best players in the world are doing those kind of calculations in their head, whether they realize it or not.
Yeah, the problem comes is when you get players like Renegade, the freaks that are like, yeah, I have a 20% chance of winning this, but I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah, but I'm Renegade, so it's actually 90%.
He's doing like mental games because it's like the other player's like, yeah, there's no way you do this. Like this is dog stupid if you do, and well, they come through. So far, the game honestly surprisingly close with how much we've seen Sniping Lies like win the slays on this round, but Business, they've been consistently applying this pressure, and this could be a great time to get this ball. Look at these players and how they're set up all the way at C with no line of sight to get to that ball. That ball safely grabbed and put into gold before anyone can even look at him.
Yeah, and I like this move from Talik. He's going to check A, mostly gathering information, kind of like that scouting you talked about. Okay, is there anyone in A? If the answer is no, I can actually rotate back into pipes and help my teammates hold off the pressure on the other side. But as he rotated back, they did go A, and his presence no longer there makes it easier for Sniping Lies to push through. So maybe a little bit of a bait and switch on opposite sides of the map from Sniping Lies here.
I think it's literally a 1v1 on the map for just a second as 3 players from both sides go down, and their Business is going to win the spawn battle right away. And honestly, you have one more good push if you're Sniping Lies. You got to put on the Nikes, get yourself going.
Sylvanik, he's in position to maybe stop it. He's the only one that can really do so.
Get the shots.
Oh, teammate comes in, but this trade, this 1v1 with last shot, he wins it. They're still alive.
Tog, the last player on the map, but he is nowhere near to take the heat. The ball player is going to be playing scouting report. This can be always dangerous when you're sitting on that bat ledge. Very quick melts sometimes, but so far, Sniping Lies having success in the kill feed, and wow, frustrating moments for Business. This one's starting to slip from them.
Every one of these kills have gone down without Sniping Lies losing any numbers. Finally, first kill going in favor of Business.
Smart.
Melee's massive as well, makes it an easy cleanup. Only 2 members left to try to protect this ball. If Business get this break, they're going to win the game.
Guys, remember, this isn't like your main stage experience. When you get to the final moments of these rounds, this is the last match in the building. There's probably 200 people surrounding these stations watching this match. All of this pressure's on their back. It's so hard to close out these games. But Business just 5 seconds away from getting the job done. Sniping Lies having to play perfect. And with this camouflage coming up, it looks like they might be able to do just that. Camo gets burned, but there's so much space between the ball and the spawners of Business.
Avenue's getting slays, but they're not really ones that matter. The players on the map that need to be killed are still safely in A.
The ball's by himself.
Ball's now by himself, though. If he plays this out, somebody on Business could just grab it. He's going to rotate it. This is so smart. He has teammates on that side of the map, but no, that player died as well, and that's probably the end of it.
Business. Take a self. Look at all of them. They're getting all into each other. They're all teabagging. They're dropping it. Oh, the disrespect. They're jumping up. They're yelling. they're talking shit, keeping the ball on the ground. And, well, Business. You get the job done. That is a Business thing to do. You know those boys are getting up, getting hyped. They dropped the ball just to talk a little bit more before that game finished. And it's a 3-0 finish. Sniping Lies making it very competitive in that third game. Just, unfortunately, not enough gas to push us to a game 4.
Exactly right. I feel like Sniping Lies, another heartbreaking finish. How many times have they made it to like the very last round before without making it out?
Yeah, it feels cursed. Like it's unfortunate for those guys, but that's just the nature of being one of those like top amateur players. There are gatekeepers in the scene, and you have to get past the gatekeepers.
Yeah, you got to just keep pushing and getting better and playing through scenarios, and eventually you've been through it enough that you kind of see it differently the next time you're in that position. You're like, I remember how we lost last time. I'm not going to let that happen again. So hopefully Sniping Lies have that kind of learning mentality, come back stronger at the next LAN, and maybe, I feel like it's only a matter of time before they make it to pool play.
Yeah, honestly, there's some really talented players on this team. Sylvanik, in fact, he's been teaming for quite a while now. Ezzo, I think, has been making some great waves. Love to watch him play, but specifically the player I'm going to keep my eye out after this best of 5 was Ivanized.
Yeah,
and he was phenomenal at moments.
He made a lot of the clutch plays that kept the team competitive in both the Streets game and the Recharge game. So yeah, if he keeps playing like that and his teammates can step up around him in moments like this, that could be all the difference.
Wow. Well, that's it. Any like, does this remind you of any open bracket tales from yonder. You know, like you got shipped back home after World War II. You know, you're doing your thing, thinking about starting a family. You said, "Nah, I'm going to try this Halo stuff out for a little bit." Picked up the controller. Any moments that you can remember from back in those open bracket days where you're trying to make that champ bracket?
I mean, to be honest, things were so different back then. Like the open bracket was, you had to play like 7 rounds of open bracket.
Play, like, Team Snipers.
Well, Team Snipers was actually a game type at one of the tournaments, on Sanctuary. But no, back then there was like 16 teams locked in as pros.